Chapter 441 Spirit. Li Shiming had already seen another palace ahead through his Shin vision. By comparing it with the map of the H.L. realm, it was indeed, as he judged, that the two palaces were in the same location. The spatial silver corpse he was sitting on did not disturb any of the spatial refined corpses, and he passed without any difficulty along the way. The space silver corpse led him through a square, using his spiritual eyes to the extreme. He kept exploring around this square, but did not find the golden corpse he imagined. He cast his gaze on the ground. The ground of this square was composed of countless skulls. The mouths of these skulls all point upward, making anyone who sees them feel numb. Li Shiming guessed that if there was a golden corpse, it should be hidden under the square. At this point, he had no choice but to look back. He had already planned that if he really encountered a golden corpse, he would throw out all his silver corpses to absorb the golden corpse's attention, and he would be able to enter the palace. The space silver corpse's feet stepped on the ground of the square. There seemed to be an energy on the surface of the skeleton on the ground. When its feet came into contact with the ground, they were buffered by the energy, and did not make any sound. One step at a time, until the space silver corpse walked up the steps in front of the palace. No golden corpse appeared. Li Shiming breathed a long sigh of relief. His judgment was still accurate, as long as it did not come into contact with the ground. The corpse refining underground would not be triggered. The steps and the tall palace in front are all made of skulls, with their mouths facing outward. There are faint blue flames burning in the eyes of the skulls that make up the palace, as if these skulls are alive. This blue flame is the soul fire of the undead life. The skulls composed of the palace in front of you are all ignited with the soul fire, spitting out a huge amount of death energy every moment. The vision of divine vision can see things that ordinary monks cannot see. Outside the palace is a blue flame that surrounds the palace. What a generous move! Li Shiming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He looked at the plaque above the door, which read, "The Path of Hungry Ghosts. It is really arranged according to the 6 realms of reincarnation. The H.L. realm and the Hungry Ghost realm. Then, there should be 4 more dimensions next." Li Shiming had already guessed, and now it has been confirmed. Under the control of Tian Gui, the space silver corpse walked into the gate. Like the previous palace, this palace also has a space gate in the center. Li Shiming was about to control the space silver corpse to move towards the space door. Suddenly, the blue soul fire of all the skulls in the Hungry Ghost palace began to sway, and even the huge blue soul fire surrounding the palace began to sway. The hairs all over his body stood up, and he felt like he was locked by something. At this time, he was only 10 meters away from the space door. He no longer hesitated, and with a slight movement of consciousness, he put away the sky ghost and allowed the space silver corpse to fall. When the spatial silver corpse fell, he used both feet to exert force, stepped on the spatial silver corpse's body, and flew toward the spatial door. His body drew a curve in the air. At the high point of the curve, he was only 5 meters away from the space door. Everyone in the palace faced his skull, and the blue soul power in their eyes emitted rays of blue light, focusing on his body. His body stiffened, and he was suspended in the air. Then, there seemed to be energy being transported in the blue light, rushing towards Li Shiming's body. Li Shiming only felt that a large amount of spiritual energy entered his body. These were pure spiritual energy without any impurities. Putting it outside was a spiritual treasure. Spiritual energy is present in every monk, but it is not easy to gather spiritual energy into one's body. Demon cultivators have methods to absorb other people's spiritual energy, but that method has serious sequelae and will ruin the path of subsequent cultivation. Especially the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to plunder spiritual energy. There is almost no such method in the golden elixir stage, and the monk's spirit is mostly improved through spiritual objects or spiritual exercises. In the spiritual energy of a monk, there are the mark of the monk and some special impurities. The marks and impurities are consistent with the monk himself and will not cause harm to him. But if other monks want to absorb spiritual energy, there will be backlash due to the imprints and impurities in the spiritual energy. Of course, there are no methods at all, but many of those methods cannot be copied. And pure and impurity-free spiritual energy can be produced under extremely accidental circumstances. Li Shiming has now encountered this kind of pure and impurity-free spiritual energy, and the level of this spiritual energy is so high that it is more than 1 level higher than his own spiritual energy. This was originally a good thing, and should be a reward given by the Hungry Ghost Palace. But this reward should have been given to a monk who was at least at the nascent soul stage. If it was given to Li Shiming, a monk at the golden core stage, there would be problems. A large amount of spiritual energy entered his body, and before he could take the initiative to absorb it, the spiritual energy merged with his spirit. The initial increase in spirit was quite comfortable, but as more and more spiritual energy entered his body, he felt as if he was going to be burst by the spiritual energy. He felt that if he didn't think of a solution, he might become one of the rare monks in the world of immortality, who was suffocated by spiritual energy. As his mind moved slightly, spiritual energy entered the natal magic weapon Z15. He could not explain the current state of Z15. Although it was a natal magic weapon, the way it existed was between virtuality and reality. He had no choice but to think of introducing spiritual energy into the natal magic weapon Z15. He immediately discovered that the spiritual energy entering Z15 did not cause any problems in Z15, but instead absorbed all the spiritual energy. Li Shiming was suspended in the air of the Hungry Ghost Palace. It took him enough time to drink tea before all the blue light disappeared. His body did not fall, but relied on his previous leap to fall towards the space gate. Congratulations on passing the Hungry Ghost Path. You are the first person to pass the Hungry Ghost Path test. The rewards have been distributed. That voice without any emotion came into his ears when he passed through the space gate. He was a little dissatisfied. At least he was given a ghost bracelet after passing the previous HL test. Although the ghost bracelet could not be used in his hands for a long time, it was still a mid-level 4th grade ghost. But the reward of the Hungry Ghost Path is some spiritual energy. His own spirit is very strong. This time the spiritual energy has allowed him to reach the peak of the Golden Core stage. But he is restricted by the realm and cannot grow at all. The rest of the spiritual energy was all given to the natal magic weapon Z15. He felt that this reward was really not as good as the reward from the previous game. In fact, he didn't know one thing. When a monk passes through the Hungry Ghost Path, he will continue to consume his own spirit, and these spirits will be swallowed up by the space refining corpse. When passing the test, the reward given by the palace is to return all the spirit lost by the monk, and also give the monk the spirit lost by other monks before. That is to say, Li Shiming's level is really too low. If a monk in the early stage of Yuanying gets a reward, maybe his spirit can be directly improved to the level of mid to late stage Yuanying. In this way, his certainty of promotion to the middle to late stage of Yuanying will be greatly improved. In addition, monks in the early stage of Yuanying have the spirit of the middle and late stages of Yuanying, and their combat power will also increase tremendously. Li Shiming himself did not lose spirit. The reward he received was the spirit lost by the 10 nascent soul ancestors fighting along the way. If he had passed the palace a little later, he might have received more spiritual rewards. Of course, if there are really more spiritual rewards, I am afraid that the magic weapon Z15 will not be able to bear it. Those were 10 Yuanying ancestors, and among them was a Jin Kai ancestor who was in the middle nascent soul stage. They were all affected by the fact that a lot of their spirits were devoured by the silver corpse. The sum of these spirits is not a small number for any Yuanying ancestor, let alone for Li Shiming, a monk who is only in the middle stage of the Golden Core. If it weren't for the help of his natal magic weapon Z15, he might have fallen by now. He sensed the situation of his natal magic weapon Z15 and swallowed a large amount of spiritual energy, greatly increasing Z15's spirituality. In the past, he controlled the CPU of Z15 to send out spiritual thoughts instead of his brain, and needed to be driven by his own mental power. Now he only needs a thought, and Z15 can send out divine thoughts on its own without consuming his mental power. And the intensity of his spiritual thoughts is no weaker than his. Each of the 190 brains has reached the peak of the Golden Elixir stage's mental power. Based on Li Shiming's judgment, if he had another fight with a late-stage Jin Den monk, he might be able to control him with just his spiritual thoughts. Because 191 spiritual thoughts at the peak of the Golden Elixir stage are equivalent to 191 great elders using their spiritual thoughts to attack the enemy at the same time. Even without the secret method of spiritual attack, the combined power of so many powerful divine thoughts is astonishing. In addition, he felt that the bottleneck of his mid-stage Golden Elixir seemed to be loosened. As long as he found an opportunity to practice in seclusion, he might be able to break this bottleneck. It has been some time since he reached the peak of the middle stage of Jin Dan, but he has always been trapped by a bottleneck. Not bad. Li Shiming smiled to himself somewhat against his will. After truly checking the benefits of this reward, he no longer had any objections to the non-physical reward, but was very happy. Li Shiming observed the space he was in. This time, the space was much normal. There were wild grasses and flowers on the ground. The breeze was blowing with a faint fragrance of flowers, and the sounds of birds and animals could also be heard in his ears. He felt that this space was still extremely restricted, and his vision, flight, etc. were all suppressed to the extreme. The clairvoyance allowed him to observe things 500 meters away. He saw a monster with a human body, but a bull's head. Big demon? He judged, slightly surprised. A large demon that can take the form of a human can almost be called a monster. This is the animal path! He guessed the space he was in at this time, and judged it based on the previous two spaces. He made a judgment after seeing the Minotaur. He had no intention of breaking through normal means. He knew that the previous two spaces were not tests prepared for Golden Core stage monks at all. Thinking about it, the original owner of this cave was a great power in the Mahayana stage. Probably in the eyes of the great power in the Mahayana stage, the Jindan stage was not considered a real monk. Just like when Li Shiming saw the monks in the Qi Chain stage now, he would not take them seriously. He thought about how to deal with the situation in front of him. The big demon was not that easy to deal with. The third grade big demon was at the same level as the monks at the Golden Core stage. But the third grade big demon was much stronger than the Golden Core monks at the same level. Unless you are the top being among the Golden Core cultivators, you will not be able to have a one-on-one head-on battle with the third grade demon. Not to mention that the great demon may also have some kind of innate ability. If it is a powerful innate ability, it will greatly enhance the great demon's combat effectiveness. When Li Shiming was thinking, the magic weapon Z15 gave a solution. He found that the Z15's calculation and analysis speed had been significantly improved, which was probably related to the absorption of so much mental energy. Z15 analyzed all the treasures on his body and various conditions, and the plan he gave made his eyes light up. He almost forgot about the abilities of some treasures. The fourth grade Mountain and River Universe fan on his body had special abilities, but he didn't notice it. The reason why he forgot the Shanha Universe fan is because the Shanha Universe fan is as high as the fourth level. Although with the help of the weapon spirit, he can control the Shanha Universe fan, he cannot control the Shanha Universe fan. To participate in battle, you can only use the Shanha Qianquan fan as a base for cultivating elixirs. But the Shanha Universe fan is also a space object, and it is also a space object that can accommodate life. He took out the Mountain and River Universe fan and summoned the Phantom Dragon. The invisibility ability of the Phantom Dragon is a special innate ability, and the Phantom Dragon is also a great demon. And among the great demons, it has the top bloodline of the Dragon clan. He handed the Mountains and Rivers fan to the Phantom Dragon, and the Phantom Jiao put the Mountains and Rivers fan under its scales. Before receiving the scales, he ordered the weapon spirit to put his body into the Mountains and Rivers fan. Within, the light of Shanha Qianquan fan flashed and his body disappeared, entering the inside of the Shanha Qianquan fan. He felt the rich spiritual energy here. If he didn't have an ancestor of Yuanying with him, a Yuanying body and a fake infant body needed to use the spiritual energy. He could use the spiritual energy. The fourth grade locking pulse plate was used by the clone Li Yuanba. This Mountain and River Universe fan also has nascent soul level spiritual veins inside. But the Mountain and River Universe fan cannot be handed over to Li Yuanba. Waste just a little bit. Anyway, Li Yuanba can still benefit from the glory of the sword ancestor. Li Shiming came to a safe place and comforted himself with a smile. He connected to the Phantom Dragon and observed the situation outside through the eyes of the Phantom Dragon. He issued an order to the Phantom Dragon, and the Phantom Dragon moved forward in the direction he commanded. He deliberately let the Phantom Dragon pass by the big monster, hoping to see if the monster could detect the Phantom Dragon. The invisibility talent of the Phantom Dragon is really powerful. It cannot even be sensed by spiritual thoughts. And the big demon bull-headed monster is also unable to detect it. Chapter 442, Seizing the Treasure. Li Shiming observed the big demon bull-headed monster at close range through the eyes of the Phantom Dragon. Although he couldn't use his spiritual eyes, such a close distance allowed him to clearly see the details of the big monster. The Minotaur. The great demon Minotaur's aura is indeed that of a great demon, but there is no light of wisdom in its eyes. He has seen many great demons, no matter what kind of spiritual beast they are. As long as they reach the third level, they can reach a very high level in terms of wisdom. But the big demon bull-headed monster in front of him only had dull eyes, without a trace of brilliance, nor the radiance of intelligence that a third-grade big demon should have. As long as there is intelligent life, it can be seen through the eyes. Li Shiming didn't know why this big monster, the bull-headed monster, had no intelligence. And he was not interested in investigating. Who knew if the third-level monster in the cave had some special innate ability? The phantom dragon wandered on the ground without leaving any sound or trace, and did not disturb any living creatures for 2 consecutive hours. Along the way, Li Shiming's eyes were opened. He saw many great monsters of various types. Even he found 2 4th-grade spiritual beasts. But they were not close to the 4th-grade spiritual beasts. The phantom dragon's perception ability in this space exceeds that of Li Shiming, and it can detect powerful 4th-level spiritual beasts in advance and avoid them from a distance. In fact, this is an instinct of spiritual beasts. When the phantom dragon is promoted to the 3rd level of the great demon, its top dragon bloodline is activated, and this sensing ability is also strengthened many times. After observing many spiritual beasts, Li Shiming discovered the weirdness here. The minimum strength of all spirit beasts is the great demon level. With so many spirit beasts together, many spirit beasts are naturally hostile to each other. But the spirit beasts in this space do not fight with each other. Although they are of different races, they seem to be the same ethnic group, guarding this space. Just as he was thinking about it, a thought came from the phantom dragon. It wanted to leave the established route, because there was a certain smell that attracted it at a certain location. Among all Li Shiming's combat powers, the phantom dragon is rarely used, but he attaches great importance to the phantom dragon. The growth potential of the phantom dragon is huge, even though it has little effect on Li Shiming. It is necessary to consider what Li Shiming's enemies are. In recent years, Li Shiming's enemies have been either great elders or ancestors in the nascent soul stage. These are not things that the phantom dragon can deal with. The phantom dragon is now in the middle stage of the great demon, but it can easily kill the monks in the late stage of the golden core. Its assassination methods are almost insurmountable. The most important thing is that the phantom dragon can grow with Li Shiming. As Li Shiming's identity as an alchemy master, he has enough resources to cultivate it. Li Shiming gave the phantom dragon an order to put its safety first and explore the smell that attracted it. The phantom dragon responded to Li Shiming's joyful mood, changed its direction, and swam towards the scent that attracted it. It's a 4th-grade spiritual beast. Li Shiming judged the terrifying aura from the phantom dragon's induction. The phantom dragon had entered the range of 4th-grade spiritual beasts. But he did not stop the phantom dragon. The movement speed of the phantom dragon slowed down, and through the eyes of the phantom dragon, Li Shiming saw the 4th-grade spiritual beast. The moment he saw the 4th-grade spiritual beast, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The eyes are like a rabbit. The horns are like a deer. The mouth is like a cow. The head is like a camel. The body is like a snake. The belly is like a mirage. The scales are like a fish. The claws are like an eagle. And the palms are like a tiger. Is this a real dragon? Li Shiming thought to himself. That 4th-grade spiritual beast was exactly a dragon, and its whole body matched the description of a dragon in the classics. The only difference is that this dragon only has 4 claws on each of its 4 legs, which is different from the legendary 5-clawed dragon. What the phantom dragon is paying attention to is a blood-red stone under the 4-clawed dragon. At this time, the 4-clawed dragon is coiled on the blood-red stone. Li Shiming shook his head helplessly. Even if he tried all his methods, he could not grab the blood-red stone from under the 4-clawed dragon. But the phantom spirit dragon kept transmitting desire, which made him feel that this blood-red stone was extremely important to the phantom spirit dragon. Exit this area first, and I'll find a way, Li Shiming ordered in a deep voice. Although the phantom dragon was a little reluctant, he still obeyed the order. The phantom dragon withdrew from a distance of dozens of miles. Li Shiming's mind moved slightly, and he fired a self-propelled cannon from his mustard ring. This self-propelled cannon is the latest generation he has researched. It does not require human control, and can be controlled remotely, or by a built-in intelligent combat assistance system. As for the power of the self-propelled cannon, the one he took out was not very powerful, and was the most primitive one. In fact, these developed weapons, combined with the methods of cultivating immortals, are far more powerful than the original versions in the previous life. But they cannot keep up with Li Shiming's improvement in strength. But he did not stop researching. The technology in his previous life was constantly developed. If he stopped researching, there would be no more powerful weapons. He believed that maybe one day, he could create a powerful weapon that could be used to assist him in battle. Of course, what he thought was weak was actually not accurate. Take this cannon as an example. If the whole body of the cannon is made of third-grade materials, coupled with its magic method, and the warhead of the cannon is also made of third-grade materials, then the power exerted can harm the golden core monk. But the problem is that such consumption is too great. Even if Li Shiming is rich, he cannot support this consumption. The size of the cannonball warhead is not small, and one attack consumes so much third-grade materials. This direction is not advisable. His research direction is to use the lowest grade materials to exert attack power beyond the material grade. His mind was connected to the self-propelled cannon, and the combat parameters were input to the self-propelled cannon through his natal magic weapon Z-15. Probably because of the four-clawed dragon. There are very few big monsters in this area. There are no big monsters in the area he chose. The self-propelled cannon does not have to worry about being discovered and destroyed by other big monsters. After setting it up, he set the firing time of the self-propelled cannon, and then ordered the phantom dragon to approach again in the direction of the four-clawed dragon. This time, when it reached a place 300 meters close to the four-clawed dragon, the phantom dragon took the initiative to stop approaching. Its instinct told it that this position would not be noticed by the four-clawed dragon, and it would be discovered if it got closer. After waiting for a moment, there was a loud noise in the distance, and a cannonball made of second-grade material flew towards the four-clawed dragon in the sky. The four-clawed dragon probably never thought that it would encounter such an attack here. Or perhaps the combat consciousness given to it by the owner here did not have a way to deal with such an attack. Only when the second-grade cannonball hit the four-clawed dragon accurately did the four-clawed dragon react. The four-clawed dragon let out a roar. Its eyes turned red, and it flew towards the direction of the cannonball. Li Shiming observed the flight of the four-clawed dragon through the eyes of the phantom dragon, and calculated the flying speed of the four-clawed dragon with his natal magic weapon Z-15. Hurry over! Li Shiming ordered the phantom dragon when he judged that the four-clawed dragon was about to reach the self-propelled cannon. The phantom dragon couldn't wait any longer, and its speed reached its peak, and it quickly reached the blood-red stone. Li Shiming's spiritual thought wrapped around the blood-red stone. When his spiritual thought came into contact with the blood-red stone, he felt an incomparable heat, as if it was going to ignite his spiritual thought. Fortunately, the reward he received from the previous level greatly boosted his spirit. In addition, it only took a moment for him to wrap the blood-red stone with his spiritual thoughts, and the impact of his spiritual thoughts was shared by 191 brains. Only then did he keep his spirit from being harmed and put the blood-red stone into the mustard seed. Within the ring, he finally understood why this blood-red stone was so attractive to the phantom dragon. In addition to the scorching heat when he touched it with his spiritual mind, he also sensed the terrifying breath of dragon blood. Go quickly! He immediately gave the order after succeeding. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. The phantom dragon understood the danger and immediately ran away into the distance. The four-clawed dragon acted according to instinct. It found the self-propelled cannon, and sprayed the self-propelled cannon into molten iron with a burst of flame. It suddenly turned its head and looked in the direction it came from. In its sensing, the treasure connected with its bloodline was moved, and then the connection was lost. It sensed the movement of the blood-red stone, and it was Li Shiming who put the mustard seed ring into it. As for the connection being cut off, it was because Li Shiming put the mustard seed ring into the computer room space. Things that enter the computer room space, let alone this space, even this cave, have no connection with the outside world. The four-clawed dragon let out an angry roar and flew back crazily. Unfortunately, when it returned to its lair, it was already too late. Li Shiming heard the dragon's roar, and his face showed a proud look. The fourth-grade four-clawed dragon is indeed extremely powerful, but ancient spiritual beasts, such as the phantom dragon, are also extraordinary. As long as they are not within the sensing range of the four-clawed dragon, there is no need to worry about being tracked by the four-clawed dragon. He was thinking that after the phantom dragon was promoted to the 4th level, there would probably be no life in the northern Shu continent that could detect the phantom dragon's invisibility. He appeased the phantom dragon and already had the things in hand. He would give them to the phantom dragon when he got out. Only then did the phantom dragon stop asking for blood-red stones from him. In the hungry ghost realm space, the 10 nascent soul ancestors are still fighting fiercely. Their heads were entangled with silver corpses. The pale golden silver corpses emerged from the ground from time to time. They did not attack after emerging from the ground. They just let out a scream, causing the silver corpses in an area to attack them. We can't go on like this. We have to find a way to kill that silver corpse. Ancestor Lu launched an attack and said in a deep voice. They had killed an unknown number of silver corpses. ever since the pale gold and silver corpses appeared. As long as they traveled a few hundred meters, the pale gold and silver corpses would appear to summon the silver corpses to attack. Although after every battle, they would rest in the clean area for a period of time. But they don't have many restorative spiritual objects that the Yuan ancestor needs to use. If they continue to consume them like this, they will probably use up all the restorative spiritual objects before they can get out of here. Little friend Jian, I will provide you with spiritual power, and you try to kill the silver corpse. Ancestor Jin Kai looked at Ancestor Jian and said, the light gold and silver corpse is very smart. The position it emerges from is not fixed every time, and its movements are extremely fast. It will retract into the ground every time it takes one breath. Ancestor Jin Kai tried twice, but due to the severe suppression of him by the space here, he was unable to successfully kill the light gold and silver corpse. From his perspective, the only person who could kill the light gold and silver corpse was Sword Ancestor. Not even Ancestor Ren Sun has such means. Yuan Sword Cultivator will be very powerful when he grows up. Although the Sword Ancestor's vision is at the nascent soul stage, his background is too shallow, and he is unable to exert the full combat power of the Yuan stage Sword Cultivator. I'll give it a try. Jian Patriarch nodded and agreed. There was a look of eagerness in his eyes. The sword intention climbing to the sky technique had a powerful method, but it was a pity that his spiritual power was not enough to drive it. Patriarch Jin Kai received the consent of Patriarch Jian, and waved his hand to create a ray of light that fell on Patriarch Jian. This is the same method used to let the 4th grade black armor puppet share spiritual power. But it is to share spiritual power with the Sword Ancestor. The Jian Ancestor felt a steady stream of spiritual power coming from the continuous energy line. He is in the entry stage of the early nascent soul, and Ancestor Jin Kai is in the middle nascent soul stage. For him, the spiritual power of Ancestor Jin Kai is like water from the ocean flowing into a river. 10,000 swords split light. Sword net. Feeling the endless spiritual power, the Jian Ancestor shouted excitedly. His natal flying sword split into 2, and the 2 split into 4, and soon formed a sword light in the sky. Then countless sword lights fell towards the ground and shuttled around the ground, forming an illusory network composed of sword lights. The sword light became faster and faster, and soon the sword light connected into straight lines. Ancestor Jin Kai didn't care when he saw Ancestor Jian squandering his spiritual power. The amount of spiritual power that Ancestor Jian could consume was very limited due to his state. He is very interested in the methods of the Sword Ancestor, but unfortunately their cultivation directions are completely different. The methods of sword cultivation are just a look at it at best. If he wants to learn, he must practice sword cultivation again. Moving forward again. Although a silver corpse emerged from the ground and launched an attack on the 4th grade black armor puppet, the sword light net did not react at all. Just like a decoration. Finally, after walking about 300 meters, the pale gold and silver corpse appeared again. It emerged from the ground and was about to scream. The sword net, which was originally a decoration, suddenly turned into reality and quickly shrank. The scream of the pale gold and silver corpse did not come out, but it turned into a miserable howl. The sword net was extremely sharp, and contained the sword intention of the Sword Ancestor. When it contracted, the pale gold and silver corpse tried to escape underground, but was cut into its body by the sword net. Its body instantly turned into countless small pieces, which shows how sharp the sword net is. Of course, for these ancestors of nascent soul, it is actually very easy to kill the pale gold and silver corpse. It is just that they cannot capture the body of the pale gold and silver corpse, which is why the pale gold and silver corpse causes them so much trouble. After finding a way to deal with the pale gold and silver corpse, the next journey became much less difficult. Chapter 443 Golden Corpse. Although letting the Jian Ancestor maintain the sword net requires the Jin Kai Ancestor to continuously consume his spiritual power, compared with the trouble caused by the light gold and silver corpse, the Jin Kai Ancestor would rather keep sharing the spiritual power with the Jian Ancestor. Sharing spiritual power with the Sword Ancestor and allowing the Sword Ancestor to maintain the sword net consumes much less spiritual power than the light gold and silver corpse summoning a large number of silver corpses to devour. Not to mention the lack of energy consumption. However, when encountering ordinary silver corpses, Sword Ancestor does not need to take action. His only role in the team is to quickly kill the pale gold and silver corpses that appear. The light gold and silver corpse is equivalent to the Great Elder level, and it possesses extremely strong wisdom. Later, during the march, several pale gold and silver corpses appeared. The Sword Ancestor's sword net was like a trap laid out in advance. The trap was fully distributed within a radius of tens of meters. As soon as the pale golden-silver corpse appears, it cannot return to the ground. Facts have proved that the suppression of monks in this space has a relatively small impact on sword cultivators, allowing the sword ancestor to exert greater combat power. After finding a way to deal with it, the nascent soul ancestors became much more relaxed, and had time to communicate with each other from time to time. The one walking in the front was the 4th grade mysterious puppet. The 4th grade mysterious puppet took a step forward. When his feet hit the ground flashed with golden light. And then the 4th grade mysterious puppet made a loud noise. The 4th grade black armor puppet was hit by something in the body. Its strong defense blocked part of the attack, but it was still hit by the blow and flew into the air and fell back. Cut! When the sword ancestor discovered the golden light, he immediately reacted and contracted the sword net. As the sword net contracted, he saw clearly the appearance of his enemy. It was a golden corpse with a dark golden body. The golden corpse was restrained by the sword net, and its speed was affected, allowing the ancestors of the nascent soul to see the whole picture clearly. The speed of the golden corpse was so fast that even Ancestor Jean Kai could only see a blurry figure. The golden corpse waved his hand casually, and the sword net on his body was torn apart by it. Its eyes were fixed on the 4th grade black armor puppet that was knocked away, and it once again fit in and pounced on it. Another loud noise came out, and the process from when it was saved to when the 4th grade black armor puppet was hit was as if it was using the ability to move in space like a step-by-step lotus. But this is not the ability to move in space. But the speed of the golden corpse is extremely fast. At this time, it was Patriarch Rinsun who maintained the form of the nascent soul. His nascent soul form was waved out, and a sea of fire appeared on the ground, covering the entire area where the golden corpse was. When the golden corpse appeared, it was in a sea of fire. The eyes of the golden corpse in the flames fell on Ancestor Rinsun. It was Ancestor Rinsun's attack that diverted the golden corpse's attention. Be careful. Don't let it get close. Think of ways to slow it down. Ancestor Jean Kai warned loudly as the Yuanian came out of his body and activated the Dharma of the Yuanian. The time was too short for him to remind too much. He was most aware of how terrifying this golden corpse was. 2 consecutive attacks caused considerable damage to his 4th grade black armor puppet. The 4th grade black armor puppet is not a combat puppet, but a defensive puppet, which is used as a shield. The 4th grade black armor puppet that can serve as a shield for a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul can naturally be imagined to have strong defensive power. But the 2 consecutive attacks of the golden corpse carried extremely strange power. When the golden corpse hit the 4th grade black armor puppet, in addition to its unparalleled power, it also had an indescribable devouring power. The location where the 4th grade mysterious armor puppet was hit was first devoured with a large amount of spiritual power. Due to the large amount of spiritual power being swallowed, the defense of this location of the 4th grade mysterious armor puppet was reduced. Just relying on the strength of the 4th grade material was unable to withstand the attack of the golden corpse. The first blow cracked the defensive armor on the front chest of the 4th grade black armor puppet, and the second blow even shattered the defensive armor into pieces, causing some damage to the inside of the 4th grade black armor puppet. His reminder was a step slower, and the figure of the golden corpse rushing towards Ancestor Rinsun was a little faster than his voice. Ancestor Rinsun was injured before, and has not fully recovered yet. But for this reason, he is more careful about his defense. There was always a 4th grade shield magic weapon beside him that was in an activated state. When the golden corpse stared at him, as soon as he thought about it, the 4th grade shield magic weapon stood in front of him. There was a clang sound, like metal colliding. There was a click sound, which was the sound of the 4th grade shield magic weapon being shattered. This golden corpse is completely the nemesis of the magic weapon. When it hits the 4th grade shield magic weapon, most of the spiritual power of the 4th grade shield magic weapon is swallowed up, which reduces the defensive power of the 4th grade shield magic weapon several times. The golden corpse shattered the 4th grade shield magic weapon that had lost most of its spiritual power into pieces with one blow, and also shocked Ancestor Rinsun's mind. But it wasn't over yet. The golden corpse struck again, this time without the protection of the 4th grade shield magic weapon. The golden corpse's attack hit the Yuaning Dharma. The nascent soul Dharma shook suddenly, and Ancestor Rinsun felt that his life was in danger. Flames erupted from his body crazily, forming a ring of fire around his body. Countless runes flashed on the ring of fire. This was his secret method of saving life. After a long period of cultivation and accumulation, this ring of fire was formed. The ring of fire pushes out with the power of rules. The power of rules was weakened a lot in this space environment. But it finally pushed the golden corpse away from his body. He could no longer maintain the form of the nascent soul. And the form of the nascent soul shrank rapidly, causing the nascent soul to jump back to his body. When Yuan jumped back to his body, he was obviously smaller. However, his efforts were not in vain. The other nascent soul ancestors activated the nascent soul dharma, and each used their strongest methods. Ancestor Ling Shuling of Beishu Trading Company set out a piece of ice crystal, which bound the golden corpse's whole body with ice crystals. Although it was unable to truly imprison the golden corpse, it successfully affected its speed. The attacks of the remaining nascent soul ancestors fell on the golden corpse. The continuous blows made the golden corpse's body shake, and the dark gold light on its body also flickered. The last one to attack was Patriarch Jin Kai. He took the longest time to prepare. A golden ruler flew out from his hand, and hit the golden corpse on the head with a huge force. The dark golden light on the golden corpse was already flickering. But this blow from the 4th grade golden ruler directly shattered the golden corpse's defense. And a crack appeared in the golden corpse's head. The golden corpse, which had broken through its defenses, could no longer withstand the joint attacks of the nascent soul ancestors, and lost its voice under several attacks. All the nascent soul ancestors breathed a long sigh of relief, and horror flashed in their eyes. Even the ancestor of Jin Kai looked much more relaxed after killing the golden corpse. Ren-sun, how are you doing? Ancestor Jin Kai cast his eyes on Ancestor Ren-sun and asked aloud. Ancestor Ren-sun's face was pale. Although there was no visible injury on his body, it was more serious because it was nascent soul that he was injured. I almost fell out of the realm, Ancestor Ren-sun replied in a hoarse voice after taking a 4th grade elixir. This answer made all the nascent soul ancestors stunned. This was the most serious injury. Ancestor Ren-sun is a monk in the early stage of nascent soul. If he really falls down, he will fall back to the golden core stage. Of course, it's not really that the nascent soul has turned into a golden elixir, but that the nascent soul cannot maintain its state and has turned into a state like a golden elixir. In this state, there is no need to go through the thunder tribulation again to advance to the nascent soul stage. But the time and energy spent will not be less than that of ordinary Jin Dan monks to advance to the nascent soul stage. Ancestor Ren-sun was still afraid. He was just a little bit close to falling into the realm. Even so, he had lost nearly 100 years of cultivation. The nascent soul was composed of his soul, spirit, and spiritual power. When the golden corpse hit him, it swallowed up almost 1/5 of his spirit and spiritual power. This is just one blow. If he hits twice in a row, he will be killed directly without even thinking about falling into the realm. Ancestor Lu's eyes moved from Ancestor Ren-sun to the 4th grade black armor puppet, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The thickest armor in front of the 4th grade black armor puppet is made of 4th grade materials, with magic attached to it. In addition, during the production process of the puppet, in conjunction with the overall defense system, this armor, the defense power of A, is probably more than that of ordinary 4th level defense magic weapons. But this kind of defense was completely shattered at this time. He couldn't help but feel chills. If he was attacked by the golden corpse, he might not be as good as Anshu and Ancestor. He also saw the 4th grade shield magic weapon that Ancestor Ren-sun dropped on the ground, and it was all broken into pieces. Where's the golden corpse here? He looked at his golden corpse, compared it with the golden corpse just now, and said with a helpless smile. Ancestor Jin Kai came to the golden corpse and inspected it. Strange. Where did the spirit and spiritual power swallowed by the golden corpse go? He asked in confusion after checking it. The golden corpse had just swallowed a lot of the energy of the 4th grade black armor puppet, and also swallowed a lot of the spirit and spiritual power of Ancestor Ren-sun. The golden corpse was killed for a short time, and could not digest so much energy and spiritual power. However, he checked the body of the golden corpse, and found no excess spirit or spiritual power in the golden corpse. Everyone, you have also seen how terrifying the golden corpse is. I think the best way is for us all to maintain the state of the nascent soul, and at the same time give the one at the front all the defense means. My puppet can be used again, and then it's up to you to think of a way out front, Ancestor Jin Kai said in a deep voice. He came to his 4th grade mysterious armor puppet, took out a new piece of armor from the space items, put it on the 4th grade mysterious armor puppet, and replaced the damaged parts of the 4th grade mysterious armor puppet. His actions made the nascent soul ancestors in the northern Shu continent jump in their eyes. Ancestor Jin Kai was so rich that he even prepared spare materials for these 4th grade Xuanjiao puppets. This is the 4th grade spare material. Just replace it with the 4th grade spare material, and you can make a 4th grade magic weapon. They all looked at it with envy. They all had 4th grade magic weapons. But the number of 4th grade materials in each sect was pitiful. My golden corpse will be in front, Patriarch Lu said after thinking about it. Although they work together, Tianxing Trading Company Limited cannot be allowed to pay, and Beishu Continent cannot hide behind. It's not like there was no game this time. Ancestor Lu came to the golden corpse and took out a broken corpse core from the golden corpse and said, I don't need it. Ancestor Jin Kai shook his head and refused the assignment. He really doesn't like this thing. This thing can enhance the strength of the golden corpse a little. But if you really want to cultivate the golden corpse, other 4th grade corpse refining materials have the same effect. If this golden corpse core were divided among 10 people, the points obtained would be of little use. I don't need it either. Ancestor Rensun shook his head and said, Fellow Taoist Lu, since you have decided to open a path behind Senior Jin, I will leave this corpse core to you to treat your golden corpse. That's what Ancestor suggested. Although a golden corpse core is of great value to the nascent soul ancestors of the northern Shu continent present, they know better that there is a high price to pay for Patriarch Lu to let the golden corpse clear the way on their behalf. Look at the 4th grade black armor puppet and Ancestor Rinsun. The attack speed of the golden corpse is so fast that it is almost impossible to dodge the attack. The destructive power caused by the golden corpse's attack was enough to severely damage Patriarch Lu's golden corpse. And it was even possible for him to die. A golden corpse core can be regarded as compensation for Patriarch Lu. Yes, fellow Taoist Lu. Just accept it. The other nascent soul ancestors said one after another. There is no Yuaning ancestor who is ignorant at this time. The danger is around him. If Lu ancestor takes the initiative, they will naturally reciprocate. Ancestor Jin Kai shook his head slightly. From here, we can see the barrenness of the northern Shu continent. But in a place like this, a sword cultivator like Li Yuanba appeared, who could kill the great elder Shiming. And a Yuaning sword cultivator like the sword ancestor appeared. This had to be said to be a miracle. He looked at Ancestor Jian, and through his observations along the way, he discovered that the inheritance of Ancestor Jian was probably not the inheritance of the northern Shu continent. He seemed to see the shadow of Jian Choushao Pavilion. If this was true, he needed to be careful with the Jian ancestor. The rest time was not increased this time. Ancestor Rinsun's injuries could not be recovered in a short time. So he was arranged next to Ancestor Jian, who sent out a sword light to support Ancestor Rinsun. The reason for this arrangement is that the spiritual power consumed by the sword ancestor belongs to the Jinkai ancestor, and he does not need to participate in other battles. His only task is still to kill the light gold and silver corpse. Except for Ancestor Jian and Ancestor Renshuan. The other nascent soul ancestors gave the 4th grade Xuanjia puppets a defensive means one by one. Ancestor Jin Kai cannot have too many spare parts. If the 4th grade black armor puppet is destroyed again, the method of opening the road will need to be replaced. The nascent soul ancestors increased their consumption and rushed on their way with the nascent soul Dharma. Ancestor Jian occupied a node, and neither Ancestor Rinsun activated the nascent soul Dharma. Ancestor Jian's combat mission did not require the activation of the nascent soul Dharma. Besides, he was really embarrassed to use the spiritual power of Ancestor Jin Kai to activate the nascent soul Dharma for himself. The consequence of this is that every time the team travels for a period of time, it needs longer rest time. Fortunately, Patriarch Jinkai couldn't see through it and took out a 4th grade soul locking plate, which contained Yuaning level spiritual veins. The spiritual energy in it allowed all Yuaning ancestors to reduce the consumption of spiritual objects and recover their spirits faster. Force. Chapter 444 Method. The team of 10 nascent soul ancestors advanced carefully. Their speed was much faster. The reason was that they activated the nascent soul Dharma. Both moving and clearing the silver corpses were much faster. The 4th grade black armor puppet opened the way in front, its body covered with thick defense. A ray of golden light appeared from the feet of the 4th grade mysterious armor puppet, and a roar exploded on the 4th grade mysterious armor puppet. The defenses arranged by many nascent soul ancestors were all broken at once. It was precisely because of these defenses that the 4th grade black armor puppet was not knocked away by the first blow. Nor did it suffer any damage. Jihua attacks with all his strength. Don't let him have time to attack us, Ancestor Jin Kai said through sound transmission after discovering the golden light. The 8 nascent soul ancestors launched their own attacks with all their strength. They did not hesitate to increase their own consumption and maintain the state of the nascent soul. The attack at this time was their strongest blow. They didn't dare to have any reservations. Not to mention that the space here suppressed their strength and forced them to attack with all their strength. If the attack was a little weaker, the golden corpse would not be killed on the spot, and the golden corpse would target them on the body. They are not 4th grade black armor puppets. There is no nascent soul ancestor here who specializes in body refining, so they themselves cannot withstand the attack of the golden corpse. With the attack power of the golden corpse here, even the body refining nascent soul ancestor would be devoured by his own energy, and his defense would be greatly reduced, and he would be seriously injured by the golden corpse. Although the golden corpse has extremely fast speed and super powerful attacks, its intelligence is extremely low. It cannot deal with a 4th grade black armor puppet before it is attacked by other monks. The attack target will be shifted. So when the golden corpse attacked the 4th grade black armor puppet again, it was hit by the attacks of the 8 nascent soul ancestors. No matter how powerful the golden corpse is, its defense cannot withstand the full blow of such a multidimensional infant ancestor. The body of the golden corpse broke apart and fell heavily to the ground. Its claws were one punch away from the 4th grade mysterious puppet, but it did not hit the 4th grade mysterious puppet. Seeing that the 4th grade black armor puppet was not damaged, Patriarch Lu let out a long sigh of relief. If the 4th grade black armor puppet is destroyed, then his golden corpse will rush in front of him. According to his judgment, the defense of the golden corpse is far inferior to that of the 4th grade black armor puppet. It is estimated that as long as he encounters the space golden corpse, he will be destroyed. Killing is almost inevitable. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, Zhuo Laozu said with a smile. Not only him, but other Yuanning ancestors felt better when they saw the golden corpse being killed. The pressure this golden corpse put on them was something they rarely encountered. Now they have finally found a way to deal with the golden corpses, so that they are basically no longer in danger. The most terrifying thing about the golden corpse is its speed. If there is no target in front to attract attention, each attack will most likely take away the life of an early Yuanning monk. Hurry up and add defense to the puppet. Ancestor Lu was worried about the safety of the 4th grade black armor puppet and immediately reminded him. He was the first to cast a defensive spell, adding several 4th level defensive spells to the 4th level black armor puppet. Other nascent soul monks also applied various defensive methods to the 4th grade mysterious armor puppet, restoring the 4th grade mysterious armor puppet to its strongest defensive state. Having a way to deal with the golden corpse greatly increased their confidence. Li Shiming finally saw the palace in the 3rd level. It was a blood-red building that looked like a huge heart under the observation of divine eyes. Faintly, he felt that this heart-like palace seemed alive. As he got closer and closer to the palace, he found a pair of 10-meter-tall men standing near the gate outside the palace. These 2 big men looked like humans, but where there were 10-meter-tall humans, when they got close to a certain distance, he could sense the terrifying aura of the 4th grade spiritual beasts. It was unknown what kind of 4th grade spiritual beast these 2 big men were. Except for being 10 meters tall, there was no trace of the spiritual beast on their appearance. Li Shiming has a big head. With these 2 4th level spiritual beasts guarding the gate, how can he enter the gate? The stealth ability of the phantom dragon is indeed powerful, but its level is still too low. If you want a 4th grade spirit beast to hide itself at close range, and you need to move, you can't hide the perception of 2 4th grade spirit beasts. If they were discovered by 2 4th level spiritual beasts, both the phantom dragon and Li Shiming would be in a desperate situation. With thoughts swirling in Li Shiming's mind, he ordered the phantom dragon to retreat. After retreating for dozens of miles, he repeated his old plan. After releasing a self-propelled cannon and programming the automatic attack, the phantom dragon took him back to a location close to the palace. A 2nd grade cannonball flew towards the palace gate, targeting one of the big men. Just when the 2nd grade cannonball was approaching the big man suddenly moved. He punched the 2nd grade cannonball. The 2nd grade cannonball didn't even have time to explode before being smashed into powder by the terrifying force. Something unexpected happened to him. The big man did not fly over to find the attacker as he imagined, but returned to where he was standing. The self-propelled cannon has 20 ls, and once it attacks, it will continue until all the ls are consumed. But no matter how the cannonballs attacked and provoked, the 2 big men just destroyed the incoming cannonballs and never left the palace. Li Shiming understood that there was a high probability that these 2 big men would value protecting the palace more than anything else. It would be extremely difficult to lure away the 2 big men. He thought for a while and released a drone. Since this place is close to the palace, the only spiritual beasts are the 2 4th level spiritual beasts in front of him. There are no other spiritual beasts in sight, which allows the drone to take off safely. He had thought about flying drones before, but those big demons would attack whenever they saw something abnormal, making it difficult for drones to stay in the air. The drone flew into the air. Originally, he was worried about whether the drone could fly, but he found that the rules here only prevented the method of flying by relying on spiritual power. The drone flew in the direction it came from, while continuing to rise. Li Shiming was trying to raise the height of this space to 3,000 meters. The drone did not know whether it touched the dome of the sky or was affected by something, and could not rise any higher. At an altitude of 3,000 meters, the drone's picture was transmitted to the magic weapon Z-15. When he saw the clear picture, his heart dropped. The ones suppressed in this cave are monks, and it has little impact on the camera surveillance equipment used by drones using mortal means. He flew the drone to a safe distance from the palace. If the distance were further away, there would be a big demon. At this distance and altitude, the drone can monitor things up to more than 500 miles away. With these eyes, Li Shiming finally understood the horror of this space. In the drone surveillance screen, spiritual beasts were scattered all over the vast area. They don't need to eat. They just patrol their respective areas like guards. According to Li Shiming's observation, these big demon spirit beasts do not look like spirit beasts, but rather like puppets. He also saw a 4th grade spiritual beast. There were no other spiritual beasts within 50 miles around the 4th grade spiritual beast, which made it extremely easy to distinguish the 4th grade spiritual beast. Li Shiming's thoughts moved slightly, and he took out a blood-red stone and placed it on the ground. During this process, he had been observing the 2 big men. If the 2 big men made any move, he would ask the phantom dragon to get out of the way immediately. Even if he lost the blood-red stone, he would not be able to come into contact with the 2 big men. But it was obvious that the mission given to the 2 big men was to guard the palace. And they did not seem to be dragons. They did not have much sense of the dragon blood on the blood-red stone. So they stood motionless. Li Shiming has a special brain monitoring the distance. This blood-red stone is the treasure of the 4-clawed dragon. When he put the blood-red stone into the mustard ring, he sensed a strange connection from the distance. So the mustard ring containing the blood-red stone was put into the computer room space, completely severing the strange connection. Now, he is making use of the strange connection between the blood-red stone and the distant place. Only chaos can allow him to find a chance. Sure enough, as he imagined, the drone spotted a figure approaching quickly. It was the 4-clawed dragon that relied on its connection with the blood-red stone to find it like crazy. Li Shiming calculated the time in his mind, and at the right time, he put the blood-red stone into the mustard ring, and then put the mustard ring into the computer room space. After the 4-clawed dragon sensed the blood-red stone, it immediately rushed towards the direction it sensed. This 4-clawed dragon is an alien species in this space. It may be because the bloodline is too noble. Even though the 4-clawed dragon was transformed by Shai Gu, the power of the 4-clawed dragon's bloodline began to weaken over time. Can impose restrictions. Thousands of years ago, when the Dongtian restriction became much weaker in a short period of time for unknown reasons, the 4-clawed dragon regained consciousness once. That time when the 4-clawed dragon woke up, it discovered its surroundings. The 4th grade dragons, even if they are only 4-clawed dragons, are extremely intelligent and have the heritage of the dragons in their blood. In this regard, they are more noble than most spiritual beasts. After awakening, the 4-clawed dragon condensed part of its dragon blood into the dragon vein source crystal using a secret method. Dragon vein source crystal can slowly affect the 4-clawed dragon, allowing it to slowly escape from the restricted state. It didn't take long for the 4-clawed dragon to wake up. Soon after it used the secret method to condense the dragon vein source crystal, the cave's sky recovery restrictions were also restored, and it returned to its confused state. But the 4-clawed dragon's instinct is to hold the dragon vein source crystal tightly. It instinctively knows that the dragon vein source crystal is extremely important to it. But it lost the dragon vein source crystal. When it sensed the existence of the dragon vein source crystal again, it rushed over regardless of the space constraints on it, and could only move in its territory. Its behavior also shows that the dragon vein source crystal partially escapes the influence of the restriction. When the 4-clawed dragon was still 50 miles away from the dragon vein source crystal, it suddenly lost its perception of the dragon vein source crystal. Although it cannot sense the dragon vein source crystal, it will not stop moving. It wants to take a look and find its precious dragon vein source crystal, especially when it discovered the self-propelled cannon on the road. It felt that it had found the right one. The dragon vein source crystal was here. Weird things like self-propelled cannons are not owned by Dantian. When the four-clawed dragon flew over the self-propelled cannon, it blew a mouthful of flames at the self-propelled cannon, causing the self-propelled cannon to turn into a stream of molten metal. The phantom dragon had already left its original position and found its way to the side of the palace. The four-clawed dragon let out a roar and flew to the place where Li Shiming had put down the dragon vein source crystal. Its eyes were full of anger, and it saw the pair of big men. If it was still restricted by the cave sky, maybe it would not go to the pair of fourth-level spiritual beasts guarding the palace. But its anger at this time allowed it to get rid of the influence of this space for a short time. It rushed towards the two fourth-grade spirit beasts and let out a dragon roar. If Li Shiming understood dragon language, he would have heard that it was asking for the dragon vein source crystal from the two fourth-grade spirit beasts. But the two fourth-level spiritual beasts didn't have the dragon vein source crystal. Even if they did, they didn't have the intelligence to reply to the four-clawed dragon's question. However, when the four-clawed dragon approached the Red Palace, the two fourth-level spirit beasts moved, and they all attacked the four-clawed dragon. As guards guarding the palace, they will attack any life that comes close to the palace. Although the four-clawed dragon is also a space spirit beast, space spirit beasts perform their own duties and will not come here. The fourth-level spiritual beast, which is as big as a man, doesn't look like a human at all when it comes to fighting. They roared and their bodies expanded rapidly. Through the eyes of the phantom dragons, Li Shiming saw their peculiar fighting methods, which were completely different from those of the monk's nascent soul. Two unknown types of fourth-grade spiritual beasts. In human form, with muscles all over their bodies swollen and their skin transformed into armor with spikes. On a pair of hands, the nails became longer and glowed with a fierce light. All this happened while they were rushing towards the four-clawed dragon. When they attacked the four-clawed dragon, they had already entered a fighting form. What Li Shiming paid attention to was that in this form, he felt the breath of Yuanying. Yes, the two fourth-level spiritual beasts used their true bodies to mobilize the power of the nascent soul to transform themselves into such a form. The four-clawed dragon spit out a mouthful of flames. Two fourth-level spiritual beasts were in the air, blocking their bodies with their hands, and forcibly caught the four-clawed dragon's flames. Their arms glowed red under the burning of the flames, but it did not affect the speed of their pounce. Seeing them rushing towards the four-clawed dragon, Li Shiming thought that the four-clawed dragon was going to suffer a big loss. Although the body of the four-clawed dragon is long, it is slender and not as strong and powerful as the bodies of the two fourth-level spiritual beasts. But his expectation was wrong. The tail of the four-clawed dragon fanned out at an extremely fast speed. With a boom, a fourth-level spiritual beast was slapped by the four-clawed dragon's tail and flew out. Another fourth-grade spirit beast had a hard collision with the four-clawed dragon's claw. Both the four-clawed dragon and the fourth-grade spirit beast flew backwards. It was obvious that no one took advantage. Li Shiming was dumbfounded. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the four-clawed dragon and the two fourth-level spiritual beasts were both at the same level. 1 against 2. The four-clawed dragon was actually the same level as the two fourth-level spiritual beasts. The fight was a draw. Chapter 445 Reward. When Li Shiming thought about it, the one who could be arranged in front of the palace was definitely the strongest among the fourth-grade spiritual beasts. But in the battlefield, the four-clawed dragon faced two fourth-level spiritual beasts and fought with ease. The terrifying thing about the four-clawed dragon is that its energy and body are extremely powerful in both long-distance and close combat. Physically, it can compete with two close-combat fourth-level spiritual beasts. The long-range flames of the four-clawed dragon can also break through the defense of fourth-level spiritual beasts. What Li Shiming didn't know was that more than half of the dragon blood of this four-clawed dragon was sealed in the dragon vein source crystal, and its strength was actually far different from its heyday. Li Shiming watched the battle. The two fourth-level spiritual beasts seemed worried that the battle would affect the palace. So unknowingly, the battlefield moved far away. He originally wanted to stay and watch more battles at this level, but this opportunity was something he finally got. If the two sides really decided the winner, he might never have the chance to enter the palace again. He gave the order to the phantom dragon, and the phantom dragon walked towards the palace gate from the side. Through the eyes of the phantom dragon, Li Shiming saw the plaque on the door, which was what he guessed was the animal way. Before he could take a second look, the phantom dragon rushed through the palace gate. This main hall is no different from before. There is also a space door in the middle. It's just that this time the palace has thick blood vessels on the walls, and red blood can be seen flowing in the blood vessels. If Li Shiming wants to pass through the space door, He needs to come out of the mountain and river universe fan. After entering the palace, he didn't need to worry about the 3 4th level spirit beasts outside. The battlefield was still some distance away. Even if he was discovered, he would have enough time to enter the space gate. Coming out of the Chanhuchienkuan fan, he immediately smelled the pungent smell of blood and the complex blood fluctuations. The reason why there are complex bloodline fluctuations is because in the smell of blood, the bloodlines of many kinds of spiritual beasts are sensed. He glanced at the walls of the hall, fearing that what was flowing in the blood vessels on the walls was the blood of the spiritual beasts outside. He suspected that the spiritual beasts outside were not born naturally, or not all of them were born naturally. This palace or even this space could breed spiritual beasts. He walked towards the space door, and just before entering the space door, he gave the drone a command to self-destruct. Before he blew himself up, he took a look at the battlefield outside. He was in the palace, not far from 3 4th grade spiritual beasts. With the perception ability of 3rd grade and 4th grade spiritual beasts, he should be able to detect his presence. But it was obvious that the 3 4th level spiritual beasts did not notice him in the palace and were still fighting. The 2 4th level spiritual beasts in human form had extremely amazing defenses. Even if they were constantly repelled by the 4-clawed dragon, they were not injured at all. The 4-clawed dragon's defense was equally strong, and it suffered several heavy blows in close combat with 2 4th level spirit beasts. However, the 4-clawed dragon's movements did not slow down at all, indicating that it also did not suffer any damage. Li Shiming shook his head when he saw this. These 4th level spiritual beasts were too powerful. He had better enter the space gate earlier and stop thinking about reaping the benefits. Thinking of this, he stepped into the space door. During the space transition, he appeared in a room, which was the same as the room he entered to receive rewards in the 1st level, except that the items placed on the table in front of him were different. Congratulations on passing the animal path. You are the first person to pass the animal path test and will receive a reward, came an emotionless voice. The restrictions covering the items on the table in front of him disappeared, revealing the only item. He didn't know if there would be a reward for those who came later, but it was obvious that there was no second reward in this room. He picked up the item and before he could examine it, he was sent out of the room. Li Shiming reappeared in a vast space. His hair stood up as soon as he appeared. He felt the breath of the demon. No, it's not the breath of a demon. He quickly denied his perception. Although this breath is very similar to the breath of the demon, the violence in it is not what the demon should have. The aura of the demon is like a strategist on the battlefield, and this aura is like a general on the battlefield. Although the aura seems to come from the same source, the manifestations are different. Li Shiming quickly activated his spiritual eyes and observed the situation in the distance. With his previous experience, he knew that there would be no danger if he stood still. As long as he walked out of the entrance area, he would encounter the danger of this space. Dong dong! Dong dong! The sound of drums came, shaking his mind. If he were an ordinary gene and cultivator, perhaps the sound of the drum alone could make his mind collapse. But he has the magic weapon Z15, and all the mental effects he receives will be shared by 191 brains. In terms of resistance to this kind of mental attack, his resistance is even stronger than that of the nascent soul ancestor. He also saw the situation in front of him. They were 2 monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms, ugly faces, and a pair of protruding teeth. They were beating a huge drum with a bone. Every time the drum head is struck, a shock wave will be generated around the drum and spread out in all directions. The sound of this drum can arouse the monk's emotions, make the monk's blood boil, and make him feel unhappy if he doesn't fight. Of course, the drumbeat had little effect on Li Shiming. His mood was stable, and he looked at the 2 monsters calmly. This is Azura? Isn't this a legendary monster? He looked at the monster with 3 heads and 6 arms, and guessed what the monster was. He himself had studied the 3 heads and 6 arms, but when he originally studied the 3 doors and 6 arms, he was not based on Azura, but on the legendary image of Neza. At that time, in order to study the reasonable 3 heads and 6 arms, he consulted a lot of medical information. He didn't expect to see a real 3-headed and 6-armed creature here today, and he had the urge to catch one and study it. He wanted to see if the skeleton and muscle structure of the 3-headed and 6-armed Azura were the same as the 3-headed and 6-armed silver corpse he had transformed. Perhaps, he could also develop a method to improve the 3-headed and 6-armed silver corpse from Azura's body. This is just a thought, regardless of whether this is a real Azura or not. If it can appear in this space, it is an Azura created by Jai Gu. With Jai Ji's powerful state, Even if he is not a real Ashura, his combat power will not be weak. He tested the conditions of the space here again, and found that flying here was no problem. But the magical foot power was still unavailable. My eyesight was tested just now, and there is almost no difference from the eyesight of the outside world. It can be said that this space is much less oppressive to the monks. From this, we can also guess that the Asuras outside may not be so easy to deal with. Li Shiming did not go out immediately, but checked the reward he had just received. In his hand is a jade vase. The quality of the jade vase is grade 4. This jade vase alone is of extremely high value. His spiritual thought came into contact with the jade bottle, and a message came from the jade bottle. The information told him what was in the jade bottle and how to use it. In the jade bottle is a drop of the blood of a powerful body refining expert, who can be called a powerful person. Among immortal cultivators, he is a Mahayana monk, and among spiritual beasts, he is a 5th level person. The body refining power is a great person who specializes in body refining. It works. A drop of blood from such a being is almost equivalent to a 5th grade resource. The drop of powerful body refining blood in Li Shiming's hand is still a little short of a 5th grade resource, because it is a drop of powerful body refining blood that has lost most of its energy. This is not due to improper storage, but that it lost most of its energy when it was put into the 4th grade jade bottle. Otherwise it would not have been placed here as a reward. But this does not mean that this drop of powerful body refining blood is not precious. On the contrary, it is precisely because it has lost most of its energy that it makes this drop of powerful body refining blood easier to be absorbed by the monks. This drop of body refining blood can greatly improve the physique of Yuaning monks. If used to practice body refining techniques, it can greatly improve the body refining techniques. The most important thing is that this drop of body refining blood has the function of improving the Tao body to a certain extent. Li Shiming's eyes couldn't help but shine when he looked at the 4th grade jade bottle. If it weren't for the message from the 4th grade jade bottle, which requires the nascent soul stage to be used, he would have swallowed it on the spot. To help with the body refining technique, you could also find 4th grade body refining resources to replace it. But improving the Taoist body is different. This is the Taoist foundation for improving the monks. Just like Li Shiming, the reason why he was able to practice so quickly was actually a coincidence. His actual spiritual roots are very poor. They are 3 spiritual roots. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is difficult for 3 spiritual roots to even advance to the foundation building stage, let alone the golden elixir stage. When he was practicing, he accidentally created the 5 elements receiving chi formation in the spirit lake. Since then, the 5 elements receiving chi formation has greatly increased his cultivation speed. Li Shiming has a clear understanding of his talent. He and his clone Li Yuanba have 3 spiritual roots and 1 heavenly spiritual root. If he did not rely on other means, his cultivation speed would not be as fast as his clone Li Yuanba. Look at him. He is now in the middle stage of the golden core, while Li Yuanba is already in the late stage of the golden core. Of course, there are all kinds of opportunities, but you have to know that the best resources can be used on him, like nascent soul-level spiritual veins, like top-level spiritual pills, etc. Even so, the cultivation speed of the main body is still slower than that of the clone. This is the difference between the 3 spiritual roots and the heavenly spiritual roots. And the drop of powerful body refining blood in his hand is the spiritual object that enhances his foundation. In fact, Li Shiming still underestimated this drop of body refining powerful blood, who can become the ancestor of nascent soul, who is not a stunningly talented person. The impact of this drop of powerful body refining blood on the Taoist body of the ancestor of nascent soul will greatly increase the possibility of breaking through the Mahayana stage. This is the greatest function of this drop of powerful body refining blood. Li Shiming put away the 4th grade jade bottle and placed it in the computer room space. He looked into the distance, thought for a moment, and summoned the heavenly ghost. The heavenly ghost wrapped his body, and the heavenly ghost's breath was very similar to the breath of this space. He wanted to see if he could use the heavenly ghost to sneak through again. This time, he was extremely careful. He first tentatively flew out of the entrance area and slowly approached the 2 Asuras. The Shinai stared at the 2 Asuras, and once they made any move, he would fly back to the entrance area. A strange thing happened. Not long after the ghost wrapped his body, the drum stopped and the 2 Asuras put down their bones and stood still. Fake? Li Shiming couldn't help but secretly thought when he saw this situation. He did not dare to fly close. Asura's 3 heads and 6 pairs of eyes had no blind spots. No matter which direction he flew, he could not escape the sight of his eyes. But he was clearly not invisible. But his aura was covered by the ghost. So Azura treated him as if he were air. He didn't know whether this was Azura's own problem, or whether it was a glimmer of hope intentionally left by Jigu. But apparently he had great luck and found a way through. This time, since the Azuras on the way were stationary, and he could fly, he moved forward at a faster speed. He was unable to sense Azura's strength. Azura's realm was not the realm of immortality. Just like the original demon, the demon even looks extremely weak. But the demon can pull monks in the nascent soul stage, or even the Mahayana stage, into the endless abyss. He did not see Azura's battle. And at the same time, he had no interest in fighting Azura at the middle stage of the Golden Core. While Li Shiming was flying, he was thinking about when the nascent soul ancestors would catch up with him. At this time, the team of nascent soul ancestors was still advancing in the Hungry Ghost path. And their advancement speed was very slow. It's not that they were traveling slowly. After they mastered the method of dealing with the Golden Corpse, their traveling speed was much faster. But the time they need to rest increases. Every time they rest, they have to absorb the spiritual energy in the nascent soul level spiritual veins to restore their own consumption. A break took 4 hours, which made their advancement slower than before. On the contrary, their harvest was good. The Golden Corpse became their resource, and the core of the Golden Corpse was distributed by them. And it was no longer exclusive to Ancestor Lu. However, with their speed, they didn't know how long it would take them to reach the palace of the Hungry Ghost realm. But they didn't dare to speed up, although they have found a way to deal with the Golden Corpse. As long as they are careless in the slightest, they will suffer heavy losses. Ancestor Rinsun is a role model. Even after such a long time, Ancestor Rinsun has not recovered his fighting ability. In his case, it would be difficult to recover without decades of seclusion. Li Shiming was flying in the Azura space. After discovering that the aura of heavenly ghosts could cover up his aura, he became much bolder. He kept observing the situation on the ground. All the Azuras along the way were the same, and there were no more powerful ones. Hey! He was flying and found a giant drum below, but he didn't notice the existence of Azura. This discovery surprised him. This was the first time he encountered it along the way. He was very curious about this giant drum. He must know that when Azura beat the giant drum, even if he was in the safe area of the entrance, he was affected by the sound of the drum. It was him. If other monks were there, they would be affected by the sound of the drums and rush out of the safe area of the entrance to challenge Azura. Chapter 446 Humanity. Li Shiming came to the giant drum. This giant drum looked small in the sky, but when you really stood in front of it, you would find that the diameter of the drum surface alone was 3 meters in diameter. His mind fell on the giant drum, and he checked the condition of the giant drum. The skin of the giant drum is the skin of an unknown creature. There are natural runes on the surface of the skin. The drum body is made of 4th grade spiritual wood, and the drum frame is made of the bones of a powerful creature. The drum hammer next to the giant drum is a long bone. The aura of both the giant drum and the drum hammer has reached the 4th level. Although this giant drum has not been refined into a magic weapon, he has heard Azura beating this giant drum and knows that the power of the giant drum is extremely terrifying. He tried it, and put the giant drum into his space item. He has received the inheritance of the 6-finger sound demon. Although the 6-finger sound demon majors in piano, he has dabbled in any other instrument. So this giant drum is still of some use to him. Especially this level. The 4th level giant drum is definitely a top treasure in the Beishu continent. After Li Shiming collected the giant drum, he had some greedy thoughts. Since Azura could not find him, he flew around in this space, trying to find the giant drum with Azura next to it. Obviously, being able to find this giant drum that existed alone probably meant that there was something wrong with Azura here. He spent a lot of time and never found any giant drum again. Finally he found the palace here, and no Azuras were found around the palace. But as he approached the palace, he understood why there were no Azuras guarding it. The palace was completely dark, with complex relief carvings on it. It was unknown whether it was the palace itself or the effect of the relief carvings. When he was 100 meters close to the palace, he felt a terrifying pressure. In his perception, this coercion was many times greater than the coercion emitted by the ancestor of nascent soul. However, the coercion of Yuaning ancestor not only has an effect on the spirit, but also has an effect on the body at the physical level. The coercion emanating from the palace has purely a spiritual effect. On the mental level, Li Shiming's endurance is extremely strong. He has 191 brains to share the mental pressure. no matter how strong the mental pressure is. After it is reduced to 191%, the damage that the power can cause is reduced to the extreme. Therefore, although Li Shiming felt that the pressure of the palace was very strong, he still walked towards the palace gate. The first person who couldn't bear it was Tian Gui. Tian Gui sent a signal to him. Tian Gui was almost invulnerable. But this did not include spiritual attacks. Even with the weakening of the demon's outer SHL, the demon itself is only at the 3rd level. And the mental suppression is beyond its endurance. And it will be too much for it. Li Shiming's mind moved and he took Tian Gui into the computer room. He walked towards the palace gate step by step. With every step he took, the pressure from the palace would increase. When he was still 1 meter away from the palace gate, he felt that he had reached his limit. The mental pressure was reduced to 191%. But the pressure generated by the palace in front of him was too strong. He also didn't want to think about it. This was a cave set up by the great powers of the Mahayana stage to select the inheritors. The only ones who could enter the eyes of the great powers of the Mahayana stage were the ancestors of the nascent soul stage. Since he has to choose, he will not be an ordinary Yuan Ying stage ancestor. Besides, according to the judgment of the master of this room, Jai Gu, it is difficult for the weak nascent soul ancestor to reach the ultimate level even if he gets his inheritance. And he cannot keep this inheritance. Therefore, all the tests here are conducted according to the standards of the top geniuses among Yuan Ying monks. Who would have thought that Li Shiming used loopholes one by one to reach the 4th level and pass the 4th level with only 1 meter left? When he looked up, he could see the plaque above the door, which said, Azura. Li Shiming didn't dare to move forward. The magic weapon Z15 sent a warning. If the mental pressure increased again, Z15 would be unable to bear it and collapse. He looked at the last meter and thought of a possibility. Without any hesitation, he took out the 4th grade pulse-locking disc, sat on top of the 4th grade pulse-locking disc, and opened the nascent soul-level spiritual veins. It was here that he practiced the 5 rhymes chi training technique. He had sensed the loosening of promotion bottlenecks long ago. Now that he practiced the 5 rhymes chi training technique, the bottleneck in his body was immediately broken. A large amount of spiritual energy poured into his body, and the 5 golden elixirs greedily absorbed the spiritual energy. When reaching a critical point, the 5 golden elixirs shook together, and the quality of the golden elixirs improved. Just in front of Azura's palace, he was promoted to a late-stage Jin Den monk. After being promoted to a late-stage Jin Den monk, his ability to withstand mental pressure improved a bit. Due to his new promotion, only 1/10 of the spiritual power in his body was left. But his spiritual power was more solid and his power increased several times. If he fights at this time, to be honest, he may not be as strong as before. He can only fight for a short period of time. Once the fighting time is too long, his spiritual power will not be enough to supply the needs of the battle. But fortunately, he did not need to fight. With the help of his mental endurance, he had reached the late stage of the golden elixir. And after the calculation of the natal magic weapon Z15, he took the last step and the last meter. He only felt as if his spirit was pressing down on a huge mountain. If this pressure lasted for more than 2 breaths, he would not be able to bear it. He didn't need to endure more than 2 breaths. After taking this step, he entered the gate. As soon as he entered the gate, he felt light, and all the mental pressure disappeared. He looked back at the door, shook his head with lingering fear, and breathed a sigh of relief. If the test outside the palace had been 1 more meter away, he would not have been able to pass. If I hadn't received the spiritual energy reward before, I might have had to wait until the nascent soul ancestors came over. Li Shiming thought with emotion. Of course, meeting up with the nascent soul ancestors is the worst option. Even if he is the best alchemy master in the northern Shu continent, and can provide the nascent soul ancestors with top-notch alchemy. But he didn't know whether the nascent soul ancestors would capture him, and search for his soul for the sake of harvesting from this cave. You must know that even if he does take out the rewards obtained from the cave, the nascent soul ancestors will still guess whether he has something to hide. The reward from Dantian is not an ordinary spiritual object, but something that the ancestors of nascent soul are jealous of. It is also related to Li Shiming's future cultivation, and he does not want to take it out. He originally thought that the spiritual energy reward he got in the 2nd level was the worst. But only then did he realize that without the reward in the 2nd level, he might not be able to pass this level at all. It was Z15 that absorbed a large amount of mental energy, so that the 190 CPU virtual brains had their own mental energy, which allowed him to withstand such terrifying mental pressure. Li Shiming observed the main hall. And there was another space door in the middle. On the surrounding walls were the glorious history of the Azura clan. The pictures of war and death made him feel manic after looking at them. He looked away. Everything here was too weird. He thought Azura was fake before. But the reliefs in the palace were extremely detailed in history. The natal magic weapon Z15 records everything in the hall and becomes data for future research. He did not stay here longer and entered the space door. When Li Shiming appeared in the familiar room, his body suddenly stepped back, startled by what he saw in front of him. Anyone who has met an Azura will react the same way as him, or even more violently than him. When an Azura suddenly appears in front of him, he calmed down his emotions, and through his divine vision, he discovered that the Azura in front of him was blocked by a restriction. This made him think of the protection measures for reward items. This Azura has the same protection measures as the previous reward items. Congratulations on passing the Azura test. You are the first person to pass the Azura test and will receive a reward. As he was thinking about it, an emotionless voice came. Li Shiming watched in horror as the restrictions on the Azura in front of him disappeared. He was afraid that the Azura in front of him would attack him, although the possibility of Azura as a reward to attack him was extremely low. The appearance of such mythical beings still made him unable to suppress his instinctive fear. Azura was motionless and seemed lifeless. In fact, in Li Shiming's perception, Azura does not seem to be alive. He tried to use his spiritual thoughts to explore the past, and his spiritual thoughts contacted Azura. He found that the Azura was indeed not a living body, and a message was sent back from his spiritual thoughts. This is a puppet made from the body of Azura. Only monks who have passed the test of Azura Palace can control it. Forcibly controlling a monk whose spirit is weaker than this standard will cause the spirit to suffer backlash. Li Shiming woke up from the joy of obtaining such a powerful puppet. He cheated when he passed the Azura Palace test. It does not mean that his spirit has reached the standard. In other words, the Azura puppet he got, like the ghost bracelet and the body refining powerful blood before, can only be looked at. If he wants to use it, he doesn't know how long it will take. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. This cave was too advanced. He put the Azura puppet into the mustard ring, and then he was teleported out. Just when he thought he was about to come to another space, he suddenly found that he was in a hall, and not far in front of him was the space door. Is this level so easy? Li Shiming said to himself in surprise. The previous tests were all in huge spaces, which were almost equivalent to a world. For this test, you only need to walk the distance in front of you to enter the space gate. Before he left, he took a look at the layout of the hall. On the walls, the ground, and the dome, there are all faces, old and young, male and female, some laughing, some sad, some crying, some angry, some sad, some their faces showed greed, and some of their eyes showed surprise. It seemed that all the emotions in the world appeared on the faces of the people in the hall. This is humanity! Li Shiming had some enlightenment. He took one step forward, and something changed before his eyes. He turned into a newborn baby, being held in the arms of a young woman, with a heroic man standing next to him. A strange energy was blinding his consciousness, but the magic weapon Z15 blocked this strange energy. If he really allowed this strange energy to successfully blind his consciousness, then he would become that baby and fall into the life of a baby, because his consciousness was not blinded. It only took one day after he became a baby that the world in front of him was shattered. At this time, Li Shiming's step happened to fall. According to the calculation of the natal magic weapon Z15, only one breath of time had passed. Li Shiming knew that he had fallen into an illusion just now, but the illusion was too real. If he was really blinded by the strange energy, it might be a real life for him. He didn't understand the meaning of this test, but with the existence of the magic weapon Z15, he boldly took the second step. In the second step, his eyes changed again. This time he became a beggar. The strange energy appeared again, trying to blind his consciousness, but it also failed. Another day passed. The world was shattered, and he returned to reality and took the second step. With every step he takes, he will change his identity and enter a new world. He has become a scholar, an official, an emperor, a farmer, a bandit, a knight, etc. But due to the existence of the magic weapon Z15, he can stay awake every time he enters. He knows who he is, and will not assume any of these identities. Middle. After 10 steps in total, he entered the space door. Li Shiming did not realize the difficulty of this test of humanity. In fact, The difficulty of this test was more troublesome than the previous ones. As for the previous test, as long as you find the right method and have enough strength, you can pass the test. But this level is a test of the human heart. The test sends the monks into illusions one after another. These illusions, combined with the power of the human palace, make the monks who enter the illusion forget everything about themselves and become the identity arranged by the illusion. The identity arranged by the illusion will encounter countless tests. These tests are conducted from all aspects of human nature. Once you lose one, you will fail the test and lose yourself forever, turning into a human face on the wall of the hall. Li Shiming appeared in the room where he received the reward. He saw a dark golden jade slip protected by a band on the table in front of him. This is the jade slip of the cultivation technique. He frowned slightly. Without much joy. He is not bad at skills. The 5 rhymes chi training technique he is currently practicing is the top skill. In terms of body training techniques, he has the Tai Ching Xian turtle technique. Most importantly, the condition of the 5 golden elixirs in his body made it impossible for him to practice other techniques. Congratulations on passing the humanity test. You are the first person to pass the humanity test and will receive a reward, came an emotionless voice. Sure enough, as the restrictions on the dark gold jade slip on the table in front of him disappeared, the reward this time was the dark gold jade slip. Although I am reluctant, this is the only reward. Besides, if I think about the techniques that can be used during the Mahayana period, they must be of extremely high grade, and they may be useful in the future. Li Shiming reached out and picked up the dark gold jade slip. As soon as he put the dark gold jade slip away, he was sent out of the reward room. Chapter 447 Inheritance. He was in the main hall again. But this time, the main hall was larger than any previous hall. The inside of the main hall gave Li Shiming a feeling that this was a separate world. Li Shiming looked at the 2 white jade pillars in the main hall, the upper half of which stood between the white flowers. If there were no restrictions on his vision in the main hall, he would not even be able to see the top of the main hall clearly like before. Under his feet was the same white jade ground. This is no ordinary white jade. Judging by its grade, the grade of this white jade is as high as the 4th grade. He looked at the amount of white jade used in this hall, and he came up with the idea that this powerful man named Jaigu might have robbed the treasure troves of many forces. It's not that he is short-sighted, but in his impression, any 4th grade material is extremely precious. Where have I seen 4th grade white jade used to pave the floor and build interiors? How much 4th grade white jade is needed? However, he quickly realized that he could not calculate the required materials based on the quantities he saw. Perhaps the main hall in front of you is only carved from a small piece of 4th grade white jade. It is the power of the Almighty that makes this place look so majestic. Of course, these are all Li Shiming's conjectures. Judging from the 6 paths, this should be the final way of heaven. He looked at his feet. The ground paved with white jade extended to the front. There was a step going up in front, and there was a chair made of white jade. He took a cautious step and found that nothing unusual happened. He walked forward until he reached the steps. A shadow suddenly appeared and sat on the white jade chair. This is a young man. When his eyes looked at Li Shiming, there was surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that the chosen successor would be just a minor cultivator at the Golden Core stage, the man said with a smile. There was a strange rhythm in his voice, and his voice seemed to have a special connection with the entire hall. Hearing this voice seemed to be the natural sound of the world. Li Shiming heard the man call him Jindanki Shushu, and knew in his heart that the man in front of him should be Shaigu. He couldn't help but feel vigilant. He had experienced body snatching, and knew how crazy powerful monks were in order to survive. Junior Li Shiming has met Senior Zhai. However, he still respectfully said, okay, with a salute. What this kind of being wants to do is beyond his ability to stop. He just hopes that his guess is wrong. Don't worry. I myself have fallen. This is just a little spiritual incarnation. After the successor appears, this spiritual incarnation will also be accomplished and will disappear. The powerful spiritual incarnation of Jaigu saw what Li Shiming was thinking, and he said with a smile, Li Shiming, your realm is too low. Whether you can protect the inheritance depends on you. If you are in danger, you can hide in the cave. However, the cave can only be opened once every 1,000 years. With your realm after entering the cave, it would be difficult for Shou Yuan to wait until the next opening. Since you have passed the test, I will still hand over the inheritance to you, the spiritual incarnation said with a human helpless expression. Li Shiming just bowed and listened without speaking. He didn't know what the inheritance was, nor what was going to happen next in Dantian. Anyway, The great master Jiagu would do whatever he said, and he would take whatever was given to him. He was originally worried about whether there would be problems if he cheated and passed the test. But after hearing what Jiagu said about the powerful spiritual avatar, it seemed that the spiritual avatar did not have much decision-making power, no matter how worried the spiritual avatar was about inheritance. Passing the test, we still have to leave the inheritance to him. The spiritual incarnation is indeed very helpless. The test of the cave is very difficult, let alone the golden elixir stage monks. Even if the nascent soul monk wants to pass, even top geniuses cannot do it. In fact, if there are multiple monks who have passed the inheritance, the spiritual incarnation will never choose him. Li Shiming's level is too low. Li Shiming first needs to advance to the nascent soul stage. This is an important level. Only becoming a Yuanying stage monk can meet the minimum requirements for inheritance. Why don't you kneel down to worship me? The spiritual incarnation said with a soft drink. Only then did Li Shiming realize that he could not accept the inheritance of Jiagu without an explanation. He knelt on the ground and cowed 9 times seriously until the spiritual incarnation spoke. Get up! Everything about being a teacher is in the inheritance. You will take your time to see from now on. The spiritual incarnation stretched out a finger. The finger was several meters away from Li Shiming's forehead, but the finger passed through the space and pointed at Li Shiming, above the forehead. During the whole process, Li Shiming couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. His finger seemed to contain some kind of rules of heaven and earth, making it inevitable for him to avoid. Unlike Li Shiming's imagination of massive data transmission, a finger pointed at his forehead, and a ball of light appeared in his mind. He could feel that there was countless knowledge in the light ball, but he could not see clearly like seeing flowers in a fog. This inheritance can only be viewed in your nascent soul stage. God has chosen you to be my disciple. I hope you can pass on my inheritance. The spiritual incarnation took a deep look at Li Shiming and said, Master, this disciple will definitely be able to do it. Li Shiming solemnly assured, I will send the other tested monks thousands of miles away, and then it's all up to you. The spiritual incarnation finally said. The spiritual incarnation smiled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, his body quickly faded away. It seemed that this operation greatly consumed his own energy. Soon the spiritual incarnation faded to the point where it was almost invisible, and finally disappeared. The 10 nascent soul ancestors were still fighting against the golden corpses. This time they encountered 2 golden corpses, making this battle particularly brutal. Ancestor Lu of the Disha sect was ranked 2nd in the team. This was no problem. After many battles, the experience gained was that the golden corpse would only attack the monk at the front. With the 4th grade black armor puppet around, Ancestor Lu will not be attacked. But who would have expected that this time they encountered 2 golden corpses? One golden corpse did attack the 4th grade black armor puppet, but the target of the other golden corpse was the 2nd-ranked Ancestor Lu. All the nascent soul ancestors focused their attacks on the golden corpse attacking the 4th grade black armor puppet. When a second golden corpse was discovered, the golden corpse's attack had already fallen on Ancestor Lu. This blow directly severely damaged Lu Patriarch's nascent soul form and knocked his nascent soul form back into his body. Ancestor Lu activated a life-saving talisman, and his figure turned into a stream of light, appearing behind the golden corpse of Ancestor Lu. Although the life-saving talisman can escape very far, in this space environment, it is safest only to be with all the ancestors of Yuanying. The purpose of this life-saving talisman is to avoid receiving a second blow from the golden corpse. Because of Lu Ancestor's condition, he would die on the spot if he received another blow from the golden corpse. Ancestor Jin Kai's attack was the fastest and landed on Jin Ji, almost smashing half of his body. But the golden corpse was not killed. The reaction speed of other nascent soul ancestors could not keep up with the speed of Jin Kai Ancestor, and the attack was a step slower, allowing the golden corpse to still launch a counterattack after receiving a blow. Although the golden corpse suffered extremely serious injuries, its speed was not greatly affected. With just a flash of golden light, the figure of the golden corpse appeared in front of Ancestor Jin Kai, and at the same time, his intact fist struck the nascent soul dharma of Ancestor Jin Kai. Ancestor Jin Kai's face turned pale. The attack of this golden corpse may be the reason why Ancestor Jin Kai was severely injured. Its power exceeded any previous golden corpse. His 4th-level defensive magic weapon was instantly swallowed up with a large amount of spiritual energy and knocked away. And then he continued to hit it with this punch. At this time, the attacks of other nascent soul ancestors also arrived, and the golden corpse's body was covered by the attacks of the nascent soul ancestors. But the last punch still hit the body of Jin Kai Ancestor. Ahem! Ancestor Jin Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood. His breath became weaker. But he did not completely lose his fighting power. The two golden corpses were beheaded. Several nascent soul ancestors did not immediately collect the cores of the golden corpses. Instead, they looked at the injured two nascent soul ancestors, with worried looks in their eyes. The two nascent soul ancestors were severely injured. And together with the previous Rinsun ancestor, 3 of the 10 nascent soul ancestors lost their fighting capacity. In particular, Patriarch Jinkai was seriously injured, which made it impossible for the 4th grade Xuanjia puppet to clear the way and provide spiritual power to Patriarch Jin. The most important thing was that Patriarch Jinkai was the most powerful in this team. How can one move forward in this situation? Just when they were about to speak, they felt the repulsion of this space. A monk has passed the test, Ancestor Jinkai exclaimed. He rarely lost his temper like this. On the one hand, he was injured, which affected his state of mind. On the other hand, he couldn't believe that even with their team of nascent soul monks, they could not complete the test. They completed the test faster. You must know that they have only reached the 2nd level and are unable to go further. Based on their previous guesses, there are most likely 6 levels here. It's a pity that no matter how unwilling they are, they can't resist the rejection of space. Ancestor Lu was still looking at the golden corpse on the ground, but he could no longer take out the core of the golden corpse. With reluctance and unwillingness in his eyes, his figure disappeared into the space. The figures of the 10 nascent soul ancestors appeared in different directions thousands of miles away. As soon as they appeared in the real world, they all judged the environment they were in. And then, they all looked in one direction from different directions, which was the location where the cave appeared. Ancestor Jinkai took a spiritual elixir, took out a talisman and slapped it on his body, forcibly suppressing the injuries on his body. It only took him 2 breaths to do this, and he couldn't wait to fly towards the cave's sky. The other nascent soul ancestors, even the seriously injured ancestor Rinsun, were also rushing towards the cave's sky. Everyone knows that since they were kicked out of Dongtian midway, it means that Dongtian has a successor. Although they failed the test, it does not mean that they cannot obtain inheritance and treasures from the inheritors. Li Shiming was also sent out of the cave, but he appeared in his original position with a small crystal ball in his hand. He felt that there was a certain connection between himself and the crystal ball, and he could control the crystal ball as long as he wanted. But it is not that easy to open the crystal ball. It requires an extremely large amount of energy. Today, the crystal ball only has enough energy to open it once. But Li Shiming's own level is too low, and the energy in his body cannot meet the conditions for the crystal ball to open. The crystal ball was naturally transformed from Dongtian. After he accepted the inheritance, he became the master of Dongtian. Just as the spiritual incarnation of Jigu said, if Li Shiming opens the cave, the energy in the cave can only open it once. After he enters the cave will be closed. It will be 1,000 years before the cave's sky is filled with energy again. Li Shiming's golden elixir realm. Even if he cultivates to the nascent soul stage in the cave, he will consume the energy in the cave to cultivate. Even if he reaches the nascent soul stage, he will not be able to meet the conditions for opening the cave and needs to consume the cave. Energy supplement. But when you are in the cave, no matter how you practice, you are consuming the energy of the cave. It's like an endless loop from which he can never break out. We can only wait for Dongtian to absorb energy from the void on its own, which will take thousands of years. If Li Shiming could not practice in the cave to the middle stage of Yuanying, with his lifespan in the early stage of Yuanying, his lifespan would be exhausted before the cave opened. Although there are many treasures in the cave, there are not many cultivation resources. The possibility of cultivating to the middle stage of nascent soul is not high. Therefore, Li Shiming would not choose to enter the cave unless he encountered a certain death situation. He contacted the drone satellite system and saw 10 blurry figures in the void flying towards here. There are 10 nascent soul ancestors in all directions. If there is no drone satellite system, and you choose a direction to escape at random, there is a high possibility of meeting one of the nascent soul ancestors. Li Shiming activated South close to the end of the world. With his current state of the late golden elixir, coupled with his peak mental power, the distance he could use, South close to the end of the world, was a distance of 3 miles at a time. Moreover, in order to leave this place as soon as possible, when activating South close to the end of the world, he used 10 brains at the same time. The moving distance of South close to the end of the world is longer than that of Lotus is born step by step, but the consumption is more than 10 times more than that of Lotus is born step by step. Li Shiming has just been promoted to the late stage of Jindan. His spiritual power stock is limited, but he only needs a short burst to escape the encirclement of 10 nascent soul ancestors, and he can switch to the less consuming Ubu Shanglian. The direction he chose happened to be a neutral position, and he used his full strength to use so close. There was not even a gap between each. So far. His figure only appeared every 3 miles, and then disappeared again before it fully appeared. Venerable Hike was the fastest. He used close to the end of the world, followed by Patriarch Jinkai. Although Patriarch Jinkai took 2 more breaths to take the elixir and suppress the injury with a talisman, his realm was in the middle stage of Yuanying. The methods are not comparable to those of monks from the northern Shu continent. Venerable Hike and Patriarch Jinkai looked at each other, and then looked in other directions, trying to find out where the man left. Chapter 448 Return. Li Shiming didn't know what Great Master Jigu, or the spiritual incarnation, was thinking, but he actually scattered the 10 nascent soul ancestors in 10 directions thousands of miles away. If he hadn't had the help of the drone satellite system, he might have met one of the nascent soul ancestors, and then he would have been unable to preserve the existence of the cave. Even if he could not save his life, Dongtian's interests were too great, beyond imagination. Even the ancestors of nascent soul would not let him go because of his status as an alchemy master. In fact, Li Shiming didn't know that this was actually the last test of Dongtian Na's spiritual incarnation. Although he has received the inheritance of Jigu, this inheritance is also closely related to Dongtian. Once he falls, this inheritance will automatically return to Dongtian. After the cave loses its master, it will return to the void. Different from the previous situation. After returning to the void this time, it is not so easy to open the cave. The reason why the cave was able to open before was because there was enough energy accumulated inside. After losing its owner, the cave will be forcibly closed for 1,000 years, and will be reopened after 1,000 years, waiting for the monks to enter and accept the test. The only difference from this test is that without the spiritual incarnation of Jigu, the inheritor cannot become a disciple of Jigu. The spiritual incarnation of Dongtian has dissipated, and even the inheritance itself will be passed on by Dongtian to the inheritors who pass the test. A powerful Dongtian, unless someone powerful takes action, cannot easily fall into the hands of Yuanying monks. If you want to master Dongtian, you need to pass the test and become the inheritor. Li Shiming didn't know that this was the final test, but he didn't need to think about it. If the spiritual incarnation sends the 10 nascent soul ancestors closer, maybe the surrounding of the 10 nascent soul ancestors can detect him. But with his divine foot power, if he wanted to escape, as long as he was not surrounded, it would be difficult even for Venerable Huiku to catch him. Although his natal magic weapon Z15 does not have a strong combat effect, its auxiliary ability is unique. After he was far away from the position of the 10 nascent soul ancestors, he switched to Bubu Xinglian and hurried on. Go into seclusion when you get back, he muttered to himself as he helplessly sensed the spiritual power in the 5 golden elixirs in his body. That is to say, he has 5 golden elixirs, and his total spiritual power is 5 times that of a normal golden elixir monk. This allows him to consume such a large amount of spiritual energy when he has just broken through to the late stage of the golden elixir and has not yet stabilized his realm. Force. He didn't dare to stay outside for too long. Fortunately, he could still judge the capabilities of the Yuanying ancestors in the northern Shu continent. The monks who wanted to discover him and enter the cave in advance simply couldn't do it. But Jinkai, Patriarch of Tianqing Trading Company, is not something he can judge. As long as he returns to the sect, even if Jinkai Patriarch finds clues, he will not be able to chase him to the mountain gate. Of course, he was overthinking it. Although Great Master Jigu would test the inheritors, he was already his disciple after all, and it was impossible for him to leave any trace behind after passing the final test. When he returned to the mountain gate, he didn't say hello to any monks. He just sent a message to his master, Elder Su, saying that he felt something in his heart and was going to retreat for a while. What did you say? Shiming said he had something to do and was going into seclusion? Patriarch Fan has been very concerned about Li Shiming's affairs recently. He had already told Elder Su to inform him as soon as he had any news. After learning Elder Su's report, he asked excitedly. You can't blame him for being so excited. Li Shiming's cultivation has improved rapidly, reaching the peak of the middle stage of Jin Dan a few months ago. If Patriarch Fan hadn't understood that promotion to the Golden Core stage could not be counterproductive, he would have wanted to use some means to help Li Shiming break through. In fact, Li Shiming's promotion to the later stage of Jin Dan was extremely important to him. He has several 4th grade elixirs in his hand. And he even knows that although the alchemy masters in the late Jin Dan period say that they can refine 4th grade elixirs, the time and energy required to refine them is huge. It takes 10 days. As Li Shiming's master, he had the best conditions. So Patriarch Fan naturally wanted to be ranked first. If the ancestor of nascent soul really came to his door and asked Li Shiming to make an elixir before him, he would have to wait for many more days. Yes, based on my understanding of Shiming, I am afraid that he would send me such a message because he felt that he was getting promoted. Elder Su replied with a slight sadness in his heart, but also with a strange feeling of happiness. It is not uncommon in the world of cultivating immortals for a master to be inferior to his disciple. But it took only 20 or 30 years for a disciple to catch up with the master, who was in the middle stage of the golden core. This made him, as a master, always feel that there was something wrong with his talent. Okay, let's keep this news sealed for now. Even if Shiming is successfully promoted, the news must be kept sealed for a while. Patriarch Fan laughed. And then he continued. When Shiming comes out of seclusion, you and I, he said, take the elixir needed to refine the 4th grade elixir from me. Don't be afraid of failure. Ancestor Fan is very shrewd. He is Li Shiming's master. Even if he loses 1 or 2 4th grade elixirs, it doesn't matter. Li Shiming owed this great favor, and it was easy to make up for his loss. On behalf of Shiming, I would like to thank Master. Elder Su bowed and thanked his disciple. Li Shiming didn't know the communication process between Elder Su and Ancestor Fan. He had entered a state of seclusion and was practicing the 5 rhymes chi training technique in the aura environment of Yuaning level spiritual veins. With his ability, in addition to practicing his main skills, he can also do many things at the same time. He first prepared the 3rd grade corpse refining materials long ago and arranged the corpse refining formation in the corpse refining space to help the silver corpses advance to the late silver corpse stage one by one. He now has 14 silver corpses, and one of them is placed in his secular home. That silver corpse is no longer able to enjoy such treatment. Nowadays, silver corpse Shashing is still in the early stage of silver corpse. But silver corpse Shashing stays in the underground space at home. With the formation he has arranged, after hundreds of years, he will probably be able to advance to the middle stage of silver corpse. And these silver corpses around him enjoy the top-notch treatment. There are not many monks in the entire northern Shu continent who can be so generous, with limited resources, to cultivate silver corpses. However, Li Shiming cultivated 13 silver corpses at once. And if they were not restricted by the realm of these silver corpses would have reached a higher level long ago. His promotion to the late golden core stage this time brought about an increase in strength not only for himself, but also for his 13 silver corpses and phantom dragons. Silver corpses and phantom dragons have no restrictions, and can be promoted to the late stage of silver corpse and the late stage of great demon respectively. It is easy to improve the strength of the silver corpse. Just invest a lot of 3rd grade corpse refining resources. As for the phantom dragon, he took out the dragon vein source crystal and put it aside. When he released the phantom dragon immediately pounced on the dragon vein source crystal without his instructions, and its entire body tightly wrapped around the dragon vein source crystal. In Li Shiming's induction, the phantom dragon was in extreme excitement, but soon fell into a deep sleep. He didn't care about the phantom dragon's affairs. According to his judgment, when the phantom dragon wakes up from its slumber, there will probably be great changes. Just think about the 4th grade 4-clawed dragon, who is extremely crazy for this dragon vein source crystal. And you can judge how precious this dragon vein source crystal is. Especially since the phantom dragon still has dragon blood. I believe that the hope of the phantom dragon transforming into a dragon lies in this dragon vein source crystal. As for the silver corpse, after investing in the 3rd grade corpse refining resources, he didn't have to worry about it. And he would just wait slowly. There is no danger in the promotion of silver corpse from the midterm to the late stage. It is just a small improvement in realm. Li Shiming took out a dark golden jade slip, which was the reward he got from the cave. Compared to the invisible and unavailable cave heaven and cave heaven inheritance, this dark golden jade slip was relatively accessible. But he didn't know whether the techniques inside would be useful to him. On this point, he didn't have too many expectations. A piece of his spiritual thought entered the dark golden jade slip. Sure enough, it was a technique, but it was different from what he imagined. It was a spiritual cultivation technique. It is not that there are no spiritual cultivation techniques in the Beishu continent. Before the golden core stage, There were many spiritual cultivation techniques. However, after the golden core stage, it is difficult to find spiritual cultivation techniques. Even if there are spiritual cultivation methods, there are still big flaws. Just like the main cultivation method of Yin-Yang sect has a spiritual cultivation effect. But Li Shiming does not want to practice the kind of cultivation method that relies on dual cultivation. It's not that he has any objections to dual cultivation, but the cultivation of Yin-Yang and I-Ching will make women more beautiful, but men will become ugly. The most important thing is that in the end, male and female Taoists can only achieve one of them. This is very different from Li Shiming's principles of doing things. He will not practice Yin-Yang and I-Ching. This spiritual cultivation technique is called Human Reincarnation Technique. He cannot judge its grade. It is at least much higher than the Tian Sleeping Dream Technique he is currently practicing. If it can be placed in the cave as a reward, it will not be anything low-grade stuff. Li Shiming recorded the content of The Art of Reincarnation of Humanity in Z15 and analyzed it first in Z15. The Reincarnation Art of Humanity does not have the previous cultivation experience. It only has a separate cultivation method. Everyone, I won't hide it anymore. When Tianjin Trading Company came to the northern Shu continent, they found clues that the great master Shai Good left a cave here. Judging from the current situation, some monks have obtained the inheritance of the great master Shai Gu. Even Dong Tian was obtained. We have to find him in the shortest time. Otherwise, when he completes the inheritance of Dong Tian, he may not be able to think about it anymore, but will become a threat to us. Patriarch Jin Kai looked at all the Yuaning ancestors and said in a deep voice. Ancestor Lu communicated with the other Yuaning ancestors from Beishu continent through sound transmission, and they also understood what Ancestor Jin Kai meant. Ancestor Jin Kai was unfamiliar with the place in Beishu continent, so it was almost impossible to find the monks who had obtained the Dong Tian inheritance. Only by uniting with the nascent soul ancestors from the northern Shu continent can there be a glimmer of hope. As for the nascent soul ancestors in the northern Shu continent, although they don't know who got the Dong Tian inheritance, they also judge that the monk must be extremely extraordinary. You must know that they also participated in the test of Dong Tian. Among them, the 10 Yuaning ancestors, among them the Jin Kai ancestors, are in the middle stage of Yuaning. But with such a lineup, they almost failed in the second level. They simply couldn't imagine how the monk who had received the inheritance passed all the tests in a short period of time. Although they are afraid of the strength of the monks who have passed the test, the ancestors of nascent soul are unwilling to accept it. This is an opportunity to obtain the inheritance of great power. It is extremely rare for a monk to have the opportunity to participate once in his life. Among them, only Patriarch Jian had a calm expression, and his attitude toward the Dong Tian inheritance was not as enthusiastic as that of the other Yuaning patriarchs. He also wants to get the treasures in the cave, so that he can obtain resources to improve his strength. But he is not too optimistic about the inheritance of Dong Tian. It's not like Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion doesn't have powerful beings. The inheritance of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion is not comparable to that of a single powerful person like Shai Gu. Senior Jin, since we need to use the sect's connections to find monks with the Dong Tian inheritance, we cannot hide it from other Yuanings of the sect. I believe you can understand this. Of course, we are also willing to cooperate with Senior Jin, but we need to discuss a cooperation plan before cooperation. Patriarch Lu said to Patriarch Jin Kai with a smile. Okay, I will return to Yunla Island and wait for your reply. Ancestor Jin Kai nodded in agreement. He knew that when things got to this point, of course he couldn't hide them. What Patriarch Lu proposed is also the best plan, which is beneficial to both parties. He left immediately, taking the severely injured ancestor Rinsun towards the direction of Yunla Island. Everyone will go back to their respective sects first. We will contact each other after internal discussions between each sect are completed. Ancestor Lu said to the ancestors of Nascent Soul. In order to deal with the ancestors of Jin Kai in the middle stage of Yuaning and the powerful Tianjin Trading Company, each sect had awakened the ancestors of Yuaning. If such a big thing happened, they had to go back to discuss clearly and reach a consensus. Opinion. They also left one after another, and the land returned to its original peace. In the next few days, the Yonla battlefield jointly established by Yonla Island and Beishu continent was suddenly closed. Yonla Island expelled all the local monks, which made the local monks, who had just received some benefits, a little overwhelmed. At the cost of offending the 6 major sects, the Northern Shu Trading Company, and even becoming enemies of the entire Northern Shu continent. They took refuge in the Tianqing Trading Company. However, unexpectedly, the Tianqing Trading Company's attitude suddenly changed, and they became abandoned. They wanted to find an explanation, but Yongle Island's terrifying mid-stage nascent soul aura prevented them from even approaching Yongle Island. What made them even more desperate was that they wanted to return to the northern Shu continent, but found that the 6 major sects had already launched liquidations. The 6 major sects managed the northern Shu continent. How could they let go of the monks who betrayed the northern Shu continent? Originally, these local monks were allowed to take refuge in order to elicit the subsequent actions of Tianqing Trading Company. Now that everything is clear, these local monks are no longer needed, and the cleanup has begun. Chapter 449 Negotiation. Li Yuanba returned to Jieshan City. Even though he was arranged to go to Yongle battlefield, Jieshan City did not send anyone to replace him. With his current reputation, as long as he did not explicitly propose to leave Jieshan City, Sun Luo's sect would not move his position. Of course, the most important reason is that those in power in the golden core of Sun Luo's sect do not want him to return to Xiamen to fight for power with them. Li Yuanba needs a background, and a strong background. There are 2 Yuaning ancestors in the background. One is the master, and the other is the master. They are both very close to each other. Needless to say about his strength, Li Yuanba has taken over the position of Ancestor Jian, and became the #1 golden elixir in the northern Shu continent. This was proved by him in actual combat, and was unanimously recognized by the entire northern Shu continent. The finishing work on the Yongle battlefield does not require the intervention of an expert like him. The task of cleaning up the local casual cultivators was assigned by the 6 major sects to the sect's Jindan monks. Many Jindan monks were rushing to take over the task of killing the Jindan cultivators with the support of the sections. After Li Yuanba returned to Jieshan City, he immediately went into seclusion. The reason for his retreat is that he wants to practice the human way reincarnation art. Spirit is also extremely important for sword cultivators. Sword cultivators need spirit to support their sword intent. In the process of sharpening the sword intention in the sword intention climbing into the sky technique, the spirit is also improved. But it is not as good as the top techniques that specialize in cultivating the spirit. Jieshan City and Jieshan Pass were no longer at war because the 6 major sects were unanimously open to the outside world. Even Jieshan Pass was open. Li Yuanba didn't have anything to do in Jieshan City, and he didn't need to do anything when the news of his return to Jieshan City spread, except for some monks who wanted to see him. No monks in the entire Jieshan City, including the nearby Jieshan Pass, dared to cause trouble. The prestige of being the #1 person in Jindan is enough to suppress everything. On this day, 6 nascent soul ancestors came to Yongle Island, except for the Disha sect's Lu ancestor, who was replaced by Renrong. The other Yuaning ancestors were still the same as before. The Beishu Trading Company did not send the Yuaning ancestor to participate. The Beishu Trading Company previously participated for the benefit of the northern Shu continent. Now for the inheritance of Dongtian. They believe that they are not qualified to compete with the 6 major sects and the Tianqing Trading Company. So I chose to give in. I've met Senior Jin, Ancestor Lu, on behalf of the group, said with a "Okay" salute to Ancestor Jin Kai. The other 5 nascent soul ancestors followed and saluted. They were in a hostile relationship before, but now they are negotiating. Naturally, they are acting in accordance with the rules of the world of immortality. The ancestors of Jin Kai who were in the middle stage of nascent soul were their predecessors to those who were in the early stage of nascent soul. Everyone is finally here. Please come over there and sit down and talk, Ancestor Jin Kai said with a smile and a slight nod. Ancestor Rensun did not participate in the meeting. Ancestor Rensun's condition was not good. If it were not for the fact that he could not cross the sea, Ancestor Jin Kai would have wanted to send him back to the headquarters. It can be said that the combat power of Ancestor Rensun is useless. Although Tianqing Trading Company has a 4th grade healing elixir, Ancestor Rensun cannot recover in less than 100 years. Ancestor Renxuan suffered too much this time. Not only did he not gain anything, but he was seriously injured. 100 years is not a long time for the ancestor of nascent soul, but 100 years will definitely affect his future. Ancestor Rensun has always been proud of the age at which he was promoted to the nascent soul stage. His age is considered extremely young among the monks in the early nascent soul stage. But after 100 years of delay, not only did he lose his advantage, he even fell behind the Yuaning ancestor at the same time. This is the result of participating in the adventure. Exploration is an extremely dangerous thing. It is good for him to do this. Many monks have died in the adventure. Ancestor Jin Kai was also injured, but his injury was much lighter than that of ancestor Ren Sun. Of course, no monk knows the extent of his injuries. He is in the middle stage of nascent soul, and other Yuanying ancestors cannot detect his true condition at all. The 6 Yuanying ancestors and Jinkai ancestors came to the place that had been arranged long ago and sat down respectively. Everyone, how about tasting my spiritual tea? Ancestor Jinkai waved his hand, and a cup of spiritual tea fell in front of each Yuanying ancestor. And he said calmly, 4th grade spiritual tea. Ancestor Ran Rong came into contact with the mid-stage nascent soul monks for the first time. His mind was not as stable as the other Yuanying ancestors. He couldn't help but exclaimed after smelling the scent of the spiritual tea. Although there is only 1 tea leaf in the cup, the 4th grade spiritual tea is extremely rare even in the northern Sichuan continent, and it is rare for the ancestors of Yuanying to taste it once in their lifetime. However, Patriarch Jinkai used 4th grade spirit tea as a treat just to entertain them, which shocked Patriarch Ran Rong. It's just the lowest grade among the 4 grade spiritual tea. Ancestor Jinkai waved his hand and said nonchalantly. He did this to suppress the Yuanying ancestor of the northern Shu continent and lay a solid foundation for subsequent negotiations. It's a pity that this tea frying method is not worthy of this spiritual tea. Zhuo Laozu took a sip of the 4th grade spiritual tea, shook his head, and said with emotion, Ancestor Jinkai originally thought that Ancestor Zhuo was deliberately putting down the 4th grade Lingsha. When he was about to speak, he discovered that the expressions on the faces of the other nascent soul ancestors were not praise for the 4th grade Lingsha, but the same, a look of pity. Indeed, if this 4th grade spiritual tea is sent to Masterly for frying, then the spiritual power of the 4th grade spiritual tea can be truly brought into play. Patriarch Lu also nodded in agreement. Yes, this 4th grade spiritual tea is full of spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy is wasted too much. Patriarch Zhan continued. Among the Yuanying ancestors from the northern Shu continent, only ancestor Ran Rong has not tasted the 3rd grade spiritual tea fried by Li Shiming. The other Yuanying ancestors have more or less received some 3rd grade spiritual tea fried by Li Shiming. Comparing the two, they all felt that this 4th grade spiritual tea was really a pity. Patriarch Ran Rong looked at all the Yuanying ancestors. He felt that he had been in seclusion for decades, as if he had missed something. I know Li Shiming. He is the alchemy master of the Shushan sect. He is known as the best alchemy master in the mainland. This is the first time I have heard of the spiritual tea he made. Ancestor Ran Rong said directly without understanding. Ha ha. Fellow Daoist Lu's share is not enough. He probably doesn't even have enough to drink, so he never told you about it. Patriarch Lu said with a laugh. Ancestor Ran Rong and Ancestor Lu are both Yuanying ancestors of the Disha sect. Li Shiming does not have a good relationship with the Disha sect, so there are very few 3rd grade spiritual tea that can flow into the hands of Ancestor Lu. I'd like to taste the spiritual tea made by Li Shiming, too. Ancestor Ran Rong was really curious and said quickly. Then we have to find fellow Taoist Lu. It's hard for me, my great-uncle, to get much spiritual tea from Sherming. Zhuo Laozu pointed at Lu Laozu and said. Zhuo Laozu is naturally talking about Jian Laozu, Lu Laozu's disciple. Jian Laozu's nascent soul celebration was celebrated with Li Shiming's spiritual tea, which was even inferior to Zhuo Laozu's quantity. Fellow Daoist Zhuo, you are just joking, but I am not a stingy person. I am just a spirit tea. Come drink it with the 4th grade spirit tea and taste the difference between the two. Patriarch Lu pointed at Patriarch Zhuo, said with a smile. He also got a lot of 3rd grade spiritual tea from Li Yunba, and it was just right to share it at this time. This is not just for Patriarch Ran Rong, but to suppress Patriarch Jin Kai's arrogance. Perhaps the resources of the northern Shu continent are not as good as those outside, but the northern Shu continent also has its own characteristics. Ancestor Lu waved his hand, and a cup of spiritual tea appeared in front of all the Yuanying ancestors, including Ancestor Jin Kai. When Patriarch Jin Kai first smelled the scent of Sampan Lingsha, he didn't pay much attention to it, but soon his eyes froze. This 3rd grade spiritual tea is definitely much worse than the 4th grade spiritual tea, but it surpasses the 4th grade spiritual tea in terms of spirituality. This gap is not a gap between spiritual tea itself. In theory, the spirituality of 4th grade spiritual tea is 1 level higher than that of 3rd grade spiritual tea. However, the spirituality of the 3rd grade spiritual tea was fully utilized, while the 4th grade spiritual tea he brought only exerted a small part of it. That is why the 4th grade spiritual tea was not as spiritual as the 3rd grade spiritual tea. Good tea! Jin Kai Patriarch boasted sincerely. He was already thinking about getting in touch with Master Li. And maybe he could ask Master Li to fry a batch of spiritual tea and use it as a commodity for Tianjin Trading Company. It's a pity that he doesn't have processed 4th grade tea leaves in his hands. Otherwise he would really like to taste the 4th grade spiritual tea roasted by Master Li.
Fellow Taoists, I will visit Master Li later.
Ancestor Ran Rong was more direct. And he said to Ancestors Wu,
Fellow Taoist Ran, Shi Ming doesn't have time to see you. If you have any questions, you can contact us through the sect.
Zhuo Laozi waved his hand and refused. After Zhuo Laozi returned to the sect, he discovered that Li Shiming was in retreat. At the same time, he discovered that this matter of retreat, which was a very common thing, had been blocked by the sect. He immediately thought of a possibility. He didn't ask any more questions, but he paid great attention to this matter. Ancestor Fan is Li Shiming's master. So when it comes to alchemy, Ancestor Fan has priority. But as his uncle, he can be ranked second. Yes, he guessed that Li Shiming was most likely preparing to break through and retreat this time. You must know that Li Shiming had reached the peak of the middle stage of Jin Dan before. With the talent that Li Shiming has shown before, even if the bottleneck of advancing from the middle to the late stage of Jin Dan is extremely difficult to break, it is quite normal for Li Shiming to break the bottleneck in a few months. Therefore, Ancestors did not want outsiders to disturb Li Shiming, especially Ancestor Yuaning. Once Ancestor Ran Rong found out that Li Shiming had been promoted to the late Golden Core stage, all the Yuaning ancestors from the entire northern Shu continent would come to visit.
You Shushan sect are so stingy,
Ancestor Ran Rong said as he rolled his eyes. He was thinking about how to redeem this 3rd grade spiritual tea, and the spiritual nature in it was also beneficial to him.
Everyone, let's talk about cooperation.
Ancestor Jin Kai couldn't wait any longer and said aloud. Ancestor Lu, Ancestors Wu, and other nascent soul ancestors looked at each other with a faint smile on their faces. During the negotiations between the two parties, they had gained an advantage.
The matter of cooperation is divided into intelligence sharing. When our 6 major sects are looking for clues, Tianjin Trading Company should also provide corresponding intelligence support. The matter of Dantian is a very secret matter, since it was opened in advance. Besides Yu Xia, are there any other monks who know? There is also very little information about Dantian. Only by giving us more information can we trace it. After these are discussed, we will discuss the distribution issue after obtaining the Dantian inheritance. Patriarch Lu smiled and put forward this opinion.
After discussions with the Yuaning ancestors of the 6 major sects in the Beishu continent, no matter whether Dantian can be found, at least the relevant information about Dantian must be obtained. The more the better. We can't have a chance. But there is no way. Even if we inform the existence of the cave, we can't open it, let alone enter it.
I can share the information about the cave, but the method of opening the cave will not be shared until I find the cave. My current suspects are Yu Xia and Sun Ao. I don't know if there are other monks involved.
The ancestor of Jin Kai thought for a while and replied. When he expressed this guess, he actually felt helpless and ashamed. Both Yu Xia and Sun Ao were elite elders trained by Tianjin Trading Company. But Elder Yu Xia had definitely betrayed him, which was the cave opened by Elder Yu Xia. In the cave sky, there was the thunderous aura of Elder Sun Ao, and the inexplicable disappearance of Elder Sun Ao made Patriarch Jin Kai suspect that he was in love with Elder Sun Ao. These are also the 2 best people to investigate, as long as they are still alive. With the energy of the 6 major sects, we can find them. Without the leadership of Yuaning ancestor, it would be impossible for Elder Yoshia and Elder Sun Ao to leave the northern Shu continent. Ancestor Jin Kai simply threw a jade slip to Ancestor Lu. Patriarch Lu took the jade slips, and his eyes lit up after checking them. He handed the jade slips to the Yuaning Patriarch beside him to check them one by one. The jade slip contained information about the cave. Although they had also entered the cave, they still knew little about much of the information about the cave. This jade slip can be regarded as giving them an accurate answer, and it also enriches the knowledge accumulation of the 6 major sects.
Then let's start investigating Yu Xia and Sun Ao. This is the only clue we have at the moment,
Ancestor Lu said to Ancestor Jin Kai.
It's too early to tell about the distribution of benefits, but it's better to be upfront. I'll get half of it, and the rest is yours.
Patriarch Jin Kai nodded and said,
We are the ones who contributed. Half for you is too much. It's still 1 share for each family. You get 1 of the 7 shares.
Patriarch Lu was also rude and counteroffered immediately. The 2 sides began to quarrel over interests. Normally,
The distribution of interests would be discussed by the people below. But this time the benefits of the relationship are really too great. And every bit of it may be a resource beyond imagination. In the end, the two sides reached an agreement. The main reason was that both sides wanted to talk. And both sides also guessed the bottom line of the other side. The distribution of profits is 1/3 for Tianqing Trading Company and 2/3 for Beishu Continent. Of course, the premise is to find the inheritor and recapture the cave and the inheritance. As the ancestor of Jin Kai said, asking questions in advance will avoid conflicts later. The two parties formally signed a contract. This contract was no ordinary contract, but a contract with the power of rules. No Yuanying ancestor dared to violate this contract. Chapter 450, Coming Out of Seclusion. After a month of retreat, Li Shiming finally filled some of the empty 5 golden elixirs with some spiritual energy, which at least gave him the combat power of a true late-stage golden elixir, which could withstand the consumption of a battle. He was not ready to leave the seclusion, but still released the Silver Corpse, preparing to use the Silver Corpse to receive guests. During this month of retreat, all 13 Silver Corpses were promoted to the late Silver Corpse stage, and his overall combat power was once again improved. Of course, the Silver Corpse was no longer a supplement to his combat power at this time, and could only be used as a research assistant. Li Shiming knew that there was probably a lot of trouble outside, so it was better for him to just hide and stay. But things were not as he imagined. When he opened the mountain-protecting formation of the sword-holding peak, indicating that he was leaving the seclusion, the figure of Patriarch Fan had already arrived outside the sword-holding peak. Li Shiming looked at Patriarch Fan and thought that he was always paying attention to the movements of the sword-holding peak. Otherwise, how could he have arrived here at the moment when the sword-holding peak formation was opened? Now he has no choice but to show up. Ancestor Fan is his master, and he must give him face no matter what. He reluctantly came out of the cave. At this time, Patriarch Fan did not wait for him to greet him. Anyway, the formation was already open, and he directly entered the sword-holding peak and reached the top. "I've met Master!" Li Shiming immediately bowed and saluted after seeing Patriarch Fan. Ancestor Fan did not speak. He looked at Li Shiming as if he were looking at some rare treasure. He was extremely excited. Li Shiming had indeed been promoted to the late stage of Jin Dan. It was similar to what he estimated. For a genius of Li Shiming's level, the bottleneck in the middle stage of the golden elixir could trap Li Shiming for several months, which was already the limit. Li Shiming's promotion speed is only a little later than that of Li Yuanba, who is known as the #1 person in Jin Dan. But the two are top talents in the same category. "Sure, Ming. You can refine the 4th grade elixir at the later stage of your promotion to the golden elixir, but you must not announce it to the outside world in a hurry. Practice your skills first, and don't ruin your reputation as the #1 alchemy master in Beishu." Ancestor Fan came back to his senses, smiled and helped Li Shiming up and said. He said he was not in a hurry, but he had already taken out a jade box. Li Shiming looked at the jade box in his hand, feeling a little confused for a moment. "This is the 4th grade elixir Tianxian Earth Blood Ginseng. It is the main ingredient in refining the Shushan Tianxian treasure pill. You can use it for training. You don't have to worry about failure. Just try it boldly," Mr. Fanzu said with a smile. However, Li Shiming saw a trace of reluctance in Ancestor Fan's eyes. Even for the ancestor of the Shushan sect, any 4th grade elixir was extremely precious to Ancestor Fan. Ancestor Fan was able to take out a 4th grade elixir for himself to practice with, which shows how much determination he had to put in. Shushan Tianxian Precious Pill is the top elixir in the Shushan Alchemy Inheritance. Li Shiming has learned how to refine this 4th grade elixir, although he has never refined it himself. He has had many refining experiences in the simulated environment of the natal magic weapon Z15. Therefore, even if it was his first time to refine a 4th grade elixir, he had strong confidence that he would not fail. "Master, please rest assured. You will come back in 10 days to hear the news." Li Shiming solemnly nodded and accepted the jade box. "Don't be afraid of failure, and don't take your reputation to heart, which alchemy master has failed many times in private. Don't be burdened." Ancestor Fan was worried that Li Shiming would be burdened because of the preciousness of the 4th grade elixir. Explained. When he left the sword-holding peak, he met Elder Su who was coming. He originally told Elder Su, but he was too concerned about Li Shiming's promotion that he didn't have the heart to do other things. When Li Shiming's formation opened, he came directly. "Don't disturb Sherming. Let him refine his elixir quietly." Patriarch Fan waved his hand and said to Elder Su, "Has Shiming been promoted successfully?"
Elder Su asked with a look of surprise on his face.
I guess he was promoted just after seclusion. He stabilized his realm before leaving seclusion. I left him a
Tiang Suandi blood ginseng.
Remember to block the news and don't disturb him in the recent period.
Speaking of Li Shiming, Patriarch Fan said with a proud smile on his face.
Old Fan, this is your fault. It's not good to eat alone.
Just as the master and apprentice were talking, a figure appeared beside them.
I've met Master Zhua.
Elder Su recognized the person and quickly bowed and saluted.
Xiao Su, if you have nothing to do, go and do your work.
Zhua Laozu waved to Elder Su and said. Elder Su naturally knew that the two nascent soul ancestors had something to discuss, and it would not be good for him as a junior to stay here. So he turned around and flew away.
I really can't hide anything from you,
Ancestor Fan said helplessly, shaking his head.
Ha ha. You can only hide it for a short time. You have to know that those old guys are staring at Shiming,
Zhua Laozu said with a laugh.
How long can we keep it secret? When Shiming's ability to refine 4th grade elixirs improves.
We will first arrange all the refining of the sect's 4th grade elixirs. The old guys outside will wait until they know,
Ancestor Fan said indifferently. He had taken the advantage and gave Li Shiming the greatest favor.
Ming needs to practice his skills to refine the 4th grade elixir. I still have a Tianqian Earth blood ginseng here, which is just for him to practice.
That's what Ancestor said with a concerned tone.
Okay. My disciple wants to practice. It's none of your business. Don't I have the 4th grade elixir? I have the 4th grade elixir for Shiming's practice.
Patriarch Fan shook his head and refused.
If Ming misses continuously, you won't be able to bear it.
So Laozu reminded.
Can you say something nice? It's a 4th grade elixir. I just hope that Ming's miracle of never failing will continue.
Patriarch Fan didn't like hearing this. He said with a glare.
What did Shiming say?
Zhua Laozu no longer wanted to interfere in Li Shiming's training. He asked aloud.
Come here in 10 days. He looks very confident.
Patriarch Fan replied with a smile.
Come back in 10 days.
Zhua Ancestor also said extremely happily.
You go back. I will wait here for 10 days. I am a little worried. Afraid that someone without eyesight will disturb him.
Although Patriarch Fan told Elder Su, it was about a 4th grade elixir. So how could he have any thoughts? Go back and wait. Instead of going back and being restless, it would be better to wait outside the sword-holding peak. It's just 10 days. It just goes by in the blink of an eye.
Okay. I'll stay with you here.
Zhua Laozu waved his hand and released 2 sets of tables and chairs, saying with a smile, in order to be able to stay. He also took the initiative to pour a cup of spiritual tea for Patriarch Fan and took out some spiritual fruits. Compared with the nervousness of the 2 nascent soul ancestors, Li Shiming seemed to be fine. After getting the
Tianqian Earth blood ginseng,
he put the
Tianqian Earth blood ginseng
into the computer room space. Because he valued it, he separated 2 brains to handle the alchemy matter. As he reached the late stage of the golden elixir, his mental power has been greatly improved. And with the help of
Shenmu Tong,
his control of the computer room space has reached the 10 nanometer level. Although the refining of the 4th grade elixir is extremely complicated and full of great uncertainties, in the environment of the computer room space, and with the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, the elixir refining went extremely smoothly from the beginning. Now his Qiang spiritual fire is very different from the previous Qiang spiritual fire. Because he practiced
Nanming Lihua,
the Qiang spiritual fire gained a lot of benefits. In the past, it was the limitations of his realm that prevented the Qiang spiritual fire from being improved. Now the Qiang spiritual fire has reached the late stage of the golden core, and is much stronger than the theoretical Qiang spiritual fire in the late stage of the golden core. But even so, refining the 4th grade elixir is still a big project. According to the records in the Shushan sect's alchemy inheritance, it usually takes 10 days to refine a 4th grade elixir at the late stage of the golden elixir. According to the estimated time given by the natal magic weapon Z15, it will take 9 days to refine the 4th grade elixir.
Shushan Tianxian Baodan.
This is the impact of the increased power of the Qiang spiritual fire. Li Shiming took out another 3rd grade auxiliary cultivation elixir and drank it. He was probably considered a different kind of alchemy master. Dared to refine the 4th grade elixir while also practicing without distraction. In a corner of the cave, the phantom dragon maintained its entwining posture. The dragon vein source crystal had not changed much. The aura of the phantom dragon was still in the middle stage of the great demon, and had not advanced to the late stage. But the bloodline in the Phantom Jiao's body is undergoing earth-shaking changes. Although the Phantom Jiao has dragon blood in its body, the dragon's blood has been stimulated through the supply of Li Shiming's large amount of resources. But compared to the dragon bloodline in the dragon vein source crystal, the dragon bloodline of the Phantom Dragon is not worth mentioning at all. You must know that the four-clawed dragon in the cave has most of its bloodline sealed in the dragon vein source crystal. Li Shiming only knew that there was dragon blood in the dragon vein source crystal, which was of great benefit to the Phantom Dragon. But he didn't know how great the benefit was. He entered the state of cultivation, but he still had a brain analyzing the current situation. This time he made a big noise. He didn't even touch the mustard ring he harvested from Elder Yoshia, and threw it away with the corpse. Computer room space. After receiving news from his clone Li Yuanba, Beishu Continent and Tianqing Trading Company reached an agreement, and the Yongle battlefield was suspended. Li Shiming became even more cautious. Now he regrets practicing the Tai Ching Xian turtle technique. This Tai Ching Xian turtle technique is the biggest flaw in his behavior. The rest of the spiritual objects, etc., are all stored in space and thrown into the computer room space, so there is no way they will be exposed. But he has practiced the Tai Ching Xian turtle technique, and it cannot be abolished. It can only reduce the possibility of going out. 10 days usually pass by in the blink of an eye. But this time Ancestor Fan and Ancestors felt it was extremely long. Especially on the 9th day. They no longer had the intention to drink tea and chat, and looked at Jianjin Peak from time to time. We can't blame them for being unstable. Whether Li Shiming can successfully refine elixirs is related to their future in practice. Li Shiming's unparalleled talent in alchemy became their hope. It is extremely difficult for continents such as Beishu Continent, which lacks 4th grade resources, to advance further in the nascent soul stage. Li Shiming's appearance gave them a glimmer of hope. If Li Shiming succeeds in refining the 4th grade elixir for the first time and can guarantee the quality, then they will have the 4th grade advanced elixir to practice, which will greatly improve the effect of their practice. In the past few days, there have been many late-stage Jindan monks who want to come over to see Li Shiming, and they also heard that Li Shiming is available. However, the late Jindan cultivators were first blocked from the Tianmu Peak by Elder Su, and then they learned that the 2 nascent soul ancestors were outside the sword-holding peak, so they left honestly. Finally, on the 10th day, under the eager eyes of Ancestor Fan and Ancestors Wu, the mountain-protecting formation of the sword-holding peak was opened. Li Shiming flew out with a pale face. If it weren't for the smile on his face, the 2 Yuaning ancestors would have thought that there was an accident. Li Shiming's face was pale. Half of it was an act, and half of it was caused by the conflict between his attempts to practice 2 spiritual cultivation techniques at the same time. Yesterday, he successfully refined the 4th grade elixir, Jushan Tianxian Baodan. He did not want to leave the country early. The longer the elixir was refined, the greater its value would be. So he tried to practice the reincarnation art of humanity. But he kept practicing another spiritual practice, Tian sleeping art, unless he encountered a situation that required the use of all 191 brains. The rest of the time, the Tian sleeping dream technique is being practiced. When he was practicing the reincarnation art of humanity, the 2 spiritual cultivation techniques conflicted. If the natal magic weapon Z15 hadn't reminded him in time, he stopped practicing, and his spirit would not have been as simple as a shock. He found a solution to the problem of practicing the reincarnation art of humanity and sleeping dreams of greedy heaven, which was to stop practicing sleeping dreams of greedy heaven every time he practiced reincarnation art of humanity. You can't blame him for being greedy, although the level of Tian sleeping dream technique is lower. The special thing about this spiritual cultivation method is that it can maintain a continuous state of cultivation. The high level of the human reincarnation art means higher possibilities in the future, and he doesn't want to give up either. I have met my master and uncle. Li Shiming bowed and saluted the 2 Yuaning ancestors. Shiming, are you okay? Ancestor Fan did not ask about the alchemy, but was concerned about Li Shiming's health. With Li Shiming's late-stage Jindan strength, it's too worrying to be so pale. Thank you, Master, for your concern. I have spent a lot of money refining the elixir. Li Shiming would not say how easy it was for him to make the elixir. The more difficult the elixir is, the greater the benefits will be. At the same time, the longer he can delay. He does not want to become an alchemy tool for the ancestors of nascent soul. Of course, he was overthinking this. even if he just wanted to continuously refine fourth-grade elixirs. The northern Shu continent did not have such conditions. Nowadays, the fourth-grade elixirs in the hands of Yuaniing ancestors have been accumulated over a long period of time. The ancestors of nascent soul have a habit of finding an alchemy master to refine it after they have accumulated a certain number of fourth-grade elixirs. If they continuously refine the same fourth-grade elixir, the success rate of the alchemy master will be slightly different. Promote. Chapter 451 Alchemy.
It's okay,
Patriarch Fan said with a long sigh of relief. His eyes fell on Li Shiming's hand. Or to be precise, the jade bottle in his hand. It was a jade bottle made of third-grade spiritual jade. Ordinary third-grade spiritual elixirs could not be used in jade bottles of this grade.
Fortunately, I lived up to my command and did not waste Master's Tianxian Earth Blood Ginseng.
Li Shiming knew what Patriarch Fan was most concerned about. So he smiled and handed over the third-grade jade bottle in his hand. Patriarch Fan suppressed the excitement in his heart and took the third-grade jade bottle handed over by Li Shiming. He opened the jade bottle, and he immediately sensed the situation in the jade bottle. His eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Ancestors one next to him couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw Ancestor Fan's expression. He almost wanted to snatch the jade bottle from Ancestor Fan. But the jade bottle contained a fourth-grade elixir, and he didn't dare to snatch such a precious spiritual object.
Old Fan, say something,
Zhuo Laozu shouted anxiously.
Ha ha ha.
Ancestor Fan did not answer him, but laughed. The laughter was full of pride and pride. A talented alchemy master like Li Shiming was born in his own department. Now Li Shiming can truly be called the #1 alchemy master in the northern Shu continent. Unlike before, Li Shiming was unable to refine the fourth-grade elixir due to his realm, which made Li Shiming's reputation as the #1 alchemy master in the northern Shu continent always feel somewhat unrealistic.
Shiming, I will apply for a nascent soul-level spiritual vein for you later. No matter how tight the spiritual vein is, I will definitely transfer one to you.
Ancestor Fan looked at Li Shiming and made a promise. The sect has important resources like Li Shiming, and even the exercises are found by themselves. The only thing the sect can do to help Li Shiming is to protect him, and not much else can help him. Now with Li Shiming's level of refining fourth-grade elixirs, the corresponding treatment should be improved to be on par with the ancestors of Yuaniing.
Lao Fan, I support what you said. Can you let me know first about the elixir in the jade bottle?
Zhuo Laozu couldn't bear it anymore and asked aloud from the side.
Let's see. From now on we will work hard to find the fourth-grade elixir.
Ancestor Fan didn't hide anything and threw the jade bottle in his hand to Ancestor Zhuo. Zhuo Laozu took the jade bottle and felt the fourth-grade elixir in the jade bottle. The smile on his face widened, and even his eyes narrowed. In the jade bottle, there are 3
Shushan Tianxian treasure pills,
and they are all fourth-grade high-grade elixirs. Their quality is so high that it's what Ancestor has never seen before. Li Shiming still maintained the level of refining the third-grade elixir, and the full elixir was full of high-quality elixirs. Ancestor Fan's fourth-grade elixir can be said to have maximized its effect.
I still have a few fourth-grade elixirs here. Get in line now. Shiming, there's no need to rush. You must have a good rest. Refining elixirs must not affect your rest and practice.
So Ancestor put the medicine in his hand. The jade bottle was returned to Patriarch Fan, and he said to Li Shiming with a smile.
Lao Zhuo, wait a minute. You didn't see how tired Ming is.
Ancestor Fan didn't have a good temper towards what Ancestor, who wanted to jump in line. So he waved his hand and said,
Shiming, no matter what, the rules of the alchemy master must be respected. One of these 3 Shushan Tianxian treasure pills is what you deserve, and you must put it away.
He turned to Li Shiming and said, as he spoke, he took out a
Shushan Tianxian treasure pill
and put it into another jade bottle, and handed the jade bottle to Li Shiming's hand. Li Shiming did not refuse. Sometimes the rules of alchemy cannot be broken. In the world of immortality, alchemists are a group, and the rules of alchemy have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. No matter what kind of relationship it is, the most is not to accept the rest of the reward. This rule of extracting a part of the alchemy cannot be broken. Ever since Li Shiming was learning alchemy, Elder Ma had told him that if he broke the rules, it would destroy the jobs of all alchemists and bring trouble to himself. Today you give this friend a tax exemption. But what about that friend tomorrow? The alchemy master may have offended someone unintentionally, so it is better to collect them all. This is a fair rule. Li Shiming took out 3
Shushan Tianxian precious pills,
together to let Patriarch Fan know his level of alchemy. It is estimated that Patriarch Fan did not expect that Li Shiming not only got the cut of this Chushan Tianxian treasure pill,
but also used the
101 points pill technique
to separate 3
Chushan Tianxian treasure pills.
In other words, he refined a 4th grade elixir once, and Patriarch Fan, the elixir seeker who provided the 4th grade elixir, received 2 pills, while he himself received 4. This is not because he has a bad heart. Looking at Patriarch Fan's face, you can tell how satisfied he is with this alchemy.
Master, I see that the refining arrangement for this 4th grade elixir is to be refined once a month. What do you think?
Li Shiming thought for a while, and put forward his own opinion.
Is the time too tight?
Patriarch Fan looked at his face, and asked slightly hesitantly.
It's okay. The first time you make alchemy, it takes a lot of energy, but it will be much better in the future,
Li Shiming explained with a smile.
Well, I still have 3 4th grade elixirs here. You take them first, and I will prepare the nascent soul-level spiritual veins for you.
Ancestor Fan took out 3 jade boxes, and handed them to Li Shiming with a smile. He had already prepared these 3 jade boxes, and was waiting to give them to Li Shiming. Originally, he planned to waste 2 of the 4th grade elixirs for Li Shiming to practice. But he thought that with 2 4th grade elixirs to practice, Li Shiming's alchemy talent should be enough to master the refining of 4th grade elixirs. I didn't expect that Li Shiming's alchemy talent was so terrifying. And he reached the ultimate level when he refined a 4th grade elixir for the first time. Ancestor Fan did not speak for Ancestors Wu. He was the first in line anyway. After seeing Li Shiming accept the 3 jade boxes, he turned around and left.
Sure, Ming. I'm not as stingy as your Master Fan. These are my 4 4th grade elixirs. According to the rules, I will take a commission. In addition, this is your reward.
That's what Ancestor said in a louder voice intentionally. His voice was heard by Ancestor Fan, which made him want to cause trouble for him. Ancestor Fan quickly figured it out, and his originally worried look turned into pride. Li Shiming was his disciple, and could make elixirs without being paid. Ancestors Wu took out 5 jade boxes, one of which naturally contained rewards. Li Shiming couldn't open it in person to check the reward. Ancestors Wu was the ancestor of the sect's nascent soul, and he took good care of him. It doesn't matter even if he doesn't give extra remuneration. Not to mention that Zhuo Laozu also gave extra remuneration. It would be rude for him to check it this time.
Uncle Master, I will refine it for you after I finish refining Master's elixir,
Li Shiming said with a smile.
It's settled. I'll go help Lao Fan.
This was what Zhuo Laozu was waiting for. He smiled back and turned around and chased in the direction of Lao Ancestor Fan. After Zhuo left, Li Shiming opened the jade box containing the reward. Soon he showed a strange look. And the jade box contained the corpse core of a golden corpse. This was a 4th grade material, and it still had some effect on the advancement of silver corpses to golden corpses. He has a reputation for liking to refine corpses, and this reputation makes the monks choose to reward him according to his preferences. Just like the 3rd grade corpse refining materials in his hand. Except for the initial batch he ordered from Beishu Trading Company. All of them were additional rewards from the Golden Pill monks, who asked him to make pills. Li Shiming also guessed where the core of this golden corpse came from. It should be harvested from a cave. There are not many golden corpses in the Beishu continent. In the past, the reward given by Patriarch Lu to the clonely Yuanba was just fragments of the golden corpse core. It is extremely difficult to get such a complete golden corpse core in the Beishu continent. Not to mention that the aura of the golden corpse core indicates that it was just dug out of the golden corpse. He shook his head. The cave and sky were all his, and the golden corpse core was theoretically his. Ancestors Wu was just returning the original. Of course, with his current strength, the cave cannot be opened, and no matter what is there, he cannot obtain it. This golden corpse check is still very important to him. Although the corpse refining will not help his combat power much. It does not include the silver corpse Nanming. He is planning to upgrade the silver corpse Nanming to the golden corpse. As long as silver corpse Nanming is promoted to golden corpse. With the defense power of golden corpse and the power of
Nanming Liwa,
Nanming's combat power will make a qualitative leap. As for the other silver corpses, it's not that Li Shiming doesn't want to promote them to gold corpses. But the resources are too few, and there are simply not enough silver corpses to use. In order for a silver corpse to be promoted to a golden corpse, 4th level corpse refining resources need to be consumed. There are too few 4th grade resources in the Beishu continent. As Li Shiming's alchemy master, it is not a problem to take the opportunity to obtain some resources of Yuaning monks. But it is difficult to obtain the 4th grade corpse refining resources. The day after Li Shiming refined the first batch of 4th grade elixir,
News came that he could no longer stay in the mountain gate. News came from Immortality that she had successfully advanced to the Golden Elixir stage, became a Golden Elixir monk, and had a lifespan of 500 years. At the same time, she also met the conditions for monks to form a Taoist couple without affecting their own cultivation. The news from Immortality was naturally not about talking to Li Shiming about becoming a Taoist couple, but just informing Li Shiming of the news. For Li Shiming, this is an extremely important matter, and he needs to go there in person to congratulate him. Even Elder Su and Ancestor Fan could not stop this matter. They had known about the relationship between Li Shiming and Immortality for a long time. After receiving the news, Li Shiming informed Elder Su that he needed to go out to Qianhuan sect. After he had packed up and flew out of Sword-Holding Peak to prepare to set off, he saw Ancestor Zhua.
Shiming, I happen to be going to Thousand Fantasy sect this time, so I will go with you.
Zhua Ancestor greeted Li Shiming with a smile. Li Shiming would never believe what Zhua Laozu said. How could there be such a coincidence? He also understood Zhua Ancestor's thoughts, and he was afraid that Fan Ancestor's intention was also involved. He had 7 4th-grade elixirs from 2 nascent soul ancestors in his hands. They were not afraid of him absconding with the money, but they were afraid that something would happen to him, whether it was for the 7 4th-grade elixirs or Li Shiming's alchemy skills. Ancestor Zhua and Ancestor Fan did not want anything to happen to him. That is to say, the troubles of Tianqing Trading Company are no longer, and the awakening plan is suspended. Otherwise, the sect will not only have 2 Yuaning ancestors awakened, and there will be more Yuaning ancestors who care about him.
Then it's my uncle's fault.
Li Shiming bowed and said. Ancestor Zhua took out a magic weapon-level flying boat and sat inside with Li Shiming. This trip to protect Li Shiming was indeed an action discussed by the 2 Yuaning ancestors. On the way, Zhua Laozu and Li Shiming talked about Dantian. The reason why he talked about Dantian was to increase Li Shiming's knowledge and to deepen the relationship between the two parties. Li Shiming listened with great interest, and he learned about the situation in Dantian from another angle. Whether it was ghosts or corpses, he had never really fought, and he didn't know much about them. Far from being comparable to Zhua Ancestor, the nascent soul ancestor who had participated in the battle, he knew a lot from Zhua Ancestor's words, especially the terrifying speed of the Golden Corpse. Li Shiming became more interested in the Golden Corpse core given to him by Zhua Ancestor. Perhaps this Golden Corpse core would bring him an unexpected surprise. Perhaps the Qianhuan sect was notified in advance. When the flying boat arrived in front of the Qianhuan sect's mountain gate, the Qianhuan sect's mountain gate opened wide, and hundreds of Jindan monks were suspended in the air and divided into 2 rows, greeting them respectfully. In the middle of the 2 rows of Golden Elixir monks were 2 nascent soul ancestors, a man and a woman. Li Shiming was surprised by the magnitude of this welcoming scene. But old Ancestor Zhua had already expected it. He smiled and patted Li Shiming, indicating that he was ready to get off the flying boat.
Welcome fellow Taoists Zhua and Master Li to Thousand Fantasy sect,
Patriarch Guyiqing said with a smile.
Welcome Ancestor Zhua and Master Li to Thousand Fantasy sect.
As soon as she finished speaking, hundreds of golden pill monks on the left and right said in unison. Li Shiming is not used to this kind of welcome scale. This is the most solemn welcome method in the sect. In his opinion, he received such courtesy because of the glory of Zhua Ancestor. What made him most uncomfortable was that Patriarch Guyiqing's words put him on the same level as Patriarch Zhua. In fact, he didn't know that although Patriarch Guyiqing's attitude towards him was almost on a peer level, he was only polite when communicating between the 2 parties. This time, there was no original intention to welcome Li Shiming as an equal to Zhua Laozu. The plan was to give 2 welcome speeches, which would show Li Shiming's extraordinary status without overstating Li Shiming. This visit that Zhua Patriarch had greeted in advance was a formal visit, so Qianhuan sect also had a formal welcome ceremony. But when Patriarch Guyiqing sensed Li Shiming's realm, he immediately treated Li Shiming's welcome as equal to that of Patriarch Zhua. In the entire Beishu continent, all Yuaning ancestors are waiting for Li Shiming to be promoted to the late Jindan stage. An alchemy master who can refine 4th-grade elixirs in the later stages of the Golden Elixir has a very high status. It is generally accepted in the northern Shu continent that once Li Shiming becomes a late-stage Jindan monk, his level of alchemy will not decline, and his status will be completely equal to that of the Yuaning ancestor. At least any Yuaning ancestor can accept being with Li Shiming as his equal, because they will all come to Li Shiming for help. Chapter 452 Meeting. Ancestor Zhan of Qianhuan sect stood aside and remained silent. But the eagerness in his eyes could not be hidden. He looked at Zhua Ancestor, with an unexplainable meaning in his eyes. Zhua Laozu looked at him, and knew what he meant.
He was talking about whether the Shushan sect was eating alone and concealing the news that Li Shiming was promoted to the later stage of Jin Dan. Ancestors were really wanted to explain to him that Li Shiming had really just been promoted to the late Jin Dan stage. Although Shushan sect did have the idea of concealing the news about Li Shiming's promotion to Jin Dan in the later stage. Yin Shirlan was promoted before he could hide it for a long time. Seeing that Li Shiming was promoted, he could no longer hide it.
Masterly, Shirlan has just been promoted and is still practicing at the moment. Let's go in first.
Ancestor Gu Yuqing smiled and made an invitation gesture to Li Shiming.
Excuse me, Patriarch Gu.
Li Shiming bowed and thanked him. Ancestor Gu can take the initiative to make friends as peers. But he cannot. This is the rule of the world of immortal cultivation. Having the treatment of the nascent soul stage is not equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator. He knows this very well. Ancestor Gu led Li Shiming in front, while Ancestor Zhan deliberately dragged Ancestor Zhua behind.
Fellow Taoist Zhua, can Masterly refine the 4th grade elixir?
Ancestor Zhan grabbed Zhua Ancestor's arm and asked via voice transmission. This matter is more important than anything else. Why did Ancestor Gu invite Li Shiming into the mountain gate alone, instead of together with Ancestor Zhua, just to cooperate with Ancestor Zhan? These nascent soul ancestors have been getting along with each other for hundreds of years, and have long been extremely familiar with each other. A look is enough for them to cooperate.
Sure Ming successfully refined the first batch of 4th grade elixir.
Zhua Laozu thought for a while and replied, it's not that he doesn't want to lie, but that he can't lie. The relationship between Shushan sect and Qianhuan sect is extremely close. Anyway, he and Patriarch Fan have already lined up at Li Shiming's place, and everyone who comes later will be behind. Besides, Li Shiming has already shown up, showing off his late-stage cultivation of Jin Dan. He cannot hide his level of alchemy even if he wants to. It is better to tell the truth, so as not to affect the friendship between them.
Succeeded in the first batch? How many 4th grade elixirs were there? What's the grade?
Patriarch Zhan asked eagerly.
Chung Dan Mandan. All 3 of them are high-level spiritual pills.
Zhua Laozu replied with a smile.
Huh!
Ancestor Zhan was startled. This sound did not use sound transmission, which startled Li Shiming and Ancestor Gu who were flying in front, and they all turned their heads to look.
It's nothing. I'm just a little excited after not seeing Zhua Daoist for many days.
Old Ancestor Zhan said awkwardly, waving his hands. Fortunately, the Jindan monks who were welcoming him have been asked to go back. Otherwise they would be in disgrace this time. On the other hand, Patriarch Gu seemed to have guessed something, and looked at Patriarch Zhan with a questioning look in his eyes. Old Ancestor Zhan nodded, and Old Ancestor Gu understood the meaning without further explanation.
Masterly, I have been watching from the sidelines during Shirlan's promotion. Shirlan's talent is excellent, and I like it very much. I plan to discuss with you and accept Shirlan as my disciple.
Patriarch Gu turned around and smiled, said to Li Shiming, Yin Shirlan already has Master Luo as her master. But in the world of immortality, the master is not the only one. As long as the original master agrees, she can join other monks. Not to mention that Patriarch Gu is the patriarch of nascent soul. So his treatment and status in Qianhuan sect will be very different if he joins her sect. When Li Shiming heard what Patriarch Gu said, he couldn't help but show surprise on his face. If Yin Shirlan really becomes the disciple of Patriarch Gu, Yin Shirlan will have a very strong background, which is extremely important to Yin Shirlan. Just like the clone Li Yuanba, because he has the title of the #1 golden elixir person in the Beishu continent. No one bothers him. Why is this? Li Yuanba's background is not strong enough. Anyone who wants to compete with Li Yuanba must not only consider Li Yuanba's combat power, but also consider the 2 nascent soul ancestors standing behind Li Yuanba.
On behalf of Lanner, I would like to thank Patriarch Gu.
Li Shiming bowed and thanked him again.
No need to be like this. I just love talents.
Elder Gu chuckled and waved his hand to stop Li Shiming from saluting. Ancestor Zhua, who was behind, rolled his eyes. Ancestor Gu really knew how to take advantage of the opportunity. After learning about Li Shiming's alchemy ability, he immediately offered to accept Yin Shirlan as his disciple. Patriarch Gu became Yin Shirlan's master. If he wanted to ask Li Shiming to make alchemy in the future, he could jump in at any time as long as he told Yin Shirlan. Another Ancestor Zhan shook his head helplessly. Only Ancestor Gu could use this trick. Ancestor Gu was a female cultivator, and had a natural advantage in accepting Yin Shirlan. Even if he, a male cultivator, wants to accept Yin Shirlan as his disciple, it depends on whether Yin Shirlan and Li Shiming are willing. While everyone was talking, They arrived at Shirlan's mountain peak. The formation on the mountain peak had long been opened. At the top of the mountain, Master Luo was waiting outside the cave. The cave was closed, and Shirlan presumably was practicing inside.
I've met you ancestors. I've met Master Li.
Master Luo stepped forward and saluted respectfully.
I've met Master Luo. Long time no see.
Li Shiming returned the greeting with a smile. As for the other 4 Yuanying ancestors, they just nodded. Although Master Luo is a formation master, his status is obviously far inferior to Li Shiming, the alchemy master. There is a big difference in level between him and the Yuanying ancestor. This attitude is normal. Being able to nod and respond to Master Luo is already a sign of being friendly to Master Luo. Master Luo sensed the aura of the late golden elixir on Li Shiming's body, and his heart felt like a turbulent sea, unable to calm down. She once again thought of the time when Elder Yin asked Master Luo to take Li Shiming to join Qianhuan sect. She thought that Li Shiming's cultivation talent was average, so she only gave him the entry qualification of an ordinary disciple. Who would have thought that when Li Shiming came to the northern Shu continent, he did not join the Qianhuan sect, but through his own efforts joined the Shushan sect, which was the same major sect as the Qianhuan sect. He also became a disciple of Elder Su, and became a true disciple of the Shushan sect. Then news about Li Shiming kept coming. Every time she saw Li Shiming would improve greatly. Now, when she faces Li Shiming again, she already needs to look up to him. An alchemy master in the late stage of the golden pill. This is an alchemy master who can refine 4th grade elixirs. Looking at the equal attitudes between the 3 nascent soul ancestors and Li Shiming, we don't need to think too much about Li Shiming's ability to refine 4th grade elixirs.
Ancestors, Master Luo, I have some good tea here. Why don't you sit down and take a rest first?
Li Shiming greeted him proactively. He took out a set of 3-grade tea sets and arranged them on the stone table outside the cave.
Ha. I forgot that Master Li is also half the master of this place.
Old Ancestor Gu said with a chuckle and sat down at the stone table. The other 2 nascent soul ancestors will not belittle Li Shiming's face. And besides, there are not many opportunities to communicate with Li Shiming. Even Ancestors doesn't want to miss it. Li Shiming is not that easy to see in the Shushan sect. He spends most of his time in seclusion, and all external appearances are made by Silver Corpse. This is because Li Shiming has a special status among the righteous sects. He is the only one who openly uses corpse refining among the other righteous sects. Even if there are those who refine corpses, they will only use them when necessary. But they will not have the slightest scruples like Li Shiming.
Master Li, your spiritual tea is difficult to handle. You can drink it today.
Old Ancestor Zhan said with a smile. Only Master Luo sat carefully at the bottom, watching his 2 Yuanying ancestors compliment Li Shiming so much. I am afraid that only Li Shiming could be complimented by the Yuanying ancestors. Li Shiming smiled and used the spiritual spring to prepare a cup of 3rd-grade spiritual tea for the 3 Yuanying ancestors and Master Luo, and placed it in front of them. At the same time, he took out the 3rd-grade jade plate and placed it on the stone table, and placed the 3rd-grade spiritual fruit on the 3rd-grade jade plate. Now that Li Shiming uses luxurious daily utensils such as 3-grade tea sets and jade plates, no monk will say anything in the entire northern Shu continent, as long as the monks who communicate with the outside world know how rich Master Li Shiming is.
Master Luo, I like Shirlan very much. I have already told Master Li that I am ready to accept Shirlan as my disciple. Do you agree?
Patriarch Gu asked Master Luo with a smile at this time. Master Luo was startled. She never thought that Patriarch Gu would make this request.
It's Lanner's honor.
She didn't dare to think too much and replied quickly with a smile. This kind of request was still made on such an occasion. If she dared to object, she would become a big enemy of Patriarch Gu. The question is, does Master Luo dare to form a big feud with Patriarch Gu? Besides, it is a great thing for Shirlan to join the sect of Patriarch Gu, and her original master will also benefit.
That's good. When Shirlan's state stabilizes, we will hold a ceremony to accept her.
Ancestor Gu nodded with satisfaction. Ancestor Gu and Ancestor Zhan would not mention alchemy to Li Shiming at this time, and would only contact him privately. Asking Li Shiming to make alchemy requires payment, and it is inconvenient to have so many monks present. Not long after, the formation in the cave opened and Shirlan walked out. Li Shiming looked at Shirlan, who was dressed in green clothes. Even though decades had passed, Shirlan's temperament had not changed. Just like the girl who stood in the rain on the flying boat. This is probably related to Shirlan's lifestyle.
She almost never leaves the mountain gate, and only studies formations and practices in the gate. Other monks need to consider the issue of resources. Her parents are both Jindan monks, and she has Master Luo as her master. There is no need to worry about resources in the early stages of foundation building. Later, Li Shiming became an alchemist, and would send some spiritual pills for practice from time to time, which made her practice resources abundant. It was precisely for this reason that Yin Shirlan was promoted to a golden elixir monk in just a few decades. Although when she was promoted to the golden elixir stage, both Li Shiming and Li Yuanbao were promoted to the late golden elixir stage. But Li Yuanbao was already the #1 golden elixir person in the northern Shu continent, and Li Shiming was a genius as famous as Li Yuanbao.
Shirlan has met Ancestor Gu. I have met.
Yin Shirlan only knew Ancestor Gu, but did not know Ancestor Zhan and Ancestor Zhou. She bowed and stopped mid-sentence.
Lord, this is Patriarch Zhan of the Qinhuan sect, and this is Grandfather Zhou of the Shushan sect.
Li Shiming introduced her with a smile.
I've met Patriarch Zhan. I've met Granduncle Zhou.
As soon as Yin Shirlan said it, she realized that she had said the wrong thing, and she couldn't help but look at Li Shiming slightly angrily.
Yes, just call me Uncle Zhou. I like this title very much.
Zhou Laozu laughed and answered. He took out a third-grade flying sword magic weapon and placed it in front of Yin Shirlan.
They all call me Uncle Zhou. This is my greeting gift. Thank you, Uncle Zhou.
Yin Shirlan bowed her head in shame, and Li Shiming took the third-grade flying sword magic weapon, put it away for her, and thanked her. Li Shiming could tell at a glance that this third-grade flying sword magic weapon was of extremely high quality, and was a top-notch third-grade magic weapon.
We won't disturb you anymore.
Old Ancestor Gu looked at the two young monks, smiled, and waved his hand. Everyone, including Master Luo, left the top of the mountain, leaving only Li Shiming and Yin Shirlan.
Shiming, how come I've reached the golden core stage and still can't see your cultivation clearly?
Seeing that everyone else had left, Yin Shirlan's shyness disappeared. She looked at Li Shiming carefully and soon discovered something. Asked,
I have just been promoted to the late stage of golden core.
Li Shiming originally didn't want to say it, for fear of hurting her. But since she asked, she told her anyway.
Great! You will definitely become the ancestor of nascent soul.
When Yin Shirlan heard this answer, she didn't think about herself, but was happy for Li Shiming.
I have prepared some things for you that you will use in the golden elixir period,
Li Shiming said as he took out the things. Yin Shirlan was well protected. She had never been exposed to the dangers of the world of immortality, and Li Shiming didn't want her to be exposed to those. Li Shiming likes her personality, which is independent of the world and indifferent to everything. In her world, apart from Li Shiming, it is all about formation and cultivation.
This is the green jade boat magic weapon. It consumes a lot of money. Wait until your realm is stable before refining it. This is the 7-color dazzling skirt magic weapon. These are 2 life-saving talismans. These are 5 bottles of 3rd-grade cultivation auxiliary elixir. This is a box of 3-grade spiritual tea can be used by you for daily drinking or entertaining guests.
He took out the magic weapons and resources one by one and placed them in front of Yin Shirlan. Yin Shirlan's eyes did not fall on these spiritual objects that could make Jindan monks jealous, but looked at Li Shiming, who was like a treasure, with a smile on his face. She likes to look at Li Shiming. She doesn't have high requirements for foreign objects. Being with the person she likes is what she wants to do most. In order to be with Li Shiming for a long time, she practiced hard. You must know that even if her parents strictly required her, she would only devote a small part of her mind to practice, but put most of her mind on the formation. It's not that Li Shiming doesn't want to give Yin Shirlan something better. The 3rd-grade weapon refining materials in his hands can make any magic weapon better than these magic weapons. But he didn't want to cause trouble to Yin Shirlan. The appearance of Liu Guangxingyun. If he hadn't been an alchemy master, he didn't know how much trouble he would have caused. He raised his head and was about to explain the situation of these spiritual creatures to Yin Shirlan, but he saw a pair of tender eyes. Chapter 453, Asking for Pills. The Qinhuan sect spread the news that Patriarch Gu had accepted Yin Shirlan as his disciple, and there was even time for the apprenticeship ceremony. So the monks of the Qinhuan sect had to believe it. Yin Shirlan had few friends in Qinhuan sect, but there were suddenly many more people visiting her. Li Shiming didn't stay in Qinhuan sect for long. When he was with Yin Shirlan accidentally discovered that his formation level was extremely high. So the conversation between the two turned into an exchange of formations. It is not accurate to say that the exchange of formations was Li Shiming's guidance to Yin Shirlan. In terms of formations,
Li Shiming's level far surpassed that of Yin Shirlan. Speaking of Yin Shirlan, even Master Luo, the master of formations, was far behind him. It was a pity that the time the two of them spent together was interrupted by other people. First Liang Yishuan came over, then Ren Fei, and then more classmates. Li Shiming helped entertain the guests at first, but soon discovered that he made all the monks who came here become extremely cautious. Even Liang Yishuan and Ren Fei were extremely respectful in front of him. We can't blame these monks. Most of these monks are in the foundation building stage and part of the Golden Elixir stage. In order to welcome Li Shiming's arrival, the sect asked hundreds of Golden Elixir elders to come out to welcome Li Shiming. Even the two Yuaning ancestors came forward in person. Although Patriarch Zhuo was responsible for this, the monks had all heard that Patriarch Gu put Li Shiming and Patriarch Zhuo on equal footing. Ancestor Yuaning, who can be called an ancestor, is a truly unattainable existence. Li Shiming and Ancestor Yuaning have equal status. How can these monks, who are considered juniors in Qianhuan sect, not be nervous and respectful? It happened that Ancestor Gu invited Li Shiming to come over, and he flew to the mountain peak where Ancestor Gu was. Ancestor Gu was the only one here, and he did not see Ancestor Zhuo and Ancestor Zhan.
Master Li, please sit down. I won't show my shame in front of you with the spirit tea. The taste of this spirit fruit is one of the best in Beishu.
Patriarch Gu said with a smile and pointed to the prepared position. A plate of spiritual fruits was placed there, and the crystal clear fruits exuded the aura of the third grade. However, Li Shiming recognized this spirit fruit. It was the Fantasy Moon spirit fruit of the Thousand Fantasy sect. It was said to grow in the illusion. Only the Thousand Fantasy sect could cultivate it, and its output was even pitifully small. The people who asked him to make elixirs before were all Golden Elixir stage monks. But the Magic Moon spirit fruit was in Qianhuan sect, and the Golden Elixir elders could not access it. This was the first time he saw the Fantasy Moon spirit fruit, and he was not polite as he picked one up and put it in his mouth. The spiritual energy of the Fantasy Moon spirit fruit is not strong, but the spirituality contained in it is extremely special. After entering the Huanyua's spirit fruit, it automatically triggered the operation of the
reincarnation art of humanity.
Fortunately, the natal magic weapon Z15 stopped the operation of
Tiantian's sleeping dream art
in time. Otherwise, I might make a fool of myself in front of Patriarch Gu.
I've heard the name of the Magic Moon spirit fruit for a long time, and it's really well deserved.
Li Shiming felt the influence of the Magic Moon spirit fruit on the
reincarnation art of humanity,
and couldn't help but praise it. The spirituality in the Huanyua's spirit fruit actually had a strange influence on the
human way reincarnation art.
After eating the Phantom Moon spirit fruit, running the
humanity reincarnation technique
increased the effectiveness of the
humanity reincarnation technique
many times. You must know that when practicing spiritual skills, there is no magic pill that can speed up the practice. Li Shiming's spirit has already reached the peak of the Golden Elixir stage. But the special thing about the
human reincarnation art,
the top spiritual technique in the world of immortality, is that it makes his spirit more solid. This is like a wooden sword and an iron sword of the same size. The two are the same size, but their power is completely different. After Li Shiming's spirit practiced the
reincarnation art of humanity,
it was the process of transforming from a wooden sword to an iron sword.
Since Master Li likes it, I still have some Fantasy Moon spirit fruit here, so I will give them all to Master.
Patriarch Gu saw that Li Shiming liked the Fantasy Moon spirit fruit very much, so he smiled and waved. Although the Fantasy Moon spirit fruit is precious, all the Fantasy Moon spirit fruits in the sect are divided among several nascent soul ancestors, and each of them has quite a few in their hands. With a move of her hand, a jade box flew out from the cave, and she placed the jade box in front of Li Shiming.
Then thank you, Patriarch Gu.
Li Shiming was not polite. The Magic Moon spirit fruit was somewhat helpful to his spiritual transformation.
Master Li, I wonder how you arranged the refining of the 4th grade elixir. I also have a few 4th grade elixirs, and I would like to ask Master Li to help.
Patriarch Gu asked with a smile when he saw Li Shiming accepting the jade box. Road.
I am not strong enough and can only open the furnace once a month. If Patriarch Gu wants to refine the elixir, he will have to wait until 8 months later.
Li Shiming thought for a while and replied,
Master Li, I have decided that after 8 months, I will go to Shushan sect to deliver the elixir and reward.
Patriarch Gu said with a smile on his face. This time she was out of seclusion for a while, and could not retreat again. At least, she had to wait until the ancestor of Yuaning from Tianqing Trading Company left. and she was very satisfied to be able to refine the 4th grade elixir during this period. Based on her judgment, Li Shiming arranged her alchemy work after the ancestor of Yuanying of Shushan sect. The reason why she didn't give the 4th grade elixir to Li Shiming now was not that she couldn't trust Li Shiming, but that she didn't have satisfactory remuneration on hand. She doesn't think that the Fantasy Moon Spirit Fruit can be used as a reward. The reward is normally equal to the grade of the refined elixir. Otherwise, how can she get it? You must know that it is not Ancestor Gu, who is a nascent soul ancestor, who would ask Li Shiming to make elixirs. If the reward she gives is not substantial enough, it will not only affect her relationship with Li Shiming, but also make other nascent soul ancestors laugh. While talking to Patriarch Gu, Li Shiming slowly ate all the magic moon spirit fruits on the plate in front of him. He has a separate brain to run the reincarnation art of humanity. But chatting will not affect the cultivation process. Practicing the humanity reincarnation technique with the help of 3 phantom moon spirit fruits was almost as effective as practicing the humanity reincarnation technique. For 3 months, he felt that his mental concentration had been significantly improved. If the mental attack method of humanity reincarnation technique is used, its power will be about 10% greater. He has seen the magic moon spirit fruit in the jade box, and there are 20 of them, which is almost equivalent to the effect of his cultivation in the past 2 years. When he left Ancestor Ji's place, he was still thinking about how to get more Fantasy Moon Spirit Fruit from Qianhuan sect. Just after leaving Ancestor Gu, I received an invitation from Ancestor Zhan. It was obvious that this was a negotiated deal. Li Shiming also knew why Patriarch Zhan was looking for him, considering that Yin Shiruan was still in Qianhuan sect, and the matter of alchemy was actually not too difficult for him. He did not object to helping Patriarch Yuanying. Alchemy. Arriving at the peak of Ancestor Zhan. The peaks of Ancestor Yuanying are not far apart. He saw the Fantasy Moon Spirit Fruit placed on the table. He didn't know whether it was the message delivered by Patriarch Gu, or the Yuanying Patriarch of Qian Huan sect liked to entertain them with the Fantasy Moon Spirit Fruit. Anyway, he was very happy to see the Fantasy Moon Spirit Fruit. Of Master Li, I heard that you like the Magic Moon Spirit Fruit. This is the Fantasy Moon Spirit Fruit that I have obtained over the years. I gave it to Master Li to eat and play with. As soon as Zhan Laozu opened his mouth, Li Shiming understood that this was the Huan Yuling fruit given to Zhan by Laozu Gu. The ancestor communicated with the letter. A jade box that had been prepared long ago was placed in front of Li Shiming. Li Shiming checked it and found exactly 20 Fantasy Moon Spirit Fruits. No more. No less. Plus the 3 in front of him. They were the same as the standards of Ancestor Gu. Ancestor Zhan, you are too polite. Li Shiming was not really polite. He put away the jade box as he spoke. Master Li, we nascent soul monks are also suffering. We have finally spent a lot of money to obtain the 4th grade elixir, but due to improper refining, we often lose everything. Patriarch Zhan said distressedly. After he finished speaking, his eyes looked at Li Shiming, and the meaning was too obvious. Ancestor Zhan, we need to wait until Ancestor Ji's alchemy is finished before it can be your turn. I hope you understand, Li Shiming said with a smile. Since old Ancestor Zhan has communicated with old Ancestor Gu, he naturally tells the truth. Of course I understand. This is the reward for my alchemy. It can be regarded as a deposit. This is what Patriarch Zhan is waiting for. As the Patriarch of Nascent Soul, he hasn't begged anyone for many years, and he really doesn't know how to ask for help. He took out another jade box and sent it to Li Shiming. His movements were very firm, and he had an aura that could not be refused. Of course, this kind of attitude of not being able to refuse giving away things is not objectionable. Anyway, Li Shiming felt very good. When he took the jade box, he felt what was in the jade box, and the smile on his face became more sincere. Needless to say, the core of the golden corpse was what Patriarch Zhan gained from entering the cave. For the righteous nascent soul ancestors, the golden corpse cores harvested have no other use than trading with the demon sect nascent soul ancestors. Among the demon sect's Yuanying ancestors, not many have refined the golden corpse. Only 2 Yuanying ancestors have golden corpses, and their golden corpses have been cultivated for hundreds of years. And the golden corpse core has limited effect on this kind of golden corpse, unless there is a nascent soul ancestor who wants to recultivate the golden corpse. The value of the golden corpse core is not high. Among the top leaders of the 6 major sects in the Beishu continent, no one knows that Li Shiming has many silver corpses, and the core of the golden corpse is of greatest importance to Li Shiming. I accepted the deposit, Li Shiming said with a smile, as he put away the golden corpse core. Li Shiming was very happy. Every additional golden corpse core increased the possibility of a silver corpse being promoted to a golden corpse. With his ability to make alchemy, it shouldn't be too difficult to obtain the 4th grade corpse refining materials. It depends on how many 4th grade corpse refining materials he can obtain. As long as he can collect 2 4th grade corpse refining materials, he can hope to make 2. Only the silver corpse was promoted to the golden corpse. Li Shiming, who had gained a lot, was ready to leave with Zhuo ancestor after contacting Yin Sherlan. His current status is somewhat special. The Shushan sect attaches so much importance to him that it is impossible for him to act alone. And he cannot waste old ancestors with time too much. As for becoming a Taoist couple with Yin Sherlan, we cannot rush this matter. We need to wait for Yin Sherlan's realm to stabilize. In addition, we need to meet and discuss with Elder Yin, Master Luo and Patriarch Gu. He had waited for so long, and it would be nothing if he stayed for a few more years. When Patriarch Zhuo took Li Shiming back to Shushan sect, an unexpected visitor was waiting for Li Shiming at Patriarch Fan's place. So he went to Patriarch Fan's place as soon as he returned.
Shiming, this is fellow Taoist Lu from Disha's sect.
Patriarch Fan introduced to Li Shiming. Li Shiming was startled. He naturally knew that this Patriarch Lu had been chased by him when he was within the Disha sect's sphere of influence. He has the power of earthly evil in his body, and he has also practiced the
earthly evil demonic art.
However, after he practiced the
Tai Ching Xian turtle technique,
this
earth demon technique
was of little use to him, and was a useless existence. Although the power of earthly evil in his body can form a relatively strong layer of protection, it pales in comparison to the defensive power of the
Tai Ching Xian turtle art.
He didn't have a good impression of Ancestor Lu, but it was obvious that Ancestor Lu had a good relationship with Ancestor Fan, as well as Ancestor Zhuo who came with him, so he didn't want to show off too much.
I've met Ancestor Lu.
Li Shiming bowed and said,
Okay, Master Li, I'm here to bother you at this time. I have something to trouble Master.
Ancestor Lu looked very unhappy. This was the effect of his last injury. He said to Li Shiming,
Ancestor Lu, please tell me.
Li Shiming didn't even need to guess. He knew that he was here to ask for alchemy, but he still had to say it himself.
I'm asking Master Li to refine a 4th grade elixir for me. I've prepared the reward,
and I'm asking Master Li for help.
Ancestor Lu took out a jade box and placed it in front of Li Shiming and said, Li Shiming saw a familiar jade box, which was specially designed to preserve the core of a golden corpse. He had already seen 2 such jade boxes, and this was the 3rd one.
Ancestor Lu, I can refine a furnace of 4th grade elixir here every month. Currently, for Yuanying ancestors have decided to make elixirs. If you want to make elixirs, you need to queue behind them.
Li Shiming did not collect the jade box, but looked at old Ancestor Lu and said, Ancestor Lu is not the 2 Yuanying ancestors of Qinhuan sect. The Yuanying ancestor over there is naturally closer because of Yin Sherlan's relationship. And this Ancestor Lu can be regarded as half an enemy. The reason why he is said to be half is that the 2 parties have no direct conflict and have never even met.
Ming, fellow Taoist Lu, please give priority to refining the spiritual elixir. I believe that neither I, Lao Zhuo, nor the 2 from the Qinhuan sect will say anything, and are willing to give up their positions.
Then the ancestor said from the side. Li Shiming looked at Patriarch Fan with some confusion. Patriarch Fan had been staring at him for a long time because he wanted to be in the front. Why was he willing to give up his position at this time?
Ming, fellow Taoist Lu was injured this time because of the northern Shu continent. He needs a 4th grade healing elixir to treat his injuries. You should give priority to refining a 4th grade healing elixir for him.
So Lao Zhu persuaded him. When Li Shiming heard this, his eyes lit up slightly. It was said to be a 4th grade healing elixir, but he didn't need Patriarch Fan and Patriarch Zhuo to persuade him. He was willing to refine it even if he didn't get paid.
Ancestor Lu, please leave the 4th grade elixir and elixir recipe. I will start refining the elixir for you after I have 2 days of rest. You will have the elixir in 12 days.
Li Shiming made a promise to Ancestor Lu.
Master Li, if you need anything in the future, just contact me.
Ancestor Lu placed the jade box containing the 4th grade elixir and a jade slip in front of Li Shiming and said, Chapter 454 Healing. Li Shiming was sitting in his training room, holding a jade box in his hand, carefully opening the jade box. There was a 4th grade wooding to Ganoderma inside. He took out the jade slip. What was recorded in the jade slip was the recipe for a 4th grade healing elixir using wooding to Ganoderma as the main ingredient. The reason why Li Shiming attaches so much importance to this alchemy is because he, like Ancestor Lu, needs the 4th grade healing elixir. In his computer room space, there is also a Venerable sitting. Although Venerable Huijing still retains the realm of Venerable. Due to his injury, Venerable Huijing is unable to fight, which makes him unable to rely on Venerable Huijing. Fighter's combat power. Although Li Shiming has rare treasures such as the Shanhe Qianquan Fan, there is no 4th grade elixir suitable for refining a 4th grade healing elixir in the Shanhe Qianquan Fan. He originally planned to think of a way to get the 4th grade elixir needed for the 4th grade healing elixir. But he did not expect that Patriarch Lu would deliver the 4th grade elixir to his door just before he was promoted to the late stage of the golden elixir. He collected Whittington Ganoderma into the computer room space, and his mind entered the computer room space. Although the elixir recipe in the Jade Slip was unfamiliar, with the natal magic weapon Z15, a simulation environment was quickly established, and the refining process was simulated 10 times in a short period of time. It can be said that when he was preparing to refine this 4th grade healing elixir, he not only had 10 nanometers of control over the computer room space, but also had the help of the natal magic weapon Z15. And he also had 10 refining experiences. It is difficult to make mistakes when refining these 4th grade healing elixirs under these conditions. It's just that it takes 9 days to refine the 4th grade elixir, so he can only wait slowly. The news that Li Shiming was promoted to the late stage of Jindan immediately spread throughout the northern Shu continent. Except for his appearance at Xinhuan sect, all the monks who should know knew it. In addition to the excitement of the Yuaning ancestors, there was also the joy of the alchemy masters. Li Shiming's existence is like an insurmountable peak for other alchemy masters. If Li Shiming hadn't reduced the elixir refining in the previous realm every time he was promoted, giving opportunities to the alchemy masters, perhaps the alchemy masters in the northern Shu continent would have nothing to do. This is actually not an exaggeration. Li Shiming has not yet revealed his true level of alchemy. If he sacrifices and refines a few more 3rd grade alchemy furnace magic weapons, he can open as many furnaces to refine pills as there are 3rd grade alchemy furnace magic weapons at the same time. As long as the number of 3rd grade pill furnace magic weapons does not exceed the number of brains he can call upon, he can refine elixirs in large quantities. Even the 4th grade elixir is the same. Who asked him to refine the Z15 sacrifice into his own magic weapon, giving him an extra 190 brains. 9 days later, Li Shiming sensed the changes in the alchemy furnace in the computer room, and his spiritual thoughts turned into a big hand and gently patted the alchemy furnace. 101 points Pill Ju was activated, and the spiritual energy gathered by the Yuaning stage spiritual veins in the computer room for 10 days was all sucked into the pill furnace. The 3 spiritual pills were illusory at first, and as the spiritual energy entered, they were absorbed into the pill furnace. The medicinal energy in his body slowly turned from virtual to real. Elixir! He shouted softly, and 6 4th grade healing elixirs flew out of the elixir furnace. 4 of the 4th grade healing elixirs were put into separate jade bottles by him, and the remaining 2 4th grade healing elixirs were put into the jade bottles prepared for old ancestor Lu. Since the time when he produced the elixir was 1 day earlier than the time that the Yuaning ancestors outside knew, he still had 1 day to stay in the practice room. He took out a 4th grade healing elixir without any accidents. The quality of this 4th grade healing elixir reached a high level, which was already the highest quality under normal alchemy. He threw the 4th grade healing elixir to Venerable Huijing. Venerable Huijing had long lost his appearance as a monk. Not only had his hair grown, but his face was also different. It's a pity that no matter how much Venerable Huijing changes, he can't change his own aura. Li Shiming's hiding method is of little use. At most, it can deceive the Jindan monks. If he really encounters the Yuaning ancestor from the Beishu continent, he can recognize Venerable Huijing by his breath. Venerable Huijing put the 4th grade healing elixir into his mouth, sat down cross-legged and began to refine the elixir. Li Shiming's mind entered his body and felt the effect of the elixir's power. This 4th grade healing elixir entered Venerable Huijing's body and immediately transformed into a 4th grade healing medicine, repairing the wounds on his nascent soul and body. The 4th grade healing elixir is precious because it can not only heal the body, but also the nascent soul. The Whittington Ganoderma that Patriarch Lu took out was the stock of Disha's sect. If it weren't for the injury of old ancestor Lu, this Whittington Ganoderma would not have been used. Of course, there is also recognition of Li Shiming's alchemy skills. The Whittington Ganoderma was taken out and made into a 4th grade healing elixir, which was more effective. Originally, Venerable Huijing's injury was extremely troublesome. Without treatment, the injury could barely be maintained. But after the 4th grade healing elixir entered his abdomen, his injuries immediately recovered quickly, especially the damage on the nascent soul, which was being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. In 3 hours, Venerable Hui Jing digested and absorbed the 4th grade healing elixir. His injuries became much lighter from serious injuries, and now he is barely able to take action. But Li Shiming was not satisfied. He was rich and gave another 4th grade healing elixir to Venerable Hui Jing. Venerable Hui Jing once again took the 4th grade healing elixir. 3 hours later, when Venerable Hui Jing opened his eyes again, the light in his eyes scattered, and the aura in his body returned to 80%. Li Shiming is quite satisfied with the effect of the 4th grade healing elixir. The elixir given by Patriarch Lu has a very strong healing effect on Patriarch Yuanying. In fact, the most critical reason for this is his alchemy level. A 4th grade high-level healing elixir, and a 4th grade healing elixir that maximizes the effect of the elixir, has never appeared in the Beishu continent. Even if Venerable Hui Jing is in Qinya Temple, the healing elixirs Qinya Temple takes out are only 2 4th grade healing elixirs, which cannot restore Venerable Hui Jing to 80% in such a short time. Under normal circumstances, even if Venerable Hui Jing had a 4th grade healing elixir, it would take at least tens to hundreds of years of hard work before he could regain his strength. Otherwise, why would the ancestors of Nascent Soul be so afraid of fighting? It is because once they are injured, it will be very troublesome. Looking at Venerable Hui Jing, Li Shiming felt relieved a lot. With the fighting power of a Nascent Soul ancestor, he at least had a certain ability to protect himself. In recent years, he has often dealt with Yuanying ancestors. Even though these Yuanying ancestors were extremely polite to him, the huge gap in strength still made him extremely insecure. However, thinking about Patriarch Jinkai's state in the middle stage of Yuanying, especially hearing that monks in the early stage of Yuanying would call Patriarch Jinkai their senior when they saw him, Li Shiming felt that his strength was still not enough. Venerable Hui Jing was only in the early stage of Nascent Soul. Due to the influence of inner demons, all his magic weapons were left in Qinya Temple, except for the 4th grade natal magic weapon, the Rui Buddha bead. Coupled with the fact that he has lost his memory and cannot use many of the secret techniques he has learned, his actual combat power is probably ranked last among the Nascent Soul ancestors. What depresses Li Shiming the most is that he doesn't know much about Yuanying's out-of-body experience. Venerable Hui Jing has lost his memory, and he needs to control Venerable Hui Jing to fight. But he didn't even know the process of forming the Yuanying's Dharma after the Yuanying emerged from the body, let alone manipulated Venerable Hui Jing to form the Yuanying's Dharma. He shook his head. It seemed that in the days to come, he would see if he could enter the Sex Yuanying period library. Fellow Taoist Lu, don't worry. Sure Ming's alchemy level has remained at the same level as before. The 10 days are coming. And Patriarch Fan looks at the somewhat uneasy Patriarch Lu and comforts him. Ancestor Lu showed an ugly smile to Ancestor Fan. He has not left Shushan sect at all these days, but is waiting in Shushan sect. His injuries were very serious. If it were not for seeking elixirs, he would still be in seclusion in Disha sect at this time. He placed his hope on Li Shiming. Unlike elixirs used for cultivation, the difference in quality of 4th grade healing elixirs was directly related to life. Based on his injury, if it cannot be controlled in a short time, his longevity will be greatly affected. I should have handed it over to the alchemy inheritance of the Disha sect earlier, Ancestor Lu said helplessly. What he was worried about was not Li Shiming's alchemy ability, which has been confirmed. But this time he came with the Disha sect's elixir recipe. The 4th grade elixir recipe was recorded in the Disha sect's alchemy inheritance. In the past, Li Shiming also proposed the knowledge of alchemy to the Jind and Elder of the Disha sect. But the Disha sect did not agree because of the importance of such inheritance. At this time, Patriarch Lu couldn't help but regret every time he thought about this matter. If Li Shiming could obtain the Dan Dao inheritance from Disha sect earlier, he might be able to become familiar with the refining of these 4th grade healing elixirs earlier. In fact, not only the Disha sect, but also other major sects. No one is willing to share all the alchemy inheritance with Li Shiming. But after this incident, it's really hard to say. Anyway, Patriarch Lu has made a decision. Regardless of the opinions of the sect, he will definitely send the alchemy inheritance to Li Shiming. In the future, he will also send 4th grade elixirs and elixirs over and ask Li Shiming to refine 4th grade spiritual elixirs for training. With the inherited knowledge of alchemy from the Disha sect, the quality of the alchemy will also be guaranteed. Besides, this is also the best way to make friends with Li Shiming. Not only the knowledge of alchemy, but as long as Li Shiming does not share it with others, there will be too many places to ask for Li Shiming in the future. There shouldn't be any problem.
Ancestor Fan didn't have enough confidence this time. At this moment, the formation to protect the mountain at the sword-holding peak changed. Ancestor Fan, Ancestor Lu and Zwa all looked at the top of the sword-holding peak. Li Shiming looked slightly pale. And this time, the paleness was completely fake.
Ancestor Lu, this is your elixir. I have taken one,
Li Shiming said, as he sent the jade bottle to Ancestor Lu.
Master Li, thank you for your hard work.
Ancestor Lu glanced at the elixir in the jade bottle, with excitement on his face. He then looked at Li Shiming's pale face, and saluted solemnly.
Fellow Taoist Lu, how are you?
Zhuo Laozu asked curiously. He was still very confident in Li Shiming. And with Patriarch Lu's excited expression, he also guessed the quality of the elixir in the jade bottle. However, he still wanted to confirm that if a completely unfamiliar 4th grade elixir recipe could be used to refine full elixirs and high-level elixirs in 10 days, then Li Shiming's alchemy level would be even higher than he thought.
Master Li's ability to refine alchemy is the best in the history of the Northern Shu continent when he is a 4th grade high-level alchemy master.
Ancestor Lu praised him without any disguise. He couldn't wait to put a 4th grade healing elixir into his mouth. It wasn't that he was impatient, but the feeling of being injured was really uncomfortable. If he procrastinates any longer, he is worried that his lifespan will be reduced too much. Almost as soon as the 4th grade healing elixir entered his stomach, he closed his eyes, suspended it in the air, and began to refine the medicine. Ancestor Zwa and Ancestor Fan shook their heads together. Together they sealed the space where Ancestor Lu was and attracted spiritual energy. Ancestor Lu came to Shushan sect as a guest. In this period when the 6 major sects were united, they couldn't let Ancestor Lu have any accidents in the mountain sect.
Shiming, it just so happened that we transferred a nascent soul-level spiritual vein for you. Should you change to a better mountain range? Or should you stay at the sword-holding peak?
Ancestor Fan turned around and asked Li Shiming.
I still like Zhujian Feng, so I won't change it.
Li Shiming thought for a while and replied. In the Shushan sect, with his status, he has been able to claim a mountain range by himself. This mountain range will be dominated by the peak he is on, and the surrounding subsidiary peaks will become the peaks of his disciples. Until the status of his disciples reaches certain conditions, they can be separated and have a separate mountain range. The mountain gate of Shushan sect occupies such a vast area. This is why almost all the Jindan elders who branch out have their own mountains. Li Shiming has no intention of accepting disciples. Compared with other Jindan elders, his cultivation years are too short. In addition, he has a lot of secrets, and he doesn't want to accept any disciples. If he really wanted to cultivate them, his corpse refining and spiritual pets would be much more at ease than his disciples. Besides, the sword-holding peak is not small. Without accepting any disciples, the sword-holding peak is enough for him. He has also invested a lot in the sword-holding peak. A large number of formations have made the sword-holding peak a leader within the Shushan sect. The safest mountain.
Okay, Old Zwa, let's take action together.
Old Ancestor Fan smiled and nodded, waving to Old Ancestor Zwa. He took out a 4th grade pulse-locking disc, and the terrifying spiritual power enveloped the 4th grade pulse-locking disc. And then a light ball was pulled out from the 4th grade pulse-locking disc. Li Shiming felt strong spiritual energy fluctuations, and felt danger. The light ball in front of me seemed to be alive, and the spiritual energy reaction was too violent. If it exploded, it would probably be as powerful as the nascent soul ancestor. Ancestors will also took action at this time, leading the nascent soul level spirit veins to fly towards the sword-holding peak. Li Shiming had already fully opened the sword-holding peak formation, and the light ball was sent deep into the mountain by the 2 nascent soul ancestors. The golden elixir level spiritual veins were easily withdrawn from the original location of the golden elixir level spiritual veins. Chapter 455 Thoughts.
Sure, Ming. Go back and ask your followers to go to the sect to apply for a spiritual plant master. With nascent soul level spiritual veins, your mountain can open up many acres of 3rd grade spiritual fields.
After Patriarch Fan stopped, he said with a smile to Li Shiming.
Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master.
Li Shiming sensed the changes in the spiritual energy of the sword-holding peak, and his heart blossomed, and he bowed and thanked.
Don't thank me. You deserve this. By the way, your authority has also been upgraded.
Zhuo Laozu waved his hand and said. Li Shiming took out the identity jade disc and found that his authority had indeed been upgraded from the elder level to the supreme elder level, which was the level of the Yuanying ancestor. But he found that he seemed to be unable to go to the nascent soul level library due to his realm.
Master, please see if the nascent soul level library is open to me. I want to gain some knowledge.
Li Shiming put away the jade plate of identity and asked Patriarch Fan with a smile.
You haven't reached the realm yet, so going to the Nascent Soul Library Pavilion will not be of much use. On the contrary, it will affect your cultivation,
Patriarch Fan said with a frown. He saw the persistence in Li Shiming's eyes and felt helpless. Li Shiming couldn't obtain nascent soul level knowledge from the sect, and he could also obtain it from other sects through alchemy. If that happens, not only will Li Shiming be unhappy, but it will also reduce Li Shiming's gains. If you replace the reward with nascent soul level knowledge, then other rewards will be less. If you ask Li Shiming to make elixirs, that will be a 4th grade reward.
Forget it. With your ability, it doesn't matter if you have access to nascent soul level knowledge in advance. I will give you the corresponding permissions, but you must pay attention and see if you can. Don't try the nascent soul level secret method.
Then Patriarch thought here. I changed my words.
I know I won't do that. Given my level, once the nascent soul level secret technique is used, it will cause backlash in the body,
Li Shiming assured with a smile.
As long as you understand,
Ancestor Fan said, while giving Li Shiming permission to operate. Since Ancestor Lu was directly refining the medicinal power here, Ancestor Fan, Ancestor Zhua, and Li Shiming did not leave, but just communicated and waited nearby. Without waiting long, Li Shiming felt the change in Ancestor Lu's aura. Ancestor Fan waved his hand and released the restrictions protecting Ancestor Lu, revealing Ancestor Lu who was opening his eyes inside.
Ha. My injuries are mostly healed. I will be able to fully recover in another 2 or 3 years. Masterly. Lu Song. Thank you.
Ancestor Lu laughed and came to Li Shiming, bowed and said, okay said. Everyone can feel the difference in him from the aura on his body.
Old Ancestor Lu, please get up quickly. I'm watching your breath. If you take another 4th grade healing elixir, your injury should be fully recovered.
Li Shiming quickly stepped forward and gave him a virtual support.
How can a 4th grade healing elixir with such effects be so wasted? It only takes 2 or 3 years. There is no need to retreat. As long as you don't fight with all your strength, there will be no impact.
Old Ancestor Lu shook his head and said. He had no idea of taking another 4th grade healing elixir. After using a 4th grade healing elixir, his injuries were mostly healed. And he also had the effect of the 4th grade advanced healing elixir. Gained a deeper understanding. These 4th grade healing elixirs are almost equivalent to a life for the ancestor of nascent soul. Taking them when he is seriously injured can restore part of his combat power and reduce the severity of his injuries. Ancestor Lu has not yet had the luxury of wasting a 4th grade healing elixir for the sake of 2 or 3 years of recovery.
Sure Ming. Keep your 4th grade healing elixir. 4th grade elixirs, like Wooding to Ganoderma, that can be used to refine 4th grade healing elixirs are very rare. Since the effect of the 4th grade healing elixir is so good, then the value of your 4th grade healing elixir is extremely high.
Patriarch Fan reminded aloud. He was afraid that Li Shiming didn't know the value of the 4th grade healing elixir, and would trade the elixir with others, or be tricked into selling it by Beiju Trading Company. Although Li Shiming's realm is not high enough, and he cannot use the 4th grade healing elixir, he and ancestors would do need it. If their 2 nascent soul ancestors were really seriously injured, would Li Shiming still be stingy about the 4th grade healing elixir?
Yes, Master,
Li Shiming responded.
Fellow Taoist Lu, you are fine now. We will go to Yonla Island together recently to meet with Senior Jean Kai.
Zhua Ancestor said to Lu Ancestor at this time. Recently, the 6 major sects have launched all their intelligence networks, but no clues have been found about the 2 great elders, Yu Xia and Sun Ao. He thought that there was a mistake in the direction, so he wanted to interview Patriarch Jean Kai. Originally, based on Ancestor Lu's injury, the Disha sect would send another Ancestor nascent soul to go there. But since Ancestor Lu's injury is stable, it would be better to still go with Ancestor Lu. Ancestor Lu and Ancestor Jean Kai of Tianqing Trading Company Limited were in trouble together, especially since Ancestor Lu was seriously injured. Ancestor Jean Kai owed him a favor.
No problem. As long as there's no fighting, it'll be fine.
Ancestor Lu understood what Zhua meant and responded with a smile. Ancestor Lu and Ancestor Zhua left. When he left, he thanked Li Shiming many times. This time he owed Li Shiming a big favor, not to mention the reward he paid, and the 4th grade elixir was also drawn by Li Shiming. But if he followed Li Shiming's rules for refining the elixir this time, even with a compromise between Zhua Ancestor and Fan Ancestor, it would still take next month to refine it. In order to refine his 4th grade elixir, Li Shiming's energy was severely damaged, so this favor must be remembered. A few days later, a golden elixir elder from the Disha sect sent a purple jade slip, which was the elixir inheritance of the Disha sect. Of course, this was not given to Li Shiming. This Jindan elder would stay in Shushan sect for 3 days, and Li Shiming had 3 days to write down the contents of the Disha sect's alchemy inheritance. A late-stage golden elixir monk like Li Shiming, even an ordinary late-stage golden elixir monk, can take 3 days to memorize the alchemy inheritance in the purple jade slip. Li Shiming only scanned it once with his spiritual mind, and the natal magic weapon Z15 recorded all the inheritance content. There are a large number of elixirs, ranging from identification, processing, pharmacology, planting, precautions, etc., to 4th grade elixir prescriptions, as well as a large amount of experience left by the predecessors of the Disha sect in alchemy. This alchemy inheritance has greatly enriched C15's alchemy database. It is an inheritance as famous as the Shushan sect's alchemy inheritance. And the Disha sect is a demon sect and has many unique methods of demon sect in alchemy. Although many of these methods are against heaven's will, the principles behind them are of great help to Li Shiming. While Li Shiming was practicing and studying, the 6 nascent soul ancestors from the 6 major sects came to Yongla Island again.
Welcome everyone,
Ancestor Jin Kai said with a smile as he looked at the 6 nascent soul ancestors who entered the hall. He waved his hand and asked the great elder who led the nascent soul ancestors in to step back. The great elders of this kind of gathering were not qualified to participate.
I've met Senior Jin.
The 6 nascent soul ancestors bowed and saluted before sitting down in their respective seats.
Ancestor
Jin Kai couldn't help but let out a sigh when he saw Mr. Liu. You can't blame him for being surprised. He knew that old Ancestor Liu was hit by the golden corpse in the cave. The injury he received at that time was not light. Looking at old Ancestor Liu in front of him, although his injuries have not fully recovered, his energy has been restored. The injury is about to recover.
Fellow Taoist Liu, how did your injury recover so quickly?
He asked curiously.
Master Li refined a furnace of 4th grade healing elixir for me, and my injuries were restored.
Ancestor Liu thought for a while, and didn't hide it. There is no need to hide it. The fact that Li Shiming was promoted to the late stage of Jin Dan, and refined the 4th grade elixir for the Yuanying ancestor is no longer a secret among the senior officials of Beishu continent. Ancestor Jin Kai just didn't investigate. If he wanted to investigate, he would know the news soon.
Is that Master Li Shiming Li? He has been promoted to the late stage of Jin Dan? Looking at Lu Daoyou's injuries, doesn't the 4th grade healing elixir he refined reach the advanced level of 4th grade?
Jin Kai Patriarch's eyes flashed, and he kept saying asked, based on his judgment of Ancestor Liu's injury. If he wanted to recover to such an extent in such a short time, he would have to use a 4th level advanced healing elixir to do it. But if you want to refine a 4th grade high level spiritual elixir, even any alchemy master in the entire world of immortality is not sure of this. The requirement for high level elixirs is that every step in the elixir refining process is in the most perfect state, without the slightest error. It is still possible if the elixir is placed in 3rd grade or lower elixirs, because the refining time of 3rd grade elixirs is only a few hours at most. And it is still possible for the alchemy master to make no errors in a few hours. However, the refining of the 4th grade elixir often takes nearly 10 days. This is 10 days. The alchemy master needs to pay full attention to the changes in the alchemy furnace. If there is no error in the 10 days, the probability is too low. Even the best alchemy master that Ancestor Jin Kai knew could only refine a few furnaces of 4th grade high-level elixirs in his life. And that was due to luck.
Ha ha!
Ancestor Liu couldn't help but feel a little moved when he heard Ancestor Jin Kai's urgent questions. He didn't answer Ancestor Jin Kai's questions, and just smiled. He became vigilant, fearing that he might cause trouble to Li Shiming. Ancestor Jin Kai didn't need his answer. He guessed it by looking at Ancestor Liu. At this moment, Patriarch Jin Kai was moved. The possibility of finding Patriarch Shiji's cave was very low. But the discovery of Li Shiming, the master of alchemy, was not a big discovery. An alchemy master of this level was trapped in a place like Beishu continent, which made even the ancestor of Jin Kai feel a pity. In addition, Patriarch Jin Kai was actually injured. Although the injury was not serious, at his level, it would be extremely difficult to recover from an injury. If Li Shiming could refine a 4th grade advanced healing elixir for him, his injuries would probably be restored soon. It's a pity that Li Shiming's level is too low. They are both 4th grade healing elixirs. The 4th grade healing elixir used in the early stage of Yuanying is completely different from the elixir used in the middle stage of Yuanying.
The 4th grade healing elixir used by the ancestor of Jin Kai requires Li Shiming to be at least in the early stage of nascent soul before he can refine it. Ancestor Jin Kai had some thoughts of meeting Li Shiming. But before that, he might let Ancestor Ren Sun test it out.
Senior Jin, we have found no traces of Yu Xia and Sun Ao anywhere in the northern Shu continent. Are we looking in the wrong direction?
Patriarch Lu asked at this time. Patriarch Lu deliberately changed the topic to business. As the Yuanying Patriarch of the northern Shu continent, he did not want his alchemy master to be missed by the Yuanying Patriarchs from other places.
You didn't find any trace of the aura I gave you?
Ancestor Jin Kai was attracted by the news and couldn't help but frown and asked. In order to allow the 6 major sects to successfully find Elder Yoxia and Elder Sun Ao, he sealed the auras left in the 2 elders' temporary caves and handed them over to the 6 major sects. There are many secret methods for tracking in the world of immortality. As long as the breath can be used as a reference, you can look for this breath everywhere. Wherever Great Elder Yu Xia and Great Elder Sun Ao pass, they will leave more or less aura behind them. With the power of the 6 major sects in the northern Shu continent, if Elder Yu Xia and Elder Sun Ao acted outside, they would leave traces and be discovered by the intelligence networks of the 6 major sects. It has not been discovered for so long. Or Elders Yu Xia and Sun Ao have been hiding somewhere and have never left their hiding places. However, if they leave the area where the cave is located, they will leave their auras. Either Grand Elder Yu Xia and Grand Elder Sun Ao have died. If this is the case, the difficulty of finding the cave will increase exponentially. Without any clues, trying to find the inheritor of Dantian is like looking for a needle in a haystack.
The monk who passed the test of the cave has practiced the thunder technique. This is also a clue.
Ancestor Jin Kai thought for a while and said. This clue made the 6 nascent soul ancestors feel a lot better. There were not many monks practicing thunder-type skills in the northern Shu continent. The training of thunder skills is extremely difficult, and it places great restrictions on monks' talents. This makes Latio very powerful, but there are very few beginners.
With this clue, we should be able to speed up the search.
Ancestor Lu nodded and said,
Fellow Taoists, I have something to ask of you. Master Ren Sun's nephew is seriously injured. I hope he can meet Master Li of your sect and ask Master Li to refine a furnace of 4th grade healing elixir for him.
Jin Kai Ancestor said to Ancestor Zhua. Ancestor Zhua was startled when he heard this. He did not expect that Ancestor Jin Kai would make this request at this time. To be honest, it was hard for him to refuse this request. Ancestor Ren Sun was injured because he fought with him. This was not a particularly difficult request. If he really objected, it would probably affect the relationship between Beishu Continent and Tianqing Trading Company.
Senior Jin, Master Li has recently refined 2 furnaces of 4th grade elixir in a row, especially before refining the 4th grade healing elixir for fellow Taoist Lu. He hardly rested, which damaged his vitality. If fellow Taoist Ren needs it, he may not be able to do it right away. Refining alchemy.
Zhuo Laozu thought about it and replied,
It's okay if you can't make the elixir immediately. Let's meet Master Li first and make an agreement on the elixir. Nephew Ren's injury is a bit serious. If we delay it any longer, I'm afraid it will affect our path.
Mr. Jin Kai Zhu waved his hand and said, Chapter 456 Asking for Pills. In the sword-holding peak, Li Shiming was sitting cross-legged in the practice room, with Venerable Hui Jing sitting next to him. A complete nascent soul-level spiritual vein is definitely more than enough for him. Even if he has 5 golden elixirs in the late Jinden stage and can absorb spiritual energy at the same time, he cannot use the spiritual energy of 1 nascent soul-level spiritual vein. Venerable Hui Jing was released by him and sat beside him. Li Shiming is considering asking Venerable Hui Jing to relearn the exercises. The aura in Venerable Hui Jing's body runs according to the body's instincts. Li Shiming has no inheritance of this exercise, and he doesn't even know the name of the exercise. In the past, he didn't care. The Lord's combat power was enough to solve all his troubles. But it's different now. What he needs is not a venerable person who can suppress the Golden Core stage, but a venerable person who can confront the Yuanying ancestor. This requires Venerable Hui Jing to have the real combat power of the Yuanying stage, and at least be able to display the Yuanying Dharma. In the past few days, he went to the nascent soul level library to read the classics there, and found that his previous ideas were biased. The nascent soul Dharma cannot be performed by relying on knowledge. It requires a certain degree of control over the skills practiced by the nascent soul in order to be able to inspire the power of the nascent soul Dharma. Venerable Hui Jing didn't know what the exercises were, so how could he improve his control over them? The natal magic weapon Z15 analyzed the current resources in Li Shiming's hands and the situation of Venerable Hui Jing, and gave an opinion. That is, Venerable Hui Jing should recultivate his skill. It may seem like a lot of trouble to relearn the exercises, but in fact it's not that big of a hassle. According to Li Shiming's observation, the method that Venerable Hui Jing originally practiced was Zhengpei, which was a method with few characteristics in Buddhism. This is not surprising. There are many such neutral and peaceful exercises in Buddhist practices, which are most suitable for monks who focus on ascetic practice. Zongshengping and the exercises that have no special characteristics are also the best exercises to transfer to. Because they have no special characteristics, they are suitable for transfer to most exercises. Li Shiming is now considering what exercises to ask Venerable Hui Jing to practice. From his point of view, he naturally looked down on those techniques that could only be practiced to the late nascent soul stage. But even this kind of technique was not easy to obtain in the northern Shu continent. His status in the Shushan sect is considered very high. Unless he needs to change his cultivation, he still cannot obtain the sect's core inherited skills. Forget it. Let Hui Jing practice the spiritual technique of human reincarnation technique. First, I want to use the Yuanying realm to perform spiritual attacks. The concealment and power of the attack can make the unprepared Yuanying ancestors eat. What a loss! Li Shiming thought for a while, and finally made a decision. As for the main technique that is suitable for Venerable Hui Jing to practice, he plans to wait and see if there is any opportunity to obtain a suitable and powerful technique. Among the top skills currently in his hands, the sword intent climbs to the sky technique is a sword cultivation method that Venerable Hui Jing cannot do even if he wants to change his practice. Nanning Lihua is a magical power. Venerable Hui Jing does not have the relevant talent, so this magical power cannot be practiced. The 5 rhymes chi training technique is his main training method, and this technique is suitable. However, in the case of Venerable Hui Jing, who does not have all 5 elements in his body, the power of the 5 rhymes chi training technique cannot be exerted much. It's a pity that the cave left by Zhai Gun needs his master to open it, and other nascent souls cannot open it. Otherwise, there must be a technique suitable for Venerable Hui Jing in it. Of course, another most critical issue is the issue of resources. Li Shiming did not intend to consume too many resources on Venerable Hui Jing. Venerable Hui Jing only needed 4th grade resources, although he has rare treasures such as the Shanhe Universe Fan. For cultivating elixirs, the 4th grade resources produced by the Shanhe Universe Fan are not enough for him and his clone Li Yuanba. Even if he helps the Yuanying ancestor in the Beishu continent to refine a 4th grade elixir, and can get more benefits from the 4th grade elixir than the Yuanying ancestor, it still has a lot to do with the cultivation needs of the Yuanying stage. Big gap. Li Shiming has great confidence in his ability to become a nascent soul monk, so he now needs to consider the accumulation of 4th grade resources. Regarding the 4th level cultivation auxiliary elixir, he did not want to waste even one of them. Everything was not as important as his own cultivation. His eyes are not on the early stage of Yuanying. He looks further. He has more resources in his hands than other Yuanying ancestors in the northern Shu continent. He wants to become a monk in the middle stage of Yuanying. He even thinks further. He pointed his finger at Venerable Hui Jing's forehead and transferred the technique of reincarnation of humanity to Venerable Hui Jing. The relationship between Venerable Hui Jing and him went beyond a normal contractual relationship. When Venerable Hui Jing was at his most vulnerable, his mind communication and psychological suggestions made Venerable Hui Jing regard his clone Li Yuanba as the most trustworthy person. This dependence has also been passed on to Li Shiming. Venerable Hui Jing lost his memory and signed a reverse unequal servant contract with Li Shiming, thus making Venerable Hui Jing completely Li Shiming's servant. The current state of Venerable Hui Jing is rather strange. He has no memory, making him extremely pure, and his mind is empty without any distracting thoughts. He is a monk, although I don't know if he has practiced any spiritual skills. His spirit is extremely strong. When there are no distracting thoughts in his mind, he can get started practicing human reincarnation technique very quickly. Li Shiming waited until Venerable Hui Jing's reincarnation art of humanity entered the door, and then paid no attention to Venerable Hui Jing. Venerable Hui Jing is in the cave, practicing the spiritual technique, reincarnation art of humanity, and the unknown main technique to enhance his own strength and help Li Shiming consume the energy in the cave. Reiki. A month passed, and this day was the time for Li Shiming to hand over the second batch of spiritual elixirs to Patriarch Fan. In fact, he had already refined all of Patriarch Fan's 4th grade spiritual elixirs in these days. Of course,
He couldn't take them all out. He just took out 2 of the 4th grade elixirs and put them into the jade bottle, and then flew out of the cave. He casually opened the formation of the sword-holding peak. There was no need to inform Ancestor Fan, as he was already waiting outside the sword-holding peak.
Fellow Taoist Ren, please come in together.
That's what Ancestor said with a smile to Rinsun Ancestor beside him. Although Patriarch Jin Kai of Tianqing Trading Company agreed. He agreed to Li Shiming's meeting with Patriarch Rinsun, and persuaded Li Shiming to give priority to refining the 4th grade healing elixir for Patriarch Rinsun. But Zhuo Laozu still delayed the time until today on the grounds that Li Shiming was unwell. Although Ancestor Rinsun had opinions in his heart, he had no choice. Li Shiming was talking about seclusion to the outside world. It was impossible for him to break through during Li Shiming's seclusion.
Right. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhuo.
Ancestor Rinsun's spirit is still good. After taking a few 4th grade healing elixirs, his injuries were suppressed. But it is impossible to get better. This is related to the quality of the 4th grade healing elixir he took. The best 4th grade healing elixir is only an intermediate level, and its effect is several times worse than that of a high-level one. If you practice auxiliary elixirs, the difference of several times is just a difference in the effectiveness of cultivation. But when it comes to healing elixirs, the difference is a world of difference. After he heard about Li Shiming's alchemy ability, he couldn't wait to ask Li Shiming to make alchemy. For this reason, he had been waiting in Shushan sect for nearly a month. And today, he was finally going to meet Li Shiming. He was thinking about what he could do to impress Li Shiming. Although Zhuo Laozu agreed to help persuade, it was Li Shiming who actually made the elixir. Ancestor Rinsun knew how much an alchemy master with such a level of alchemy would be sought after by Ancestor Yuanying. Ancestor Zhuo would never force Li Shiming to take action for him. He still needed to offer enough benefits to impress Li Shiming. Following Ancestor Fan and Ancestor Zhuo to the top of the sword-holding peak, Ancestor Rinsun did not feel strange about the rich spiritual energy in the peak. If such an alchemy master cannot even enjoy the Yuanying level spiritual veins, then the Shushan sect is treating Li Shiming harshly. This is why Ancestor Fan and Ancestor Zhuo must find a way to transfer nascent soul level spiritual veins to Li Shiming. If Li Shiming is not given adequate treatment, let alone Li Shiming who has ideas in his heart, even the monks outside they will also accuse Shushan sect.
So young.
Ancestor Rinsun's first thought when he saw Li Shiming. The ancestor of nascent soul looks at a monk's age not by appearance, but by his perception of vitality. Li Shiming's body was so full of vitality that he judged that he would not be older than 50. And a 50-year-old in the late stage of the golden core would be a genius that would not be born in 1,000 years even outside. But 2 such geniuses appeared at the same time in Beishu continent. At this time, he thought of Li Yuanba, the sword cultivator who beheaded the great elder Shi Ming. The sword cultivator who was known as the #1 sword cultivator in the golden core stage of the northern Shu continent. He was a little curious as to how a barren land like the Beishu continent could give birth to these 2 geniuses at the same time.
Master, this is your elixir.
Li Shiming handed over a jade bottle and said. Ancestor Fan took the jade bottle and checked it. There was no surprise. There were 2 more 4th grade high-level elixirs.
Shiming, let me introduce to you. This is fellow Taoist Rinsun from Tianqing Trading Company.
He put away the jade bottle and introduced Li Shiming.
I've met Ancestor Rinsun.
Li Shiming stepped forward and bowed.
Master Li, let's get along as equals. With your talent in alchemy, if you were in Tianqing Trading Company, you would enjoy the same status as the nascent soul cultivator.
Ancestor Rinsun said in return. His words made Ancestor Zhuo and Ancestor Fan frown at the same time. There was an unknown meaning in this sentence. It's just that Ancestor Rinsun spoke in a vague way, making it difficult for the 2 Yuanying ancestors to say anything face to face.
Shi Ming, fellow Taoist Ren, like fellow Taoist Lu, was also injured while exploring with us. This time he came here to refine the 4th grade healing elixir. He is not a monk from the 6 major sects of the Beishu continent. You and fellow Taoist Ren will meet the specific conditions. Let's discuss.
Zhuo Laozu said with a wink at Li Shiming. If it weren't for that look, just the words in his mouth would have meant persuasion. But that look in his eyes made Li Shiming understand that this was Zhuo Laozu telling him to let go of the slaughter.
Ancestor Ren, I wonder what kind of elixir you want to refine. My level is limited, and I haven't learned all the elixirs of all the sects in the Beishu continent.
Li Shiming asked Ancestor Rinsun with a smile. Ancestor Rinsun looked at Li Shiming and felt that there seemed to be a little fox on the other side. Looking at Ancestor Zhuo and Ancestor Fan next to him, it was obvious that they were 2 old foxes. He knew that he couldn't let these 2 old foxes be around. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how much he would have to pay to get Li Shiming to make alchemy. You must know that Zhua ancestor and Fan ancestor are very clear that his request for elixir must be carried out this time. And it must be achieved no matter how high the price is. He saw the condition of old ancestor Lu. Although old ancestor Lu's injury was a little lighter than his, it was still limited. Looking at old ancestor Lu's current condition, he was almost healed. He has great confidence in the 4th grade advanced healing elixir refined by Li Shiming. As long as he gets the 4th grade advanced healing elixir, his injuries can be cured. He is still young, and his injuries will really delay him for 100 years. His future cultivation path and future prospects will be almost like this. The hope of becoming a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul will be extremely slim.
Fellow Taoist Zhua. Fellow Taoist Fan. I wonder if I can have a private talk with Master Li.
Ancestor Rinsun said with a smile to the 2 nascent soul ancestors. Although he used a question, the meaning he expressed was to ask the 2 nascent soul ancestors to avoid him. Requests for elixirs require payment, and it is not a particularly strange request for him to ask the 2 nascent soul ancestors to avoid him. The payment may involve some secrets, and it is normal to not want outsiders to know. Ancestor Zhua and Ancestor Fan looked at each other, nodded, and exited the sword-holding peak. They didn't have to worry about anything happening to Li Shiming. Not to mention that Ancestor Rinsun was seriously injured and couldn't take action. Even if he could take action, this was inside the Shushan sect's gate. As long as Ancestor Rinsun didn't go crazy, he wouldn't attack Li Shiming here. Of course, another reason why they felt relieved about Li Shiming was because of the sword-holding peak formation. Their vision is naturally very sharp. The formation at the top of the sword-holding peak is so tight that they can feel that even if the Yuaning ancestor shows his power here, the formation can still withstand 1 or 2. Especially after the sword-holding peak has nascent soul-level spiritual veins. The formation here has powerful energy, making it even more powerful. As long as the formation resists for a moment, the ancestor of the sect's nascent soul will come to the rescue.
Master Li, this is my reward. See if you are satisfied with it. If it is still not enough, just ask for it.
Ancestor Rinsun took out a jade bottle and handed it over and said. Li Shiming was startled when he saw the jade bottle. He was a master of alchemy. But Ancestor Rinsun sent him a jade bottle containing elixir. So what kind of elixir was in the jade bottle that could impress him? This alchemy master? While thinking about it, he took the jade bottle and put his spiritual thoughts into it.
Ninging Dan?
He said with slight hesitation. Most of the alchemy masters in the northern Shu continent would not be able to recognize this elixir. Li Shiming only recognized this elixir after reading a description of the Ninging elixir in a travel diary written by Yuaning ancestor. Chapter 457 Blackmail.
Master Li has great eyesight.
Ancestor Rinsun praised slightly in surprise. When he arrived at the northern Shu continent, he naturally knew a lot about the northern Shu continent. The resources for promotion to the nascent soul in the northern Shu continent were relatively biased. Ninging Dan, a 4th grade elixir that plays a decisive role in infant growth, has not appeared in the northern Shu continent. The main reason is that the 4th grade elixir Ninging grass, one of the main ingredients in Ninging Dan, is not produced in the northern Shu continent. Li Shiming recognized the Ninging pill, which made Ancestor Rinsun even happier. Recognizing the Ninging pill made him more aware of the preciousness of the Ninging pill.
It's really the Ninging pill!
Li Shiming once again put his mind on the Ninging pill and thought to himself. To be honest, the refining level of this infant Ning Dan is very different from his alchemy level. This infant Ning Dan barely reaches the intermediate quality. But according to what was described in the classics, the Ninging Dan played a more important role in promoting the nascent soul than any other spiritual object. Li Shiming restrained his mind. This Ninging pill was indeed very practical for him and extremely valuable. But thinking of Zhua ancestor's intention, he wanted to see if he could get more.
The Ninging pill is very good, and it will be somewhat useful for my promotion to nascent soul.
Li Shiming nodded lightly and said. Ancestor Rinsun looked at Li Shiming with suspicion. He felt that Li Shiming was deceiving him. Based on his knowledge of the northern Shu continent, the resources for promotion to nascent soul would not be very good. How could a soul condensation pill only have some effect?
Ancestor Run, it seems you don't quite believe it.
Li Shiming saw what he was thinking and said with a smile. Red infant ginseng fruit, supreme sensing pill, corpse lotus seeds, 7-leaf jade lotus. With a wave of Li Shiming's hand, several infant growing resources appeared in front of him. If it weren't for the
Tai Xian turtle marrow pill
being related to Elder Sun Ao, and Li Yuanba also had an infant resource, he would have been able to display 2 more adult resources. That is to say, his current status is high enough that he doesn't care about people knowing that he has so many adult resources. With his status, I am afraid that for a long time, whenever he goes out, he will be accompanied by the Yuan-Ing ancestor to protect him. This ancestor Rinsun saw the spiritual objects displayed by Li Shiming. He recognized these spiritual objects and had a look of disbelief on his face. It's not that these spiritual objects are so precious. The spiritual objects here are mainly difficult to collect. Even if Tianqing Trading Company searches for them in various continents, it will take a long time. It is even more impossible for these adult resources to be concentrated on one monk, as that would be too wasteful. In the world of cultivating immortals, unless a certain cultivator obtains the adult resources himself, the various forces allocate not many infant resources. A common practice in the world of cultivating immortals is to allocate resources for childbirth to as many great elders as possible, so that the rate of childbirth for these great elders will be higher, instead of concentrating resources on one great elder, which will result in all the money lost if it fails. Although adult resources can increase a monk's chance of promotion, this chance is also limited. The most important thing is the monk's own luck. Ancestor Rinsun was surprised that Li Shiming had concentrated so many adult resources into one person. Even the most favored elder in Tianqing Trading Company would not invest so many adult resources. He also understood why Li Shiming said that the Ninging pill had some effect. Although Li Shiming's words were a bit exaggerated, it was true that the value of the Ninging pill to Li Shiming was not as high as he estimated. Master Li's tricks! Ancestor Rinsun sighed. Li Shiming smiled slightly, waved and put away the adult resources in front of him. What he wants is this effect, so that Ancestor Rinsun loses his confidence, so he can find many good things. I wonder what else Master Li needs. As long as I have it, I will pay for it. Ancestor Rinsun really didn't know what Li Shiming was missing, so he asked aloud. It is very easy for an alchemy master like Li Shiming to obtain 4th grade resources. By refining the 4th grade elixir for the ancestor of nascent soul, you can get the reward of 4th grade resources. In addition, the 4th grade elixir left over from the commission can also be exchanged for 4th grade resources. Of course, the premise is that the alchemy master is of Li Shiming's level to achieve such a gain. I heard that you got some golden corpse cores from this adventure. I'm very interested in the corpse cores. Li Shiming pointed out with a smile. Master Li likes golden corpse cores, but I got one. I'll give it to Master. Ancestor Rinsun breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Li Shiming would propose something precious, but he didn't expect it to be a golden corpse core. He handed the jade box containing the golden corpse core to Li Shiming. He had no interest in the golden corpse core. He just had no other trophies from exploring the cave. The only trophy was the golden corpse core. After killing some golden corpses, almost every participating nascent soul ancestor was assigned a golden corpse core. Among the 4th grade resources, the golden corpse core can only be regarded as a spiritual object of low value. Ancestor Rinsun did not hesitate at all to take it out. I still need one more skill. A skill that can lead to the Mahayana stage. Li Shiming put away the jade box and continued to say calmly. This time, Ancestor Rinsun made no move and looked into Li Shiming's eyes. Master Li, this request you made is a bit troublesome. The skills that have been cultivated to the Mahayana stage are so precious that you can't imagine, he said in a deep voice. This is only like this in the Beishu continent. I believe it will not be like this in other continents, Li Shiming said as he took out the jade bottle and jade box. The meaning was very obvious. He pushed the jade bottle and jade box in front of Ancestor Rinsun. If Ancestor Rinsun did not agree, he would take back the Ninging Dan and the golden corpse core. Master Li, you win. I do have a technique that can be practiced to the Mahayana stage, and it is also an inherited technique. But I hope that this technique will not be spread in the northern Shu continent for at least 100 years. News! Ancestor Rinsun did not go to pick up the jade bottle and jade box, but said with a helpless smile, because of his own injury, he had no right to refuse. Compared with his recovery from injury, everything he paid was worth it. He took out a golden jade slip and sent it to Li Shiming. Li Shiming took the jade slip. The technique inside was the Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun technique. It is a fire attribute technique that can be used from the Qi Chain stage to the Mahayana stage. It has been practiced by a large number of predecessors. Experience. The Glazed Sun Eclipse technique is a technique from another continent. Its sect was destroyed, and the technique was collected by me, but has not yet been handed over to the trading company. Although the trading company does not know the name of the technique yet, it will really happen in the past few decades.
If the news spreads in Yin, the trading company will know that it was me who spread the practice. And I will be in big trouble in the trading company.
Ancestor Rinsun explained. He has already taken out his skills. But some things still need to be explained clearly. But since it was a reward, he did not have the power to stop Li Shiming from spreading the news. So he gave a time limit, and only kept the news from being circulated for a long time. He did not say that it would be banned from spreading for 100 years.
Don't worry. The news will never be spread within 100 years,
Li Shiming said with a smile. In a short period of time, the
Blaze Sun Eclipse skill
in the Golden Jade slip was recorded by the natal magic weapon Z15. And the skill was verified, based on the many skills previously obtained and the previous experience in it. You must know that based on previous experience alone, more than 40 monks have left behind their insights. And each of their insights is a record of a long cultivation process, comparing previous people's experience and skills. It is not an attempt to falsify. It is not easy to create such complex false information without being discovered by Z15. In the end, Patriarch Rinxuan gave Li Shiming a jade box containing a 4th grade elixir and a prescription for elixir. Li Shiming also gave him 10 days to collect the elixir after 10 days. Ancestor Rinsun left the sword-holding peak and was placed in another temporary cave to entertain guests. Not long after, Ancestor Zhua and Ancestor Fan returned to the sword-holding peak after arranging the appointment of Ancestor Sun.
Sure, Ming. Your hands are not weak. Are they?
Zhua Laozu asked with a smile.
Uncle Master, this time I got a resource for infants. A golden corpse core. And it's still here,
Li Shiming said, and took out the golden jade slip.
You keep your things. We are not greedy for your things.
Zhua Laozu quickly waved his hand and said. He didn't want Li Shiming to misunderstand. He and Patriarch Fan were just curious about Li Shiming's harvest this time, but had no intention of benefiting from it.
This is a technique called the
Glow Flame Eclipse technique
that I asked from Ancestor Rin. It can reach the Mahayana stage directly and has a complete inheritance. However, I promise that there will be no news about this technique for 100 years. Leak,
Li Shiming said with a smile.
Good boy. You are still thinking about the sect.
Patriarch Fan looked at the golden jade slip with bright eyes and praised in his mouth. He didn't mean to be polite. So he took the golden jade slip and looked at it. Zhua Laozu also looked at the golden jade slip. And he was also extremely curious about the content inside. Although the
Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun technique
is a technique that can directly reach the Mahayana stage, it is not very useful for Zhua Ancestor and Fan Ancestor who are already in the nascent soul stage. They are not venerable Huijing. The exercises they practice have obvious characteristics. If they want to change their practice, they need to find a method that is consistent with their previous exercises. Obviously, the
Blaze Flame Sun Eclipse skill
is not a skill that suits them. So no matter how high the level of the
Blaze Flame Sun Eclipse skill
is, the most they can do is take a look at it for reference. Of course, the
Glow Flame Sun Eclipse technique
is of little use to them, but it is of great use to the Shushan sect. Although there are resource limitations, the technique has broken through the shackles of the nascent soul stage, opening up a glimmer of hope for the Shushan sect. A glimmer of hope for higher achievements.
Sure, Ming. This skill is very important to the sect, so we will accept it. If you need anything, just tell us, and the sect will definitely open it to you.
Patriarch Fan excitedly handed over the golden jade slip. Give it to Zhua Ancestor, and then say to Li Shiming. He did not expect that this
Blaze Flame Sun Eclipse skill
would be so complete that it could directly become the sect's inherited skill. Even if there is a limit of 100 years. 100 years in the world of immortality is nothing. This skill can be passed down for eternity.
What a pity. If I had obtained this skill before I became a baby, I would definitely change it.
Zhua Laozu couldn't help but sigh after looking at it for a moment. Compared with the technique he practiced, the level of this technique differed by more than one level. Compared with the spiritual power he cultivated, the spiritual power cultivated with the
Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun skill
is several hundred times more powerful at the same level. Li Shiming's gift of the
Luyan Sun Eclipse technique
was a reward for the sect. Although most of what he has achieved today is due to his own efforts, he still remembers how much the sect helped him. Now that he has the ability to repay, he naturally wants to repay the sect. Besides, he had memorized all the techniques of the
Glow Flame Sun Eclipse technique,
and it would not affect Venerable Huijing's conversion. He is still very satisfied with the
Glowing Flame Eclipse Sun technique.
The level of this technique is no worse than the
5 Rhymes Chi training technique. Of course, the 5 rhymes chi training technique that Li Shiming is practicing now has long exceeded the power of the original 5 rhymes chi training technique due to the 5 elements chi receiving formation and the 5 golden elixirs. His 5 rhymes chi training technique is equivalent to the collection of 5 monks who respectively practice the 5 elements attributes of the 5 rhymes chi training technique, and the power it exerts is several times that of the original. The 2 nascent soul ancestors left in a hurry with the Blaze Sun Eclipse skill. Although they could not practice the Blaze Sun Eclipse skill, many of its contents still touched them. With the Blaze Sun Eclipse skill, their knowledge will be greatly increased, which will have a certain promotion effect on their cultivation. Li Shiming once again announced to the outside world that he was refining alchemy, and that the mountain protecting formation at Holding Sword Peak was activated. 10 days later, only ancestors will accompanied Ancestor Rinsun to the outside of the sword holding peak. If Ancestor Rinsun was not allowed to walk alone in the mountain gate, he would not have wanted to come. Ancestor Fan did not come over. Ancestor Fan was completely devoted to the study of the Glow Flame Sun Eclipse technique. Ancestors will looked at the sword holding peak with some anxiety. He wanted to end this matter as soon as possible and go back to study with Ancestor Fan. At their level, there aren't many things that can attract them. If Li Shiming hadn't grasped Ancestor Rinsun's weakness, Ancestor Rinsun would never have used such precious skills. A technique that has been passed down to the Mahayana stage is enough to affect the strength of a sect. Ancestor Zhua and Ancestor Fan are in the northern Shu continent, and they will not be able to access this level of skills even if it takes 10,000 years. Master Li, what's going on? Ancestor Rinsun looked at the pale Li Shiming flying out of the sword-holding peak and hurriedly stepped forward and asked. He paid such a high price just for the 4th grade high-grade healing elixir. Here! Li Shiming threw a jade bottle to Ancestor Rinsun. His pale face was an act of pretense. And thanks to many attempts at pretending, he had learned a lot. I believe that with a few more attempts, he would be able to create a secret method on how to make his pale face more natural. With the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, combined with the medical experience of studying the body in the previous life, and some body training techniques in this life, he achieved a weak state that even the ancestors of Yuanian could believe. Chapter 458 Farewell. Have you met Master Li? On Yongla Island, Patriarch Jin Kai asked when he saw the face of Patriarch Rinsun that had recovered from health. Yes, Master Li's alchemy skills are the best I have ever seen. Ancestor Rinsun respectfully took out a jade bottle and sent it to Ancestor Jin Kai. He went to see Li Shiming this time. On the one hand, to ask for alchemy, and on the other hand, he also wanted to judge Li Shiming's quality in person. This was a task given to him by the ancestor of Jin Kai on behalf of Tianqing Trading Company. Patriarch Jin Kai took the jade bottle and saw that there was a 4th grade high-grade healing elixir in the jade bottle. Feeling the surging power of the 4th grade high-grade healing elixir, his eyes flashed with wonder. Before, I had judged Li Shiming from the side, not directly after seeing the 4th grade high-level elixir. Originally, he thought that Li Shiming's alchemy skills might be very strong. But there should be some reason why these country bumpkins from Beishu continent had never seen the world. But after seeing this 4th grade high-level elixir, he understood that he had underestimated Li Shiming. You have met Master Li. Do you think Master Li can accept our solicitation? Ancestor Jin Kai asked in a deep voice. This was his main purpose. Instead of spending a lot of money to find Li Shiming to make elixirs, it would be better to spend more to recruit Li Shiming to Tianqing Trading Company. With Li Shiming's level of alchemy, once he joins Tianqing Trading Company, Tianqing Trading Company can almost win over a group of Yuanjing ancestors, making Tianqing Trading Company's power further. My judgment is that Master Li is not someone who is willing to stay in the northern Shu continent. I cannot give an accurate judgment on the recruitment matter, but Master Li will never be willing to stay in the northern Shu continent. Ancestor Rinsun, after thinking for a while, he replied. He thought about Li Shiming asking him for the Mahayana exercises. If Li Shiming didn't have higher requirements, why would he want the Mahayana exercises? Besides, since Li Shiming has become a late-stage Jindan monk at such a young age, as long as they reveal some information about the outside world of immortality to Li Shiming, I believe that Li Shiming is very likely to be tempted. Very good. Since he is unwilling to accept it, it will be easier to deal with. You should find ways to get in touch with Master Li more and make sure to make friends with him, Patriarch Jin Kai said with a smile. Ancestor Rinsun looked bitter. This time he asked Li Shiming to make elixirs, which cost him a lot. The only way to contact Li Shiming was to ask him to make elixirs. But if outside monks like them wanted to ask Li Shiming to take action,
The price would really make him feel distressed.
By the way, when you met Master Li, what did you think of his cultivation talent?
Patriarch Jin Kai asked something as he thought of something.
Master Li is very young. He is about 50 years old, and in the late stage of Jin Dan. His cultivation talent is really amazing.
Speaking of Li Shiming's cultivation talent, Ren Sun, a nascent soul monk, couldn't help but marvel.
I know that the price of asking Master Li to make alchemy is a bit high, and I will pay for it.
Ancestor Jin Kai's eyes brightened. He suppressed his thoughts and waved his hand. Ancestor Ren Sun showed a look of surprise on his face. He, a Yuanying monk who had just been promoted not long ago, talked about how his family could compare with that of the veteran monk in the middle nascent soul stage in front of him. Since the ancestor of Jin Kai is willing to pay, it is a great thing to contact Li Shiming. He was somewhat eager to meet Li Shiming again and refine all the 4th grade elixirs he had accumulated into 4th grade high-level elixirs. The increased speed of cultivation alone was enough to make his heart flutter. Although he wondered why Patriarch Jin Kai did this, it was not his turn to guess about the other party's identity. In the Holding Sword Peak training room, Li Shiming was sitting cross-legged on Putuan. He was practicing the
5 rhymes chi training technique.
Next to him, Venerable Hui Jing was also sitting cross-legged. One of his brains was inside Venerable Hui Jing's body, observing Venerable Hui Jing's practice. Venerable Hui Jing's practice of the
glowing sun eclipse technique
has officially begun. Since Venerable Hui Jing's previous exercises were peaceful and without any deviation, Venerable Hui Jing does not need to abolish his original cultivation. Of course, it is not that simple to convert the original cultivation level into the cultivation level of
Blaze Sun Eclipse skill.
The practice of
the Glaze Sun Eclipse technique
started directly from the Yuanying chapter. His Yuanying sat cross-legged in his body, and the cultivation root of the
Blaze Sun Eclipse technique
started running on the Yuanying's body. There was a look of pain on Yuanying's little face. The skills he had practiced before were peaceful. There were no flame patterns in Yuanying's body. This made it the first time he practiced the
Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun skill.
The flames generated by it were it had an impact on nascent soul. The nascent soul of a nascent soul monk is very fragile before it is inspired into a dharma form. Venerable Hui Jing's nascent soul endured the pain and performed the
Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun technique
over and over again. At the same time, in the main body outside, the
Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun skill
was running simultaneously. The cultivation of Yuanying ancestor is not comparable to that of Jin Dan monks like Li Shiming, and the time spent practicing the exercises is often measured in months and years. Li Shiming had no intention of leaving Sword-Holding Peak, so he also started practicing with Venerable Hui Jing. As time passed, he took all the magic moon spirit fruits and the
human reincarnation art,
greatly increased his mental strength.
Master!
Li Yuanba bowed to the sword ancestor and greeted him.
Yuanba, I summoned you here this time because I have something to tell you,
Jian Laozu said with a smile and pointed to the chair beside him. Li Yuanba first poured a cup of spiritual tea for Patriarch Jian, and then sat on the chair.
I'm planning to leave Beishu continent in 10 months. I don't know when we can meet each other during this time. The one I can't worry about most in Beishu continent is you.
Ancestor Jian looked at his disciple and said with some reluctance. He wanted to take Li Yuanba away with him, but he didn't dare to do so. Although it is said that crossing the ocean requires the strength of the nascent soul stage, it does not mean that one can really cross the ocean with the strength of the nascent soul stage. The danger for him to leave this time was extremely high because there was no safe route. The reason why the Yuanying ancestor of Tianqing Trading Company can safely travel back and forth in the ocean is because Tianqing Trading Company has established a route long ago and opened up all the joints along the way. The spirit beasts in the sea are not incapable of communication. The more powerful the spirit beast is, the higher its wisdom is. However, many spirit beasts hate human monks. Who can say that human monks have a cultivation body that makes spirit beasts jealous? Unless they are spirit beasts with strong bloodline. The other spirit beasts will continue to fight when they become great demons. The body changes into human form. Therefore, it is not easy to establish a safe route. It is necessary to find spiritual beasts that are relatively friendly to humans in the ocean and pass through their sphere of influence. The ancestor of Xiangjian has no safe route and is groping through the ocean on his own. This is extremely dangerous. The ocean is not the home ground of human monks. When encountering 4th grade spiritual beasts in the ocean, it is extremely difficult to win. 4th grade spiritual beasts have environmental advantages. Even if they cannot defeat them, they can use the environmental advantages to survive. Just like the previous ancestor Wang Zhao, he possesses the powerful Nanming Lihua attack power. It can be said that his attack power definitely exceeds that of normal 4th grade spiritual beasts. However, when fighting against 4th grade spiritual beasts in the ocean, his
Nanming Lihua
simply cannot exert its full power. In addition, don't underestimate spirit beasts. Spirit beasts with all kinds of weird talents and abilities. Once they reach the 4th level, their talents can be comparable to the magical powers of human monks. It was precisely because of this situation that Patriarch Jian did not think of taking Li Yuanba away with him, although he desperately wanted to do this. Li Yuanba's talent was so outstanding that he was already in the late golden elixir stage. As long as he accumulated it at most, he would be promoted to the nascent soul stage in 100 years. The ancestor of the Yuanying who is over 100 years old reminded him of those seniors in the sword and tent Chongshao pavilion. The Yuanying who is over 100 years old will almost certainly be able to advance to the middle stage of Yuanying. And it is even more likely that he will be promoted to the late stage of Yuanying.
Master, are you leaving now?
Li Yuanba was shocked by the news.
You have mastered the essence of the sword and tent to the sky technique, and you no longer need my guidance in your practice,
Jian Patriarch said with a smile. Tears flashed in Li Yuanba's eyes. He still remembered that he was accepted as a disciple by the sword ancestor. After that, the sword ancestor gave him the greatest help and allowed him to become a true sword cultivator. Wan Jianfeng, such a treasure that made the golden core cultivator jealous, was given directly to me by Jian ancestor. Not to mention the
sword intention Chongshao pavilion,
which was beyond the level of Beishu continent's exercises. This exercise allowed him to infinitely increase his achievement limit, and even made him a disciple of
sword intent Chongshao pavilion. Silly boy. We will meet again after you reach nascent soul stage.
Jian Patriarch walked up to Li Yuanba and patted his head lightly.
I will go find you,
Li Yuanba said solemnly. The Beishu continent was too barren, and he had already considered leaving the Beishu continent. When the nascent soul stage stabilized, he would leave the Beishu continent and go outside to see the larger world.
This is the golden corpse core I got. I give it to you.
Patriarch Jian took out a jade box and placed it in front of Li Yuanba and said. Li Yuanba naturally knew the origin of the golden corpse core, and he even knew the value of the golden corpse core. Ever since it was reported from the Beishu continent that Li Shiming was promoted to the late stage of the golden elixir, all Yuanying ancestors have been trying their best to find suitable spiritual objects as a reward for asking Li Shiming to make elixirs. Li Shiming's fondness for refining corpses is no secret in the northern Shu continent, and golden corpse cores have become the most sought-after 4th grade spiritual objects. It is precisely because of Li Shiming's preference that the value of the golden corpse core has greatly increased, almost doubling its previous value.
Master, how about I help you ask Master Li to refine the 4th grade elixir for this golden corpse core?
Li Yuanba suggested, as he did not want to accept this gift from the Jian ancestor, mainly because it was too valuable.
Your master, I don't have the 4th grade elixir to make elixirs. You should put it away. Although it is best for sword cultivators to be undistracted and concentrate on the way of swordsmanship, you have your own path, since you have chosen to refine corpses. A golden corpse is also I can give you a lot of help.
Jian ancestor waved his hand and said. Seeing what his master said, Li Yuanba silently put away the jade box. After coming out of Chongshao Peak, he directly used
Ubu Shenglian
to rush on. His divine foot power no longer needs to be kept secret, so he doesn't have to worry about using it. In addition, the treasure of the heart band allows his
step-by-step lotus
to move twice as far each time, as long as he was not within a certain distance of the nascent soul ancestor and suppressed by the power of the nascent soul ancestor. He would be sure to escape from the pursuit of the nascent soul ancestor. He did not return to Jieshan City, but came to Jieshan Pass. Although the boundary mountain checkpoint still existed, it was no longer as tense and rigorous as before. He greeted the 3 Jindan elders and passed the boundary mountain checkpoint. Even at the checkpoint of the righteous path, he just nodded and passed without any formalities. The relationship between the 6 major sects is currently in an alliance, and each other's disciples can freely walk within the sphere of influence of any one. Of course, there are still some controls that should be in place, and some monks whose names have been recorded and have bad records are not included in this. This was the first time that Li Yuanba went directly to Shushan sect, which was related to his different status. In the past, he was just a junior in the Beishu continent, coupled with the opposition between good and evil. He had to be careful even if he entered the sphere of influence of the right way. But things are different now.
Ancestor Jian has not yet left the northern Shu continent. He has 2 Yuaning ancestors as his background. And he is the first person in the Golden Core stage. He has not formed a mortal feud with the Shushan sect, and came to Shushan sect to merge. Not something unacceptable. Outside the mountain gate, he cast a spell. In fact, there was no need to cast the spell. Li Shiming inside knew about his arrival. The spell was for outsiders to see. A silver corpse flew out from the mountain gate. This was the only silver corpse that could freely enter and exit the Shushan sect's mountain gate. This silver corpse is naturally Li Shiming's silver corpse. In order to facilitate the entry and exit of this silver corpse, the sect also specially provided an identity jade plate for the silver corpse to facilitate its entry and exit. Silver corpse came to Li Yuanba, made an invitation gesture, and led Li Yuanba into the mountain gate. Being able to be led in by Li Shiming's silver corpse made many Shushan sect monks pay attention to Li Yuanba. After knowing Li Yuanba's identity, it is not surprising that there are many gossips circulating in Beishu continent, including the rumor that Li Shiming and Li Yuanba are good friends. Today's situation only confirmed that the rumors were true. As for the friendship between good and evil, with Li Shiming's status, who would care about it? Li Shiming, let alone a demon cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Even a demon cultivator at the nascent soul stage would rush to make friends with him. Li Yuanba flew into the sword-holding peak. Unlike other monks who came here, he not only came to the top of the sword-holding peak, but also walked into Li Shiming's cave. He arrived at Li Shiming's training room and sat cross-legged in front of Li Shiming. Long time no see. Taoist friends. Li Shiming communicated with Li Yuanba with a spiritual thought. Li Shiming is currently practicing, and probably only when facing his own clone will he not need any precautions. Long time no see. Fellow Taoist priest. Li Yuanba replied with a smile. Li Yuanba took out the spiritual objects he brought and put them aside. Then he reached out and took out a jade bottle from Li Shiming's mustard ring. He looked at it and poured out a 4th grade high-grade healing elixir, which he filled in another jade bottle. Stand up. Chapter 459 Gift Pill. Li Yuanba carefully put away the 4th grade high-grade healing elixir, and then smiled at Li Shiming. There was no need for the two parties to speak. They were the same person. It was Silver Corpse, who sent him away from the mountain gate again. When he left the mountain gate, he saw 3 monks in the late Golden Core stage looking at him. He could feel the provocation in the eyes of the 3 late-stage Jindan monks, and was not surprised that this would happen. His reputation was a bit too great, even for the sword ancestor at the time. He was challenged by many Jindan monks who thought they were powerful, just to snatch the title of the number 1 person in the Jindan stage. The title of the number 1 person in the Golden Core stage may seem useless, but apart from resources, what the monks care about most is reputation. For the sake of the reputation of being the first person in the Golden Core stage, they are willing to fight Li Yuanba to snatch the first person in the Golden Core stage. Li Yuanba shook his head, and the aura belonging to the Great Elder of Body refining erupted from his body, and the terrifying aura directed towards the 3 Golden Elixir monks. The 3 late-stage Golden Core monks were obviously Shushan sect monks. He did not want to fight the 3 late-stage Golden Core monks here, no matter what the reason was. Fighting the Shushan sect monks inside the mountain gate would cause trouble. The 3 late-stage Jindan cultivators retreated in succession. They had heard about Li Yuanba's power, but in their opinion, he was not weak either. As a late Jindan cultivator of the Shushan sect, he practices the top techniques in the northern Shu continent and has a powerful magic weapon in his hand. This kind of confidence comes from the fact that after they reach the late stage of Jindan cultivation, they have hardly encountered any rivals. The truly powerful elders will not fight them. And even if other monks have the strength to fight with them, they will not be able to fight with them. Their background of Shushan sect needs to be taken into consideration. In addition, they themselves are not weak, and they gradually develop this kind of self-confidence. This kind of self-confidence is actually a good thing. If they have never met an opponent, then this kind of self-confidence will allow them to maintain extremely strong confidence and have a certain effect in practicing and breaking through the realm. But they chose the wrong person. Li Yuanba can be said to be a monk at the peak of the Golden Core stage in the northern Shu continent. There is only one person who can be on par with him, and that is Li Shiming. Speaking of the combat power of the main body Li Shiming and the clone Li Yuanba, one is weak and the other is strong from time to time. And then one is strong and the other is weak. This is what happens when one party's combat power increases rapidly. And now, Li Shiming is the real number 1 person in the Golden Core stage. First of all, his Great Elder's body refining strength is not comparable to the Tai Qing Xianduiju,
in the Beishu continent due to his conversion to
Taichin Xianguiju.
compared with other body training techniques. His great elder's body training is absolutely number one. In fact, it was his spirit and the rewards he originally received in the cave that made his spirit reach the peak of the golden elixir stage. If the realm of the great elder is judged by the strength of his spirit is that of the great elder, calculating based on his 191 brains. Just using the mental attack method of
Humanity reincarnation technique
is equivalent to 191 spiritual elders launching mental attacks together. With this kind of attack intensity, it is possible to kill dozens of golden elixir cultivators in an instant. Even if they face multiple great elders, the result will be the same. Finally, there is the attack launched by his flying sword magic weapon. The Liuguang Xingyun flying sword magic weapon. It has the power of a 4th grade flying sword magic weapon and can instantly kill any golden elixir monk who does not have a 4th grade defense. Although Li Yuanba is weaker, that is only in relative terms. His sword cultivation is the best in attack. Not to mention that the
sword intention climb to the sky technique
he cultivates is of extremely high grade, even if the great elder's physical training strength is not taken into account. Just his sword cultivation strength can suppress any great elder. The 3 late-stage Jindan cultivators felt the pressure from Li Yuanba's great elder-level body refining. The terrifying blood pressure made them unable to even breathe, and their bodies became even stiffer. If they were to meet outside, they would be easily crushed to death by Li Yuanba due to their condition. Li Yuanba smiled faintly, turned around, and left the mountain gate of Shushan sect, leaving 3 late-stage Jindan monks standing there dumbly.
Go back to seclusion.
A voice sounded in the ears of the 3 late-stage Jindan monks. The 3 late-stage Jindan monks looked pale, and they recognized the voice of Patriarch Zhua. They provoked at the mountain gate. If they won, it would be fine. If they lost, the Shushan sect would lose face. What awaited them was the sect's punishment. In fact, the heaviest punishment is the reduction of resources. At their level, everything is for resources. In order to become a great elder and have the qualifications to be promoted to the nascent soul stage. But after this time, they are afraid they will never have such an opportunity again. Of course, what they didn't know was that their confidence was broken, which was the main reason why ancestors would ask them to retreat, and the sect reduced their resources. Ancestors would did not go to trouble Li Yuanba. Not only was it difficult for him, as a Yuanning ancestor, to trouble the younger generation, but also because Li Yuanba was Li Shiming's friend. Li Yuanba didn't pay attention to the provocations of the 3 late-stage Jindan monks. Such existences had long been ignored by him. After he left Shushan sect, he used
Ubu Shenglian
all the way. He doesn't have to worry about any actions from Qianya Temple in the short term. He has the background of 2 nascent soul ancestors. And Qianya Temple has been very low-key recently. The lack of a venerable in Qianya Temple prevents them from keeping a high profile. After returning to Sunluo sect safely, he came to the outside of Chongshao Peak and cast a spell.
Yuanba, did you encounter any problem?
Jian Patriarch asked while looking at his disciple with a smile. Li Yuanba had just come here once. And even if it was because he wanted to say goodbye, he would not come again after half a day. Although Li Yuanba has magical power, it only takes an hour to go back and forth from the mountain gate to Jieshan City. But the time of both parties must also be taken into consideration. The Jian Patriarch has just been promoted not long ago, and he will leave after 10 months. But there are many things that need to be dealt with.
Master, I went to Shushan sect and brought this back to you,
Li Yuanba said, as he sent the jade bottle to Patriarch Jian. The Jian ancestor took the jade bottle, and after checking the elixir in the jade bottle, his expression became solemn.
This is the 4th grade high-grade healing elixir of the Disha sect. I heard that Patriarch Lu went to Master Li some time ago to ask for alchemy and obtained 2 4th grade high-grade healing elixirs. This one is the one left by Master Li. Right. Did you exchange the golden corpse core?
Jian ancestor just thought about it and judged the truth of the matter. A helpless smile appeared on his face, and the emotion in his heart made his smile look particularly sincere. This is a 4th grade high-level healing elixir. Although Li Shiming can refine it easily, the Jian ancestor knows that even when he was in Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, he had never seen a healing elixir of this level. This may be related to the fact that his realm was too low at the time, and he didn't have much experience. But the higher the grade of the elixir, the more difficult it is to refine it. It is difficult to guarantee the success rate, let alone guarantee the grade. As far as he knew, Ancestor Rinsun of Tianqing Trading Company also went to seek elixirs. He didn't know what the price was, but it would definitely not be less. Look at the effects of these 4th grade high-level healing elixirs. Ancestor Lu and Ancestor Rinxuan, especially Ancestor Rinxuan, suffered injuries that would almost certainly take hundreds of years to recover after taking the 4th grade high-level healing elixir. Most of it is better. The Jian Patriarch held the 4th grade high-grade healing elixir in his hand and felt it was hot to the touch. He knew very well that if it weren't for the friendship between Li Yuanba and Li Shiming, let alone a golden corpse core, even a few more would not be able to exchange for this 4th grade high-level healing elixir.
Master, you are about to travel far away. I will keep this elixir for you to defend yourself. I have my own resources,
Li Yuanba said with a smile.
I'll take it,
Jian Laozu said with a smile as he put the jade bottle away. He did not let Li Yuanba leave, but taught Li Yuanba the art of swordsmanship for several days. He wished he could instill everything he knew into Li Yuanba's mind. 2 months later, the ancestor of Sun Luo Zhonglu visited Li Shiming. In addition to agreeing on the elixir refining, he also left a deposit and a golden corpse core, as if they had made an appointment. In the next few days, Venerable Huiko of Qianye Temple and Ancestor Lan of Yin Yang sect visited Li Shiming one after another. They also made plans to make alchemy, and the rewards were given in advance. A golden corpse core. Li Yuanba privately asked Patriarch Jian about the golden corpse core, and found that except for the golden corpse core obtained by Patriarch Jin Kai, the rest of the golden corpse cores had actually flowed into Li Shiming's hands. During the 4th month of Venerable Huijing's practice of the
Blaze Sun Eclipse skill,
Li Shiming observed that the first rune of the skill appeared simultaneously in his body and nascent soul. This is an extremely important discovery, marking that Venerable Huijing has embarked on the right path in his practice of Kung Fu. The skill runes of the
Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun skill
have replaced one of the original skill runes, and such skill runes are all over the body of Venerable Huijing. If you want to truly succeed in the transformation, you need to replace the original skill runes. Kung Fu runes are completely replaced. This is a huge project, but only the conversion of the first skill rune in the early stage is the most difficult, and it will become more and more smooth after that. In addition, Li Shiming also discovered a phenomenon. When the runes of the
Blaze Sun Eclipse skill
appeared in Venerable Huijing's body, Venerable Huijing's aura changed slightly. Although this change still cannot change the recognition of Venerable Huijing's aura by the ancestors of Yuanying. It shows that Venerable Huijing has replaced all the skill runes with the
Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun skill
runes. His breath will completely change. It will be impossible for the Yuanying Patriarch to identify Venerable Huijing through his breath. Even if Venerable Huijing appears in front of them, they will only think that he is the foreign Yuanying Patriarch. Li Shiming would also be concerned about the investigation progress of the 6 major sects from time to time. He and his clone Li Yuanba had high status in the 2 major sects, so it was not difficult to find out such secrets. For several months, there was still no progress in the intelligence networks of the 6 major sects. Thinking about it, the person involved is within the Shushan sect. No matter how the 6 major sects investigate outside, they can't find Li Shiming. Due to the external cooperation between Patriarch Jin Kai and Patriarch Rensun of Tianqing Trading Company on Yongla Island and the Beishu continent, the 6 major sects of the Beishu continent were closely united internally, resulting in a peaceful atmosphere in the Beishu continent. But this peace changed when an accident happened. 10 months after the Dongtian incident, a spaceship from afar appeared in the direction of Yongla Island, making the incident complicated. The exploration formations on Yongla Island and the exploration formations on Beishu continent all sounded alarms. This was a signal that the formation sensed a powerful aura. The ones who were slower to respond were the 6 major sects of the northern Shu continent. Their nascent soul ancestors needed to rush to Yongla Island from their respective sects, because they were worried that a powerful existence could not be dealt with by a single nascent soul ancestor. They needed to meet up somewhere before rushing to Yongla Island, which made their rush a little slower. Fortunately, Venerable Hike, a venerable person who can use the divine foot power, is here. After choosing a location where all the Yuanying ancestors can rush to meet him as quickly as possible, the 6 Yuanying ancestors form a formation and use the divine foot power. It saved a lot of time on the road. Ancestor Jin Kai looked gloomily at the flying boat that was slowing down and approaching on the sea. This was a standard long-distance flying boat. His eyes fell on the mark of the flying boat.
It's Tianwen Zone who has arrived,
he said in a deep voice.
How is it possible? How did Tianwen sect come?
Ancestor Rinsun asked with a frown. He immediately thought of a possibility and looked at the temporary station below.
If the Tianwen sect came for the cave affairs, then among the monks they brought there were spies from the Tianwen sect. The power of Tianqing Trading Company has expanded too fast, and the monks they have trained since childhood are no longer enough. This has caused Tianqing Trading Company to replenish the needed monks in some continents. These monks are attracted by the treatment offered by Tianqing Trading Company. And of course, there will also be a small number of spies involved. These spies usually do not behave abnormally, and are only activated when there is a major incident. Ancestor Jin Kai casually grabbed a monk in the middle stage of the golden core, and was caught in front of him from below. The eyes of this middle stage Jin Dan monk were full of fear, and he wanted to scream but couldn't. Use the soul questioning technique to dig out his secrets. He threw the middle stage Jin Dan monk to Ancestor Rinsun beside him, and said, normally, Patriarch Jin Kai would not be able to discover this spy. But since Tianwen sect's flying boat was approaching in the distance, and the spy was within the range of Ancestor Jin Kai's perception, the subtle changes in his emotions naturally could not escape the perception of Ancestor Jin Kai. I will make him live and not die, Ancestor Rinsun replied in a deep voice. His fingers placed multiple restraints on the body of the middle stage golden core monk, and then he put it into the space that could hold his life. After discovering the spy, the two nascent soul ancestors both understood that the Tianwen sect was afraid that the matter in Dantian would be known to them, since the power of the 6 major sects was used in the Dantian matter, and Tianqing Trading Company also needed cooperation. It was impossible to keep it secret. They also did not expect that in this barren continent where few external forces visited, a big force would come at this time. Ancestor Jin Kai sensed the aura on the opposite side that was at the same level as him, and his expression became even more gloomy. The current injury has been suppressed by him. He is not as powerful as he appears on the surface. The harmlessness he shows is for the 6 major sects in the northern Shu continent to see. Chapter 460 Tianwen. Patriarch Luowei stood at the bow of the flying boat. He saw Patriarch Jin Kai's actions, and the spies who broke into Tianqing Trading Company were caught. But he did not come forward to protect the spy. The strength of Tianwen sect and Tianqing Trading Company was almost the same, and he understood that this was what Patriarch Jin Kai did to him, just to wait for him to come forward. If that spy was a disciple trained by Tianwen sect, he would really want to keep him alive. But it was just bought at a price. It wasn't worth breaking up with Patriarch Jin Kai just for such a spy. The purpose of his coming here this time was for something more important. The spy's status was not high, and he only reported that Beishu Continent and Tianqing Trading Company were suspected of cooperating on the Dantian matter. But the details were unknown. But a piece of news from the spies made Patriarch Luowei believe the spies' information. The intelligence said that Ancestor Rinsun and another Yuaning ancestor from the northern Shu continent were seriously injured. This cannot be concealed, especially Ancestor Rinsun. In the past, Ancestor Rinsun took part in all affairs of Yongla Island. Since it was reported that Ancestor Rinsun was injured, Ancestor Rinsun has not come forward again. Ancestor Luowei was very curious. There was no great power in the Mahayana period in the northern Shu continent. So how could there be a cave in the sky? But the attraction of Dantian was too great. So he rushed over with Ancestor Han Shao, who was in the early stage of nascent soul, to check the situation. It's not that Tianwen sect doesn't want to send more nascent soul cultivators. It's actually that the larger the sphere of influence, the more nascent soul ancestors are needed to guard it. Tianwen sect is not without opponents. If they dare to transfer too many nascent soul ancestors at once, some forces will find opportunities. The places guarded by the Yuaning ancestor are all the foundation of Tianwen sect, and there is nothing that can be ignored. Han Shao, you stay here. I'll go meet this old guy Jin Kai. Patriarch Luowei turned around and gave instructions, and his figure left the flying boat and flew forward. Ancestor Han Shao stopped the flying boat. This time he came to Tianwen sect with manpower. All of them were monks, who were dedicated to investigating in the sect. Although these professionals may not have much fighting power, they play an extremely important role in exploration. There was something strange about Patriarch Luowei's flight. The wind on the sea seemed to be following his command, supporting him and forming a whirlwind around him. Ancestor Jin Kai stood in the void, and Ancestor Rinsun stepped back a little. This was a meeting between two monks in the middle stage of nascent soul, and Ancestor Rinsun was not qualified to sit on an equal footing. Fellow Taoist Luo, Tianwen sect's nose is really sharp. You can smell anything, Ancestor Jin Kai said calmly. Fellow Taoist Jin, what did you say? I just need a kind of elixir, which is only produced in Beishu continent. So I came here and didn't expect to see friend Taoist Jin here. What a coincidence. Patriarch Luowei laughed. Said, "Are you looking for some magic medicine? Tianqing Trading Company still has some friends in Beishu Continent."
Patriarch Jin Kai said, knowingly knowing that he was lying.
"How can I trouble you? I have to find the elixir I want myself,"
Ancestor Luowei still said with a smile. When the two sides were talking, their auras were constantly clashing with each other. They did not really take action. But this kind of temptation also caused energy fluctuations to continue to spread outward in the area where they were. Ancestor Rinsun and Ancestor Han Shao took action together to block the waves spreading to their side. Ancestor Luowei was slightly surprised when he saw Ancestor Rinsun. It can be seen from the intelligence that Ancestor Rinsun was seriously injured. But judging from Ancestor Rinsun's aura and actions, the injuries on Ancestor Rinsun's body can only be regarded as minor injuries. If it had not triggered Ancestor Rinsun, he couldn't even tell that Ancestor Rinsun was injured when he took action. The moment he collided with the aura of Ancestor Jin Kai, he knew that Ancestor Jin Kai's strength had improved a lot over the years. And he was just about the same level as him. Without definite information from Dong Tian, he didn't want to have a battle with the Jin Kai ancestors.
"Fellow Taoist Jin, both Taoist friend and I are guests here, and we hope that we will not interfere with each other's actions,"
he said in a deep voice.
"Make sure we are all guests. Whether you are a bad guest or not depends on the host's wishes,"
Patriarch Jin Kai said with a smile and nodded. He is the one who least wants to fight, although his injury has been suppressed. If he really fights with the Ancestor Luowei of the same level, the injury cannot be suppressed. If Ancestor Luowei really catches the clues, he may end up running away.
"It's interesting. There is actually a Buddhist magical power inheritance in the northern Shu continent,"
Patriarch Luowei said as his eyes moved into the distance. He said this because he sensed the auras of the 6 nascent soul ancestors from the northern Shu continent who were coming from a distance using them.
South close to the end.
Although Buddhist magical powers are more of an auxiliary function, magical powers are magical powers. And every Yuanning ancestor who possesses magical powers is a headache. At least his 2 ancestors, Luowei and Jin Kai, who were in the middle nascent soul stage, have not mastered magical powers. There is a very special phenomenon in the world of immortal cultivation. That is, the earlier a monk masters magical powers, the harder it is for him to be promoted in the nascent soul stage. This is probably related to the difficulty of improving the magical power. It is easier to upgrade the skill to the middle stage of Yuanning than to upgrade the magical power to the middle stage of Yuanning. Ancestor Jin Kai smiled slightly, and did not explain anything to Ancestor Luowei, since he came for the cave. Then Ancestor Luowei was his opponent. He has no obligation to provide information to Patriarch Luowei. Tianwen Sect is not Tianqing Trading Company, and has already made arrangements in Beishu Continent. As an outsider of Tianwen Sect, it may not be easy to explore the intelligence of Beishu Continent. The Beishu Continent is a relatively exclusive continent. The entire continent is controlled by 6 sections. The 6 sects almost run the Beishu Continent into an iron barrel. This is the feeling of Patriarch Jin Kai. Before, he was happy that he had bought a group of local monks. But later, he discovered that the reason why these local monks were bribed was simply the result of the deliberate laissez-faire of the 6 major sects. After the 6 major sects became serious, these local monks who took refuge did not have good results. After this operation of the 6 major sects against the traitors, the local monks saw the prestige and strength of the 6 major sections. It would be many times more difficult for Tianwen Sect to start from this aspect than it would be for Tianqing Trading Company.
"Senior Jin, fellow Taoist Ren, is this senior a friend of Tianqing Trading Company?"
6 Yuanning ancestors appeared not far from the ancestors of Jin Kai. Ancestor Lu bowed to ancestors of Jin Kai and asked. In fact, they also saw that if they were really friends, or monks from Tianqing Trading Company, they would have been welcomed into Yongla Island long ago, instead of being separated at a safe distance from each other. Judging from the situation of this confrontation, Jin Kai Patriarch and the other party are not friends, and it is very likely that they still have conflicts. That's why the 6 nascent soul ancestors stood next to the Jin Kai ancestor, which showed that the 2 parties were in an alliance. They were not sure of defeating a mid-nascent soul monk. The best way was to fight with the Jin Kai ancestor. Cooperate.
"This is not a friend of Tianqing Trading Company. He is fellow Taoist Luowei of Tianwen Sect, who is good at wind spells,"
Patriarch Jin Kai replied with a smile. He suddenly exposed the bottom of Patriarch Luowei and made the 6 nascent soul ancestors more cautious. The most notable feature of wind monks is their speed. In addition, the power of wind spells is not small. Not to mention that Patriarch Luowei is in the middle stage of nascent soul. In terms of speed, among all the nascent soul monks, he is probably Venerable Hike. It can be compared with it. Therefore, after listening to what Ancestor Jin Kai said, the 6 nascent soul ancestors from the northern Shu continent did not disperse their formation. They still formed a formation with Venerable Huika as the center and could use
south close to the end.
At any time.
I am waiting to meet Senior Luo. I wonder why Senior Luo came to Beishu continent.
Patriarch Lu looked at Patriarch Luowei, bowed and saluted and asked. Patriarch Luowei frowned slightly as he watched the interaction between the 6 Yuaning ancestors and the Jin Kai ancestors. It was obvious that Tianqing Trading Company had a cooperative relationship with the sects of Beishu continent. He naturally guessed why they cooperated. It was most likely for Dantian.
We came here this time to find elixirs. We brought some 4th grade elixirs with us this time, which can be exchanged for 4th grade elixirs at a discounted price.
Patriarch Luowei replied with a smile. In his opinion, even if there were alchemy masters in a barren land like the Beishu continent, their level must be very low when there were very few raw materials. When exchanging 4th grade elixirs for 4th grade elixirs, you no longer need to worry about the success rate of the alchemy master. Even if you ask for more 4th grade elixirs, the Beishu continent will respond positively. Doing so can not only gain benefits, but also establish good relations with various sects in the northern Shu continent. Differentiate the relationship between the northern Shu continent and the Tianqing Trading Company, and thus explore the matter of Dongtian. But something unexpected happened to him. After he made this request, the 6 nascent soul ancestors from the northern Shu continent looked at him with strange eyes. Even Patriarch Jin Kai and Patriarch Ren Sun of Tianqing Trading Company looked at him like a fool, making him feel as if he had made some mistake. Ancestor Jin Kai was already laughing in his heart. Ancestor Luowei made some unfavorable conditions, and actually said that he would exchange a 4th grade elixir for a 4th grade elixir. In the current Beishu continent, every nascent soul ancestor attaches great importance to the 4th grade elixirs in their hands. Not to mention trading away the 4th grade elixirs from them. The only place for these 4th grade elixirs is with Li Shiming. If Tianqing Trading Company had not yet opened up channels with Li Shiming, Patriarch Jin Kai would have considered sending all the 4th grade elixirs from Tianqing Trading Company.
Senior Luo, there are very few 4th grade elixirs produced in the Beishu continent. We don't have any extra 4th grade elixirs. Thank you for your kindness. Senior,
Ancestor Lu couldn't let Ancestor Luowei just hang out like this. Said apologetically.
In this case, cooperation in other aspects is also possible.
Ancestor Luowei didn't know what went wrong, so he could only say this.
I wonder how long you plan to stay in Beishu continent. Senior?
Patriarch Lu heard what Patriarch Luowei meant. He was not planning to leave. He didn't know why Patriarch Luowei came, so he asked aloud.
It's rare for me to come out once. I'll stay for a while, depending on the situation here. Fellow Taoist Jean, I can also occupy only one island, and the nascent soul cultivator will stay on the island.
Patriarch Luowei said as he glanced at Yongla Island. He also understood that it was impossible to allow the ancestor of nascent soul to enter a continent that was completely controlled by the sect. The resources of such a continent have long been allocated. What does the ancestor of nascent soul want to do when he enters? In addition, he did not have the confidence to deal with the 2 forces of Tianqing Trading Company and Beishu continent at the same time. He chose to stay first, and then send monks into the interior to explore intelligence. Patriarch Lu exchanged looks with other Yuaning patriarchs, and they also breathed a sigh of relief. They also did not want to conflict with the Tianwen sect who came inexplicably. Judging from the hostile attitude of Patriarch Jin Kai, it can be judged that Tianwen sect is probably not weaker than Tianqing Trading Company. The Beishu continent only relies on the number of nascent soul ancestors. This is their base camp. However, if they want to be hostile to forces like Tianwen sect, who can send out mid-nascent soul monks, Beishu continent will have to pay a lot of money regardless of winning or losing. Price. They also want to know the purpose of Tai Wenzong's coming here, so that they can make accurate judgments and decisions.
Senior, please give us a few days. We will clean up the mountains and islands over there within 5 days. And then we will invite seniors to settle down.
Ancestor Lu discussed it with several Yuaning ancestors. And he turned to Ancestor Luowei, bowed and said, Nashanhai Island is right next to Yongla Island. The originally established formation has not been removed, but it can be used directly. They no longer need to move the mountain peak they moved to. It's just a pain for them, and they still need to come to the stronghold here to guard it for a while. Ancestor Lu also saw the long-distance flying boat behind.
Judging from the size of the long-distance flying boat, it was not like Patriarch Luowei and another early Yuanying monk came together. There should be many monks accompanying the flying boat. Shanhai Island confronts Yongla Island on one side, and the stronghold guarded by the 6 nascent soul ancestors on the other. As long as some monks are sent to the side to set up defenses, most of the monks of Tianwen sect can be blocked from the coast. They don't have to worry about Tianwen sect engaging in battles between Jindan monks. This is usually the first choice for each force to fight against. Establish a low-level battlefield, and let low-level monks from both sides enter it. If one side can completely suppress the other side's monks, it will have a considerable advantage in many aspects, including negotiations. The reason why it is the usual priority is because direct war between the nascent soul ancestors between two major forces rarely occurs. If the nascent soul ancestor goes to war, any injury will affect the longevity of the nascent soul ancestor to some extent. The nascent soul ancestor is an extremely important combat power in any force. Therefore, by choosing a golden core monk to take action, you can see that the average combat power of the two opposing forces represents the strength of the nascent soul monk to a certain extent. Because of the powerful sword cultivator Li Yuanba in Beishu continent, they are not afraid of this kind of golden elixir battlefield. They are not worried about Tianwen sect causing trouble. When Li Yuanba killed Grand Elder Shi Ming, he was still in the middle stage of the golden core. Now he is in the late stage of the golden core. His combat power has improved again, at least in the golden core stage. The high-end combat power of the northern Shu continent is the strongest. Chapter 461 Interrogation. Different from Tianqing Trading Company, the monks brought by Tianwen sect this time are all professional intelligence personnel, so they have no intention of setting up a golden elixir battlefield with Beishu continent. Almost all professional intelligence personnel have practiced various concealment techniques. They used various means to enter the inland in batches. The 6 major sects also noticed Tianwen sect's actions, and a series of tasks were issued within each sect, since it involves Tianwen sect, which is similar in strength to Tianqing Trading Company. The tasks of the 6 major sects are all issued by the most powerful Jindan elder in the sect. Li Yuanba received a mission from the sect. The content of the mission was very simple, which was to capture the monks from the Tianwen sect who entered the interior. The intelligence systems of the 6 major sects fully cooperated, and he was not the only one who received the task. The reward for this task was nothing, but Patriarch Lu specially sent a message asking him to take action. Li Yuanba was actually very curious. It was not a good thing for Tianwen sect to appear at this time. He felt that it was most likely related to the Dantian incident. The protagonist of the Dantian incident is Li Shiming. Even if there is no mission from the sect, he will still investigate. The UAV satellite system has been staring at the sea area of Yongla Island when Tianwenzong arrived. Because there was a lot of movement, Li Shiming also received the news. So the UAV satellite system also focused on Tianwenzong. When Li Shiming heard that another mid-stage nascent soul monk had arrived in Beishu continent, his vigilance increased to the extreme. Recently, as long as the monks who left Shanhai Island did not pay attention to guarding against their own heat energy, no matter what hiding methods they used, they were tracked by the drone satellite system. Li Yuanba's figure kept flashing in the air, and with each flash, a white lotus appeared. Although the distance of south close to the end of the world is farther, he still likes to use lotus growing step by step. In fact, lotus growing step by step consumes less and can be used for a long time. Unlike Li Shiming, who has 5 golden elixirs to provide spiritual power, he can persist for a period of time even if south close to the end of the world consumes a lot of energy. Ren Xiao is a middle-stage golden elixir monk from Tianwen sect. His combat power can only be regarded as average. Of course, this average is judged by powerful forces like Tianwen sect. With his combat power, he believed that in the northern Shu continent, he would be able to fight even if he encountered late-stage Jindan monks. After leaving Shanhai Island and entering the interior for more than a day, he stopped moving and took out a map of the northern Shu continent in his hand. This map has been different from the actual situation due to its long history, but the general terrain has not changed much. The map was found from the sect's library. Tianwen sect has been collecting intelligence from everywhere. It's just that the value of the Beishu continent is too low. The original intelligence personnel only bought a map and a small amount of related information, and did not focus on the investigation of the Beishu continent. This map is more than 2,000 years old, which means there are many sects in the world of immortality. 2,000 years will not make these sects change much, so the map still has some value. Ren Zhao's mission is to go to a medium-sized sect. According to the map,
That medium-sized sect has the business of selling intelligence. As long as you get in touch with this medium-sized sect and exchange Tianwen sect's resources for information, you can immediately obtain a large amount of information on the northern Shu continent. There are many intelligence officers with similar missions to Ren Xiao, who all go to visit local intelligence forces. During this day, Ren Xiao saw several local golden elixirs from a distance, and he could sense the weakness of the local golden elixirs.
It's just too poor here, but I can call a few fellow Taoists and grab a few sects before I leave,
Ren Xiao thought confidently. Just as he was about to put away the map, a hand suddenly appeared from the side and took the map from his hand. His spiritual mind sensed that a late-stage Jin Dan monk appeared inexplicably beside him. He was about to activate his magic weapon, but he felt a hand appear on his neck, and the terrifying Jiyang energy entered his body, sealed his golden elixir. Even his body was invaded by this yang energy, and the spiritual power flowing in his body showed no resistance at all. He couldn't even move his eyelids, and could only see an extremely handsome face looking at him. The man looked at him like he was looking at an ant. In fact, Ren Xiao felt that he was just an ant. Even if the opponent was in the late stage of Jin Dan, he should not be restrained by the opponent without even noticing it. There is only one possibility in this situation, and that is that the strength gap between the two sides is huge enough to crush him. You must know that the Jin Dan monk's perception range is very large. As long as a monk appears within the perception range, he will know it. Therefore, unless the enemy sets up a concealment formation in advance at a must-pass location, theoretically, a golden core cultivator will not be approached by a cultivator of the same level without knowing it. Li Yuanba was able to easily restrain Ren Xiao, in addition to crushing him with strength. He also had the magical power of
building lotus every step.
He was outside Ren Xiao's perception range and directly used
Ubu Sheng Lotus
to appear beside Ren Xiao. At this distance, he, with a great elder-level body training strength, could of course manipulate Ren Xiao at will. Li Yuanba raised Ren Xiao in front of him and activated his heart communication to forcefully invade Ren Xiao's brain. He is in the late stage of Jin Dan, and is much stronger than Ren Xiao in terms of realm and spirit. Only then can he use other minds to invade forcefully.
Sure enough, the news about Dantian was leaked.
Not long after, he shook his head and muttered to himself. Ren Xiao, who was under the control of other minds, had no eyesight, and his mind was under the control of other minds. Li Yuanba used his other mind to erase Ren Xiao's memory of being interrogated, and then threw Ren Xiao into a space bag containing pets. He looked at another target. This time, there were 6 Tianwen sect monks tracked by the drone satellite system, and 3 of them were relatively close to him. In the next few days, he caught the other 2 Tianwen sect monks, and did not catch the 3 in the distance. He rushed towards the stronghold on Yongla Island, and within 12 hours of the mission being released, he arrived at the stronghold.
Yuanba, why are you here?
Patriarch Lu looked at Li Yuanba in front of him, and thought that Li Yuanba had misunderstood the mission, so he couldn't help but ask. He knew that Li Yuanba did not contact the intelligence department, which was normal. The monk might be practicing or delayed by other things, and the task could not be completed in a short time.
I've met Master. I'm here to hand over a mission,
Li Yuanba said, as he handed over a pet bag.
Did you meet him?
Patriarch Lu would not doubt Li Yuanba's combat prowess. He just lamented how lucky Li Yuanba was to have a monk from the Tianwen sect come to his door. But when he released 3 Jin Dan monks from the pet bag, the expression on his face was a little surprised.
How did you catch them in such a short period of time?
He would no longer believe it was luck. Catching 1 might be luck, but catching 3 definitely couldn't be. These monks spread out and sneaked into the interior, and the secret methods they used were completely different from those in the northern Shu continent, which made it extremely difficult for the northern Shu continent to detect their whereabouts.
Master, this is the map they carry with them. The intelligence forces on it are their targets. They should be buying information. I grabbed one and got the map. I found the other 2 according to the map.
Li Yuanba smiled. Explained. His explanation was based on the results. Even if he got the map and determined the targets of these intelligence personnel, it would not be easy to find them in a short time.
Ha. Yuanba, why don't you help me save face and come with me?
Patriarch Lu said to Li Yuanba with a big smile. The bodies of the 3 Tianwen sect monks, who could not move, floated, and they were pulled by Patriarch Lu and flew out of the mountain peak. As soon as they left the mountain peak, they were discovered by other Yuanying ancestors. One after another, Yuanying ancestors came to Lu ancestor's side.
Li Yuanba caught this?
Zhua Ancestor looked at the three Tianwen sect monks, then at Li Yuanba, and asked Lu Ancestor. If Shushen sect didn't have a genius alchemy master like Li Shiming, he would really be jealous that Patriarch Lu had accepted a good disciple, and Sun Luo sect had a good disciple. He is not very jealous. But other Yuanning ancestors are jealous. Especially Venerable Huiko Chinya Temple. In the mind of Venerable Haik, the more brilliantly Yuanba performed, the more it proved that he was the reincarnation of a great Buddhist master. Such a great Buddhist power was reincarnated, but could not stay in Buddhism, which made him very sad and heartbroken. Ancestor Lu brought three Tianwen sect monks to Ancestor Lan of the Yin Yang sect. Among the major sects, when it comes to interrogation capabilities, Ancestor Lan's Yin Yang sect ranks first. Ancestor Lan's mental power is stronger than that of other nascent soul ancestors, and she has also practiced the art of charm. For monks whose realm is far lower than hers, it is easy to ask what they want to know. Sure enough, Ancestor Lan took action, and the three Tianwen sect monks revealed everything they knew, saying everything they could and could not say.
Tianjin Trading Company is simply a sieve, and this kind of information will leak out.
Patriarch Lu couldn't help but said angrily when he heard the results of the interrogation. The Beishu continent is too weak. One Tianjin Trading Company will give them a headache. Then, there is the Tianwen sect. They can only choose to cooperate with one of them. If the Tianjin Trading Company cooperates with the Tianwen sect, there will probably be some problems in the Beishu continent. Great trouble.
I just wonder if other forces besides Tianwen sect will know about Dongtian.
So Laozu said what he was most worried about. It is difficult for the northern Shu continent to cope with it now. If some more forces come, the northern Shu continent will be unable to protect itself.
Give them to Senior Jean. We need to maintain a cooperative attitude with Senior Jean.
Old Ancestor Lu said aloud. He emphasized his attitude, and the others understood what he meant. This was a superficial attitude.
Send it over. It will just show our ability to control the mainland.
Patriarch Lu said with a smile.
Yes. Tianwen sect just dispersed the people, and we caught 3 of them back.
Zhua Ancestor nodded. All the Yuanning ancestors looked at Li Yuanba with admiration. Li Yuanba took on a task shared by the 6 major sects.
Send it over now.
Old Ancestor Lu looked at the time and said, the earlier they are sent, the more control they have over the 6 major sections. If Jinkai Patriarch wants to have ideas about Dongtian, he will cooperate with the 6 major sects instead of choosing the equally foreign Tianwen sect.
Yuanba, you go and rest first.
Patriarch Lu ordered Li Yuanba. Afterwards, the 6 nascent soul ancestors dispatched together and flew towards Yongla Island with 3 Tianwen sect monks. The reason why the 6 nascent soul ancestors were dispatched was that the strength of the nascent soul ancestors in Beishu continent was too weak. Even if Tianjin Trading Company had a cooperative relationship with them, they did not dare to take it lightly. When it comes to your own safety, no matter how careful you are, you can never be too careful. Patriarch Jin Kai was really surprised. After seeing the 3 Tianwen sect monks, who were sent and personally using the soul-searching method to check their memories, he understood that it was impossible to capture 3 Tianwen sect monks alive in a short period of time. Difficulty. From the soul-searching memory, it was found that these 3 Tianwen sect monks were all intelligence collectors trained by Tianwen sect. This kind of extremely professional monk is not very strong, but his concealment method and self-protection ability can definitely be ranked at the forefront in the Golden Core stage. The person who captured these intelligence officers cannot be the ancestor of Yuanning. Even if it is the ancestor of Yuanning, it is not difficult to find one of them. But it is also difficult to disperse them in 3 different directions within 12 hours. All 3 intelligence officers were caught. From the memories of the 3 intelligence officers, one of them was caught by Li Yuanba, and the other 2 intelligence officers were knocked unconscious without even knowing who was caught. He has a new understanding of the intelligence capabilities of the 6 major sections. This kind of professional intelligence personnel, which is a headache to the outside world, can quickly discover it. So besides the 6 major sects, who else can he investigate the Dongtian matter? Cooperate? In his opinion, if the 6 major sects cannot be investigated, then it will be even harder for other forces to investigate. In the next few days, based on the map set by Li Yuanba and the analysis of the map, intelligence personnel of Tianwen sect were constantly captured. However, the value of these intelligence personnel was already very low. Later, the missions of the 6 major sects changed. Instead of capturing them alive, they became beheading missions. Li Yuanba returned to Jieshan City, and he was looking through the space rings of 3 monks. Judging from the spiritual objects in the space ring,
The conditions of Tianwen sect are much better than those of the monks of the 6 major sects. One of the space rings contained 4 bottles of third-grade cultivation auxiliary elixirs. A total of 37. The other 2 space rings also contained a similar number of third-grade cultivation auxiliary elixirs. Within the 6 major sects, few Jindan monks can enjoy such resources. According to his interrogation, the 3 golden elixir monks were not the key training targets of Tianwen sect, but were just ordinary golden elixir monks with strong professionalism. But such ordinary Jindan monks can almost compare with the 6 major sects' key training monks in terms of resource supply. From this, we can see the gap between the 6 major sects and Tianwen sect. The gap in resources has caused a huge gap in the strength of the monks on both sides. Chapter 462 Farewell.
What is this?
Li Yuanba checked in the space ring. When his spiritual mind entered a seemingly ordinary jade slip, he made some unexpected discoveries. This jade slip is a diary-like diary of life. A very trivial daily life. From the time this monk started practicing until he came to the Beishu continent, he didn't know the mentality of this Jindan monk to record the trivial things in life. Maybe the low-level monks of Tianwen sect, who got this jade slip, could get some cultivation experience from it. But for Li Yuanba, the experience in the jade slips was too low-level, and coupled with the different skills, it had no effect on him. What interested him was the description of a long journey. Based on the description, Li Shiming's natal magic weapon Z15 sorted out the route from the eastern Qi continent to the northern Shu continent. The gate of Tianwen sect is in the eastern Qi continent. This Jindan monk may not even know that the few words he recorded on the flying boat every day were analyzed by Z15, and a simple route map was drawn. When Li Yuanba used the
talk to his mind
to interrogate him, he also wanted to ask about the route. But the matter of the route must have been specially prohibited by Tianwen sect. So even the
tank to his mind
could not ask about the route. The route is very important for a large sect. Too much energy needs to be invested in it in the early stage. Even if the route is fixed, it still needs to be checked every once in a while. The spiritual beasts on the route are not always the same. There may be more powerful spiritual beasts that seize the territory and make the route dangerous. Every route is acquired and maintained by the sect at great cost, and it is impossible to leak it. Li Yuanba looked at the map compiled in his hand. This map is very simple and may have errors. However, with the routes on this map, traveling long distances in the ocean will be many times safer. At least the safety around this route is much safer than wandering alone. There are some important reference objects in the route that can continuously correct the deviation of the route. He prepared this route for himself and for his master, Patriarch Jin. He did not pay attention to the other spiritual objects in the space ring. What made him most regretful was that the space rings of the 3 Tianwen sect Jindan monks did not have the concealment skills they practiced. Even though he easily found 3 golden elixir monks, he used cheating methods, and he was still very attracted by the secret methods of these intelligence officers. At least it is much better than the hidden secret method he practiced himself. But like the route, it cannot be interrogated through other minds. The hidden secret method practiced by these golden elixir monks has also been banned in the soul. Li Yuanba got his reward, which was the 3rd level cultivation auxiliary advanced spiritual elixir in the late stage of 3 bottles of golden elixir. Moreover, these 3-level cultivation auxiliary high-level elixirs were all refined by Li Shiming. He shook his head. He had guessed this when he saw that the reward for the mission was a 3rd-grade elixir. If not for Patriarch Lu's request and his curiosity, he would not have taken action for this reward. He did not ask Patriarch Lu about Tianqing Trading Company's reaction. Judging from the smile on Patriarch Lu's face when he came back, it could be seen that the meeting between the 2 parties was very harmonious. He left the stronghold and headed directly towards the mountain gate of Sunluo's sect. He arrived at Chongshao Peak. Although Patriarch Jian was very busy, he still saw him.
Yuanba, you should stay in seclusion for the past few years.
After seeing Li Yuanba, Patriarch Jian persuaded him without asking him what his purpose was.
Master, is it because of the Tianwen sect incident?
Li Yuanba asked aloud.
Yes. The situation in Beishu continent is a bit complicated now. Once a battle breaks out, it will be at the nascent soul level. I will make it clear to the master when I leave. You just need to retreat and that's it.
Sword Patriarch Shin said the voice.
Will it make it difficult for master?
Li Yuanba asked worriedly. Ancestor Jian left the northern Shu continent at this time, but it weakened the combat power of the northern Shu continent and had a considerable impact on the Sunluo sect. Sunluo sect not only has Patriarch Lu and Patriarch Yuaning, but the awakened Patriarch Yuaning also has Patriarch Li guarding the sect. But now, he has a great reputation,
and is praised as the #1 person in the Golden Core stage of Northern Shu continent. Just like Patriarch Jian back then, Ancestor Jian had been fighting for the sect back then, and had no chance to rest, due to the influence of Patriarch Jian's departure from the Northern Shu continent. Li Yuanba lost a backer when the sect asked Li Yuanba to carry out the mission. How could Li Yuanba refuse?
Don't worry. I talked to Master Yu after I learned that you completed the task of capturing the Tianwen sect monks. Don't think that my departure will weaken the strength of the Beishu continent. I have negotiated with the major sections. When I return to Jianichongshao Pavilion, if possible, Jianichongshao Pavilion will take good care of the Beishu continent. Second, even just issuing a statement can prevent forces such as Tianwen sect and Tianqing Trading Company from easily attacking the Northern Shu continent.
Jian Laozu smiled and explained the reason. Li Yuanba felt relieved. He originally thought that his life would be difficult after Jian Ancestor left. But then, he discovered that the appearance of Tianwen sect gave Jian Ancestor's departure a more important meaning. No wonder Patriarch Jian would allow him to retreat in peace without worrying about the missions assigned by the sect.
Master, I got this. Can you see if it's useful?
Li Yuanba suppressed the emotion in his heart, took out the map drawn by him and asked. Ancestor Jian took the map and didn't pay much attention to it at first. When he saw the markings on it, surprise appeared in his eyes.
Where does this come from?
He asked quickly.
It was compiled from the notes of a monk from Tianwen sect,
Li Yuanba said without hiding anything, taking out another jade slip. Patriarch Jian took the jade slip. He checked the contents of the jade slip. He only looked at it for a short time before shaking his head and putting the jade slip aside.
You are really thoughtful.
He had to admire his disciple. The contents in this jade slip were very confusing, including cultivation experiences, sights he saw, and records of what the monk thought about on a daily basis. During the long years of cultivation, monks will always have some emotions in their hearts that need to be vented. And each monk has different ways of venting their emotions. This Tianwen sect monk's way of venting is to record daily trivial matters. And Li Yuanba is able to find vague or straightforward descriptions of roots from so many messy records, and form them into a root that consumes the mental strength is great. Even if the Jian Patriarch obtained this jade slip, it would not be easy to sort out such a route map.
With this route map, I can first reach the Eastern Shu continent,
where I can find the big merchant house's long-distance ship. I can take the long-distance ship and return to Jianichongshao Pavilion,
he said with rare emotion. Li Yuanba also smiled when he saw that he could help his master. Time passed very quickly, and the arrival of Tianwen sect did not cause chaos in the Northern Shu continent, at least for ordinary monks. It had no impact. Tianwen sect lost a group of intelligence personnel, but there were still intelligence personnel that penetrated deep into the interior of the Northern Shu continent. There was constant information being collected from Ancestor Luowei, allowing him to understand the current Northern Shu continent. But no one knew how much information he had obtained and how much was about the cave heaven. At Qianya Temple, they discovered that one of their arhats was deliberately inquiring about the affairs of Dong Tian. Afterwards, investigation revealed that he had been bribed by Tianwen sect. That is to say, this arhat was discovered because he did not act covertly. The other major sects all suspected that some of their own disciples had been bribed, but they had not discovered it yet. In this case, the Jian ancestor was ready to leave. On the top of Chongshao Peak, a red sun rose, and golden light shone on the top of the mountain, covering the spiritual grass, spiritual trees, pavilion, and the bodies of the sword ancestor and Li Yuanba with a layer of golden gauze. A faint sorrow of separation emerged between the two. In the world of immortal cultivation, the relationship between master and disciple is even closer than that between father and son. Although Li Yuanba is a clone, this emotion is not false at all. He didn't say anything and sent the prepared things to the Jian ancestor. Patriarch Jian opened it and took a look. It was 30 kilograms of third-grade spirit tea. Judging from the quality, it was clear that it was roasted by Li Shiming himself. He couldn't help but shook his head. He was a little confused about how good the relationship between Li Yuanba and Li Shiming was. 30 kilograms of 3-grade Ling Cha was probably the amount that had flowed out of Li Shiming's hands for 10 years. This was not something that could be obtained through ordinary relationships. Even he, the ancestor of Yuaning, can only get 2 taels of the 3rd-grade spiritual tea roasted by Li Shiming every year through the cooperation relationship between the 6 major sects. He had never seen this disciple clearly before. Li Yuanba was able to practice so quickly, and Li Shiming provided a large amount of training resources. He knew this. This is also the reason why he did not leave any cultivation resources for Li Yuanba. In fact, this disciple has more cultivation resources than him.
Yuanba, I won't use Chongshao Peak anymore. I told your master that you can use this peak for 100 years, and then it will be taken back by the sect.
Before leaving, Patriarch Jian still fought for Li Yuanba. Some benefits. According to his judgment, 100 years is enough time for Li Yuanba to cultivate to the Great Elder level. If Li Yuanba still needs nascent soul level spiritual veins, Li Yuanba himself will be the ancestor of nascent soul by then.
Thank you, Master. I just need it.
Li Yuanba suppressed his emotions of separation and said with a smile,
I'm waiting for you at Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. There's no room for you here.
Jian Patriarch finally said to him through sound transmission. After finishing speaking, Ancestor Jian rose into the air, and a jade disc of identity fell from the sky and landed in Li Yuanba's hand. It was the jade disc of Ancestor Jian's identity. Li Yuanba took the jade plate of identity and followed it into the air. He only saw a sword light flying towards the distance.
Master, have a safe journey,
he murmured to himself. Regarding the departure of Patriarch Jian, only Li Yuanba in the Sunluo sect, apart from Patriarch Yuaning, knew about it, and the other monks did not know about it. Li Yuanba felt something in his heart. He looked at the mountain peak to the side, which was the mountain where old Ancestor Li was standing. Over there, old Ancestor Li was standing in the void, looking at the distant Ancestor Jian.
Practice well and become a baby soon.
Ancestor Li also sensed Li Yuanba, and his faint voice reached Li Yuanba's ears. Li Yuanba bowed and saluted. This was his first time meeting Patriarch Li.
When he straightened up, Patriarch Li could no longer be seen. He returned to Chongshao Peak, and the jade disc of his master's identity in his hand allowed him to control all the formations on this mountain. He opened all the formations and sent a message to Elder Jin Dan, the leader of the sect, that he would start practicing in seclusion from today and no longer interfere with foreign affairs. Li Shiming, who shared a relationship with Li Yuanba, was in a very bad mood. The departure of Patriarch Jian caused the clone to lose an important support. Although there is Patriarch Lu behind Li Yuanba, the relationship is not as close as that of Master Jian. It can be said that Patriarch Jian can stand up for anything Li Yuanba does, while Patriarch Lu still needs to consider many interests. Li Shiming has now completed the elixir refining of Patriarch Fan and Patriarch Zhou. In fact, it is not just that. In fact, he has even refined all the 4th grade elixirs sent by Yuaning ancestors from Qianhuan sect and other sects into 4th grade elixirs. Panacea. All the alchemy tasks in his hands were over, but he still delivered them bit by bit according to the previously agreed time. On this day, he received Ancestor Gu from the Thousand Fantasy sect and handed her the 4th grade high-level elixir she had refined. If it weren't for Patriarch Gu being Yin Shirlan's master, he wouldn't have left seclusion and would have only let Yin Ji show up. Ancestor Gu left with the elixir very satisfied, and Ancestors Wu took this opportunity to find Li Shiming.
Sure, Ming. I need your help with something,
Zhuo Laozu said a little embarrassed.
What's the matter? Uncle Master?
Li Shiming asked slightly strangely. All the 4th grade elixirs in Zhuo Ancestor's hands were sent to him to refine them into 4th grade elixirs. What else could he do to help Zhuo Ancestor besides refining elixirs?
It's like this. Recently, our cooperative relationship with Tianqing Trading Company has become closer. They have put forward conditions and want you to refine a batch of 4th grade elixirs for them. Of course, if you negotiate with them about remuneration, we won't interfere. You can just ask for a higher remuneration. They are very rich anyway.
Zhuo Ancestor spread his hands helplessly and said, Tianqing Trading Company had always wanted to meet Li Shiming again through Zhuo Laozu's relationship, but Zhuo Laozu did not agree due to various reasons. You must know that Li Shiming's alchemy is related to the interests of the 6 major sects in the entire Beishu continent, and even the ancestors of Yuanying, such as the Beishu Trading Company. Just like recently, Li Shiming has been refining elixirs for Qianhuan sect. If Tianqing Trading Company Limited is allowed to jump in the queue, it will affect the elixir refining plan of his own nascent soul ancestor in Beishu continent, but who called Tianwen sect, which made the 6 major sects need to strengthen their ties with Tianqing Trading Company, which also made it impossible for the 6 major sects to reject Tianqing Trading Company's proposal. No. Ancestors Zhuo personally came forward to invite Li Shiming to meet Ancestor Rinsun of Tianqing Trading Company to discuss the alchemy matters of Tianqing Trading Company. As for the issue of jumping in line, the Yuanying patriarch of the 6 major sects, who had already queued up, but had not yet made an elixir agreed to let Tianqing Trading Company jump in because of the collective interests of the Northern Shu continent. Chapter 463, Inquiry. At the pavilion on the top of Holding Sword Peak, Li Shiming met Ancestor Rinsun again.
Rinsun has met Master Li.
Ancestor Rinsun was not at all as arrogant as Ancestor Yuanying. When he saw Li Shiming, he took the first step.
Okay,
the monk said with a smile.
Ancestor Ren, you are too polite.
Li Shiming bowed in return.
Master Li, I treat you with the same attitude that Tianqing Trading Company treats alchemy masters. In our Tianqing Trading Company, your status as an alchemy master is even higher than mine.
Patriarch Rinsun glanced at the left person next to him. Ancestor, explained with a smile. Ancestor Zhua opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Ancestor Rinsun's words made him feel a little bad. This means that Beishu continent does not respect Li Shiming enough and is somewhat trying to stir up trouble, considering the need to maintain friendship with Tianqing Trading Company. And what Ancestor Rinsun said was not that obvious. He still suppressed the rebuttal he wanted to say.
Fellow Taoists, I want to discuss alchemy with Master Li alone,
Ancestor Rinsun said to Ancestor Zhua.
Of course.
The reason given by Ancestor Rinsun made Ancestor Zhua agree. This involves some secrets. For example, regarding elixir recipes, according to the rules of the world of immortality, although the alchemy master has mastered the elixir recipe of the person seeking elixir, he will not share the elixir recipe with others. This is the rule of an alchemist. As long as you want to be in the alchemy industry, you must abide by this rule. For example, remuneration is an extremely personal matter, involving not only the secrets of the alchemy seeker, but also the secrets of the alchemy master. The alchemy master doesn't want others to know what kind of spiritual object he has received, so as not to cause trouble for himself. Although Zhualazu is Li Shiming's elder, he still has to consider avoiding suspicion. When ancestors Zhua left the top of the mountain, only Li Shiming and Ancestor Rinsun were in the pavilion.
Master Li, do you know why there are no mid-nascent soul monks in the northern Shu continent?
Ancestor Rinsun suddenly asked. This question was very abrupt, and had nothing to do with what he said about refining alchemy.
Is it the shortage of resources in the nascent soul stage of the northern Shu continent?
Li Shiming knew the reason. He answered.
It's not just a lack of resources. You asked me for the
Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun skill.
I guess it's not for the early stage of Yuanying, but for a higher goal. The aura environment, resources, skills, etc. of the Beishu continent. They are much worse than other continents. You only have the
Glowing Flame Eclipse skill.
Without a lot of resources, no matter how high your alchemy level is, you will not be able to be promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, let alone a higher goal.
Ancestor Rinsun said slowly. Li Shiming's heart moved slightly. He felt that this was the main reason why Ancestor Rinsun came to him.
I wonder what Patriarch Ren wants to say,
Li Shiming asked calmly.
Master Li, our Tianqing Trading Company has connections with several continents and occupies a large amount of resource production areas. Apart from other things, if you join the Tianqing Trading Company, at least during the nascent soul period, you don't need to worry about the issue of cultivation resources. Ancestor Rinsun pointed out the purpose of this visit. His voice was full of sincerity. He was not lying. If an alchemy master like Li Shiming joined Tianqing Trading Company, he would not need to prepare any training resources for Li Shiming. The commission from Li Shiming's alchemy alone can be used for Li Shiming's cultivation, and Tianqing Trading Company has gained even more benefits. With Li Shiming, the alchemy master, and relying on Li Shiming's alchemy skills, it can completely win over a group of early Yuanying ancestors. Li Shiming is still in the late stage of Jindan. When Li Shiming becomes the ancestor of Yuanying, he can refine the elixir for the monks in the middle stage of Yuanying. At that time, Tianqing Trading Company will be able to win over the monks in the middle stage of Yuanying. Just thinking about this result makes Ancestor Rinsun excited. To be honest, if it weren't for the Dongtian incident, Li Shiming would have had the urge to agree. His cultivation speed has always been at the extreme speed because he has no shortage of cultivation resources. It can be said that his cultivation speed is already the fastest in theory. What he needs to consider now is not just the matter of becoming a baby. With such a large amount of resources for raising babies, as long as he is not unlucky, his success rate of becoming a baby will not be low. After recently refining elixirs for the Yuanying ancestors of the northern Shu continent, he also discovered the predicament of the Yuanying ancestors of the northern Shu continent. The ancestors of these nascent souls, who controlled the northern Shu continent, did not have more than 5 fourth-grade elixirs in their hands at most. This was accumulated over many years. It's no wonder that there are very few mid-nascent soul monks in the history of the Beishu continent. If it weren't for the extra resources, which are only close to the resources of the nascent soul stage in the Beishu continent, I might never be able to become a mid-nascent soul monk. Of course, he has the Shanhechiankuen fan. So as long as it takes a little longer, he still has hope of being promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul. But he is not alone. He still has a clone. And he also needs to consider the resources for Yin Sherwan to become a baby in the future. Based on this calculation, the 4th grade resources cultivated in the Shanhechiankuen fan are definitely not enough.
I need to think about it,
Li Shiming said with hesitation. Ancestor Rinsun was not disappointed, but felt relieved. As long as there was no objection on the spot, there was hope. In his opinion, Li Shiming probably did not reach the nascent soul stage, and he did not know the distress of the nascent soul monks in the northern Shu continent. He was not in a hurry. Asking Li Shiming to join was a long-term task. He never thought that Li Shiming would come over with just a few words.
Master Li, this is the 4th grade elixir I brought. This is the corresponding elixir recipe. I also asked Master Li to help refine it.
He took out a space ring and handed it over and said. Li Shiming took the space ring and found that there were 10 4th grade elixirs placed in the space ring. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked, knowing that Tianqing Trading Company came here this time not to do business. They actually brought 10 4th grade elixirs with them. And this was probably not all Tianqing Trading Company could come up with. 10 4th grade elixirs were just the right amount. Any more would make Tianqing Trading Company worry about Li Shiming. And any less would make Li Shiming feel that Tianqing Trading Company was stingy. Li Shiming thought about it in his mind, and put the space ring aside.
The quantity you refine this time is a bit large. I'd better complete the task at hand before refining it for you. I can start refining the elixir for you in about 16 months.
Li Shiming said with a smile.
There is no problem. We want to cooperate with Master Li for a long time. By the way, this is the reward for refining 10 furnaces of 4th grade elixir. I hope Master Li will be satisfied.
Ancestor Rinsun smiled, and took out another jade. He placed the gourd in front of Li Shiming and said. Li Shiming looked at the jade gourd. It was a magic weapon. But if he had to use a 3rd grade magic weapon to refine 10 furnaces of 4th grade elixir, the reward seemed too low. Although Li Shiming is still in the golden elixir stage, the 4th grade elixir he refined is a spiritual object in the nascent soul stage. So the reward should naturally be a 4th grade spiritual object. Not to mention that this time it is refining 10 furnaces of 4th grade elixir, and the reward should be higher. He picked up the jade gourd and found that the magic weapon did not recognize its owner, and his spiritual thoughts easily entered it.
Hey, what is this?
Li Shiming found that there was a kind of spiritual liquid inside, but he did not find anything similar to this spiritual liquid in the database of the natal magic weapon Z15. According to the analysis given by Z15, this spiritual liquid is a 4th grade spiritual liquid, and its properties are extremely peaceful and stable.
This is the Tongxiankuen Earth Immortal Dew produced from the underground of the Eastern Qi continent. Its output is extremely low. It is the top resource that only geniuses in the Eastern Qi continent can use. Taking it in the later stage of the golden pill can greatly speed up your cultivation. There are 36 drops in the spirit gourd, which is all we brought this time. Ancestor Rinsun introduced with a smile. What he didn't say was that this
Tongxiankuen Earth Immortal Dew
was the private collection of Patriarch Jin Kai.
Tongxiankuen Earth Immortal Dew
is an extremely special 4th grade resource. What is special is that although it is a 4th grade resource, it is used for golden elixir stage monks. But this does not affect the value of
Tongxianken's Immortal Dew.
On the contrary, due to the scarcity of
Tongxianken's Immortal Dew,
the value of
Tongxianken's Immortal Dew
is extremely high. Among 4th grade resources, it can be considered an upper middle level.
Using Tongxianken's Immortal Dew
as a reward is actually too high a price. The most important point is that Li Shiming, who is in Beishu continent, would not know about the resources of the Eastern Qi continent,
which also prevents the value of
Tongxiankenland Immortal Dew
from being fully reflected. The reason why Patriarch Jin Kai took out the
Tongxiankuen Earth Immortal Dew
as a reward was because he wanted Li Shiming to become a nascent soul stage monk earlier. This is his selfish intention. Giving
Tongxiankuen Earth Immortal Dew
to Li Shiming will allow Li Shiming to see the sincerity of Tianqing Trading Company. On the other hand, if Li Shiming can advance to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, he can refine the nascent soul middle stage, 4th grade elixir. Although the injuries on Patriarch Jinkai's body seem to be nothing, without the 4th grade healing elixir of the mid-nascent soul,
His injuries would have been delayed for a long time, and might have affected his cultivation plan. Li Shiming's promotion to the nascent soul stage was advanced, which meant for him that he could get the 4th grade advanced healing elixir of the nascent soul stage early, allowing him to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. For this, paying some
Tong Xianku and Earth Immortal do
is nothing. As for whether Li Shiming is willing to make elixirs for him, there is no need to worry about it. Li Shiming is making elixirs publicly. As long as the reward can impress Li Shiming, refining elixirs is not a problem. Even though Li Shiming didn't know how precious
Tong Swankin's Immortal do
was, he could see the importance of
Tong Swankin's Immortal do
to him. What does it mean to greatly speed up his cultivation? His cultivation speed is already extremely fast. If he speeds up his cultivation even more, will he be able to become a great elder as soon as possible? This is not surprising. That day, he used 10 drops of
Tianlu Immortal Milk
to upgrade his body to the great elder level. At that time, he saw the powerful effect of the 4th grade resources on the golden elixir monks. It's just that he had never heard of a 4th grade resource that could increase the growth rate of golden elixirs, and he didn't expect that it would appear in front of him now. His heart was burning. During the process of contact with the ancestor of Yuanying, he knew that the sooner he entered the early stage of Yuanying, the better, so that he would have enough time to practice and go further. Although monks in the early stages of nascent soul have a lifespan of thousands of years, it will be more difficult to be promoted after the age of 800. And once injured in battle, the lifespan will be greatly reduced. Therefore, most of the nascent soul ancestors in the northern Shu continent ask the relatively young nascent soul ancestors to handle matters. Those nascent soul ancestors who don't have long lifespan will not interfere with foreign objects even if they leave seclusion. If they really do, they will waste their own lifespan.
Since there are spiritual objects such as Tong Swank and Earth Immortal do, I will take the time to refine the 10 furnaces of elixirs as soon as possible. I don't have to worry about delaying my practice,
Li Shiming said happily.
When Master Li tries the Tong Swankin's Immortal do, you will know how powerful the Tong Swankin's Immortal do is,
Ancestor Rinsun said with a smile. He was extremely envious of Li Shiming in his heart. He did not have such good conditions back then, with resources at the level of
Tong Xianku and Earth Immortal do,
unless they were disciples trained as core members of major sects. Other disciples did not have such treatment. Moreover, even the disciples trained as core disciples cannot obtain such a large amount of
Tong Xianku and Earth Immortal do.
When he got the
Tong Xianku and Earth Immortal do,
he was surprised by the generosity of the ancestor Jin Kai. He didn't know the plan of the ancestor Jin Kai. Ancestor Rinsun was very satisfied with this contact. He and Li Shiming exchanged contact cards and could directly contact Li Shiming. This was a major breakthrough. Although Li Shiming has not yet received a clear attitude, judging from Li Shiming's performance, the chance of joining Tianqing Trading Company is not small. Ancestor Rinsun was in a happy mood when he left. Li Shiming was in a better mood. He couldn't wait to try the effect of
Tong Xiankuan's Immortal do. Tong Xianku and Earth Immortal do
has different dosage intervals depending on the monk's body. After taking it, the monks can feel the degree of refining of
Tong Swankin's Immortal do
in the body, and naturally understand the time to use the next drop of
Tong Swankin's Immortal do. Hui Jing, protect me. If anything goes wrong, help me.
Li Shiming summoned Venerable Hui Jing and ordered. Venerable Hui Jing has now fully recovered from his injuries and is basically in full strength. However, he has recultivated the
Glowing Flame Sun Eclipse technique
and will not be able to exert his combat power for a while. Li Shiming asked Venerable Hui Jing to protect the Dharma because he was afraid of any accidents during the process of digesting the
Tong Xianku and Earth Immortal do.
Although the possibility of Tianqing Trading Company using
Tong Xianku and Earth Immortal do
to harm him is extremely low, he still needs to be more careful because Tianqing Trading Company took the initiative to bring such unheard of 4th grade resources to his door. He opened up the authority of his body, and Venerable Hui Jing could clearly monitor the changes in his body. If something unexpected happens, Venerable Hui Jing can intervene. Venerable Hui Jing is currently unable to fight, but helping Li Shiming is easy. Li Shiming sat cross-legged at the spiritual energy outlet of the nascent soul-level spiritual veins, took out the 3rd grade spiritual gourd, poured out a drop of
Tong Swank and Earth Immortal do,
and introduced it into his mouth, and then began to operate the
5 Rhymes Chi training technique.
After the
Tong Xianku and Earth Immortal do
entered his abdomen, there was no extremely exciting spiritual power pouring out. Instead, it was as if a spiritual spring had opened up in his body, and continuous spiritual power flowed from the abdomen to all the orifices around the body. Flow away. Chapter 464 Secret Method. The spiritual power flowing out of the
Tong Xian Kuan Earth Immortal Dew
and the
5 Rhymes Chi training technique
were transformed into the 5 elements of spiritual power and flowed into Li Shiming's 5 golden elixirs. When the spiritual power entered the golden elixir, he discovered that the spiritual power that he had thought was
Tong Xian Kun's Immortal Dew
gushes out like a spiritual spring was not that much. But this is the spiritual power transformed by 4th grade spiritual objects. For him at the golden core stage, one spiritual power is almost equivalent to dozens of his spiritual powers. He seemed to have returned to the feeling of crazily improving his cultivation during the foundation building period. The spiritual power in the golden elixir was increasing at an extremely fast rate every moment. Unknowingly, one session of the
5 Rhymes Chi training technique
was completed, and he found that this session was almost as good as dozens of sessions. However, the spiritual spring formed by the
Tong Xian Kuan Earth Immortal Dew
in his body still did not dissipate, and continued to spit out a steady stream of spiritual power. He quickly continued to practice the
5 Rhymes Chi training technique.
The spiritual power spit out by the
Tong Xian Kuan Earth Immortal Dew
could not be wasted. He practiced like this over and over again, without interruption for 12 hours every day. After practicing for 20 days, the spiritual spring formed by the
Tong Swankin Earth Immortal Dew
in his body disappeared. Li Shiming's cultivation level has been greatly improved after these 20 days, which is almost equivalent to the effect of his several years of cultivation. And it was the result of his complete retreat. Just like this time, without rest for 12 hours a day, he sensed the condition of his body and found that he could continue to practice by taking
Tong Xian Kuan Earth Immortal Dew
after just 1 day's rest. This means that his physique is extremely strong. Who asked him to practice the
Tai Chin Xian Turtle Dew
to the level of a great elder, making his physique far superior to that of a normal golden core cultivator. Even for the talented monks on the outside continent, the sect cannot prepare 2 4th grade resources, body refining and chain energy, for them, so that they can achieve simultaneous growth of body refining and chain energy like Li Shiming. After Li Shiming rested for a day, he continued to practice by taking
Tong Swankin Dixian Dew.
He had no intention of sharing this
Tong Xian Kuan Earth Immortal Dew
with his clone Li Yuanba. The main body was the most important thing. His cultivation level is like riding a rocket, improving every day. The total amount of spiritual power required in the later stage of the golden elixir is really huge, and the time required for cultivation is not obvious. But he knows that in just a few dozen days, his strength has increased by at least 1/3. Time passed day by day, and soon a year and a half had passed. Li Shiming thought that he would practice until he reached the level of a great elder before he could leave seclusion. During this period, his silver corpse continued to send out the refined 4th grade elixir on time. He had a lot of brains available. Although his body had to keep practicing, it did not affect his ability to direct the silver corpse to do things, refine elixirs, etc. After such a long time, he would have thought that the matter about Dong Tian was over and there would be no surprises. But things were not as he imagined, and the accident happened. On Shanghai Island, where Tianwen sect is stationed, Patriarch Luo Wei listened to Patriarch Han Zhao's report. After several years of intelligence exploration, especially the bribery at all costs, the various intelligence collected from the 6 major sects, and the Beishu Trading Company finally stabilized the existence of Dong Tian. It was obvious that the cave heaven did not fall into the hands of ancestor Jin Kai or several Yuaning ancestors from the northern Shu continent, but was captured by others first. Although the investigation of the cooperation between the 6 major sects of the northern Shu continent and Tianqing Trading Company was extremely secretive, this large-scale investigation was still discovered by the Tianwen sect.
Uncle Master, it is now certain that there is a successor to the cave heaven. We have investigated all the Yuaning ancestors, and except for the Yuaning ancestor who is in seclusion, none of the other Yuaning ancestors behaved abnormally. In addition, with the qualifications of these nascent soul ancestors, it is impossible to pass the Dongtian test that even the Jinkai ancestors cannot pass. If there are no foreign Yuaning ancestors in the Beishu continent, I believe it should be a certain Jin Dan with extremely talented the monk passed the test and won the inheritance of the cave.
Ancestor Han Shao said in a deep voice. His investigation work was very difficult. Fortunately, the intelligence personnel trained by the sect were very good, and some breakthroughs were made within a few years. This allowed him to make such an analysis.
which was almost very close to the truth. There are only a few extremely talented gene Dan cultivators in the northern Shu continent and the Tianjin Trading Company. Right, Patriarch Luowei said lightly. Yes. When 3 top elders came to Tianjin Trading Company, one of them was definitely killed, and the other 2 disappeared. Maybe they were one of the missing 2. Ancestor Han Shao nodded. No, we also need to add Li Yuanba from the northern Shu continent and the alchemy master Li Shiming. They were promoted to the late stage of Gene Dan at the age of 50. This is the Beishu continent with poor resources. Not to mention that Li Yuanba also killed as a sword cultivator from Tianjin Trading Company. Please don't underestimate the talents of these 2 golden elixir cultivators. Patriarch Luowei shook his head and added, Uncle Master, it is difficult for us to continue investigating in this area. The 2 missing elders of Tianjin Trading Company, Beishu continent, and Tianjin Trading Company themselves have been tracing them. But there is no result so far. Li Yuanba has long been in seclusion and has not seen outsiders. And it's even harder to see Li Shiming without the nod from the 2 Yuaning ancestors of Shushan sect. Outsiders can't approach Li Shiming's cave. Ancestor Han Shao said helplessly. If he could investigate, he would have already investigated in this direction. It is true that no matter how hard his intelligence officers try, they cannot investigate these targets. Prepare the Tianwen formation. I want to perform the Tianwen secret technique once. Patriarch Luowei thought for a while and made a decision. Uncle Master, is this really the case? Ancestor Han Shao confirmed with slight hesitation after hearing Ancestor Luowei's words. Very few monks in the world of cultivating immortals know the origin of the name of Tianwen sect. In fact, Tianwen of Tianwen sect comes from a secret method. An extremely mysterious secret method. Being able to name a sect after a secret method shows how much Tianwen sect attaches great importance to this secret method. The Tianwen secret technique is a secret technique that even a mid-stage nascent soul monk needs to pay a high price to use. Every time Tianwen sect uses Tianwen secret method, it is at an extremely critical moment. Isn't it just 200 years of life? Even if I lose 200 years of life, I can still support the sect for more than 100 years. It is totally worth it to get the inheritance of Dong Tian. Patriarch Luowei said with a smile. He said it lightly, but Ancestor Han Shao understood how important 200 years of life was to Ancestor Luowei. Although monks in the middle stage of Yuaning were promoted, their lifespan increased by 500 years compared to the early stage of Yuaning. However, Patriarch Luowei only had more than 300 years before his lifespan was exhausted. Once he loses 200 years of lifespan, unless the cave heaven the inheritance in it is of great help to Ancestor Luowei. Otherwise Ancestor Luowei will not be able to go further. Ancestor Luowei was also helpless. If he could advance to the late nascent soul stage by relying on his own cultivation, why would he consider making a desperate move? He did this in a desperate move, since it was still impossible to achieve a breakthrough in his own cultivation. The Dongtian inheritance he encountered this time was his only hope. He had only encountered this kind of opportunity once in his life. Look at the situation in front of him. How perfect it was. A powerful cave heaven inheritance from the Mahayana period actually appeared in a barren continent like the Beishu continent. The entire continent was regarded as an outsider from the Tianjin Trading Company and the Tianwen sect. But they were only 2 middle-stage nascent souls. Ancestor Han Shao on his side can definitely suppress Ancestor Ren Sun. He thinks he still has a chance of winning against Ancestor Jin Kai. As for the Yuaning ancestors from the northern Shu continent, they really made him anxious. At the cost of threatening the foundation of the 6 major sects, these early nascent soul monks would not really dare to become his enemy. According to the analysis of intelligence, it is almost certain that the Dongtian inheritance fell into the hands of a golden elixir monk who was unable to open the Dongtian inheritance. This competitive environment in the Beishu continent is almost equivalent to finding the Dongtian inheritance. There is a 70% certainty that the Dongtian inheritance will fall into his hands. With such a high chance, how could he not dare to take a gamble? When Patriarch Han Shao saw Patriarch Luowei's resolute attitude, he bowed and saluted, then turned around and went to prepare. 3 days later, a complex formation appeared on a flat ground on Shanghai Island. The precious formation materials of the 4th grade are connected by the formation spiritual power connection lines. A 4th grade pulse lock plate is placed in the center. The nascent soul level spiritual veins support the operation of this complex formation diagram. All the monks were driven away from the area, and only Patriarch Luowei and Patriarch Han Shao stood outside the formation. Uncle, it's almost time, Ancestor Han Shao reminded him as he looked at the time. The use of Tianwen's secret method requires the help of the power of heaven and earth, and it can only be used at fixed times every day. Ancestor Luowei did not hesitate at all, and stepped forward into the Tianwen formation. He began to chant a strange mantra in his mouth, and as the mantra in his mouth rang out, the Tianwen formation emitted a brilliant light. The light from the Tianwen formation reflected in the air, forming a strange pattern. Ancestor Luowei looked solemn. Now was the most critical moment. With my longevity, I asked the heavens, whose hands will the Dongtian inheritance of the northern Shu continent fall into? Patriarch Luowei asked. With the first word he spoke, inexplicable energy continued to flow from his body. Extraction of patterns in the sky. That's his longevity. And every time he extracts a bit of it, his face will grow older. He did not use interrogative sentences. Tianwen's secret method consumes a lot of money. If he really wanted to use interrogative sentences to ask for an accurate answer within the continent, his lifespan would be drained on the spot, which would not be enough. Is it Yoshia? He asked in a deep voice. As he asked the question, he grew older again. After a while, he got a reply from Tianwen pattern, which was no. He sighed in his heart. This was the most likely target of suspicion based on the investigation data. Unfortunately, it was not the great elder Yoshia who had obtained the cave heaven inheritance. Otherwise his lifespan would have been consumed less. Is it Sun Ao? He asked next. Tianwen Tuwen's reply was still, no. And his face turned pale. Even the two elders of Tianqing Trading Company were not, which made him somewhat doubt whether Tianwen's secret method was sloppy this time. But once we got here, it was impossible to stop. After so much effort, there were still two problems that we had to persevere on. Is it Li Yuanba? He asked again. This time, he encountered the weirdest thing. Tianwen Tuwen didn't reply yes or no, but simply didn't give a reply. This really can't be blamed on Tianwen pattern. Li Yuanba does exist, but he is not an individual existence, but a clone. The person who actually received the Dongtian inheritance was Li Shiming. Even the Tianwen pattern couldn't tell whether Li Yuanba had received the Dongtian inheritance. Say yes. But in fact Li Yuanba has never even come into contact with the Dongtian inheritance. Say no. Li Yuanba and Li Shiming are the same person. The strange phenomenon made Patriarch Luowei wonder if there was something wrong with the secret method. How could such a phenomenon occur? His question is not an ambiguous question. Either yes or no. What's the matter with the lack of answer? What depressed him the most was that although Tianwen Tuwen didn't answer, his lifespan was not saved for him at all. And his lifespan was still taken away. This made him almost vomit blood. He told himself, there is another name. Don't worry. Is it Li Shiming? He finally asked. The Tianwen pattern shines brightly, and the Tianwen pattern triggers the rules of heaven and earth. And an inexplicable connection leads to Li Shiming, who is in retreat. Although Li Shiming is practicing, he still has his brain free. He felt a peeping look, and this sense of peeping made the hairs on his body stand up. He is in his own cave, and this sword-holding peak has been strengthened by his many formations. He is confident that even the peak of the nascent soul ancestor is not as safe as his formation. He could peek through the formation, and he could sense the will of the rules of heaven and earth. What happened? He maintained the practice of 5 rhymes chi training technique in his body, and all his spare brain was activated, and the natal magic weapon Z-15 began to be analyzed. The surveillance footage from the drone satellite system was called up. According to his judgment, none of the 6 major sects in the Beishu continent or the Yuaning ancestor of the Beishu Trading Company could give him this feeling. Either Tianqing Trading Company or Tianwen sect had such abilities beyond his imagination. Unfortunately, because the realm of the nascent soul ancestor is too high, the drone satellite system can only detect the position of the nascent soul ancestor, but cannot monitor the specific conditions around his body. Like Ancestor Luowei, under the influence of the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul, the drone satellite system cannot even detect the Tianwen formation on the ground. Yes! Tianwen pattern gave Patriarch Luowei an affirmative answer. Ancestor Luowei was startled. He did not expect this result. The most unlikely one was Li Shiming. Li Shiming is just a master of alchemy, and it is said that his level is extremely high. If Li Shiming, like Li Yuanba, had not been promoted to the late stage of Jin Dan at a young age, he would not have added Li Shiming's name. But I never expected that the most unlikely Li Shiming would be a monk who had received the inheritance of Dongtian. An alchemy master in the late Golden Elixir stage passed the test of great power in the Mahayana stage. And when Li Shiming passed the test, he was in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir. What kind of genius is this? Chapter 465 Discovery. No. Some of my secrets have been discovered. The feeling just now was very wrong. Li Shiming was shocked. He had the same analysis and judgment result as his natal magic weapon Z15. The most unfavorable secret for him at present is the Dongtian inheritance. At the same time, the UEV satellite system discovered that the two nascent soul ancestors from Shanghai Island left Shanghai Island and headed inland at an extremely fast speed. Because the actions of Patriarch Luo Wei and Patriarch Han Xiao were so sudden. Not to mention the 6 nascent soul ancestors from the northern Shu continent. Even the Patriarch Jin Kai on Yongla Island did not expect that they would do this. So by the time the nascent soul ancestors from Beishu continent and Tianqing Trading Company reacted, Luo Wei ancestor and Han Xiao ancestor had already passed through the blockade of the formation and flew into the inland at an extremely fast speed. After ancestor Luo Wei entered the inland, with a wave of his hand, the figures of ancestor Luo Wei and ancestor Han split into dozens, flying in different directions. The differentiated figures all had their auras, no matter whether they were exploring the formation or the nascent soul ancestors who followed them. They could not find the exact direction of ancestor Luo Wei and ancestor Han Xiao for a while. This was the direct method of Patriarch Luo Wei. He had lost 200 years of life and did not want to delay it for a moment longer. With his combat power in the middle stage of nascent soul, he could definitely rush into the Shushan sect and take Li Shiming away by force. As for what will happen next, he has already succeeded, and he doesn't care about antagonizing Tianqing Trading Company and Beishu continent. He will take Li Shiming into the ocean, and at most Jin Kai Patriarch will be able to track him. With his distance advantage, he has no worries that Jin Kai Patriarch can catch up with him. I will kill anyone who dares to stand in my way. His wrinkled face was full of determination. In order to find Li Shiming, the inheritor of Dongtian, he paid too much. When Li Shiming saw ancestor Luo Wei rushing inland, he understood that it was ancestor Luo Wei who was exploring him. He didn't know what kind of method Patriarch Luo Wei used, but the method that mobilized the power of the rules of heaven and earth was definitely used for a big thing when a little golden elixir monk, was used. He understood that the matter in the cave might be discovered by Patriarch Luo Wei, and he couldn't figure out where he had exposed his flaw. If he knew that it was not because he had exposed any flaws, but because he was practicing too fast and was already in the late stage of the golden core at this age, and was found out by Patriarch Luo Wei using the elimination method, he would be upset that he didn't hide to keep your own cultivation. Li Shiming glanced at his cave, used his spiritual thoughts to put away the important spiritual objects in the cave, and also put away all the mechanical equipment in the underground space. He knew very well that after the Dongtian incident was leaked, he could no longer stay in Shushan sect. The Shushan sect couldn't protect him, or the Shushan sect's Yuanying ancestor wouldn't protect him. Even Ancestor Fan couldn't believe it. That is the inheritance of the cave. Maybe after obtaining it, you can reach the heaven in one step. A monk will be tempted by it. Ancestor Fan was only his master, and he was still one level away from his key point. Li Shiming left his identity jade disc in the cave, and he used the silver corpse's identity jade disc. The identity jade plate of the silver corpse is specially processed by the sect for his silver corpse to contact customers and enter and leave the sect. His current identity and status are extremely sensitive. As soon as the sect array discovers that his identity jade disc wants to leave the mountain, they will immediately notify Yuanying ancestor. Li Shiming wiped his hand on his face, and a simple disguise was completed. He turned into the appearance of a silver corpse, and the robe on his body also turned into the clothing of the silver corpse. He flew out of the sword-holding peak, because the silver corpse often came in and out of the mountain gate. No monk noticed the difference between the silver corpse. He left the mountain gate safely. After exiting the sect's formation, he immediately used step by step to live Lotus to hurry on. His direction was to a coast thousands of miles away from Yongla Island and Shanghai Island, and he planned to stay there for a while to observe the development of the situation. He will make next plans based on how things develop. When Patriarchs Luo Wei and Han Xiao appeared outside the Shushan Zongshan gate, the Zongmen's formation sounded an alarm, and at the same time, the Zongmen's formation was fully activated, trying to block the invading enemy. Open! Ancestor Luo Wei clapped his hand, and a big Dharma hand appeared in front of him and clapped it on the Shushan sect's formation. The formation's protective shield was unable to withstand this attack at all, and the power of this attack far exceeded the defense limit of the formation. The shield of the formation was shattered into pieces, and even many formation nodes exploded under the aftermath of the blow. With one blow,
The Shushan sect's protective formation was broken. And Ancestor Liu Wei and Ancestor Han Shao rushed into the mountain gate. The terrain within the Shushan sect and the Tianwen sect's intelligence had been ascertained, and they rushed towards the sword-holding peak. Along the way, there were still formations on some mountain peaks activated, but they were unable to stop them even for a single breath.
Senior, you are the enemy of all nascent soul monks in the northern Shu continent.
When Patriarch Fan issued a warning in the formation, he discovered Patriarch Liu Wei. When he flew out of his cave, Patriarch Liu Wei Zhu has entered the mountain gate.
I'm here to take someone away. You'd better not stop me. Otherwise, I won't mind completely destroying the mountain gate here.
Ancestor Liu Wei said coldly. He has no murderous intention yet, because neither the Shushan sect's formation nor the Patriarch Fan who appears now can pose a threat to him. But if Patriarch Fan really wants to stop him, it will be equivalent to buying Patriarch Jin Kai time, and he will take action immediately. Ancestor Fan felt the aura of Ancestor Liu Wei, and the aura of the mid-stage nascent soul was locked on his body, suppressing the nascent soul in his body. He could indeed forcibly use the nascent soul to leave the body, and use the nascent soul Dharma to fight against Patriarch Liu Wei. But he did not dare to move. Not because of fear, but for the sake of the sect's inheritance. He heard a strong threat from Patriarch Liu Wei's tone. He believed that if he took action, he would bring disaster to the sect. Besides, even if he takes action, he probably won't be able to stop Patriarch Liu Wei for a moment. When Patriarch Liu Wei saw Patriarch Fan stop, his figure did not stop and came to the outside of Sword-Holding Peak. With the same shot, Li Shiming's proud formation was easily broken by this blow.
Where are the people?
He sensed the Sword-Holding Peak and found no sign of Li Shiming.
Senior, Li Shiming is a master of alchemy. If you want to ask for alchemy, you should wait until he is promoted to the nascent soul stage.
Patriarch Fan saw Patriarch Liu Wei approaching the Sword-Holding Peak. Even though he did not dare to stop him, he still said. Patriarch Liu Wei glanced at Patriarch Fan, and from Patriarch Fan's words, he discovered that Patriarch Fan didn't know Li Shiming's whereabouts either. You must know that Ancestor Fan is within his range of perception at this time, and the slightest change in Ancestor Fan's mind will be sensed by him. Ancestor Liu Wei ignored Ancestor Fan. He didn't want to waste time. He flew around the Shushan sect. He inspected the Shushan sect all over. He was sure of one thing. Li Shiming was not in the Shushan sect.
Run away?
Patriarch Liu Wei said to himself in disbelief. From the time he used the Tianwen secret technique to the time he set off, he didn't waste a moment. Tianwen sect's intelligence showed that Li Shiming had always stayed at Jijian Peak and had never left. How could this happen? Li Shiming disappeared.
Go back!
Patriarch Liu Wei ordered Patriarch Han Shao. He did not take action against the Shushan sect at this time, because he was afraid that he would have to get along with the 6 major sects for a while. If the Shushan sect was really destroyed, he would be in a real fight with the northern Shu continent. It would be inconvenient to do anything in Beishu continent. He is also a decisive person. If he fails to find Li Shiming, he will go back and mobilize all the intelligence. As long as Li Shiming is in the Beishu continent, he will definitely be able to find him. The 2 nascent soul ancestors came and left quickly, making Ancestor Fan feel inexplicable.
Why did Shiming let the Tianwen sect come to visit him?
Patriarch Fan flew to the sword-holding peak while commanding the sect to stabilize the situation. There was indeed no trace of Li Shiming in the sword-holding peak, and the cave was almost empty, which showed that he should have been prepared when he left.
Master, what happened to Shiming?
Elder Su rushed over and asked. When Patriarch Liu Wei arrived, he was not even qualified to fly into the air. The aura of the mid-stage nascent soul suppressed all the monks below the nascent soul in the entire mountain gate and made them unable to move. Even if he was worried about Li Shiming, he couldn't do anything.
I don't know. Luckily Shiming ran away early.
Old Ancestor Fan shook his head and said.
During Tianwen Zong's arrival, Shiming rarely left the mountain gate, let alone had any contact with him. How could they find Shiming?
Elder Su said strangely. He tried to contact Li Shiming through the contact card, but found that the contact card could not connect to Li Shiming's contact card at all. In order to prevent Li Shiming from being tracked, he had already put the contact card into the computer room. Things like contact cards seem to be untraceable. But in fact, as long as the Beishu Trading Company is willing, it can find out the general location of the contact card that sent the message through the feedback from the communication arrays all over the Beishu continent. Dong Tian's interests are too great. He doesn't trust anyone now. It's better not to contact anyone. He didn't even leave a message for Yin Shuoan. This wasn't because he didn't believe Yin Shuoan, but because he didn't want to cause trouble to Immortality. As long as he doesn't show up and can't contact him. Even if someone wants to threaten him with Immortality. If they can't find him, even the threat will have no target. Ancestor Jin Kai did not bring the incoming patrol ancestor with him. Bringing the incoming ancestor patrol would affect his speed. He was injured, so it would be good if he could use less energy. He and the 6 nascent soul ancestors from the northern Shu continent were disturbed for some time by Patriarch Luowei's methods. After receiving the news that Patriarch Luowei went to Shushan sect, they headed towards Shushan sect. At the same time, Patriarch Lu and the others discovered the whereabouts of Patriarch Luowei and Patriarch Rensun through the exploratory array on the mainland. Venerable Haik gathered the spiritual power of the other 5 nascent soul ancestors and used close to the end of the world to lead the way. Ancestor Jin Kai followed behind and stopped Ancestor Luowei and Han Shao halfway.
Fellow Taoist Luo, what are you doing?
Patriarch Jin Kai asked in shock when he saw Patriarch Luowei. He had met Patriarch Luowei not long ago, and Patriarch Luowei's face at this time was almost unrecognizable to him. With such an old appearance, I am afraid that Patriarch Luowei's lifespan will be short. This is the northern Shu continent. Who can make Ancestor Luowei become like this? Ancestor Jin Kai thinks that his strength is at least as strong as Ancestor Luowei. Ancestor Jin Kai is still injured. If Ancestor Luowei is, Ancestor Jin Kai was also incapable of dealing with enemies that he couldn't deal with.
I have a problem with my cultivation. It's nothing serious. I heard that Li Shiming's alchemy ability is very strong, and I wanted to ask Master Li to help me. But I didn't know that Master Li was not in the Shushan sect. So my trip was in vain.
Ancestor Luowei replied with a smile. His reason seemed reasonable. But in fact, the 6 early-stage nascent soul monks across from him, as well as the Jin Kai Patriarch, didn't believe a word of him. Li Shiming is only an alchemy master in the late stage of Jindan. How can he help Patriarch Luowei in the middle stage of nascent soul? Even if he could help Ancestor Luowei, Ancestor Luowei should not use such methods to forcefully break through the Shushan sect's formation. This would be a big enmity with the Shushan sect. He would not even ask Li Shiming to make elixirs in the future. It's possible. It seems that the ancestors of Jin Kai spent precious resources and established a good relationship with Li Shiming in order to easily ask Li Shiming to make elixirs in the future.
Senior Luo, I respect you as a senior, but you forcibly broke through our Shushan sect's formation and violated the agreement with the northern Shu continent.
Zuo Laozi said angrily at this time. He was discussing with the other 5 nascent soul ancestors whether to fight with the Luowei ancestor. This was not an easy decision to make. Although Patriarch Luowei did forcefully break through the Shushan sect's formation, it did not cause actual casualties. At most, it was a loss of formation materials and face.
I did not break the agreement. I did not take the initiative to harm any monks from the northern Shu continent. It was just because of the urgency of the matter that I was a little reckless. I express my apology to the Shushan sect.
Patriarch Luowei bowed slightly and said, he doesn't want to break up with the 6 major sects of Beishu continent at this time. Although he can definitely crush the 6 major sects in terms of strength. This is the home ground of the 6 major sections. If a bunch of nascent soul ancestors really want to come together, they will also give him a lot of trouble. More importantly, if he wants to find Li Shiming, he may have to start from the 6 major sects. He didn't know yet that Li Shiming had guessed that he was here for the Dongtian inheritance. So he escaped. He used the excuse of being anxious to find Li Shiming to make alchemy, thinking that he could use heavy profits to lure Li Shiming out to meet him, so that he could catch Li Shiming. Ancestors would hesitated for a moment. It was not good for him to let all the other 5 sects fight for the Shushan sect just because of face. Ancestor Luowei's explanation and apology also allowed Ancestors to regain a little face. At least not too ugly. Which also gave Ancestors less reason to break up.
I am willing to compensate for the loss of the Shushan sect's mountain protecting formation. In addition, I do have a spiritual elixir that I would like to ask Master Li to refine. I am willing to offer a set of Tianlin sect's Chongqing resources as reward.
Patriarch Luowei seeing the change in Zhuo Ancestor's expression. He added more words. Chapter 466 Imprisonment.
Have you found Master Li?
This is the most common thing monks say when they meet in Beishu continent these days. There is concern, gloating, helplessness, and heartache. The most heartbreaking one is that of Ancestor Rensun. Ancestor Rensun handed 10 4th-grade elixirs and 36 drops of
Tong Xian Kuan Earth Immortal Dew
into Li Shiming's hands. But now Li Shiming has disappeared. It was not that he wanted to blame Li Shiming. Everyone knew the reason for Li Shiming's escape. Patriarch Luowei of Tianwen sect almost captured Li Shiming by knocking on the door. No matter who it was, he would have escaped. The excuses given by Patriarch Luowei were not believed by Tianjin Trading Company and the Yuan-Ing patriarchs from Beishu continent. Some speculations naturally arose as to why Patriarch Luowei suddenly grew old and suddenly went out of his way to arrest Li Shiming. These were not his style of doing things. There must be some kind of interest driving Ancestor Luowei. And there is only one interest in the Beishu continent that can make monks in the mid-nascent soul stage disregard all rules. And that is the Dongtian inheritance of Jiagu. Although it was just a guess, based on the actions of Patriarch Luowei and the reaction of Li Shiming, the ancestors of Yuan became more and more aware of the possibility. Of course, if you want to confirm this, you can only wait until you find Li Shiming. Li Shiming was on the seabed 10 miles away from the coast. He dug a cave and arranged a formation in it. Through the drone satellite system, he monitored the movements of Tianwen sect, Tianjin Trading Company, and the 6 major sections. In particular, the 6 major sects sent a large number of Jindan monks everywhere, and they were very determined to find him. He smiled faintly. To be honest, he was not very disappointed after losing the protection of Shushan sect. He has Venerable Huijing by his side, and his combat power is strong enough. As long as he doesn't meet the Yuan-Ing ancestor, no matter how many golden elixir monks come, he will not be his opponent. The resources accumulated in his hands, coupled with the 3rd-grade elixir in the Chanhe Qiankuan fan, allowed him to not worry about cultivation resources at all during the golden elixir stage. The only pity is the Yuan-Ing level spiritual veins. He has returned to the state of sharing the 4th-grade nascent soul level spiritual veins with Venerable Huijing. However, with the Tongxiankuan Earth Immortal Dew in hand, his cultivation there is not much demand for spiritual veins. Let's take a look at the situation. Li Shiming was still a little hesitant. He didn't know the attitude of the 6 major sects, especially the Shushan sect, towards him. This affected his subsequent plans. After all, both Tianwen sect and Tianjin Trading Company were foreign forces, and would not stay in Beishu continent for too long. If there is no harvest for a long time, at least 2 middle-stage nascent soul monks from Tianwen sect and Tianjin Trading Company will not be able to stay forever. If Li Shiming still wants to stay in Beishu continent, it depends on the attitude of the 6 major sects towards him. In fact, from recent observations, his attitude towards the 6 major sects is not optimistic. The 6 major sects are eager to find him. The number of Jindan monks mobilized can be analyzed. Almost every possible place has been investigated by the 6 major sects. You must know that Tianwen sect's attitude of wanting to catch him is extremely obvious. The 6 major sects are eager to find him. In his opinion, it is not serving Tianwen sect. You can't blame Li Shiming for being paranoid. But he doesn't feel safe, which makes him have to doubt. Li Yuanba, who was practicing in seclusion in Chongshao Peak, was forcibly summoned out of his cave. Ancestor Lu and Li used their authority to forcibly activate the formation at Chongshao Peak and arrived outside his cave. If he doesn't come out, I'm afraid the 2 nascent soul ancestors will enter the cave to look for him. I've seen my master. I've seen my uncle. When Li Yuanba walked out of the cave, his sword intention was a little erratic and swaying. This unstable state of his sword intention looked like he was disturbed during his training. This is what he did intentionally. This method of force summoning by Patriarch Lu and Patriarch Li is extremely taboo in the world of immortality. Even if the sect wakes up the nascent soul ancestor in retreat, it is to send a signal and wait for the nascent soul ancestor to see it during the break of cultivation, rather than forcibly awakening it without asking any time. Yuanba, I'm interrupting your practice. I really have something important to do with you. I hope you can understand. Patriarch Lu said helplessly. Li Yuanba was the most promising monk in the Senluo sect to achieve nascent soul, and he was also the inheritor of the sword ancestor. He did not want to disturb Li Yuanba's cultivation, but all the major sects proposed to investigate Li Shiming's whereabouts from Li Yuanba. Even Ancestor Li agreed to start the investigation from Li Yuanba. I wonder what happened to Master. Li Yuanba sighed in his heart. After all, it was the Jian ancestor who left, and his status dropped drastically. If Ancestor Jian was still in the northern Shu continent, which Yuan-Ing ancestor would risk offending Ancestor Jian and treat him like this? You and Li Shiming are good friends. Do you know where Li Shiming is now? Old Ancestor Li asked from the side. Isn't Master Li in the Shushan sect? Why do you ask me about Master Li's whereabouts? Li Yuanba asked after hearing this. Li Shiming has disappeared from the Shushan sect. We are all looking for him.
If you have any useful information about Li Shiming, please tell us.
Patriarch Lu pointed out intentionally when he saw that Li Yuanba didn't know anything about it.
Master, you see what this is? After my master left, I followed his instructions to practice in seclusion here and never left the seclusion. Although Master Li has some friendship with me, how can I know that he is missing when he is missing?
Where?
Li Yuanba spread his hands and said. When he spoke, he was full of resentment. Anyone who was forcibly summoned from seclusion and whose cultivation was affected would be like this. So Patriarch Lu and Patriarch Li were not angry at his attitude, but they were very disappointed when they heard his answer.
Try to contact Li Shiming and see if you can get in touch.
Old Ancestor Li ordered in a deep voice. Li Yuanba glanced at Old Ancestor Li and took out a contact card without refusing and was activating it. But Old Ancestor Li took it away.
You don't need to contact me. I will contact you with this contact card.
Old Ancestor Li waved his hand and said. Li Yuanba knew what he was thinking, and he just wanted to find Li Shiming's general location through the contact card. As long as you coordinate with Beishu Commercial Bank in advance before contacting you.
You can locate his location through the contact sign in Li Shiming's hand after getting in touch with Li Shiming.
Does that mean it's nothing to do with me? If nothing happens, I need to go back to the cave to heal.
Li Yuanba bowed and asked.
This is a healing elixir. Go and heal your wounds quickly.
Patriarch Lu took out a jade bottle and handed it over and said. Li Yuanba took the jade bottle and returned to the cave. When he walked back to the cave, he was in a very bad mood. His bad mood was not entirely due to Patriarch Li's attitude towards him. Patriarch Li was not his master, so he naturally put interests before interests. He could also accept Patriarch Lu's attitude. Forcibly awakening his cultivation was indeed a bit too much for his status as a master. But judging from Patriarch Lu's performance, he still wanted to express his care for him. The main reason for Li Yuanba's bad mood lies in another aspect. From the names the two Yuaning ancestors gave to the original body Li Shiming, he discovered that the Yuaning ancestors had different attitudes towards Li Shiming. Perhaps the two Yuaning ancestors did not notice this. They called Li Shiming by his first name. When it comes to ordinary golden core cultivators, the nascent soul ancestor calling him by his first name shows his concern and love for the golden core cultivator. But in the later stage of Li Shiming's promotion to Jindan, everyone from the Yuaning ancestor to the ordinary monks on the northern Shu continent called Li Shiming Master Li. This small change illustrates the attitude of the ancestor of Yuaning in the northern Shu continent. It also made Li Yuanba guess that it was very likely that the Yuaning ancestor of the northern Shu continent suspected that Li Shiming had obtained the Dongtian inheritance. Li Yuanba sighed helplessly. If he was under investigation, then Yin Sherwan might also be under investigation. Fortunately, he did not contact Yin Sherwan before leaving. At most, Yin Sherwan's status in the sect would be affected to some extent, and there would be no what a big deal. He gave Yin Sherwan a lot of golden elixir resources, which were enough for Yin Sherwan to consume for a while. Ancestor Li returned to his mountain peak with a contact card, and Ancestor Lu followed behind without saying a word. Ancestor Li got in touch with Beishu Trading Company and asked for help in tracing the other side of the contact sign. In fact, the Beishu Commercial Bank was not willing to follow Li Shiming. To say which force Li Shiming helped the most, it was not the Shushan sect, but the Northern Shu Commercial Bank. Since Li Shiming became the guest minister of Beishu Trading Company, Beishu Trading Company's business share on the mainland has become larger and larger, suppressing all its trading houses and being unable to raise their heads. Because of its relationship with Li Shiming, Beishu Trading Company was able to give priority to refining various elixirs from Li Shiming. The benefits were huge and far exceeded the value of these elixirs. However, no matter how hard Beishu Commercial Bank came up with ideas, they could not fight against the 6 major sections. The 6 major sects coordinated to find Li Shiming at all costs. So Beishu Commercial Bank must cooperate. Ancestor Li took out the contact card and began to contact Li Shiming through the contact card. Something embarrassing happened to him. The contact card could not contact the distant contact card. Either Li Shiming was not within the scope of the mainland contact array, or Li Shiming had closed the contact card. It seems that the relationship between Yuanba and Li Shiming is not to the point of life and death, Ancestor Lu said calmly. No. Look at who can get so many benefits from Li Shiming like Li Yuanba. The Qinhuan sect is too embarrassed to attack the girl. What scruples do we have? We will arrest Li Yuanba and then release the news to lay a trap, Patriarch Li said coldly. Ancestor Lu frowned. Wouldn't this chill Li Yuanba's heart? Not only was Li Yuanba extremely talented, he was also the disciple of Ancestor Jin.
His disciple, Lao Lu. The Dongtian inheritance is related to the prosperity of the sect. You have to consider the importance of things. He is just a golden elixir disciple. After all, it is not to kill him, but to use him as a bait. After catching Li Shiming, it will be natural, just let him go. And we will make some compensation later. Ancestor Li said in a deep voice. Ancestor Lu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Not only for the sect, but also for the Yuaning ancestors like them. As long as they can find Li Shiming and ask about the Dongtian inheritance, they may be able to take a step forward. The lifespan of the early nascent soul is 1,000 years, and the lifespan of the middle nascent soul can be increased by 500 years. Even if there is even a slight possibility, the nascent soul ancestors are willing to take a gamble, let alone just use a golden elixir disciple as bait. They are willing to bear such a price. Li Yuanba did not take the third-grade healing elixir. He always felt a sense of depression, as if something was about to happen. He didn't know where this feeling of depression came from, but he soon found out. Two terrifying auras appeared again, this time more rude and rude. Last time at least the cave formation was not broken, but this time Li Yuanba's cave formation was forcibly broken, different from the formation of Chongshao Peak. The formation of Chongshao Peak is arranged by the sect. It needs to cooperate with the sect's formation and is also controlled by the sect. Of course, if you want to have the authority to forcibly open the mountain guarding formation of a nascent soul-level mountain, the required procedures are somewhat troublesome. But the Jin ancestor has left, and Li Yuanba, the golden elixir monk, has become the master of Chongshao Peak. This has also reduced the authority of Chongshao Peak a lot. The two nascent soul ancestors can naturally force it to open easily. The formations in the cave are private formations. Forcibly breaking through the formations in the cave is an invasion of private space. But even so, Li Yuanba's cave formation was still forcibly broken, and he himself was suppressed by the aura that he could not resist. Yuanba, if you suffer a little, the sect will compensate you afterwards, Patriarch Lu explained aloud. Ancestor Li pointed lightly at Li Yuanba's body, and a rune penetrated into Li Yuanba's body, sealing his golden elixir. The golden elixir was blocked, and Li Yuanba was unable to use his spiritual power. Ancestor Li grabbed Li Yuanba's body and flew away from Chongshao Peak, arriving at a mountain that was completely black. Li Yuanba recognized this place as the Black Mountain where sect criminals were imprisoned. Not only were there many late-stage Jindan monks guarding this place, but it was also densely covered with a large number of formations. These formations were connected to the sect's formation, and the Jindan monks were imprisoned in it, let alone the golden elixir being sealed. Even if the strength is still the same, there is no way to escape from here. Li Yuanba was thrown into a cell. Ancestor Li turned around and left. Ancestor Lu wanted to say something, but he shook his head and left without saying anything. Li Yuanba looked at the environment here. This was a cell made entirely of metal, which was a second-grade weapon refining material. Although it was only a second-grade cell, it was covered with enchanted runes, making the cell extremely strong. Coupled with the formation outside and the late-stage Jindan cultivators guarding it, it was a foolproof place to hold it. There was nothing in the cell, not even a table or chair. If you wanted to rest, you could only sleep on the cold ground. Compared with the cold environment here, what makes Li Yuanba even more cold-hearted is his heart. He truly regards Sun Luo's sect as his home, and the status of Shushan's sect in his heart is the same. But looking at this environment, he couldn't help but shook his head and showed a bitter smile. The only thing that gave him some comfort was that his mustard seed ring was still there. Perhaps Patriarch Li did not touch his mustard seed ring because of Patriarch Lu's face. Chapter 467 Escape. Li Yuanba opened the Shanais and contacted the body's natal magic weapon Z15. The Shanai power observed the surrounding situation. Although the golden elixir was banned, the Shanai power required spirit and could not be restricted. Z15 conducted analysis of the data provided by Shin Mutong, and quickly gave the analysis conclusion of the four walls of the cell, as well as the situation of the formation here. This also gave Li Yuanba some confidence. He had never paid attention to such a place, although Black Mountain's formations are extremely complex. After countless years of strengthening, even ordinary formation masters are helpless. But under Z15's analysis, Heishan's formation loopholes were found. As long as he could recover his spiritual power, he could break the formation. As for the blockade in his body, he repeatedly checked and found that it was not that easy to break. The restriction imposed by Patriarch Li was probably due to Li Yuanba's reputation.
so he did not hold back. It was entirely a restriction imposed by the maximum ability of the early Yuanying monks. If Li Yuanbao wants to break through the restriction, it will be impossible to do so unless the nascent soul cultivator helps. While he was thinking, he closed his eyes and rested. Even if he could do something now, he couldn't take immediate action. He had a feeling that someone was watching him. Ancestor Gu Yuqing of Qianhuan's sect looked at Yin Shirlan in front of him. Yin Shirlan's face was full of tears. After knowing that something happened to Li Shiming, Yin Shirlan came over and asked the master for help.
Shirlan, you don't have to worry. Those old people with short-sighted eyes don't even think about how the role of Master Alchemy Masters, like Master Li, is weaker than that of the inheritance, that we don't know whether it is true or false. Even if Master Li gets the inheritance, it will still be Master Li's opportunity. With Master Li's opportunity, they may regret it in the future. Patriarch Gu waved his hand and comforted Yin Shirlan. She could clearly see that a group of nascent soul ancestors were bewildered by the Dongtian inheritance. Even if Li Shiming really got the Dongtian inheritance and was caught by them, do they really think that the Beishu continent can keep the Dongtian inheritance? Looking at Tianqing Trading Company and then Tianwen sect, the arrival of two mid-stage nascent soul monks made it difficult for the northern Shu continent to cope. Not to mention the support from Tianqing Trading Company and the successors of Tianwen sect. Even if the two mid-stage nascent soul monks join forces, they can make it impossible for the Beishu continent to preserve the Dongtian inheritance.
Master, will something happen to Shiming?
Yin Shirlan asked after hearing the comforting words, and her mood calmed down a bit.
Master Li is such a shrewd person. Patriarch Luo, who asked the sect that day, raided Shushan sect, but made Master Li escape early. How could he be found by other monks with such vigilance?
Patriarch Gu said with a smile. When Yin Shirlan heard this, she felt even more relieved.
You have stayed here with me recently, and I will give you some guidance.
Elder Gu thought for a while, and then said, guiding his disciples is one thing, but the most important thing is protecting Yin Shirlan. The Yuanying ancestor from other sects had approached her before, asking her to start with Yin Shirlan and find out where Li Shiming was. But she turned him back because Yin Shirlan knew nothing about it. Qianhuan's sect is a righteous sect, and she has also received kindness from Li Shiming. She has no shame to do such a thing. The most important thing is that Yin Shirlan is her official disciple, and she has no habit of selling her disciples.
Yes, Master.
Yin Shirlan didn't know the reason yet, so she just followed her master's words. Ancestor Gu arranged a temporary cave for her. After the arrangements were made, she heard about Li Yuanbao being imprisoned.
Is Sen Luo's zone crazy?
She shook her head in surprise and sighed. She had heard of Li Yuanbao's reputation as the #1 golden elixir man in the northern Shu continent. He suppressed all the golden elixirs of Tianqing Trading Company with one person. Such talented disciples, who are also the most promising disciples to achieve nascent soul, are treated like this. Not only Ancestor Gu, but even the Luo sect had many different opinions on Li Yuanbao's imprisonment. However, this was an order given by Ancestor Yuanying and could not be changed by other monks. Li Yuanbao was imprisoned for the reason of befriending the righteous Li Shiming. This reason made all the monks who heard it shake their heads. Which monk in the northern Shu continent did not want to make friends with Li Shiming before? Let alone now that both good and evil have formed an alliance. How could he be punished for this reason? It was even reported from the Sen Luo sect that Li Yuanbao would be deposed in 2 months and sink into the back cliff of the Black Mountain.
The back cliff of the Black Mountain of Sen Luo sect is a deserted place. There are a large number of ghosts and zombies in it. Entering it will lead to death if your cultivation is ruined. This was news sent intentionally by Sen Luo sect in order to attract Li Shiming to save people. Of course, in order to attract Li Shiming to appear. The 6 major sects spread the news that they would have an important negotiation with Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect in 30 days. And the ancestors of Yuanying would all go there. The combination of the 2 pieces of news gave Li Shiming a chance to save people. Without the ancestor of Yuanying at the mountain gate of Sen Luo's sect, as long as Li Yuanbao's friendship with Li Shiming was deep enough, Li Shiming would come to the rescue. As for why Patriarch Li believed that Li Shiming would come to rescue Li Yuanbao, it was also because Li Yuanbao didn't pay attention and exposed too much of his relationship with Li Shiming, especially when the Jian ancestor left. He received a 4th grade advanced healing elixir, and this 4th grade advanced healing elixir was obtained by Li Yuanbao from Li Shiming with the golden corpse core. This news was originally nothing. Li Yuanbao was a disciple of Ancestor Jian, and Ancestor Jian was a disciple of Ancestor Lu. There was no point in keeping this matter secret at the time, and it could better demonstrate Li Yuanbao's filial piety towards his master. Unexpectedly, it was this incident that made Patriarchly confirm the close relationship between Li Yuanba and Li Shiming, which led to this trap. The design of the trap looks very rough. But as long as the relationship between Li Shiming and Li Yuanba is close enough, then Li Shiming will inevitably appear. Li Yuanba was sitting in the cell, and his mind spread out, allowing him to sense the situation outside the cell.
Will Master Li come to rescue that person?
The guarding monk asked another monk.
Who knows? I only know that we'd better change shifts during those days. Master Li's combat power is also extremely strong. There might be some big trouble then.
Another monk replied.
Why did the sect want to destroy that person's cultivation? That person is the strongest swordsman in the sect?
Although it has nothing to do with him. There is still a bit of dissatisfaction from the monk's mouth. Li Yuanba was the #1 person of their generation, and they greatly admired him. However, the sect was prepared to deprive such a monk of his cultivation for unwarranted charges.
Who told that master to leave? If the sword ancestor was here...
At this point, the other monk stopped talking, for fear that other monks would hear him if he continued. However, Li Yuanba broke away from the other mind state. His heart sank. He did not expect that the sect would really treat him like this. He couldn't sit still and wait for death. Perhaps even Ancestrally didn't know that Li Shiming had no intelligence sources in Beishu continent. He was in a temporary cave on the bottom of the sea and had no idea of Ancestor Li's plan. Li Yuanba was also imprisoned, which eliminated Li Shiming's only source of information. If Li Yuanba hadn't had the magical power of other minds and was not affected by the ban on golden elixirs, he would have known nothing until the matter was over.
Can't wait any longer.
A sharp look flashed in his eyes. Ancestor Li's restriction was so powerful that he was unable to use his spiritual power, and even his body refining ability was unable to be used freely. But Patriarchly never expected that Li Yuanba had special abilities that could circumvent his restrictions. Through the induction these days, Li Yuanba discovered that at certain fixed time periods every day, the feeling of monitoring him would disappear. This is not surprising. Even the ancestor of Yuanying cannot maintain focused surveillance 12 hours a day like Li Shiming. Li Shiming has the magic weapon Z15 and has 191 brains available. The ancestor of Yuanying usually has things to deal with, and it is normal that he cannot take care of them in a short time. Besides, the cell in Black Mountain was so strong, and Li Yuanba was unable to use his spiritual power or use body refining. So how could he escape from Black Mountain if he was almost equivalent to a mortal being? But when Li Shiming came to save him, he didn't dare to come over when the two Yuanying ancestors were in the sect. This period should be said to be the period when Patriarch Li's surveillance was the most relaxed, and Li Yuanba seized the opportunity. That night, Li Yuanba sensed the disappearance of surveillance, which usually lasted from an hour to an hour and a half. He didn't hesitate at all. In a flash, his body changed from human state to corpse state. Feeling the powerful energy restored in his body, a sarcastic look appeared on his face. He stretched out his claws and tapped lightly on a dozen places on the wall. The energy on the wall quickly dissipated and turned into ordinary second-grade materials. The claws scratched on the wall. The wall was cut open, and he came outside the cell. The weird corpse-refining mind extended out, and before the Black Mountain formation discovered him, he invaded the nearest formation node. It only took 2 breaths for the Black Mountain formation to create a passage that could allow one person to leave. As soon as he,
steps by step, a lotus grows.
He escapes from the Black Mountain. If Montenegro didn't have a formation to prevent space teleportation, he would have left long ago using
south close to the end of the world,
without having to go through such trouble. It was dark night outside. He suppressed his aura to the lowest level, and his spiritual thoughts easily broke through the formations he encountered. He arrived at the last barrier of the mountain gate smoothly. At this point, it is even easier than the previous formation. He has not studied the other formations, but he has often passed through the outermost part of the Saluo Sex formation and has studied it. Originally, this kind of research was not malicious at all, just to give the main body Li Shiming more insights. Now it became a means for him to leave. Silently, a passage appeared on the formation, and he left the mountain gate through the passage. As soon as he left the mountain gate, he used
lotus growing every step
with all his strength, and his figure quickly disappeared. Once outside the mountain gate, it can be said that he is like a dragon swimming into the sea. Even if the Yuanying ancestor wants to catch him, it will not be easy for him, as long as he can keep a safe distance from the nascent soul ancestor, relying on the speed advantage of Buing Lotus. He is not afraid of the nascent soul ancestor's pursuit. Old Ancestor Li read a piece of information. And then, he habitually focused his attention on the cell in Black Mountain.
Hey, where is the person?
He looked again in disbelief, and found that Li Yuanbao was indeed missing.
Lao Lu, did you take Li Yuanbao away?
He immediately contacted Patriarch Lu. Among the sects, only Patriarch Lu had the authority to take away Li Yuanbao from Black Mountain.
Didn't Yuanbao have his cultivation restricted by you and imprisoned in Black Mountain?
Patriarch Lu couldn't help but ask in surprise when he heard his message. The two Yuanying ancestors came to the sky above Black Mountain from their respective caves. Ancestor Li saw Ancestor Lu. Based on the understanding he had known Ancestor Lu for hundreds of years. If it was really Ancestor Lu who did it, Ancestor Lu would not have done it at all. It's impossible not to admit it.
I've seen ancestors.
The two late-stage Jindan monks guarding Black Mountain noticed the arrival of the two ancestors, and quickly stepped forward to salute.
Who took Li Yuanbao away?
Old Ancestor Li asked in a deep voice. He was very angry that there were monks in Sun Luo's sect who dared to cross him and Patriarch Lu. So they took Li Yuanbao away. Until now, he did not think that Li Yuanbao left on his own initiative. How could a monk without any spiritual power, and whose strength was sealed escape from a tightly defended place like Black Mountain?
Li Yuanbao was not taken away. He is still locked inside.
A guarding monk replied without knowing why.
Bastard, I asked you to guard Black Mountain. That's how you guard it.
Old Ancestor Li cursed angrily, then ignored the two late-stage Jindan monks and walked towards the cell. When the two nascent soul ancestors arrived at the cell, they saw the damage on the wall, and doubts flashed in their eyes.
Although his silver corpse has not been sealed, it is impossible for that silver corpse to break through this wall.
Since Patriarch Li didn't really intend to destroy Li Yuanbao, and he also had Patriarch Lu's face, he just sealed it, despite Li Shiming's cultivation. All the spiritual objects on his body remained motionless. He also knew that Li Shiming had a silver corpse. But the strength of that silver corpse was really not taken seriously by him. Li Yuanbao's cultivation level was sealed, and he couldn't summon the silver corpse without any spiritual power. But judging from the situation at the scene, it was a silver corpse that broke through the wall with its sharp claws. As for how Li Yuanbao left Heishan's formation, it was impossible to see. But one thing is certain, Li Yuanbao escaped from the sect.
Did you talk about something today?
Ancestor Lu looked at him, and turned to the two late-stage Jindan monks and asked. Facing Patriarch Lu's questions, the two late-stage Jindan cultivators did not dare to hide anything. They had indeed mentioned that Li Yuanbao would be abolished.
Huh?
Ancestor Lu exhaled, feeling extremely depressed. He finally understood why Li Yuanbao had stayed in Montenegro before, but suddenly escaped today. Li Yuanbao thought that the sect was going to abolish his cultivation. In order not to have his cultivation abolished, Li Yuanbao escaped from Heishan at an unknown cost. Chapter 468 Infiltration. Li Yuanbao hid his figure and continued to use
Lotus every step,
under the cover of the night, heading towards Li Shiming's hiding place. The speed of Shinzutan allowed him to reach his destination before dawn. Li Shiming looked at Li Yuanbao, who was 4 meters tall and was in the corpse refining state, and couldn't help but shook his head. His original plan was to let Li Yuanbao stay in Sun Luo's sect. With Sun Luo's sect's background, it would not be difficult for Li Yuanbao to become a nascent soul monk. But he didn't expect that things would develop to the current situation. After all, Sun Luo's sect is a demon sect. It acts without scruples, and is even more despicable for profit.
Forget it. Just leave.
Li Shiming also figured it out. With a wave of his hand, he took Li Yuanbao into the computer room space. After Li Yuanbao entered the computer room space, he transformed into a human state again. The reason why he has not transformed into the human state until now is because in the human state, he has the energy restriction of Ancestor Li in his body, and it is very likely that he can be tracked by Ancestor Li. The main reason why Li Yuanbao was not discovered by Ancestor Li was that when Li Yuanbao was in the state of corpse refining, all the energy in the human state would be transferred to another space. Li Yuanbao's body sank, feeling very uncomfortable as his cultivation was restricted. Venerable Hui Jing next to him opened his eyes. Although he had not been practicing the
Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun skill
for a long time, he was able to use other methods of
Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun skill.
Besides the nascent soul Dharma, Venerable Hui Jing himself was no worse than Ancestor Li in terms of strength. He penetrated Li Yuanbao's body with hot runes one after another, attacking the restrictions left by Ancestor Li. However, after several impacts, the restriction in Li Yuanbao's body was destroyed. Li Yuanbao felt his golden elixir
and the spiritual power flowing out of the golden elixir flowed freely in his body. Li Yuanba came out of the computer room and stood beside Li Shiming with his hands tied. Fellow Taoist, it's up to you to take action and show them the consequences of offending us, Li Shiming said with a smile and handed over a space ring. He was not someone who would not react when attacked. But his own target was too big, especially what happened that day when he was inexplicably sensed, which made him wary. It would be nothing if the clone Li Yuanba was dispatched. After all, Li Yuanba's goal was small, although Li Yuanba was related to him, except for the Yuaning ancestor of Sun Luo's sect. Who else would start from Li Yuanba's body to trace his traces? What Li Shiming didn't know was that Tianwen sect's secret method of Tianwen was not easy to activate. The last time it was activated, Patriarch Luo Wei lost half his life. Ancestor Luo Wei was still regretting it. He spent 200 years of his life to prove that Li Shiming was the monk who had obtained the Dongtian inheritance. But he was unable to catch Li Shiming. 200 years of life, just to get information, is indeed a big loss. Old Ancestor Li was very angry. But he had no purpose to vent his anger. Judging from all the traces, it looked like Li Yuanba escaped on his own. But he never believed that Li Yuanba could escape from Montenegro. And the restriction he left in Li Yuanba's body cannot be broken by the Golden Elixir monk. When he thought about it, there must be a nascent soul ancestor who helped Li Yuanba. But no matter how he investigated, he could not find out which nascent soul ancestor took action. There were only so many nascent soul ancestors in the entire Beishu continent. He was certain that the nascent soul ancestors in the northern Shu continent did not have this ability to sneak into the Sun Luo sect under the noses of the two nascent soul ancestors without knowing it. That could only be the action of the foreign nascent soul ancestor. But according to intelligence, the four nascent soul ancestors from Tianwen sect and Tianqing Trading Company were all on their respective islands. Although it was a trap set up to attract Li Shiming, it was true that they made an appointment with Tianqing Trading Company to discuss with the Yuaning Patriarch of Tianwen sect. Patriarch Li and Patriarch Lu traveled to Yongla Island together that day. Li Yuanba was 500 miles away from Sun Luo's sect. The news of his escape from Black Mountain was concealed by the two nascent soul ancestors, probably because they really couldn't afford to lose this person. The two disciples who were under the custody of the nascent soul ancestor managed to escape. At least it is impossible to tell until the end of the negotiation with Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect. After that, we can just explain Li Yuanba's whereabouts in some way. It's just that neither of the two Yuaning ancestors thought about Li Yuanba's bold and reckless behavior. He also guessed that the discussions between the six major sects, Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect, whether true or false, would not go forward. He was waiting outside the mountain gate, monitoring the mountain gates of various major sects, as well as Yongla Island and Shanghai Island through the drone satellite system. When a familiar vague figure appeared, he knew that his judgment was correct. And these nascent soul ancestors still met as planned. After waiting for the two blurry figures to leave the mountain gate of Sun Luo's sect, and until the two blurry figures were approaching Yongla Island, he moved. He came towards the mountain gate of Sun Luo's sect. And as he approached, he put on makeup. On his body, there was an identity jade disc. This was neither his nor the sword ancestor left behind, but the identity jade disc of a Sun Luo sect demon cultivator who was killed by him. This identity jade plate allows him to hide his identity and approach the outermost part of the mountain gate. The monks of the Sun Luo sect do not enter from one direction when they enter their mountain gate. The mountain gate can be entered from almost any direction, whether from the sky or the ground. This is their trust in the sect's formation. I wonder if they can still trust their own sect's formation after today. Li Yuanba's spiritual thoughts came into contact with the energy shield of the sect's formation and easily opened a channel. He walked into the mountain gate, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The sect that was originally treated as a family now entered like a thief. He shook his head and put away the thoughts in his mind. However, no monk noticed him. As long as the formation did not issue a warning, no monk would take the initiative to explore other monks, which would cause some trouble. Li Yuanba saw the direction clearly and flew towards the three holy peaks. He thought that his escape might have aroused the sect's alert, so he also considered some methods to deal with it. But looking at the situation in front of him, it was obvious that the sect had not changed in any way from before, and even the defense had not increased. After escaping from the mountain gate last time, Z15's database already has analysis and research on the internal formations of the Sun Luo sect's mountain gate. In addition, he maintained his clairvoyance during the whole flight and fed back all the observed situations to Z15, making the formations within the Sun Luo sect no longer a secret to him. When he was some distance away from the three holy peaks, he dropped his figure to the ground. After that, his progress was through the lotus growing every step, and the cover of some buildings and trees to avoid being discovered by other monks. He doesn't have to worry about formations. Whenever he encounters a formation, he will use his spiritual power to decipher it in advance. Looking at the three sacred peaks getting closer and closer, he chose the peak of Ancestrally. He knew very well that he only had one chance to make a move. This was the Sanluo sect. Who knew if the Sanluo sect had other methods? He needed to do things well and leave before Sanluo's zone could react. It took him 30 breaths of time to crack open the great formation at Li Laozu's peak. The main reason is that Li Shiming himself did not come in person. Feeding back information to the natal magic weapon Z15 through this indirect method is still much slower. When Li Yuanba's spiritual thoughts moved several spiritual lines, and there was no response from the mountain guarding formation, he had already stepped into the range of the mountain peak. He opened a passage in the mountain protecting formation, and when a white lotus appeared on the top of the mountain, Li Yuanba's figure appeared at the same time. Not far from where he appeared was Patriarch Li's cave. Ancestrally probably never thought that his cave would be invaded, as the layout of the cave was not very strict. Of course, this depends on who is coming. If it is an ordinary formation master who wants to enter the cave, he will not be able to break through the formation in the cave within a few days. The problem is that within a few days, the formation master has been discovered, so it will be his turn to break the formation. Li Yuanba smiled slightly. From the perspective of spiritual vision, the surface of the cave was covered with countless spiritual power lines, which were complex enough to give any monk a headache. However, under Z15's analysis, the spiritual power lines in his eyes were operating according to certain rules. With a slight tap of his finger, a spiritual thought invaded the cave's formation. After a few breaths, the formation stopped operating and was completely open. I didn't expect Ancestrally to have this hand left behind. It seems that he will move quickly. Li Yuanba frowned. When he broke through the formation, he found that there was a special energy inside the formation. This special energy has no defensive effect, but it carries the aura of Patriarchly, which seems to have a warning effect. He broke through the cave formation and was sensed by Ancestrally. He no longer hesitated. The white lotus on his feet appeared and disappeared, and he had entered the cave. There was no time to look further. His spiritual thoughts swept through every part of the cave, and all the items with aura that he swept over were put into the mustard ring. From the hall to the study room, to the lounge, to the training room, to the small warehouse. He visited them all. It is not that there are no restrictions in the cave, but these restrictions are not strong. In order to be faster, Li Yuanba used close to the end to bypass the restrictions and forcibly collected all the spiritual objects. My cave! Ancestrally, who was about to arrive at Yonla Island, felt the feeling in his heart and exclaimed in shock. Ancestor Lu noticed his abnormality and looked at him with doubtful eyes. Someone has entered my cave! Old Ancestor Li said quickly. He took out the contact card and started to contact his disciples. He also knew that it was absolutely impossible for his disciples to sneak in secretly, and his disciples had no right to enter his mountain, let alone the cave. He was very far away from the sect, and even if he rushed back now, it would be too late. He wanted to let his disciples go over and have a look. Lao Lu, I'm going back first. He said several messages in succession, and then turned to old Ancestor Lu and said, It's better that I go back with you. Ancestor Lu was also frightened. The three sacred peaks were invaded. Doesn't that mean that his cave is also in danger? It's already unreasonable for me not to participate in the meeting. If you don't participate again, I'm afraid even the other 5 major sects will have objections. Old Ancestor Li shook his head and said, That's all. You have to be careful. Ancestor Lu also understood the importance and nodded. It shouldn't be the nascent soul cultivators. Nascent soul cultivators from the mainland and foreign nascent soul cultivators will all gather here. Old Ancestor Li shook his head and said, he and Patriarch Lu actually thought of a name, but they couldn't believe this guess. He didn't say any more. The nascent soul left his body and turned his body into a stream of light into the distance. This was already his fastest speed. It took Li Yuanba 10 breaths to evacuate Patriarch Li's cave. With a wave of his hand, the original warehouse was filled with TNT explosives. The detonator of the TNT explosives was connected to a simple formation, which was arranged at the entrance of the cave. After doing this, he flashed out of the cave, and finally took out a handful of medicinal powder and sprinkled it out. He was a little helpless, but his strength was still too weak. If he were in the nascent soul stage, he would be able to take away the nascent soul level spiritual veins from the mountain. The medicinal powder he sprinkled was a byproduct of Li Shiming's research and could greatly harm Li Tian. The medicine made by a master of alchemy is absolutely top-notch. Whether it saves people or harms people, the medicinal powder turned into countless particles and flew around the mountain. Due to the existence of nascent soul-level spiritual veins, this mountain peak has been carefully managed by Patriarch Li for countless years, and a large number of elixirs were planted in the third-grade spiritual fields. There are some precious spiritual plants in the area near the top of the mountain, all of which have been invaded by medicinal powder. Without looking at the result, Li Yuanba activated Boo 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 Shun Lotus and left the mountain. His figure flashed towards the outside of the sect. At this time, he no longer hides his figure. When he appeared outside the mountain gate, he paused and found 4 late-stage Jindan monks chasing him out. He knew these 4 late-stage Jindan monks. They were all direct disciples of Patriarch Li, and their status in the Saluo sect was very high. The 4 late-stage Jindan monks received news from their master, Patriarch Li. After flying out of their cave, they discovered Li Yuanba without any scruples. They knew that their master, Patriarch Li, had imprisoned Li Yuanba, and thought that Li Yuanba had escaped. Thinking that Patriarch Li's cave had been invaded, they thought it must be Li Yuanba's fault. So they chased after him. They didn't know that Li Yuanba had escaped a long time ago. This was related to the face of the 2 Yuaning ancestors, so they had blocked the news long ago. The reason why Li Yuanba didn't leave immediately was because he saw 4 disciples of Ancestor Li, and he wanted to cause more trouble to Ancestor Li. Li Yuanba, what have you done? A late-stage Jindan monk shouted loudly before approaching Li Yuanba. For them, Ancestor Li is their god. There is a high possibility that Li Yuanba sneaked into Ancestor Li's cave. This is truly an irredeemable crime. I did what I should do. You bullied my master into leaving, and you're going to destroy my cultivation. Why don't you allow me to resist? Li Yuanba mobilized his spiritual power and said loudly. He didn't care about making the matter bigger, as that would make Patriarch Li lose even more face. His voice spread throughout most areas of the mountain gate almost instantly, and was heard by many sect disciples. Chapter 469 Revenge. Previously, the disciples of the sect had strong objections to the imprisonment of Li Yuanba. They actually imprisoned Li Yuanba, a genius monk of the sect, for the reason of being friends with the righteous Li Shiming, and prepared to abolish his cultivation. Hearing Li Yuanba's voice now, and thinking about the situation when Patriarch Jian was still alive, many monks couldn't help but have unusual thoughts in their hearts. What nonsense are you talking about? Another late-stage Jindan monk roared angrily. Although Li Yuanba didn't mention his name, everyone knew that he was talking about Ancestor Li. If it wasn't Ancestor Li who did it, could it be that it was Li Yuanba's master, Ancestor Lu? I will come back when I am nascent soul, Li Yuanba said with a smile. At this time, 4 late-stage Golden Core monks had already entered his attack range. These 4 late-stage Golden Core monks were actually very careful. They knew Li Yuanba's reputation, so although they chased him in a hurry, they slowed down when they approached Li Yuanba and formed a joint force. Kill! Li Yuanba shouted, and his sword intent fully exploded. Xing Yijian slashed towards the first late-stage Jindan cultivator, and at the same time, his figure disappeared under the flickering white lotus beneath his feet. Li Yuanba's combat prowess can no longer be judged by his combat prowess when he participated in the Yongla battlefield. His strength has reached the late stage of the Golden Core, and he has sensed the sword's intention and sword edge. After the selfless training of the sword ancestor, his sword's intention has long been different from what it used to be. His combat power has always been crushing those of the same level. The 4 in front of him are not great elders, and they cannot even force him to use his full combat power. The terrifying sword intent, amplified by Xing Yijian, appeared in front of the first late-stage Jindan cultivator. The late Jindan cultivators were not without means. A 3rd-grade high-grade defensive magic weapon appeared in front of Xing Yijian. Li Yuanba was too lazy to use his Shen eyes to find the spiritual power node of the defensive magic weapon. With a full sword strike, the defensive magic weapon let out a groan and then turned into pieces. The light of Xingyi's sword flashed, passing through the late-stage Golden Core cultivator, and then slashed towards the second late-stage Golden Core cultivator. Li Yuanba himself moved through the space of budging lotus step by step, and appeared behind the late-stage Jindan monk at the back. The great elder-level body refining left hand stretched out and passed through the spiritual shield of the late-stage Jindan monk, grabbed the opponent's neck, With a soft click sound, the body of this powerful late-stage Jindan cultivator went limp, and he was thrown away by Li Yuanba. The late-stage Jindan monk next to him let out a cry of terror. He did not expect that the late-stage Jindan monk would be as weak as a baby in front of Li Yuanba. He had no desire to fight, so he turned around and ran away. As he ran away, he took out a life-saving talisman from the space ring. He was unable to escape into the sect because Li Yuanba stood between him and the mountain gate. He placed his hope on the life-saving talisman. As long as the life-saving talisman was activated, he could escape instantly. Just as the life-saving talisman's light flashed, a wave of energy enveloped his whole body, and he felt relieved. But he forgot one thing. The life-saving talisman was indeed very fast. But he was facing Li Yuanba, who used the magic foot power. Just as his figure began to turn into a beam of light, a figure appeared at the top of the beam and grabbed his neck with a hand. There was another click, and this late-stage Jindan monk also died. The last late-stage Golden Core cultivator did not keep the 3 late-stage Golden Core cultivators who had left early. Xing Yijian broke through his defense almost at the same moment and killed him on the spot. Li Yuanba did not restrain the 4 corpses, and he did not touch the space rings on the 4 corpses. He just looked at the mountain gate of Sanluo sect coldly, with killing intent in his eyes, and his sword intent rising into the sky. A few breaths later, before the monk came out of the mountain gate, the white lotus flashed under his feet, and his figure quickly appeared and disappeared in the void, and soon disappeared completely. So strong! This is the strength of the #1 golden elixir man in Beishu continent. After a long time, a monk murmured to himself. The 4 disciples of Patriarch Li are all in the late stage of Jindan. They usually have a transcendent status in the sect and have great power. But these 4 disciples were easily killed by Li Yuanba alone. In just a few breaths of time, many monks are already thinking that such a powerful sword cultivator was forced to leave by Patriarch Li. Think again about what Li Yuanba said. I will come back when I am nascent soul. This sentence means that Li Yuanba will not let Ancestor Li go just like this. They have even thought about whether there is a nascent soul ancestor in Sanluo's sect who can fight against Li Yuanba when Li Yuanba becomes a Yuanying sword cultivator and returns to Sanluo's sect. There were no monks to clean up the bodies of the 4 late-stage Jindan monks in front of the mountain gate. They were all watching. As for the monks with real status, they have already received the news that Patriarch Li is on his way back. It is better to wait for Patriarch Li to come back and let him handle it personally. Just like that, something strange happened. Just in front of the mountain gate of Sanluo's sect, the bodies of 4 late-stage Jindan monks were scattered on the ground. This situation has never happened in the history of Sanluo's sect. But it has happened now. Ancestor Li's body is carried by Yuanying, and Yuanying's speed is the fastest among all flying speeds. Ah! He discovered that the 4 beheaded corpses were his 4 disciples, and he let out a roar. Fortunately, the existence of the sect formation prevented his voice from causing harm to the mountain gate monks. But some monks close to the mountain gate suffered a considerable impact. In other words, they were quite far apart. Otherwise they might have been shocked to death by the sound on the spot. Although the 4 disciples are not all the disciples of Patriarch Li, they are still the best among them. The loss of these 4 disciples greatly reduced the power of Patriarch Li's lineage within the sect, and it would not be able to recover for a long time. It is not easy to train such 4 late-stage Jindan disciples, and he has spent a lot of effort. Old Ancestor Li calmed down his emotions. He waved his hand to put away the 4 corpses. He had more important things to do. His cave was invaded, where he had collected his treasures for many years. Although the most important resources are all placed on him, he still puts some important things in the cave as a habit developed over a long period of time due to his high position. He arrived at the 3 sacred peaks. But before he returned to his own peak, he felt the death energy from his own peak. His heart sank. How could there be death on his mountain peak? Although he is a demon cultivator, it does not mean that his mountain needs any death energy. His mountain has many spiritual fields and spiritual plants. These are extremely important resources that can continuously produce for him. Old Ancestor Li flew into the mountain peak, and the scene he saw made him heartbroken. The eyes are full of withered yellow color. Whether it is the elixir in the spiritual field or the spiritual plants, such as spiritual trees and flowers, all showing a withered state. He reached out and grabbed a handful of spiritual soil from the ground. This spiritual soil is the 3rd grade spiritual soil that he spent a lot of energy to create. But now the 3rd grade spiritual soil in his hand is full of death energy. He found that these dead energy came from extremely fine powder. But even if he found these, It was impossible to clean up the powder. He didn't know how the powder was made, and it was almost integrated with the spiritual soil. He threw away the spiritual soil in his hand. At this time, his nascent soul had returned to his body, and he flew towards the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he discovered something that made him almost crazy. The entire cave seemed to have just been dug out. The floor tiles made of spiritual jade, and the wall tiles, with exquisite runes carved on them, were all gone. Not to mention the furniture and spiritual objects in the cave. He felt as if the exposed rocks on the ground and walls were mocking him. He sensed the entire cave, and found that there seemed to be something abnormal in the warehouse. It was filled with things. The things had no aura, and seemed to be a pile of mortal objects. Just when he wanted to take a look, the pile of mortal objects suddenly expanded. Not good! He just wanted to use his spiritual power to destroy the mortal objects in the warehouse. But it was already too late. There was a restriction left by him at the door of the warehouse. When Li Yuanba entered the warehouse, he used close to the end to enter and did not break the restriction. This made Patriarch Li have to open the ban first if he wanted to take action on the TNT explosives in the warehouse. After a little delay in opening the ban, the explosion happened. When dozens of tons of TNT explosives filled the warehouse began to explode. Even Ancestor Li, the Yuaning ancestor, could no longer stop the explosion process. Due to the restriction, the warehouse became a confined space, which actually enhanced the power of the explosion. With a loud boom, Li Yuanba frantically filled the entire warehouse with dozens of tons of TNT explosives. Dozens of tons of TNT explosives exploded instantly, and they were inside the cave and were not restricted by the formation outside. This encouraged the power of the explosion. First, inside the cave that had been evacuated was filled with flames from the explosion. A powerful shock wave acted from the cave downwards on the core of the mountain formation. The explosion point chosen by Li Yuanba was carefully calculated by Z15. The shock wave generated by the explosion immediately not only destroyed the cave, but also impacted the core of the formation below the cave. The defense core is usually protected by a cave and cannot be directly attacked. But the explosion happened inside the cave. The core of the formation was swept by the shock wave, and some fragile materials were destroyed. Even if some materials were of extremely high quality and could withstand the power of the explosion, the core of the formation could no longer be retained. It worked. Once the core of the formation is destroyed, the formation on the mountain peak disappears. But the aftermath of the explosion was not over at this time. The explosion shock wave continued to impact the cave and was still spreading its power to the surroundings. Starting from the top of the mountain, the unprotected rock shattered under the impact. Everything happened so fast that old Ancestor Li didn't know where to start if he wanted to stop it. When the explosion stopped, he was standing in the void, with a few meters of space under his feet. His cave disappeared, and several meters were shaved off the top of the mountain by the explosion. He did not suffer any damage, and none of this damage was able to break through his spiritual defense. He just stood in the void, looking at his cave and his mountain peaks. He understood that this was Li Yuanba's revenge. But he didn't expect that Li Yuanba would be so bold as to dare to directly attack his mountain and his cave. Not only did they evacuate his cave, but they also destroyed his cave and the mountain. For a moment, even at the nascent soul stage, he couldn't help but have a look of confusion in his eyes. He should be angry. But he didn't get angry again. What was more important than being angry was how he should deal with the matter in front of him. He felt that he was likely to become a joke to the entire northern Shu continent. Not even just the northern Shu continent. At this time, Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen Sect were both in northern Shu, and this matter would also spread to their ears. His joke might spread to other continents and become a joke in the entire world of immortality. He was stolen from his home by a Jin Dan monk, who also gave him an explosion in front of him, completely destroying his cave and mountain. If Li Yuanba just stole the house and moved everything in the cave, he could still block the news for the sake of face. But how can we block the news about the scene in front of us? The entire sect already knows what is going on here. Ancestor Li also knew that in recent times, Tianwen Sect and Tianqing Trading Company had already extended their tentacles into the major sects. And what happened in each major sect would be reported to Tianwen Sect and Tianqing Trading Company. Li Yuanba, I swear to kill you! After a long time, the disciples of Sun Luo's sect heard Patriarch Li shouting. For some reason, when they usually heard the voice of the Yuaning ancestor, they would be filled with awe. But today they felt the powerlessness of the voice. Ancestor Lu, who was far away in Yongla Island and was attending a meeting between Beishu continent, Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect, received the news from the sect and learned everything that happened in the sect. Alas! He let out a long sigh. He regretted why he didn't stop what Patriarchy was doing. If Li Yuanba hadn't been imprisoned, it wouldn't have happened. He had long known that Li Yuanba had his own adventure. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such achievements in terms of realm and strength at such a young age? Especially the combat power. You must know that Li Yuanba killed the sword cultivator elder of Tianqing Trading Company. Even Tianqing Trading Company did not dare to send Jin Dan monks to fight against Li Yuanba on this front. Patriarch Lu felt even more gloomy when he saw in the message that Li Yuanba said that Yuan Ying would come back to take revenge. Li Yuanba dared to take such revenge even before he became an infant. If Li Yuanba really became an infant, wouldn't it mean that the entire Sanluo sect would be wiped out? At this moment, he wanted to find Li Yuanba, either to persuade Li Yuanba to change his mind, or to kill Li Yuanba. He could not let Li Yuanba continue like this. Immediately he thought of Li Yuanba's building Lotus step by step. With this kind of magical power, even if he was at the nascent soul stage, as long as he didn't approach Li Yuanba silently at a certain distance, even if he met Li Yuanba, he would have no confidence. Catch Li Yuanba. The speed of Lotus growing step by step is really too abnormal. Unless Venerable Huika is invited to take action together. But Venerable Huika is not so easy to invite. Qianye Temple is extremely low-key now. Chapter 470 Decision. Li Yuanba returned to the temporary cave. He sat next to Li Shiming and began to take stock of the harvest. Li Shiming closed his eyes and ignored the clone's return. For him, the most important thing now is cultivation. Using the Tong Xian Ku and Earth Immortal Do to practice has allowed his cultivation to continue to improve. Although the northern Shu continent is said to be barren, nascent soul monks like Patriarchy of the Sanluo sect are not poor. This poverty is due to cultivation resources. The furnishings in his cave are not barren at all. Many of these spiritual objects are the accumulation passed down by the sect. Over 10,000 years of accumulation from generation to generation. He has formed the inherited spiritual objects of his lineage. In addition, he has placed the spiritual objects he obtained from other places in his cave. Li Yuanba took all the dishes in one go, and they all became Li Yuanba's collection. First, there are the decorations of the cave. The third-grade floor tiles and wall tiles, which can be used when he needs to decorate the cave. Regardless of Li Shiming's rich net worth, Li Shiming's accumulation time is still too short. If he accumulated it for hundreds of years, he might be able to compare with Patriarch Li's heritage. Of course, that was when Dantian did not inherit. After Dantian succeeded, Li Shiming had the ability to compare his net worth with any Yuanying ancestor. The remaining 3-grade daily utensils are just for Li Yuanba's own use. And Li Shiming already has a set. What caught his attention the most was a 4th-grade Putuan. When he explored it with his spiritual mind, he found that it was a 4th-grade rare object that could improve the effect of cultivation. Although the improved cultivation effect is not very strong, Putuana has been using it for a long time. So it is definitely an additional cultivation improvement. More importantly, the 4th-grade Putuan is not a magic weapon, and can be used by Jin Dan monks without identifying its owner. This Sapinpa group was sent to the body of Li Shiming, replacing the original Sapinpa group. Laozu Li's warehouse contained some 3rd and 4th-grade magic weapons, as well as a small amount of consumable 4th-grade spiritual objects. The 3rd and 4th-grade magic weapons are probably his trophies. Some of them are incomplete, and some are natal magic weapons, which are not very practical. On the other hand, the consumable 4th-grade spiritual objects made his eyes light up. In addition to several 4th-grade spiritual fruits and several 4th-grade spiritual pills, a 4th-grade corpse refining resource gave him some unexpected surprises. Li Yuanba emptied Patriarch Li's cave and destroyed its mountain peaks. The main reason was not for the spiritual objects. Although among the spiritual objects obtained, the 4th-grade Putuan and the 4th-grade corpse refining resources were of some use. Compared with the risks he took, the gains were really nothing. His main purpose is revenge, which is related to his state of mind and cultivation. Li Shiming and Li Yuanba practiced in the underwater cave for 2 years. During this period, they never left the cave and basically lost contact with the outside world. The reason is basic. With the drone satellite system, Li Shiming can still observe some trends in the Beishu continent. I don't know how the northern Shu mainland negotiated with external forces. Now the Yuanying ancestors of Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect have moved from the island to the land, and each occupy a mountain range with good spiritual energy. It can be seen that after several years,
Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect did not give up as Li Shiming imagined, but instead took root. The 6 major sects used their forces to continuously search the northern Shu continent. This can be seen from the UAV satellite system. According to the comparison of data from the same period of the Z-15, the number and time of monks from the northern Shu mainland increased by more than 10 times compared with the previous few days. Li Shiming's original plan to wait until Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect left before making any plans came to nothing. He didn't want to wait any longer. And he made a decision in his heart. His strength has reached the Grand Elder level, which is the true Golden Core Grand Elder, together with the body refining Grand Elder. He stands at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. What he needs to wait for now is enlightenment, which he has relatively little accumulation of. He needs to continuously strengthen his research on the techniques and realize the deeper meaning of his own spiritual power. This is not easy. Many great elders have been stuck at this level for hundreds of years. Li Shiming needs experience, which cannot be achieved by retreat alone. However, there is no environment for him to practice in the Beishu continent. As long as he appears, he will be pursued by the 6 major sects, Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect. Think about it. Tianwen sect and Tianqing Trading Company were even willing to stay in the barren Beishu continent for a long time in order to find him. He didn't want to stay in the Beishu continent anymore. Although he was reluctant to leave, he still planned to leave. Of course, he did not leave Beishu continent on a whim, but was fully prepared. Venerable Hui Jing was finally able to display the nascent soul Dharma. This was the reason why Li Shiming was willing to leave the northern Shu continent. Venerable Hui Jing, who has practiced the Blaze Sun Eclipse skill, although his combat power is not particularly strong. According to Li Shiming's judgment, he has the ability to fight with Ancestor Zhua and Ancestor Lu. This does not mean that Venerable Hui Jing can defeat them, but that Venerable Hui Jing can fight them. Venerable Hui Jing's biggest weakness is still the 4th grade magic weapon. Venerable Hui Jing's natal magic weapon, the 4th grade Ri-like Buddha beads, has greatly reduced its effectiveness since the exercise method was replaced by the Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun technique. However, Li Shiming gave the 4th grade Lihua sword and the 4th grade protective armor to Venerable Hui Jing to use, which gave him a certain degree of combat power. These 2 4th grade magic weapons are very consistent with the Blaze Sun Eclipse skill. They were originally the magic weapons of Patriarch Wang Zhao, and were originally fire-attributed magic weapons. Li Yuanba's strength improved very little. All the Tonk Swankin's Immortal Dew was used by Li Shiming. 36 drops of Tonk Swankin's Immortal Dew pushed Li Shiming to the Great Elder level. Under normal circumstances, 36 drops of Tonk Swankin Earth Immortal Dew should be enough. But Li Shiming had 5 golden elixirs. He was able to reach the realm of the Great Elder and consumed a lot of resources. He swallowed all the 4th grade spiritual fruits he obtained from Patriarch Li's cave, in addition to the large amount of 3rd grade resources he had accumulated before. Even if they were a bit wasteful, he still used them all. Only then did he reach the realm of the Great Elder. Li Yuanba took the 3rd grade cultivation elixir, and was completely unable to keep up with Li Shiming's cultivation speed. He even wanted to catch up with the realm of the Great Elder Li Shiming's golden elixir. He didn't have to think about it for more than 50 years. Unless he could also obtain 4th grade resources such as Tonk Swankin Earth Immortal Dew. But such resources are not so easy to obtain. However, Li Shiming is not worried about the clone Li Yuanba. As long as he can leave the northern Shu continent, with his alchemy ability, he can obtain sufficient cultivation resources wherever he goes. If he can advance to the nascent soul stage, the clone Li Yuanba will not only have cultivation resources, but also adult resources. With Li Shiming's wealth, he may not even be able to guarantee his body's promotion, despite the fact that he has a lot of adult resources in his hands. But these adult resources are quite a lot for an ordinary Great Elder. Don't forget that he has 5 golden elixirs. He doesn't know how much he will consume, and how many adult resources he will need when he is promoted to the nascent soul stage, to fill the need for promotion of these 5 golden elixirs. This is another reason why Li Shiming wants to leave the Beishu continent. He needs more resources. He can't get enough resources by hiding like this. Li Shiming and Li Yuanba stood together. They looked at each other, and then they simultaneously displayed, step by step, growing lotus, and continued to flash towards the southeast of the ocean. Soon they came to the route, which was far away from the Beishu continent, and was not within the scope of the Beishu continent's exploration array. He then took out the meteor ink boat magic weapon, and released Venerable Hui Jing. Venerable Hui Jing sat on the surface of the flying boat, while he and his clone Li Yuanba sat in the cabin.
under the control of Venerable Hui Jing. The speed of Meteor Ink Boat reached the design limit of Meteor Ink Boat and maintained this speed. The speed of Meteor Ink Boat is very consumption intensive for Jin Den monks, and they cannot maintain it for too long. But for Venerable Hui Jing, it was extremely easy, and the consumption could not keep up with the recovery speed of his spiritual power. Venerable Hui Jing's nascent soul stage aura is contained but not released. This is an attitude that is not ostentatious, and allows the approaching spirit beasts to sense the existence of the nascent soul stage. This was not Li Shiming's first time flying in the sea, but this was his first time entering the real ocean. He had heard about the horror of the ocean from many monks. There has always been a saying that if you don't have the strength of the nascent soul stage, don't even think about crossing the ocean. After he was able to get in touch with the nascent soul ancestor, he realized that even with the strength of the nascent soul stage, the ocean is not so easy to enter. The nascent soul ancestors of the Beishu continent can at most explore the safe waters near the Beishu continent. No matter how deep the sea is, it is too dangerous, and they dare not go deep into it. Li Shiming flew according to Tai Wenzong's route, which greatly reduced the possibility of danger. Especially since Sword Ancestor had just explored the road a few years ago. He had reduced the danger to the limit. 10 days after Li Shiming quietly left the Beishu continent, in the underwater cave he abandoned, a small array disc flashed with light. This array disc was automatically activated 10 days after Li Shiming left. After the formation disc was activated, a spiritual power entered the contact card on the formation disc along with the formation. The contact card had been set up long ago. After the spiritual power was activated, a message was sent to the distance. "Lord, wait for me to come back." Yin Sherlan, who was in a temporary cave on the Gulaozu Peak, excitedly took out a contact card. This contact card is a special contact card between her and Li Shiming. This contact card can only be a message from Li Shiming. It's been a few years, and she's still worried. If her master Gulaozu hadn't told her that all the forces hadn't found Li Shiming, she wouldn't have known what to do. After seeing the content of the message, a huge stone fell in her heart. She felt helpless and happy at the same time. The helplessness was because if it hadn't been for an accident, Li Shiming would have been wanted by all the major forces. With her cultivation at the Golden Elixir stage, she would have been able to become a Taoist couple with Li Shiming. She was happy to get the news about Li Shiming, and knew that Li Shiming was safe. This made her happier than anything else. "I will wait for you." She sent a message back to Li Shiming's contact card. No matter how much I waited, there was no reply. Yin Sherlan didn't know that on another mountain not far away, Patriarch Zhan was contacting Beishu Trading Company. Although Patriarch Gu saved Yin Sherlan, this did not stop the thoughts of other Yuanning patriarchs. Ancestor Zhan didn't want to go against Ancestor Gu, but he also had his own methods. He used the Qianhuan sex formation and the cooperation of Beishu Trading Company to monitor the contact information sent from Ancestor Ji's mountain peak. Yin Sherlan received and sent messages, both of which were captured by Ancestor Zhan. In collaboration with the Beishu Trading Company, they found the general location on the other side of the contact card. "Finally revealed," old Ancestor Zhan said, as if he was in control. After hesitating for a moment, he contacted the Yuanning ancestors of the other 5 major sects. It wasn't that he didn't want to monopolize Li Shiming's cave, but that he had used the cooperation of Beishu Trading Company. Even if he didn't notify the other 5 major sects, he couldn't hide the leak of the news. It is better for the 6 major sects to go together. If there is any trouble, they can work together to deal with it. After Go Laozu received the news from Zhan Laozu, he was in a very bad mood. Zhan Laozu's behavior was disrespectful to her, but she also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Ancestor Zhan was also doing it for the sect and the northern Shu continent. At this point, she could not blame old Ancestor Zhan for his behavior. If Tianwen sect or Tianqing Trading Company catches Li Shiming first, then Tianqing Trading Company or Tianwen sect, who have obtained the Dongtian inheritance, will bring unknown dangers to the northern Shu continent. What Patriarch Gu could do was to seal the news away from his disciple Yin Sherlan. Not all the ancestors of the 6 major sects are dispatched. If they really want to do this, the movement will be too great. There is still one nascent soul ancestor from each sect. After meeting, Venerable Hui Haiku says, "South close to the end of the world," to rush to the target location. They moved very quickly and arrived in the area 6 hours after the message about the contact sign was sent out. Since each contact array distributed in the Beishu continent covers a large area, the area where the contact cards are located is still very large. However, the 6 nascent soul ancestors who came here at this time had extremely strong detection capabilities.
With their cooperation, they quickly made discoveries.
I never thought that Li Shiming would hide under the sea. What a genius idea!
Old Ancestor Lu said while looking at the sea. Ancestors would just look deeply at the sea surface and did not speak. Since Li Shiming disappeared, Shushen's sect has undergone obvious changes. After losing a top alchemy master, first of all, Shushen's sect's status among the major sects declined. And secondly, the Yuaning ancestors felt a loss. A deep loss. Originally, they had hoped that as long as they obtained the 4th grade elixir, they could refine it into a 4th grade high-level elixir from Li Shiming, thereby improving their own cultivation. But this expectation disappeared with their greed. They didn't know whether the top alchemy master was more important, or the Dongtian inheritance was more important. Li Shiming will be found soon. And all the Yuaning ancestors present have different thoughts. Chapter 471 Judgment.
Fellow Taoists, please don't be harsh on Shiming. After asking him to hand over the Dongtian inheritance, let him continue to make elixirs for us.
Zhua ancestor said in a deep voice. With so many Yuaning ancestors here, they were not worried that Li Shiming would escape after finding the cave where Li Shiming was hiding. If Li Shiming could really escape under the noses of a group of Yuaning ancestors, then their lives would have been in vain. Especially with Venerable Hike here. With Venerable Hike's speed, he can definitely get close to Li Shiming at a certain distance in the first time. The Yuaning stage pressure alone is enough to make Li Shiming unable to resist.
Fellow Taoists, do you really think Li Shiming doesn't know what the Shushen sect is doing?
Patriarch Lu looked at Patriarch Zhua and asked. The one who paid the biggest price for Li Shiming here, apart from the Shushen sect, was the Sunluo sect. The Sunluo sect forced away a golden elixir genius, and also forced him away by creating a big feud. Every time he thinks of Li Yuanba's revenge methods, even Patriarch Lu feels numb. The fate of Patriarch Li's cave and mountain peaks was known to all the major sects in the northern Shu continent, which made Patriarch Li ashamed to appear outside. This matter has also become a topic of discussion among the major forces, and every monk is frightened by Li Yuanba's decisiveness and ruthlessness. He couldn't take revenge on the ancestor of Yuanying, but he destroyed the cave and the mountain of the ancestor of Yuanying. It can be said that the face of Ancestor Li was swollen. Ancestor Lu has been in a bad mood recently, and his speech lacks some of his usual calmness. But he was right. In order to trace Li Shiming's traces, the Shushen sect not only explored the northern Shu continent, but also sent monks to Tianhai Island. In particular, this kind of investigation was conducted in cooperation with Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect, and did not take into account Li Shiming's original contribution to Shushen sect.
Fellow Taoist Lu, our Shushen sect cannot do anything to force our own disciples to rebel.
So Laozu was also in a bad mood and choked out. The two nascent soul ancestors looked at each other like a pair of cocks preparing to fight.
You two, catch Li Shiming first and then talk about the rest,
Patriarch Zhan said, stopping the confrontation between the two Yuaning patriarchs.
Yes, let's do things first,
Venerable Hike also advised. Under the persuasion of all the nascent soul ancestors, Zhua Laozu and Lu Laozu stopped confronting each other, and the 6 nascent soul ancestors dived towards the bottom of the sea.
The formation is a bit weak,
Venerable Huika said after realizing something. As he spoke, he displayed
south close to the end of the world,
and his figure disappeared into the sea. The rest of the Yuaning ancestors were afraid of being slowed down, but Venerable Hike got the better of them first, so they all sped up. When they came to the outside of the underwater cave, the formation of the cave was open from the inside. When they saw the situation inside the cave, the 5 nascent soul ancestors who came in from the outside understood that Venerable Hike had gained nothing at all, because the cave had obviously been cleaned up. According to the traces in the cave, it was uninhabited for at least 10 days. They saw the formation disc on the ground of the cave, and the contact cards on the formation disc, and couldn't help but shook their heads.
What is the message Li Shiming sent to Yin Shulan?
So Laozu asked Zhan Laozu.
I'm waiting for him to come back.
Old Ancestor Zhan replied with a slight blush on his face. Inquiring into the private information of sect disciples is not an above-board behavior. The Qianhuan sect claims to be the right way, and does not behave as carelessly as the demon sect. At least Patriarch Zhan still knows how to blush.
Did Li Shiming leave the northern Shu continent?
Ancestor Lan asked with slight hesitation. She had a reason for asking this. Based on the judgment of all the Yuaning ancestors of the 6 major sects, Tianwen sect and Tianqing Trading Company, Li Shiming would only hide in Beishu continent no matter what. This is because if you want to leave the Beishu continent, you need nascent soul stage strength and a safe route. Whether it is the nascent soul stage strength or a safe route, It is impossible for Li Shiming to obtain it. It is obvious that although Li Shiming obtained the Dongtian inheritance, he did not get much benefit from the Dongtian inheritance. Most of the Yuanying ancestors here have entered the Dongtian, and they understand that such an intense test in the Dongtian is definitely not prepared for Jindan monks. Although I don't know what method Li Shiming used to pass the test of Dongtian, but with Li Shiming's level, he cannot truly obtain the inheritance of Dongtian before reaching the nascent soul stage. Without the Dongtian inheritance, Li Shiming would not be able to quickly improve his strength. Even if Li Shiming raised his realm to the nascent soul stage, it would be in vain without a safe route. Why do the ancestors of the nascent soul from the 6 major sects in the northern Shu continent rarely leave the northern Shu continent? That is because there is no safe route. Even if there are nascent soul ancestors who have safely reached other continents in history, they have not been able to pass down the routes due to various reasons. The route is not so easy to inherit. It cannot be just a nascent soul ancestor accidentally crossing the ocean. It also requires long-term investment. Nascent soul ancestors are constantly inspecting and modifying the route. Ancestor Lan knew this, and was suspicious. According to Li Shiming's message, Li Shiming left the Beishu continent.
We cannot judge Li Shiming based on the ability of a normal Jindan monk. He has passed the test of the cave,
Ancestor Lu said calmly. The other Yuanying ancestors also realized, yes, how difficult the cave test was. Even the Jin Kai ancestors in the middle nascent soul stage were injured.
Hey, a monk is coming,
Patriarch Lu suddenly reminded. They looked at each other, and immediately formed a battle formation with Venerable Hike as the core. Venerable Hike used
south close to the end of the world,
and they instantly arrived on the sea. At this time, the monks from afar also came closer, namely Patriarch Jin Kai and Patriarch Ren Sun of Tianqing Trading Company, and Patriarch Luo Wei and Patriarch Han Shao of Tianwen Sect. It can be said that both the nascent soul ancestors of Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen Sect are here. And judging from the attitudes of the 4 nascent soul ancestors of Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen Sect, it seems that these 2 companies have some private cooperative relations.
Where is Li Shiming?
Ancestor Luo Wei glanced at the 6 nascent soul ancestors who formed the battle formation, and asked without caring. If the 6 nascent soul ancestors really found Li Shiming, then even if the 6 nascent soul ancestors resisted, he would still be sure to get them to hand over Li Shiming, because he reached a cooperation agreement with Ancestor Jin Kai to first control the Dongtian inheritance in the hands of their 2 forces, and then use other methods to determine the distribution rights. This is to exclude the Beishu continent, who said that the strength of the Beishu continent is a bit weak. The biggest role of the Beishu continent is to find Li Shiming. After Li Shiming is found, the role of the Beishu continent is gone.
You will understand if you go down and see for yourselves.
Patriarch Lu did not want to conflict with them, so he pointed to the bottom of the sea and said, he also knew in his heart that these 2 forces must have planted a lot of informants all over the Beishu continent, and even the Beishu Trading Company was bribed. Otherwise, how could they have caught up here so quickly? They gathered together as soon as they received the information from Patriarch Shan. Although it took some time for the 6 Yuanying patriarchs to gather together, Venerable Hike saved a lot of time with his next
south close to the world.
Based on this analysis, it is most likely that the news was leaked from Beishu Trading Company. He thought about talking to Beishu Trading Company after he returned. Patriarch Luo Wei heard the meaning of Patriarch Lu's words, and his figure flashed into the sea. It didn't take long for him to return to the sea.
Li Shiming left this cave 10 days ago,
Patriarch Luo Wei said to Patriarch Jin Kai with great certainty. It is impossible to fake these traces, especially the formation plate on the ground and the contact card, which all show that Li Shiming acted carefully. They were not given any chance. And even the message was sent after setting the time on the array disk.
What was the last message Li Shiming delivered?
Patriarch Jin Kai asked, looking at Patriarch Lu.
Wait for him to come back,
Patriarch Lu replied without any concealment.
Leave? That's not right. His strength has just reached the late stage of the golden core. Even if he really wants to leave, he will at least wait until his strength is beyond the limit before leaving?
Patriarch Luo Wei shook his head and said, based on the current intelligence analysis, Li Shiming should have a lot of late-stage 3rd-grade elixirs in his hands. They analyzed that Li Shiming should retreat somewhere, at least until all the late-stage 3rd-grade golden elixirs in his hands were consumed before taking the next step. They also made statistics on the number of 3rd-grade elixirs produced by Li Shiming in the later stage of refining the golden elixir, and concluded that Li Shiming would consume all the 3rd-grade elixirs in 5 to 8 years at most. It is based on this analysis that the 2 middle-stage nascent soul monks from Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect will stay in Beishu continent and wait. In fact, they didn't know that their calculations were wrong and they underestimated Li Shiming's alchemy strength. The number of third-grade golden elixirs they calculated was too low. The late-stage third-grade golden elixirs in Li Shiming's hands, even the public alchemy part, were 3 times more than they estimated. Not to mention that Li Shiming also has the Chanhe Qianquan fan. The third-grade elixir inside produces a large amount every year. Neither he nor his clone Li Yuanba can consume this production. The expression on the face of Patriarch Jin Kai changed slightly, and the eyes of Patriarch Ren-sun next to him flickered. They naturally thought of the 36 drops of Tong Swankin's immortal dew. Judging by the time when Li Shiming left was roughly the same as the time it took to consume the 36 drops of Tong Swankin's immortal dew. In other words, Li Shiming decided to leave after digesting 36 drops of Tong Xianquan Earth immortal dew and reaching a bottleneck in strength. The two of them had no intention of telling this. It was too embarrassing. They paid a huge price but got nothing. They couldn't blame Li Shiming. It was Patriarch Luo Wei who forced his way into the Shushan sect's gate, allowing Li Shiming to escape and hide. Li Shiming took away 10 of their 4th-grade elixirs and the 36 drops of Tong Swankin's immortal dew they had paid in advance. Could it be a suspicion that Li Shiming had laid out? Maybe he is still somewhere on the mainland. Ancestor Ren-sun brought the topic back to Li Shiming's whereabouts. So what? He is so cunning. It is not easy to find him. Ancestor Han Shao said in a deep voice. Everyone, we here in Beishu continent are asking for your help in searching for them. Ancestor Luo Wei said with a smile to the 6 nascent soul ancestors in Beishu continent. He seemed to have forgotten the persecution just now. But the 6 nascent soul ancestors from the northern Shu continent did not dare to have any objections. At least they could not resist until the alliance between Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect was divided. There is no problem. The intensity of the previous exploration will not weaken, Ancestor Lu assured in a deep voice. Then let's say goodbye. Ancestor Luo Wei nodded and said. He took Ancestor Han Shao and flew in the direction he came from. Ancestor Jin Kai also left with Ancestor Ren-sun, leaving only 6 nascent soul ancestors. Did we do something wrong? Venerable Haik asked softly. The other Yuaning ancestors knew what he meant. And for the sake of a cave heaven inheritance, they forced Li Shiming, their own top alchemy master, to dare not show his face. But they did not get the benefits they deserved. With the combination of Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect, they became the weakest party. At this time, they discovered that even if they obtained the Dongtian inheritance, they could not keep the Dongtian inheritance. It's too late to tell the truth now, Zhuo Laozu said with a helpless smile. It's too late. Ancestor Lu shook his head and said. Ancestors Wu did it for Li Shiming, and Ancestor Lu did it for Li Yuanba. The biggest headache for Patriarch Lu is Li Yuanba's master, Patriarch Jian. If Patriarch Jian knew how Sun Luo sect treated Li Yuanba, it would be difficult even for him as a master. Ancestor Lu knows the origin of Ancestor Jian, and with the kind of person he is, if he can really return to Jiani Chou Shao Pavilion, he will most likely let Jiani Chou Shao Pavilion protect Sun Luo's sect. But if Patriarch Jian knew what happened to Li Yuanba, let alone protecting him, he would most likely let the sword intent Chou Shao Pavilion destroy the Sun Luo sect, leaving a way for Patriarch Lu to survive at most. Uncle Master, there is something I did not report to you, Ancestor Han Shao said to Ancestor Luo Wei. Ancestor Luo Wei, who was flying, looked at Ancestor Han Shao in confusion, wondering what he wanted to say. When the sword ancestor of the Sun Luo sect left, the formation we set up on the route sent back information that he left along our route, Ancestor Han Shao said in a deep voice. It was impossible to deploy all the formations on the route. That is to say, after they arrived at Beishu continent, some exploration formations were deployed at the end of the route. These exploration formations are normal safety behaviors to prevent being ambushed by other forces laying traps midway. You must know that at the end of the route, they are very likely to be discovered by the mainland's large formation. If the mainland is capable, they can set up a trap there and ambush them when they leave. Of course, this kind of move is almost useless for the northern Shu continent, because the strength of the northern Shu continent is completely unable to ambush. But things like safety have become a habit for Tianwen sect. How did he know our route? By the way, his disciple Li Yuanba and Li Shiming are good friends. What you mean is that Li Shiming may have also left the Beishu continent through the route? The more Patriarch Luo Wei thought about it, the more likely it became. Originally, it might be a coincidence that the direction in which Patriarch Jian left Beishu continent was similar to the route of Tianwen sect. But combined with Li Shiming's departure,
It was inevitable that Patriarch Han Shao would have some guesses. Chapter 472 Trap. Although Patriarch Luo Wei didn't know how the Tianwen sect's route from the eastern Qi continent to the northern Shu continent was leaked, or whether Patriarch Jian's departure from the road was a coincidence, he should pay attention as long as he had doubts. Li Shiming had too many interests involved, and he didn't want to let go of any possibility. "You are fast. Just follow the route and take a look," he said to Ancestor Han Shao in a deep voice. "Yes, Uncle Master." Ancestor Han Shao bowed and responded. Although the hope of pursuing Li Shiming from the sea is slim, it is much better than not having any clues on the Beishu continent. This clue was discovered by Ancestor Han Shao himself. He hoped to catch Li Shiming alone, so that he could obtain the Dongtian inheritance. Of course, he still had some small ideas in his mind, but he didn't dare to think about them in front of Patriarch Luo Wei. Patriarch Luo Wei put too much pressure on him. Just when he turned around, Patriarch Luo Wei flicked his fingers, and a mark fell on him. Ancestor Han Shao did not feel the mark popped up by Ancestor Luo Wei. He was beside Ancestor Luo Wei, and was suppressed by the aura of Ancestor Luo Wei in the middle stage of nascent soul, and his own perception was greatly affected. In addition, this mark is also extremely special. It is a positioning mark that is specially studied for tracking, and will not be easily discovered by the subject. How could Patriarch Luo Wei not have thought that Patriarch Han Shao would have such a big idea? Which nascent soul patriarch would not be jealous of such huge benefits of Dongtian inheritance? If the cultivator truly acquires the Cave Heaven inheritance, the monk's strength will increase rapidly if he possesses the Cave Heaven. Without this positioning mark, Ancestor Han Shao, who received the Dongtian inheritance, might be almost as powerful as Ancestor Luo Wei when they meet next time. The figure of Ancestor Han Shao turned into a ray of light and headed into the distance. After many days of sailing, Li Shiming's fear of the ocean has weakened a lot, but he has no intention of relaxing at all. He and Li Yuanbao were each responsible for one direction, constantly using their Shin vision to observe the distance. He is now the great elder of the Golden Core, and his spirit is extremely solid, much stronger than the normal great elder. This increases his divine vision to a distance of 3,000 miles. Li Yuanbao is a little weaker, but the improvement in his realm has also increased the distance of his spiritual eyes to 1,500 miles. This distance is far beyond the perception distance of the nascent soul ancestor. As long as a fourth-grade spiritual beast appears on the sea, they can detect it in advance. As for the fourth-grade spiritual beasts in the sea, there is nothing we can do. Although the spiritual eye is very powerful and can penetrate the sea surface and see into the sea, it does not work when the distance is far away. What he and Li Yuanbao did was not in vain. The two of them used their spiritual eyes to observe the surface of the sea. Venerable Huijing only need to pay attention to the fourth-level spiritual beasts that might appear under the sea. This greatly reduced Venerable Huijing's attention. The energy of the person. "This is such a boring voyage. No wonder we need to use a flying boat. If there is no flying boat, and we have to fly by ourselves, it will be really boring," Li Shiming murmured to himself. He is much more relaxed than his clone Li Yuanbao. Although he uses the Shin eyes, he can also pay attention to other things. Who said he has a lot of brains? Sitting on the flying boat, he took out the 3-grade tea set and poured 3 cups of spiritual tea. 1 cup was given to Li Yuanbao. 1 cup was given to Venerable Huijing, and he took 1 cup himself. After leaving Beishu continent, apart from being a little reluctant to leave Inshuolan, he didn't feel much sadness in his heart. "You can only trust someone who is controllable," he thought as he looked at Venerable Huijing. Needless to say, the clone Li Yuanbao is his clone, which is equivalent to one body with him. Venerable Huijing had a contract with him, and he planted the seed of trust in him in the deepest subconscious of his soul. Even if there was no contract, Venerable Huijing would not betray him. The reason why he felt a little emotional was because he thought of Shushan sect, Sanluo sect, and those Yuaning ancestors. He could be said to be extremely benevolent and righteous for the sake of the Shushan sect. Not only did he give priority to the Shushan sect every time when it came to alchemy, but he also gave the sect the glowing flame eclipse technique that could directly lead to the Mahayana stage. The same goes for the Sanluo sect. Although Patriarch Jian became a nascent soul for a short period of time, he had been serving the sect in the years before he left. Li Yuanbao also paid a lot for the Sanluo sect. The reason why he became the #1 golden elixir in the northern Shu continent was because he fought for the Sanluo sect. There are also those Yuaning ancestors. Li Shiming thinks that he treats them very well. Although he received a reward for asking for elixirs, The 4th grade elixirs he refined were all at their maximum ability. But everything he did was worthless in the face of profit. All the Yuanying ancestors wanted to catch him and get the Dongtian inheritance from him. I don't know if it was because Li Yuanba took revenge on Patriarch Li. But Li Shiming was in a pretty good mood. This was all he could do. He still couldn't do it if he wanted to take revenge on Tian Wenzong. He himself is still too weak. And Patriarch Luowei of Tianwen sect is at the mid-stage nascent soul stage. Hey! A figure was flying 3,000 miles away. The other party did not find the meteor ink boat. This was related to the concealment circle set up by Li Shiming. More importantly, the distance was too far. The distance of 3,000 miles was beyond the reach of Yuanying Lao, Zhu's perception range. Although Li Shiming had never met Ancestor Han Xiao, Li Yuanba had heard the description of Ancestor Han Xiao from Ancestor Lu. There are not many active Yuanying ancestors in the Beishu continent, and the Yuanying ancestors who could appear in the ocean are on the Tianwen sect route. Once this information was sorted, he analyzed the distance of the Yuanying ancestors in the distance, the identity of the ancestor. He narrowed his eyes slightly and was thinking about how to get revenge from Tian Wenzong. When this person came to his door, the natal magic weapon Z15 began to calculate the combat power of his side. Since he knew nothing about the strength of Ancestor Han Xiao, the calculation of Z15 was based on the combat power of normal early Yuanying monks. After a few breaths, Z15 gave a battle plan. Li Shiming and Li Yuanba each took out a 4th grade formation disc, which was also the best formation disc they had. Li Shiming threw the Tiangang 4-phase formation and the Shumi mustard seed formation into the air, and a divine thought activated both 4-phase formations. He took out the 3rd grade formation flag again and kept throwing it at the 2 activated 4th grade formations, changing the way the formations operated. He took Li Yuanba into the computer room space and let Venerable Hui Jing enter the Sumeru mustard seed formation. The Shumi mustard seed formation disc is quite special. It forms another space in the void, which is more suitable for hiding. Coupled with the enhancement of the Tiangang 4-phase formation and Li Shiming's use of the 3rd grade formation flag, the Shumi mustard seed formation has become even more concealed. Li Shiming took out another giant drum. This giant drum is called the Shura drum, which comes from the Ashura space in the cave sky. He had already received the inheritance of the 6-fingered sound demon, and had a deep understanding of the sound wave technique. With the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, he also had some experience in the use of the Shura drum. The Shura drum cannot be used by Jin Dan monks. That is to say, he is already the Grand Elder of Jin Dan, and the Great Elder of Body Refining. So he is qualified to use the Shura drum for a short period of time. He held the bone stick and looked into the distance. At this time, Ancestor Han Xiao also discovered Meteor Mo. As long as it reaches the sensing distance of Ancestor Han Xiao, Meteor Mo's hiding method will no longer be effective. The Meteor Ink boat is only a 3rd grade magic weapon. How can it withstand the exploration of the nascent soul ancestor? Li Shiming. It's really Li Shiming! Ancestor Han Xiao explained in surprise. His eyes widened, as if he had won a big prize. Having been in Beishu for quite some time, I have already investigated all the public information about Li Shiming. He knew Li Shiming's 3rd grade magic weapon flying boat. Although it was still too far away to detect the situation inside the flying boat, he was already sure that he had really discovered Li Shiming this time. We can't blame him, the ancestor of Yuanying, for losing his temper. The main reason is that Li Shiming's interests are too great. Meteor Mo on the opposite side obviously also noticed him, and quickly turned and accelerated to escape. Ancestor Han Xiao smiled sarcastically. Did Li Shiming really think that he could escape his pursuit with a 3rd grade flying boat magic weapon? He also accelerated towards the Meteor Mo. Just when he was close to a certain distance, Li Shiming on the flying boat suddenly slammed the bone stick against the Shura drum. Boom! A strange drum sound came out, and Li Shiming's whole body went limp, and he almost lost strength. Most of the spiritual energy in his body was consumed, and his physical strength bottomed out under this beating. The Great Elder of Jin Dan and the Great Elder of Body Refining were combined into one body. Even if they struck the Shura drum once, they were unable to strike it a second time. It can be seen how high the level of the Shura drum is, judging from the test of the cave. The further back it is, the more trouble it will be. Ancestor Jin Kai and a group of early nascent soul monks were combined together, but they were unable to reach the Ashura space. They had never seen the power of the Ashura drum, but Ancestor Han Xiao had encountered it. Because there was no relevant information, Ancestor Han Xiao was not prepared at all, and was struck by the sound of the Ashura drum. Ancestor Han Shao only felt dizzy and his body stiffened slightly. Because he was flying at full speed. Although his body was stiff and dizzy, his body was still flying forward. After the body of the ancestor of nascent soul was activated into the flying state, his body was completely separated from the gravity of the earth. He rushed into the Tiangang 4-phase array. If he had a clear mind, he would definitely be able to sense the existence of the Tiangang 4-phase array when he approached it. From the timing of the sound of the Shura drum to the distance between Ancestor Han Shao and Tiangong's 4-phase formation, all were carefully calculated by the natal magic weapon Z-15. Although time was short, with the help of Z-15, Li Shiming laid the trap very well. Ancestor Han Shao felt dizzy and found himself in the Tiangang 4-phase formation. The formation exerted a restraining force on his body. He didn't panic much. He knew Li Shiming's strength. Without the strength of the nascent soul stage, there would be no danger even if he was trapped. The defense of the nascent soul cultivator is insurmountable to the golden core cultivator. The effect of the Shura drum can only make Ancestor Han Shao dizzy and stiff for 2 breaths at most. This is because Han Shao was affected by the Shura drum without any preparation. If Ancestor Han Shao could take precautions, there is a high probability that the power of Shura drum would only affect half of his breath time. This is not because the Shura drum is too weak. On the contrary, the power of the Shura drum that can be placed in the cave cannot be weak. The weak ones are those who use the Shura drum. Li Shiming's strength is far different from that of Ashura. Not to mention that he can only hit it once. And he may not be able to exert even 1/5 of the power of the Shura drum. Ancestor Han Shao will be free from the influence of the Shura drum in half a breath. He doesn't care about the existence of the Tiangang 4-phase formation. He can break through this formation with 1 or 2 attacks. He was not surprised at all that Li Shiming had the means to fight against the Yuanying monks. After knowing that Li Shiming could pass the cave test, he guessed that Li Shiming had some special abilities. Just when he was thinking about how to escape and catch Li Shiming for torture, a huge Dharma figure flew out of the Shumi mustard seed array. The Dharma figure was holding a flaming sword in his hand and wearing a protective armor. This is exactly the Yuanying Dharma used by Venerable Huijing. Under Li Shiming's control, he used all his strength in this attack. Combining the flaming sword with the Blaze Flame Eclipse technique is not as powerful as the combination with Nanming Lihua, but its attributes are similarly enhanced. There was a loud boom. The Tiangang 4-phase array was torn into pieces and was completely destroyed. This is just the aftermath of the battle. If the Sumeru mustard seed formation hadn't been behind Venerable Huijing's nascent soul Dharma, even the Sumeru mustard seed formation wouldn't have been able to be saved. Li Shiming, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, did not feel heartbroken. He looked at the situation on the battlefield. Ancestor Han Shao had no power to fight back and had no time for nascent soul to leave the body to perform the ritual. So his body withstood the full blow from Venerable Huijing. A talisman flew out from Ancestor Han Zhao's body, and the talisman turned into a spiritual shield and blocked the giant sword transformed from the 4th grade Lihua's sword. The 4th grade Lihua's sword controlled by Yuanying's method cannot be blocked by a single talisman. But the spiritual shield transformed by this talisman still blocked the 4th grade Lihua's sword for a moment. When Ancestor Han Shao completely broke away from the Shura drum state, the 4th grade Lihua's sword slashed at him. His figure instantly turned into lightning. But he was still a step too slow. Before his body completely turned into lightning, the 4th grade Lihua's sword slashed at his body. Ah! Ancestor Han Shao let out a shrill scream. This sword not only severely damaged his body, but also seriously injured his nascent soul. The attack on the nascent soul Dharma is originally focused on the nascent soul. Although we don't know what the strength of Ancestor Han Shao is, he is still in the early stage of Yuanying. And Venerable Huijing is also in the early stage of Yuanying. If one uses the Yuanying method, the other cannot even fully defend. The result is naturally clear. Ancestor Han Shao understood his situation. He was seriously injured and could not fight with Venerable Huijing. He made a prompt decision, and a small Yuanying flew out of his body. This Yuanying had the same sword mark on his body, which was caused by the sword mark of Venerable Huijing Yuanying. The small Yuanying looked at Venerable Huijing with a sinister look. He wanted to remember this ancestor of Yuanying, this despicable and shameless sneak attacker. Chapter 473 Inventory. Just when Han Zhao's ancestor Yuanying came out of his body, Li Shiming mobilized his little spiritual power and screamed at the Yuanying who had just emerged from his body. This is the attack of the Devil in the Ear, but it is several times more powerful than the Devil in the Ear, originally developed by Li Shiming, because in the attack of Demon Ears, he combined the secret mental attack method of human reincarnation technique. Of course, in normal times, let alone the heavenly demon ears he used. Even if the heavenly demon screamed here, it would not be able to cause much damage to Han Zhao's ancestor's nascent soul. But this time it was different. Ancestor Han Zhao's nascent soul was injured, and he wanted to escape. So he did not use any defensive measures when the nascent soul came out of his body. This is also normal. Yuaning's speed is extremely fast. As long as it is out of the body, it can display unimaginable speeds. In the case of Ancestor Han Zhao, if he gave up his body and used his nascent soul to return to the place where he hid his spare body, he could regain his body and rebuild it. Although this kind of loss is huge, it is the best way to survive in death. But he met Li Shiming. The devil's ears has an extremely strong impact on the spiritual body. The nascent soul contains the soul of Ancestor Han Zhao, which can also be regarded as part of the spiritual body. Ancestor Han Zhao's nascent soul had just suffered another heavy blow, and the sound of the demon enters the ear made the nascent soul pause for a moment. And this moment was enough. The fourth grade Li was sword in Venerable Huijing's hand flashed a red light and struck Yuaning's body. The nascent soul was instantly scattered, turning into little bits of starlight and disappearing. Just after Yuaning was killed, Ancestor Han Zhao's physical vitality also disappeared. Li Shiming's figure flashed, and Lotus was born every step of the way, brought him to the body of Ancestor Han Zhao. He took off the mustard ring of Ancestor Han Zhao and was about to put Ancestor Han Zhao's body into the space object. He thought of something, and his spiritual eye swept over the body of Ancestor Han Zhao. If Ancestor Han Zhao was still alive, the location mark placed by Ancestor Luo Wei would be extremely difficult to discover. However, after the death of Ancestor Han Zhao, the energy in the corpse was no longer active, but became silent. The positioning mark was supposed to be hidden by simulating the monk's energy. At this time, it seemed extremely abrupt, and was discovered by Li Shiming using his divine vision. Sure enough, there is a backup plan, Li Shiming thought to himself. He put the body of Ancestor Han Zhao into the space ring, and then put the space ring into the computer room space. No matter how strong Ancestor Luo Wei's cultivation is, his positioning imprint cannot be sensed from the computer room space. After doing this, he looked at the fragments scattered around the battlefield with some pity. They were the fragments of the 4th grade Tiangang 4-phase formation disc. The Tiangang 4-phase array that had followed him for a long time was destroyed. But exchanging the Tiangang 4-phase array for the death of a nascent soul ancestor was a very cost-effective business. Li Shiming returned to the Meteor Ink boat, released Li Yuanba, and let Venerable Huijing board the flying boat. As before, the Meteor Ink boat continued to fly forward. He was sitting on the flying boat, observing the distance with his spiritual eyes, and thinking about the battle just now. From the beginning, the battle was developed in the direction designed by the natal magic weapon Z-15. That is to say, Z-15 designed multiple possible follow-ups, which prevented the Ancestor Han Zhao from escaping in the end. Li Shiming underestimated the strength of Ancestor Han Zhao. According to his initial thoughts, Venerable Huijing Yuaning Faxiang should be able to kill Ancestor Han Zhao on the spot with a full blow using the 4th grade Li Hua's sword. But in fact, the blow of Venerable Huijing's nascent soul Dharma appearance only severely damaged Han Zhao ancestor, who had not used the nascent soul Dharma appearance, but did not kill him with one blow. This shows the difference in strength between Venerable Huijing and Ancestor Han Zhao. If it were a normal battle, Ancestor Han Zhao could easily kill Venerable Huijing. Li Shiming smiled helplessly and shook his head. He had indeed underestimated the ancestor of Yuaning. Venerable Huijing is recultivating the skill, although the Blaze Flame Eclipse Sun skill is of a very high level. It depends on who you compare it with. Compared with the Yuaning ancestor of the northern Shu continent, it is naturally a very high level, but it is difficult to compare with Ancestor Han Zhao, the Yuaning ancestor who was born in Tianwen sect. This Blaze Flame Sun Eclipse skill was originally set by Ancestor Rinsun, although Patriarch Rinsun has a very high opinion of the Lu Yin Sun Eclipse Kung Fu. From Li Shiming's point of view, the technique practiced by Rinsun himself is probably better than Lu Yin Sun Eclipse Kung Fu. This Ancestor Han Zhao same thing, and Venerable Huijing has only been practicing the Glowing Flame Eclipse technique for just a long time. How can he be compared with the Ancestor Han Zhao, who has been practicing the same level or even higher level skills for hundreds of years? We can't be so careless in the future. Huijing's strength is still too weak, Li Shiming reminded himself. Although Venerable Huijing is a Yuaning monk, Even at the peak of his strength, he was only an early Yuanying monk in the northern Shu continent. Looking at the nascent soul ancestors of the Beishu continent, they mostly fight with foreign nascent soul monks with more and less, which shows how big the strength gap between the two sides is. He cannot regard Venerable Huijing as a powerful trump card. At most, he can compete with ordinary Yuanying ancestors. If he wants to kill the Yuanying monks, he still has to rely on himself to advance to the Yuanying monks. Summarizing his combat experience, Li Shiming took out the mustard ring of ancestor Han Xiao. The restrictions on the mustard seed ring were quickly dissipating with the death of Han Zhao's ancestor, and it didn't take long for his spiritual thoughts to successfully enter the mustard seed ring. Perhaps due to his long journey, ancestor Han Xiao had many spiritual objects in his mustard seed ring. Li Shiming saw an extremely luxurious flying boat at first sight. The flying boat looked like a plaything, but he knew that it was in a reduced form. This is the long-distance flying boat of Tianwen sect. He thought of the long-distance flying boat mentioned in the records of the Tianwen sect's Golden Pill monk. All aspects described by the Golden Elixir monk were exactly the same as this airship. The Golden Elixir monk had been sailing in the ocean on this airship for several months. He was very surprised to get the voyage ship. His spiritual mind entered the voyage ship and found that there was no spiritual imprint in the ship. I think the temporary owner of this long-distance flying boat should be Ancestor Han Xiao. After the death of Ancestor Han Xiao, the flying boat has no owner. Li Shiming didn't hesitate. He cast a master recognition formula and entered the voyage ship. Soon he felt that the master recognition was successful. He released the voyage ship from the mustard ring and restored the voyage ship to its original form. A huge spaceship appeared in front of him, making him startled. Although based on the records in the description, he had some imagination of the size of the voyage spacecraft. But when the voyage ship actually appeared in front of him, he still felt his own insignificance. The key parts of the long-distance ship in front of us are built with 4th-grade materials. Even other unimportant parts are built with 3rd-grade materials. This long-distance flying boat is a 4th-grade magic weapon, and it is also the 4th-grade large-scale magic weapon that consumes the most materials. There is no such type of 4th-grade large-scale magic weapon in the Beishu continent. But each major sect in the northern Shu continent also has large flying boats. The 3rd-grade large flying boats are the treasures of each large sect, and will only be used in important moments. Of course, this 4th-grade long-distance flying boat is also in trouble. This is the standard long-distance flying boat of Tianwen sect. If Tianwen sect discovers it, it will be a big trouble. However, being in the ocean at this time, it was impossible to meet the monks of Tianwen sect. Li Shiming put away his 3rd-grade meteor ink boat and came to the long-distance flying boat with Li Yuanba and Venerable Huijing. The voyage ship is driven by a nascent soul-level spiritual vein, and it also provides daily spiritual energy to all the monks on board the ship. The voyage ship is divided into 3 floors. The top floor only has 3 sets of rooms, but they are decorated with utmost luxury, and most of the spiritual energy from the nascent soul-level spiritual veins flows into this floor. This floor should be where the ancestor of Yuanying lies, and many of its details are made of 4th-grade materials. There are 500 small rooms on the middle floor. The internal space of each small room is actually not small. This is the reason for the use of space array. Li Shiming has used space formations and understands that monks being in space formations have some impact on their own practice. Therefore, in monks' caves, the training rooms usually do not use space formations to expand, in order to get closer to the rules of heaven and earth. The ancestors of nascent soul rarely live in the space created by the space formation. Of course, this is something that only the Yuanying ancestors who pursue higher pursuits will pay attention to. The Yuanying ancestors from the northern Shu continent do not pay this attention. The bottom layer is the cargo space opened up by the space formation. Now there is a huge amount of materials in it, which are all 3rd-grade resources. There are 3rd-grade elixirs and elixirs, 3rd-grade spiritual fruit tea, and various 3rd-grade resources. Material. These should be the resources of those Jindan monks. Thinking about the 500 small rooms in the middle, Li Shiming guessed that the 3rd-grade resources here were prepared for the Jindan monks. The resources of hundreds of Jindan monks, who have been away for years, or even decades, are naturally extremely large. Li Shiming looked at the huge amount of 3rd-grade resources, and he felt like he couldn't laugh or cry. If these resources were placed on the Beishu continent, they would most likely be able to support more than 1,000 golden elixir monks. But it was really a waste to give it to him. He was already at the Great Elder level, and the resources for his clone Li Yuanba had already been prepared, and he was just waiting for Li Yuanba to practice step by step. Li Shiming's spiritual thought entered the core formation of the voyage ship, and he checked the information in the core formation. "This is the route record," he exclaimed in surprise. Although this route record is only from Dongqi continent to Beishu continent, it is enough. At least he has this accurate route, and the success rate of crossing the ocean will be greatly increased. After discovering that Venerable Huijing's combat power was not as powerful as he imagined, he felt a sense of crisis about this journey. If he really encounters a 4th grade spiritual beast, Venerable Huijing may not be able to fight against a 4th grade spiritual beast. But with the accurate route, he doesn't have to worry about anything. In addition, with this long-distance flying boat, even if it encounters a 4th grade spiritual beast, the 4th grade spiritual beast will not take the initiative to attack. The 4th level spirit beasts will think that this is Tianwen-Sek's flying boat. As long as the Tianwen-Sek's flying boat on the route does not encounter a passing 4th level spiritual beast that accidentally blocks the route, it is almost impossible to attack the flying boat. Li Shiming checked the route and found that there was a slight deviation between the route and the route he had arranged. But the error was not too big. He was also relieved, as he thought he had not tricked Master Jian Ancestor too seriously. With the strength of the Sword Ancestor Yuanying Sword Cultivator, traveling on the ocean close to the shipping route will encounter far fewer dangers than in unknown seas, and it will be safer. In fact, at the end of each voyage of the voyage ship, the voyage record needs to be cleared. However, Ancestor Han Shao is in charge of the voyage ship. He believes that there will be no problems with the voyage ship in his own hands. If he wants to clear the voyage records, he can wait until he returns to the sect and returns the voyage ship. This gave Li Shiming the opportunity to obtain the accurate navigation routes between the eastern Qi continent and the northern Shu continent. Li Shiming, Li Yuanba and Venerable Huijing each occupied a suite of rooms on the upper floor. The exploration array of the voyage craft was very powerful, and could detect situations up to 3,000 miles away. However, there was no need for him and Li Yuanba to use their divine eyes to observe. As long as Venerable Huijing maintains the aura of the Yuanying monk and controls the long-distance ship to sail on the route, it will be fine. Li Shiming then checked the mustard seed ring. This time he took out a 4th grade hammer-shaped magic weapon with thunder and lightning. The quality of this 4th grade hammer-shaped magic weapon was higher than the 4th grade magic weapon of the Yuanying ancestor of the Beishu continent. What a pity! He sensed that the spiritual mark in the hammer-shaped magic weapon had not disappeared. This was Han Zhao's ancestor's natal magic weapon. Suddenly, he thought of something. Because the trap he set was so successful, Ancestor Han Shao didn't even have a chance to fight back. So he didn't even know the spiritual attributes of Ancestor Han Shao. After seeing the thunder hammer-shaped magic weapon, he realized that Ancestor Han Shao had thunder and lightning attributes. Fortunately, we didn't have a head-on battle with Ancestor Han Shao. Li Shiming looked at the lightning attribute magic weapon in front of him, shook his head and said in fear, if Ancestor Han Shao had a chance to take action, with the attack power of Ancestor Han Shao Yuanying Leishio, Venerable Huijing might not be able to receive even one blow. Even if Li Shiming himself had divine foot power, there was no guarantee that he could 100% escapable from lightning spell attacks. The most terrifying thing about Leishio is the attack speed and terrifying power of Lei Fa. Not to mention nascent soul Leishio. Only then did he realize that he had tricked a nascent soul Leishio to death. He was truly ignorant and fearless. Although the power of this thunder hammer-shaped magic weapon is greatly reduced, it is not useless. Li Shiming can feel that the lightning on this magic weapon is extremely powerful, and it constantly emits powerful thunder and lightning. The 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique he practiced did not follow the progress of the 5 Rhymes Chi training technique. If the thunder and lightning of this thunder hammer-shaped magic weapon were used as training energy, it would be of great help to his thunder system skills. He now practices the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique by using formations to generate thunder and lightning. It was enough for practice before, but after reaching the late stage of Jin Dan, the thunder and lightning generated by formations are somewhat ineffective. He was going to let Venerable Huijing refine the 4th grade thunder hammer-shaped magic weapon, and then Venerable Huijing would control the thunder and lightning to help him practice. Although this thunder hammer-shaped magic weapon is of little use to Venerable Huijing, Li Shiming has already repositioned Venerable Huijing. Venerable Huijing is an excessive combat power. When Li Shiming himself is promoted to the nascent soul stage, the role of Venerable Huijing became smaller and smaller. Chapter 474 Harvest. Li Shiming threw the 4th grade thunder hammer-shaped magic weapon to Venerable Huijing, and he then looked through the spiritual objects in the mustard seed ring. There are only 24th grade elixirs that can be seen.
Presumably, it should be all the 4th grade elixirs that Ancestor Han Shao brought this time. But I don't know if Ancestor Luo Wei still has 4th grade elixirs with him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head vigorously. Patriarch Luo Wei was a monk in the middle stage of yuanying. Even Ancestor Han Shao, who was in the early stage of yuanying, was extremely difficult to deal with. If he didn't use some tricks, he might be the one who fell. He did.
This is an unexpected gain.
Li Shiming found a golden jade slip and couldn't help laughing after reading the contents of the golden jade slip.
Yuqing Thunder Code.
This is a thunder system technique that goes directly to the Mahayana stage. It's just that this
Yuqing Thunder Code
only has the skills and does not have the training experience of other senior monks. From this, it can be judged that this
Jade Clear Thunder Code
should not be the inherited technique of Tianmen sect. Besides, if it were an inherited technique, it would be difficult for him to carry it with him. However, when Li Shiming found another jade slip, he understood that this
Jade Pure Thunder Code
was the main practice of Ancestor Han Shao. Because that jade slip contains the cultivation experience recorded by Ancestor Han Shao, as well as his explanation of the
Jade Pure Thunder Cannon,
that he searched for a large amount of information. It is very easy to misunderstand this method without the cultivation experience of the predecessors. Once you understand it incorrectly, your practice will go astray. Especially the level of
Yuqing Lei Code
involves a lot of complicated knowledge. Ancestor Han Shao did not have the natal magic weapon Z15 to help him analyze and research. Nor did he have Z15's huge database of exercises for direct reference. He constantly rummaged through various classics on his own, found explanations for the contents of the
Jade Clear Thunder Code
bit by bit, and recorded them. Li Shiming had never felt this way before. The skills he received were either of too low a level or were inherited skills. However, he had never experienced high-level skills without inheritance. After reading Patriarch Han Zhao's cultivation experience and explanation of the techniques, Li Shiming felt extremely rewarded. It seems that the content of the natal magic weapon Z15 database needs to be strengthened in the future. In the current Z15 database, there is a lack of relevant classics on the Mahayana period exercises, and there is only one inheritance content related to the
Glowing Flame Eclipse Sun technique. I didn't expect that Patriarch Han Shao would still be a dedicated Lei Xiao.
Li Shiming shook his head and sighed after sorting out Patriarch Han Zhao's mustard ring. This is somewhat similar to the Sword Ancestor, both of whom focus on their own natal magic weapon. Although such monks have many shortcomings, their advantages are also extremely obvious. That is, extremely powerful attack power. Only then did Li Shiming know why Patriarch Han Shao had not used any defensive magic weapon since Venerable Huijing's attack, but had only activated a defensive talisman. You must know that many defensive magic weapons are automatically activated by attacks. With Han Zhao's ancestor's wealth, this should not happen. There is not even a 4th level magic weapon that can automatically defend. Now he finally understood. It turned out that Ancestor Han Shao was pursuing the ultimate Lei Xiao. Li Shiming felt scared again. Ancestor Han Shao was more terrifying than he imagined. Fortunately, Ancestor Han Shao was not given a chance to attack. The 4th grade voyage ship continued to sail, and Li Shiming also had a new training mission. Venerable Huijing spent several days refining the natal magic weapon of Ancestor Han Shao. The 4th grade magic weapon called
Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer
can only exert half of the power of the magic weapon itself in the hands of Venerable Huijing. But it is enough for Li Shiming's practice. Li Shiming arranged a formation, and Venerable Huijing continuously stimulated the
Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer.
His thunder technique was changed from
9 Heaven's Thunder Strike Technique
to
Jade Clear Thunder Code.
Currently, he is still in the Golden Elixir stage, so changing the technique will not have much impact. In addition, the
9 Heaven's Thunder Strike Technique
and
Jade Clear Thunder Code
are both thunder-based techniques, so the difficulty of modification is very small. If you don't correct it now, it will cause more trouble for you later. In fact, in terms of combat power alone, it is enough for him to practice the
5 Rhymes Chi Training Technique.
Although Lei Xiao's attack power is high, it cannot make a breakthrough improvement in his strength. But he is not only considering the issue of combat power. The biggest benefit of practicing thunder skills is to deal with thunder disasters. Lei Xiao's ability to withstand thunder tribulations is much stronger than that of other monks. Practicing Lei Xiao is equivalent to having several levels more success rates in overcoming thunder tribulations than other monks. This is something he attaches great importance to. He has now reached the Grand Elder level in the
5 rhymes chi training technique,
and has no further progress. The time for daily practice has also been shortened to 2 hours. The rest of the time he spent practicing the
Jade Clear Thunder Cannon.
The 4th grade Sky Strike Thunder Hammer released nascent soul level thunder and lightning. If Venerable Hui Jing hadn't controlled the power of thunder and lightning, even if he was a master of body refining, even the elders couldn't bear it. Under this high-quality thunder and lightning, the cultivation progress of
Jade Clear Thunder Code
is extremely fast. In the northern Shu continent, Patriarch Luo Wei guessed that something had happened to Patriarch Han Shao when Patriarch Han Shao did not return for 2 months. According to normal circumstances, even if Ancestor Han Shao chased out, it would not be possible for him to chase him out for a month, plus the time to return, and the possibility of encountering some troubles that delayed the time. The total time should not exceed 2 months. Ancestor Luo Wei knew the strength of Ancestor Han Shao, and Ancestor Han Shao had a combat power that he deliberately concealed. He was planning to wait until he discovered the Cave Heaven inheritance. Then Ancestor Han Shao would reveal Lei Xiu's combat power and work with him to defeat his opponent. For example, if Tianqing Trading Company really had to fight against Tianqing Trading Company, Ancestor Han Shao would be sure to kill Ancestor Ren Sun within a few breaths, while Ancestor Jin Kai would not be able to withstand Ancestor Han Zhao's joining forces with him. Ancestor Luo Wei sensed the positioning mark. No matter how far away the positioning mark was, he should be able to vaguely sense the general direction. At first, he did not take the initiative to sense the positioning mark. The positioning mark was the last resort. He still believed in Ancestor Han Shao. When Ancestor Han Shao did not return for 2 months, he sensed the positioning mark, but found that the positioning mark could not be contacted. There is only one possibility for this situation, and that is that Ancestor Han Shao not only died, but even his body was destroyed. If the body is still there, the locating mark can still work. This positioning mark was obtained by Luo Wei's ancestor through an unexpected encounter, and is not an inheritance method of Tianwen sect. He even used it on monks in the middle stage of nascent soul without being discovered. He didn't believe that Ancestor Han Shao could discover and eliminate them. He even believed that Ancestor Han Shao was killed.
Did Han Shao encounter a spiritual beast?
Patriarch Luo Wei murmured to himself. He did not believe that Li Shiming had such means to kill Ancestor Han Shao. This made him no longer want to trace the past along the route, but believed that Li Shiming most likely did not leave the Beishu continent. Li Shiming was somewhat glad that he was using a 4th grade voyage ship. As he went deeper into the ocean, he could sense the existence of 4th grade spiritual beasts every once in a while. The 4th grade spirit beasts also discovered the 4th grade long-distance voyage ship, but they did not make any movement and allowed the 4th grade long-distance voyage ship to pass by. If he hadn't used a 4th grade voyage ship, he probably wouldn't have been able to pass it so easily. He was still a little worried at first, but after encountering 4th grade spiritual beasts many times without any problems, he felt relieved and focused on his cultivation. This voyage in the ocean lasted a full 11 months. The speed of the 4th grade voyage ship was not slow at all. In addition, it was controlled by Venerable Hui Jing, a monk in the nascent soul stage. Although the speed was slower than it's not as fast as a magical foot, but it's already extremely fast for long-distance navigation. On this day, Li Shiming did not practice. He put away all the long-distance ships. It's not far from here to the eastern Qi continent, which is only a day's flight. You may encounter monks from the eastern Qi continent at any time. He glanced at Venerable Hui Jing, hesitated slightly, and put him into the computer room. He didn't know how much attention the eastern Qi continent paid to the nascent soul ancestor. Anyway, the appearance of any nascent soul ancestor in the northern Shu continent would be sensed by the large formation on the northern Shu continent. He didn't want to get into any trouble because of Venerable Hui Jing. In a place where he was unfamiliar with the place, he had to at least understand the situation before making a plan. In addition, his best choice is not Dongqi continent, which is just a transitional place for him. What he wanted to do most was to send Li Yuanba to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, so that he could arrange it easily. Even if he became a casual cultivator, he could do well with his alchemy ability. During this 11-month voyage, he discovered a special situation. As we go further south, the concentration of spiritual energy continues to increase. The spiritual energy of Tianhai Island further north of the Beishu continent is much worse than that of the Beishu continent. Based on this analysis, the distribution of spiritual energy in this world is getting weaker and weaker from south to north. Of course, there is too little reference data at this time to make an absolute judgment. He displayed Lotus growing step by step, and at the same time activated the
secret technique of concealing the soul, and the secret technique of covering the sky,
and fully activated the
Jedi power.
He didn't want to cause trouble on the final trip. 3,000 miles away, a small island appeared, and he saw 8 monks on the island. This was the first time he met a monk during the 11-month voyage, which made him feel more relaxed. It seemed that the danger here was very low. Otherwise, there would be no monks here.
They are hunting sea beasts.
Li Shiming was approaching carefully, not wanting to alarm these monks. But he saw a sea beast emerging from the sea, rushing towards the island, and fighting with 8 monks. At this time, he also arrived 100 miles away and judged the realm of the 8 monks. Among the 8 monks, 7 are golden elixir monks, and 1 is a foundation building monk. Li Shiming was surprised how the foundation building monks were able to go deep into such a far place to hunt the sea beast. Although he didn't know the species of the sea beast, he could tell that it was a 3rd-grade monster. As he observed, he slowly understood the role of the foundation building monks. This foundation building monk is a formation master. He does not directly participate in the battle, but uses formations to help other golden elixir monks. Among these golden elixir monks, except for 1 who is in the middle stage of golden elixir, the others are in the early stage of golden elixir, and their strength is not as strong as Li Shiming imagined. At most, they are similar to the Jindan disciples of the Beishu continent sect, and their magic weapons and attack secrets are not eye-catching.
Ma Dongqing, your defense is a bit too late,
Yuan Shi shouted loudly. He pulled his team out, and in order to gain more benefits, he chose to go deep into the ocean. But after so many days of hard work, it still couldn't reach a level that satisfied him, which made him very anxious. If such a mistake is made when encountering a powerful spiritual beast, or many spiritual beasts, the team will suffer casualties. While Yuan Shi was speaking, a sword light flew out from his hand and struck the 3rd-grade demon. A wound was struck on the 3rd-grade demon's body, and his body paused for a moment. This gave the golden elixir monk who was attacked by the 3rd-grade demon time to dodge, and also allowed the other golden elixir monks to focus their attacks on the 3rd-grade demon, leaving a few more wounds on the 3rd-grade demon. The 3rd-grade demon let out a roar. Its defense was extremely strong. These golden elixir monks holding 3rd-grade magic weapons were unable to cause fatal damage to it, but the multiple injuries made it almost crazy. It exhaled a breath of cold air, and the cold air condensed ice crystals in the air in front of it, and the ice crystals quickly spread towards the monks. The formation master waved a formation flag in his hand and adjusted the formation. The cold air encountered a strong wind and was guided to the side. The Golden Core monks were not affected positively. Ma Dongqing, who was named just now, is controlling a magic shield to block the aftermath of the cold air. Even the aftermath left a thick layer of ice crystals on the shield magic weapon.
It's so fast. It can't do this kind of consumption many times,
Yuan Shi said with a loud smile and encouragement. The other golden elixir monks also showed smiles. If they could force out the ice crystal beast's original cold energy, they would be more confident in killing the ice crystal beast. Although the original cold air is extremely powerful, every time the ice crystal beast spits out the original cold air, its own strength will decrease.
Yuan Zhao's formation is so effective.
Ma Dongqing praised the formation master Yuan Xiao behind. He had just been reprimanded by Yuan Shi, but there was no resentment in his heart. If Yuan Shi, who was in the middle stage of the Golden Core, was not willing to take them, how could he have gained anything these days? After the ice crystal beast exhaled a mouthful of cold energy, its defense power dropped, which not only increased the number of injuries on its body, but also made it aggravated. It became even more angry, and its anger caused it to spit out a mouthful of original cold air again. He knew that spitting out the original cold energy would affect his own strength, but he still did it. Although the intelligence of a 3rd-grade great demon is about the same as that of a human being, the wisdom of a great demon when angry is pitifully low. After the second mouthful of original cold air was exhaled, it was still the array master Yuan Zhao's formation that guided away most of the cold air. The other golden elixir monks took the opportunity to add several more wounds to the ice crystal beast. This round of attacks, especially the flying sword magic weapon of Yuan Shi, a middle-stage Jindan monk, caused an almost penetrating wound on the ice crystal beast. Chapter 475 Understanding.
Hold on harder. The ice crystal beast is about to fall,
Yuan Shi shouted, just when the Jindan monks were preparing to deal with the ice crystal beast in one go. Another cry of the ice crystal beast came. Another ice crystal beast rushed out from the sea. As soon as this ice crystal beast appeared,
It created a field of ice arrows to fall. This kind of indiscriminate ice arrows almost covered the entire battlefield. The Jindan monks did not care about killing the ice crystal beast before, and quickly strengthened their defense. Yuan Shi even came to Yuan Zhao's side, and raised a defensive magic weapon for Yuan Xiao. The injured ice crystal beast was also hit by an ice arrow. But the ice arrow was not an attack on the ice crystal beast. After the ice arrow came into contact with the injured ice crystal beast, it quickly integrated into the injured ice crystal beast's body. The wounds on the injured ice crystal beast were covered with ice crystals, and these ice arrows enhanced the energy in its body and healed its injuries. Several Jindan monks looked ugly, and everyone could tell that the ice crystal beast was extremely powerful, and its cultivation level was in the middle stage of the Great Demon. The realm of the middle stage Great Demon is the same as that of Yuan Shi, but the realm of human monks cannot be compared with that of the Great Demon. The ice crystal beast has the ability to control ice. The ice increases not only the attack power, but also the defense power. An ice crystal beast in the early stage of the Great Demon requires at least the cooperation of several ordinary early stage golden elixir monks to defeat it. Originally, with Yuan Shi, a middle stage Jindan monk, he could completely eliminate the first ice crystal beast without any damage. But the appearance of the second ice crystal beast put this team of monks into big trouble. Get ready to retreat. Yuan Xiao, abandon the formation here and block the ice crystal beast for a moment. Yuan Shi was the captain, and he made a decision. Yuan Xiao was a little reluctant to give up, but still waved the formation flag in his hand and made final reinforcements, hoping that the formation could last a little longer and give them time to evacuate. The other early Golden Core cultivators looked at each other with a look of fear on their faces. The ice crystal beasts in the middle stage of the Great Demon. If the ice crystal beasts had not been hastily prepared to use range ice arrow attacks just now in order to save the first ice crystal beast, maybe they would have been injured under the first attack of the ice crystal beast in the middle stage of the Great Demon. At this time, they were all a little panicked. When they heard Yuan Shi talking about retreat, they all forgot about the retreat plan mentioned in advance. They all turned around and activated their flying magic weapons, flying towards the rear. The ice crystal beast in the middle stage of the Great Demon was attracted by them, because the formation lost the blessing of 6 early stage Jindan monks in an instant. The power of the formation was also greatly lost. The ice crystal beast sprayed out a series of ice arrows, and caught up with several early stage Jindan monks. Ah! Screams were heard one after another among the 6 early stage Jindan monks, except for Ma Dongxun's Jindan monk, who was lucky. The ice arrow attacking him was blocked by the defensive magic weapon behind him, and sent him away. All 5 early Jindan cultivators were hit by ice arrows, and fell from the sky. Damn it! These incompetent guys! Yuan Shi didn't expect this to happen, he said bitterly. With this command, although it would be a bit troublesome to face the ice crystal beast in the middle stage of the Great Demon, the chance of safe evacuation was very high. But these temporary teammates really didn't have any spirit of cooperation, which led to such a situation. But it was too late to say this. The ice crystal beast in the middle stage of the Great Demon did not chase Ma Dongxun, the only one who escaped, but instead focused on Yuan Shi and Yuan Xiao. Another injured ice crystal beast also looked at them. Shower! I'll block them for you. You leave first, Yuan Shi confessed in a deep voice. Father! How could I keep you? I should burst out the formation and see if I can affect them. Yuan Xiao shook his head and said, What a kid! Yuan Shi shook his head helplessly. With such a delay, he missed the hope of escaping. Even if he tried to block the ice crystal beast, he could not block 2 ice crystal beasts that were about to attack at the same time. Just when the 2 father and son were in despair, white light flashed into space. There was a boom, although there was only 1 thunder, but 2 thunder and lightning fell, starting from the heads of the 2 ice crystal beasts. The electric light went straight through their bodies. Regardless of whether it is the early stage or the middle stage of the Great Demon, there is only one result under the thunder and lightning. Which fellow Taoist came to the rescue? Yuan is so grateful, Yuan Shi said with shock in his eyes, cupping his fists. Li Shiming used close to the end of the world to appear in front of Yuan Shi from a distance. He did not use step by step to live lotus, because step to step to live lotus was too eye-catching, and people could recognize at a glance what magical power he was using. The close to the end of the world was much more low-key. At least Yuan Shi, a middle-stage Jindan cultivator in front of him, could not find out that close to the end of the world was a divine foot power. He only thought it was the effect of some kind of flying secret method. Li Shiming didn't want to expose his identity just after coming to Dongqi continent. Tianwen sect is a sect in the eastern Qi continent, and Patriarch Luo Wei doesn't know when he will come back. If the news that he mastered Shinzutong leaks out, Patriarch Luo Wei might be suspicious of him. So Li Shiming changed his fighting method and used thunder attacks that he rarely used in the Beishu continent, although he has only practiced the Jade Clear Thunder Cannon for 11 months, because his Golden Elixir realm has reached the Great Elder level, and with the help of the 4th grade Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, he has been able to practice the Jade Clear Thunder Cannon to the extent that it is comparable to the late stage of Jin Dan. Now he has only revealed his identity as Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao in the late stage of Jin Dan. No one would have thought that the alchemy master Li Shiming was Lei Xiao. You can't blame him for being cautious. You can never be too careful in a foreign country. Now he has no sect to back him up. And his enemy is the nascent soul cultivator. His own nascent soul cultivator, Venerable Hui Jing, is really powerless. Li Shiming's face is not his real face. If the Great Elder of Body Refining wants to change his appearance, he does not need the help of any magic weapon at all. He only needs to adjust the bones and muscles of his face, coupled with the assistance of the natal magic weapon Z15. Although his face has changed, it is extremely natural, so that when others see this face, they will not think that it is fake. No thanks. I need a map of the mainland, Li Shiming said in a deep voice. Fellow Taoist, this is a map of the mainland, with added information compiled by me. Without any hesitation, Yuanqi took out a jade slip and handed it over respectfully. Li Shiming took the jade slip and entered it with his spiritual thoughts. There are many place names marked on the mainland map, but a lot of information about the world of immortality is marked in an area, such as cities, sect residences of famous monks, etc. I think this area is the area where Yuan, she walks normally in front of me. So there is such a detailed mark. Fellow Taoist, I can also explain to you some of the situations of various forces in the mainland, Yuanqi said with a twinkle in his eye. You are smart. I hope you are really smart. Li Shiming took a deep look at Yuanqi and said lightly. Obviously, when he asked Yuanqi for a map of the mainland, Yuanqi thought he was a foreign monk. This is not surprising. If a late-stage Jindan monk like Li Shiming was really a monk from the eastern Qi continent, how could he not even have a map of the continent? Li Shiming was not worried about the identity of the foreign monk being leaked. Even if Tianwen sect knew that he was a foreign monk, he would not be able to contact Li Shiming from the northern Shu continent. How many foreign monks are there in the entire eastern Qi continent? He has heard that the eastern Qi continent is not a closed continent like the northern Shu continent and does not prohibit foreign monks. Fellow Taoist, please rest assured, I will keep my mouth shut. After hearing Li Shiming's words, Yuanqi felt relieved and bowed. I think Li Shiming came to the eastern Qi continent because he could no longer stay in other continents. This is a very normal thing. Many monks are like this. They have offended a big force or a powerful monk on a certain continent and have no choice but to leave the original continent and hide in another continent. In the world of immortality, all kinds of fighting and revenge have always been filled with it. It is too common to use various means to escape from dangerous situations. Just like Ma Dongqing, who escaped just now. If she really escapes back to the mainland alive, she will definitely find another place and hide from Yuanqi at a distance, fearing Yuanqi's revenge. This is very similar to Li Shiming in front of her. But looking at Li Shiming's strength, the force Li Shiming offended must be extremely strong. So he would be so careful. Yuan, she had no intention of caring about what force Li Shiming had offended. He just wanted to use Li Shiming's strength to retreat from the sea to the mainland. Without a team, it would be very dangerous for him in the sea. If he didn't bring his son Yuan Shao, he would still be confident of returning safely. But with Yuan Shao, a formation master in the middle of the construction period, he was not completely sure of Yuan Zhao's safety. From here to the mainland, it will take close to 10 days if everything goes well. Li Shiming's time in a day is judged by his own speed, which is not the speed of ordinary Jindan monks. In 10 days, with the monks in the middle of the construction period in the dangerous sea, without the protection of the team, any big monster could kill Yuan Shao. So Yuanqi proposed to join Li Shiming. He explained the situation on the mainland to Li Shiming. And during this period, he was protected by Li Shiming. Fellow Taoist, I broke down this ice crystal beast for you, Yuanqi said, looking at the ice crystal beast on the ground. Although the ice crystal beast was killed by lightning and the body was completely charred,
The material of the ice crystal beast should not be wasted, as it was very valuable.
Put it away yourself and consider it as the fee for your explanation to me.
Li Shiming had no interest in the body of the ice crystal beast. He waved his hand and said. A smile appeared on Yuan Shi's face, and he could see that Li Shiming really didn't want it. Think about it. Li Shiming could kill 2 ice crystal beasts with 1 blow. How could he see the bodies of the ice crystal beasts? He took out a small knife, stepped forward, and cut open the body of the ice crystal beast. He first took out the demon pill, and then cut off several materials from various parts of the ice crystal beast's body. Especially when he was taking off the demon elixir from the mid-stage demon ice crystal beast. His hands were trembling slightly. Originally, he planned to use this harvest to go back and exchange it with the trading company for a 3rd-grade cultivation elixir of middle-stage golden elixir. However, with this mid-stage demon elixir, he could ask an alchemist to make a furnace of 3rd-grade cultivation auxiliary elixir. His strength has not improved for a long time. If he is lucky, his cultivation level can be improved even more, and other gains can also buy some more formation resources for Yuan Shao.
Are you casual cultivators?
Li Shiming couldn't help but ask when he saw Yuan Shi's actions. Only rogue cultivators would harvest the low-value materials from the demon's corpse. In his opinion, dealing with low-value materials was simply a waste of time.
Yes.
Yuan Shi heard this question. The smile on his face froze, and he thought for a while before replying. Li Shiming heard that Yuan Shi's answer was not so firm, and he was afraid that there was another story in it. But he had no intention of asking further. Who in the world of cultivating immortals doesn't have some stories? Especially the middle stage of Jin Dan in casual cultivation. At least in the northern Shu continent, middle stage golden core monks among casual cultivators are extremely rare. Even if the eastern Shu continent has more resources, middle stage golden core monks will not be everywhere. Li Shiming looked at Yuan Shao, who was cleaning up the formation. His eyes swept over the formation, and he immediately memorized the formation. This formation was different from what he had learned. But under Z15's analysis, he quickly grasped the principles.
Not a bad formation,
Li Shiming said with a smile. Although this Yuan Shao is not a master of formations, his level in formations is not low. At least, he is at the level of a senior formation master.
This is the flower transferring beast formation that I developed. It's a pity that there are not enough 3rd-grade materials. Otherwise, the power of the flower transferring beast formation would have been doubled.
Yuan Shao said proudly, after hearing Li Shiming praise his formation.
The 3rd node of this formation moves 3 points toward Kuan, and the 6th node moves 1 point toward Sun.
Li Shiming casually mentioned the many flaws of this formation. Yuan Shao was startled when he heard this. He stood blankly on the spot, thinking about Li Shiming's words in his mind.
Shower! Get ready to go!
Yuan Shi had collected the materials, but when he saw his son standing there, not finishing the formation, he couldn't help but remind him. But Yuan Shao didn't seem to hear it, and still stood there blankly.
Don't worry. He has some ideas about the battle strategy, and you can tell me about the situation on the mainland,
Li Shiming said with a smile, stopping Yuan Shi from trying to push Yuan Shao away. He also came from the formation master step by step, so he naturally knows how the formation master feels when he thinks about the formation. Nowadays, no matter how complicated the problem is, it will not affect his normal movements. But that is because he has 191 brains available. Yuan Shi knew the importance of his son's state. He was just worried that Li Shiming would be angry. Hearing Li Shiming's words, he felt relieved. Then he began to tell Li Shiming about the situation of Dongqi continent. And Li Shiming also gained a clear understanding of Dongqi continent step by step. The eastern Qi continent is a continent where many forces gather together, in addition to some cross-continental forces. The strongest local forces are 4. The Taichu sect is the head of the righteous path, and the 10,000 Beast sect controls spiritual beasts for its own use by means of beast control, and its strength cannot be underestimated. Lianhua Temple is the head of the Buddhist sect, and the Hidden Sun sect is the head of the demonic sect. These 4 local sects occupy most of the resources of the eastern Qi continent, and the rest of the resources are divided between transcontinental forces and medium-sized forces. Chapter 476 Arrival.
Fellow Taoist Yuan, Tianwen sect is not the top sect in the mainland,
Li Shiming asked curiously when he heard Yuan Shi explain the distribution of power in the eastern Qi continent. In his opinion, Tianwen sect was extremely powerful. Look at the ancestor Luowei and the ancestor Han Shao who were killed by him, confronting Tianjin Trading Company and the 6 major sects in the northern Shu continent.
He originally thought that such a powerful Tianwen sect must be the top sect in the eastern Qi continent. But he did not hear about Tianwen sect from Yuanqi. Tianwen sect. That is a second-level sect. They lack senior monks, and cannot be compared with the 4 major sects. Yuanqi didn't know how Li Shiming knew about Tianwen sect. But he still explained. Great Monk? Li Shiming heard a title that he didn't know the meaning of. The Great Monk is the special name for the ancestor in the later realm of Yuanying. The Great Monk is the foundation of the Great Sect, Yuanqi said with infinite yearning in his eyes. Yuan Shao woke up from understanding the formation. He looked at Li Shiming with eyes full of admiration. As a formation master, Li Shiming's casual guidance gave him a small breakthrough in his understanding of formations. He was very sure that Li Shiming must be a master of formations to be able to give him guidance at will. When leaving, Yuanqi glanced at Li Shiming and found that Li Shiming had no intention of recruiting a flying boat. So he took out a flying boat. Li Shiming had some ideas. The style of his flying boat magic weapon was that of the northern Shu continent. He tried to expose the magic weapon of the northern Shu mainland style as little as possible to avoid causing trouble to himself. Yuanqi's flying boat looks ordinary, but it is also a magic weapon. Although Li Shiming looked down on the flying boat magic weapon made of third-grade wooden materials, the speed was acceptable. Yuanqi asked Li Shiming to sit in the cabin, but Li Shiming refused. This was not Li Shiming's flying boat. Sitting in the cabin would hinder his observation of the surroundings. In the previous 11 months, Li Shiming had not encountered many big monsters. This did not mean that there were few big monsters in the ocean, but that venerable Hui Jing was on board his voyage ship. Although the combat power of venerable Hui Jing is the weakest among the ancestors of Yuanying, the aura of Yuanying can still deter those third-level monsters who want to get close. Later, when Li Shiming acted alone, he used the bu Shanglian to rush forward, and added a variety of methods to hide himself. Not to mention that it was difficult for the third-level demon to find him. Even if he was discovered, the third-level demon could not catch up with him. Li Shiming and Yuanqi's father and son took a flying boat together, and not long after that, they were attacked by several third-level monsters. Li Shiming's response was very simple. He fired a bolt of lightning and killed the third-level demon. Yuanqi took the body of the third-grade demon to the flying boat for decomposition. Looking at his smile, you could tell that he was in a good mood. Of course, after Yuanqi got the benefit, he tried his best to tell Li Shiming everything he knew. Li Shiming didn't care about the corpses of these third-grade demons. Given his level, these resources were of no use to him. Yuan Shao had always wanted to ask Li Shiming for advice on the formation, but he was intimidated by Li Shiming's aura and did not dare to ask. Li Shiming did this intentionally, and the relationship was not very familiar. If he hadn't taken the opportunity to understand the situation in Dongqi continent, how could he be with them? In any place in the world of immortality, knowledge is priceless. His formation knowledge was collected by himself with a lot of effort. How could he teach it to others? How come there are so many third-grade demons in this place? After 2 days of sailing, Li Shiming noticed something was wrong and asked Yuanqi. The third-grade great demons encountered in the past 2 days were more densely packed than normal. The third-grade great demons also have territories, but the third-grade great demons encountered on the way did not seem to have territorial awareness. A few hours further, you can see the beast luring array set up by the 10,000 Beast sect. These third-level monsters were attracted. Most of them will become the resources of the 10,000 Beast sect, and a small number of them will be lured here. Pass through the gap in the beast formation, Yuanqi replied, pointing forward. Li Shiming took a breath. As an alchemy master, he knew that demon pills could be used to make alchemy. The demon elixir in the early stage of the great demon can be used to refine the third-grade elixir used by monks in the early stage of the golden elixir. The corresponding demon elixir in the middle and late stages of the great demon can be used to refine the third-grade elixir in the middle and late stages of the golden elixir. Considering the vastness of the ocean, there are almost countless third-grade monsters in it. Using the beast luring formation to continuously hunt down third-grade demons, how many demon elixirs can be obtained? And how many golden elixir monks can be cultivated? No wonder Yuanqi tried his best to go with Li Shiming. If he had returned with Yuan Shao along the way, he might have spent the entire journey on the run. Since the 10,000 Beast sect has set up a large formation to lure the beasts, don't they care if you block the front and hunt the big monsters? Li Shiming asked again. Other than us monks who are in urgent need of resources, who would risk their lives to come to this sea area to hunt the big monsters? Even the 10,000 Beast sect looks down upon the big monsters we hunted. Yuanqi thought of his previous teammates. He couldn't help but sigh and said,
He looked at Li Shiming with grateful eyes. If this unknown powerful monk hadn't rescued him, he might have perished. Even his son Yuan Shao would have been the same. How could he still get so many corpses of the great demon when he returned? After returning this time, his son could exchange for some resources to advance to the golden elixir. A few hours later, Li Shiming saw the beast luring formation. Under his divine vision, spiritual power lines spread out on the sea, forming huge circular formation areas. He saw with his own eyes a third-level demon approaching the center of the beast luring formation, and was easily killed by 3 golden elixir monks working together with 3 spiritual pets. This should be a disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect. Each golden core cultivator has a spiritual pet, making each golden core cultivator equivalent to the combat power of 2 ordinary golden core cultivators. These 3 golden elixir monks were all in the early stage of the golden elixir, and they killed the spiritual beasts in the early stage of the great demon. Looking at the ease, the team before Yuan, she could not compare at all. When Yuan Shi's team dealt with the early stage spirit beasts of the great demon, not only did they have 7 golden core cultivators, but they also needed the cooperation of formations. And there was even a mid-stage golden core cultivator among them. But even so, they were still cautious when hunting the early stage spirit beasts of the great demon. And the battle process was not easy. This is the difference between casual cultivators and sect cultivators. No matter which continent it is, joining a sect means better resources and skills. The knowledge that casual cultivators have access to is very narrow, and cannot be compared with that of sect monks. Yuan Shi controlled the flying boat magic weapon, and passed through the circular range of the 2 beast luring formations. In the next few days, the number of third-grade great demons decreased sharply, and it was rare to encounter one for 2 or 3 days. After the 7th day of the voyage, I never encountered a third-grade demon again. Li Shiming stood on the flying boat magic weapon, and he could already feel the breath of the mainland. The sea breeze not only smelled of the ocean, but also had a faint smell of plants and earth. After more than 11 months of sailing, he was finally able to touch land, which made him eager to reach the Dongqi continent.
Shall we say goodbye here?
Li Shiming said to Yuan Shi calmly.
Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your help.
Yuan Shi bowed and saluted. When he looked up again, Li Shiming in front of him had turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance.
I don't even know the name of this senior. I wonder where he came from.
Yuan Shao said with some disappointment as he looked in the direction where Li Shiming disappeared. He was disappointed that he had lost hope of asking Li Shiming for advice. Until now, he did not know Li Shiming's name.
Shut up!
Yuan Shi scolded. He looked nervously into the distance, fearing that Li Shiming would come back.
Remember, we have never met him. He is not something we can talk about,
he confessed in a deep voice.
Yes, father!
Yuan Shao nodded quickly when he saw his father was angry. Li Shiming used the thunder escape in the
Yuqing Thunder Code.
The speed was a little slower than the Shinzu Tong, but it was enough to compare with the full-power sword escape of the clone Li Yuanba. Along the way, he discovered a lot of monks. Not just Golden Core monks, but also many foundation-building monks, who were forming teams to hunt spiritual beasts. The targets of the foundation-building monks were naturally second-grade spiritual beasts. The 10,000 Beasts sect's beast luring formation in front blocked most of the third-grade great demons. In addition, there was a long distance behind where Jindan monks formed a team to hunt down the third-grade great demons that passed through the beast luring formation. Foundation-building monks don't need to worry about the appearance of big monsters in this sea area. Of course, this sea area is not safe. As long as there are monks, there is no such thing as safety. However, no monk dared to intercept Li Shiming. His late-stage Thunder Element Golden Elixir aura was enough to make any monk below the nascent soul stage unwilling to provoke him. Li Shiming was thinking about his plan while flying. He needed to advance to the nascent soul stage first, and then he would consider sending his clone across the ocean to the Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion. He has 5 golden elixirs. Because of this, he needs more resources to advance to the nascent soul. This requires him to stay in his old profession, obtain a large amount of resources through alchemy, and at the same time find a way to use these resources to exchange for resources for promotion to nascent soul. The Eastern Shu continent is much richer than the Northern Shu continent. At least Yuanying promotion resources can be traded. There will be auctions of Yuanying promotion resources every few years. Most of the resources in Li Shiming's hands were from the Northern Shu continent. If he wanted to redeem the resources for promotion to nascent soul without revealing his identity, it was best to use the resources earned in the Eastern Shu continent to redeem them. One day later he saw land. The land covered with green vegetation made him very familiar. He was not one of those old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. After nearly a year without seeing land or green vegetation, he still missed it very much. As he accelerated, lightning flashed across his body, and soon he appeared on the coast. He took a long breath of fresh, earthy scented air, and then he found his direction and headed towards Wuching Mountain. Wuching Mountain, a gathering place for casual cultivators, is controlled by the Wu clan. The Wu clan has two nascent soul ancestors sitting in charge, providing a safe place for the casual cultivators. What he likes about Wuqingshan is that Wuqingshan is the largest resource trading place for casual cultivators within a radius of 100,000 miles. And there is even trading of 4th grade resources there. A family of casual cultivators has two nascent soul ancestors sitting in charge, which is almost comparable to a large sect in the northern Shu continent. The most important thing is that the Wu family has an excellent reputation. At least that's what Yuanqi said. One day later, Li Shiming saw Wuqingshan. Only when I saw Wuching Mountain with my own eyes did I understand how huge this mountain is. This is definitely not a mountain in the ordinary sense. The mountain with a height of 10,000 meters is shrouded in a huge protective formation. This mountain protecting formation does not prevent monks from entering. But monks who come here for the first time must go to the bottom of the mountain to receive a token. And only with the token can they enter the interior of Wuching Mountain. Li Shiming landed next to a building at the foot of the mountain. The aura of the eastern Qi continent was already much richer than that of the Beishu continent, and the aura directly increased several times near Wuching Mountain. He couldn't help but sigh at the environment for cultivating immortals in the eastern Qi continent. The aura concentration here was similar to the aura environment in the major sects of the Beishu continent. Like the spiritual energy in the mountain gate of Shushan sect, it is a collection of spiritual energy in a large area near the mountain gate. At the same time, it is also because the ancestors of Yuanying in the past generations have continuously transferred their spiritual veins to the mountain gate, so that it has reached its current scale. This Wuching Mountain does not have the foundation of a large sect with more than 10,000 years of history. Such a rich spiritual energy can only be because the spiritual energy here is naturally rich. Li Shiming paused outside the building for a moment, and then walked through the door. An old monk in the middle stage of foundation building was dozing off. He opened his eyes after sensing Li Shiming's breath. There haven't been many activities in Wuching Mountain recently, so it's a bit more leisurely here.
Senior, do you want to apply for a temporary token or a long-term token?
The old monk discovered that it was a golden elixir monk, and he quickly stepped forward and asked with a smile.
I want to live for a long time and need a cave with rich spiritual energy,
Li Shiming said lightly. The old monk's eyes lit up. He was a golden elixir monk who was planning to live there for a long time.
Senior, look. Here are all the caves that are available.
He activated a formation, and the phantom of Wuching Mountain appeared next to it, with the caves marked on it.
This first floor can only be rented at the nascent soul stage. The cave you want with stronger spiritual power can only be rented on this second floor. Look at this cave. It was originally rented by a late-stage Jin Den monk. The cave is just 30 years overdue, so it was just taken back. This is also the best cave on the second floor that has not been rented out yet.
The old monk's introduction was very careful.
How many spiritual stones are needed to rent this cave?
Li Shiming took a look and saw that, just as the old monk said, this cave was closest to the first level of the mountain top. He asked aloud. When it came to spiritual stones, he had not traded spiritual stones for many years. The Beishu continent is lacking in resources. When high-level resources are reached, they are no longer traded by spirit stones. The main reason is that the number of spirit stones far exceeds the total amount of high-level resources. And spirit stones cannot be used as the trading currency for high-level resources. But it is obvious that the Eastern Qi continent still uses spirit stones as its common currency. But it is not known whether 3rd and 4th grade resources are also traded in spirit stones. Chapter 477 Settling Down. Li Shiming has spiritual stones on his body, and there are many of them, although he did not intentionally collect spiritual stones. The number of monks he killed was too many, and each monk had a large number of spiritual stones on his body, especially the monks from Tianqing Trading Company and Tianwen sect that he killed. The number of spiritual stones on their bodies was even more astonishing. After paying 3,000 middle-grade spiritual stones, he obtained the right to use the cave for 30 years. If he still needs to use it after 30 years, he will need to continue to pay the rent. He also got a token, which was not only the token to open the cave, but also his identity token and communication token here. 100 middle-grade spiritual stones were rented to the cave for 1 year.
He didn't know whether the price was high or low. Anyway, he didn't care about the 3,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. At least he finally has a foothold in Dongqi continent, allowing him to contact the world of immortal cultivation in Dongqi continent. When he left, he also got a jade slip, which contained instructions for staying in Wuching Mountain. His spiritual mind scanned the jade slips, and he understood what he needed to pay attention to. The flying height in the Wuching Mountain formation is stratified according to different realms. Golden elixir monks can fly freely, while foundation building monks can only fly at a height of less than 10 meters. Even if the Changqi monks have flying magic weapons, they can't fly, can only walk on the ground. Li Shiming flew slowly from the bottom of the mountain to the mountain. The environment of Wuching Mountain is good. There are a lot of monks here. Some live here, and many more come here for business. There are many shops on both sides of a street on the mountainside. And this street is the busiest in Wuching Mountain. He didn't look at it much. There would be plenty of time in the future, so he planned to go to the cave to settle down first. Finally he saw his cave, which was an area covered by a formation. There are 2 spiritual fields at the entrance of the cave. Although the spiritual fields are very small, it is understandable considering that they are given away for free. Using the token in his hand to activate the formation, he landed in front of the cave door. The spiritual energy in the formation could almost be said to be the rich spiritual energy of nascent soul-level spiritual veins, which surprised him slightly. I didn't expect that the spiritual energy of the cave in the Golden Core stage would be so rich. It seems that Liangfen Lingtian has not been taken care of for a long time. There are no spiritual plants on it. If you want to plant spiritual plants again, you will need to take care of it again. Entering the cave. This is a standard cave, consisting of a hall, a study room, a storage room, a training room, a utility room, and a spiritual pet room. Each room has different formations that enable the room to perform different functions. Li Shiming didn't have high requirements for the cave. He was only interested in the training room, and he didn't have many requirements for the other rooms. He checked first and found that the formation in the cave was separated from the formation in the outside world. The token in his hand was the controller of the formation. Wu Qishan did not use any other means in this regard. It can be said that without the token, it is impossible to enter the cave. Of course, it is not that there is really no solution. Otherwise, how could the cave left by the long-lost monk be reused? Just like his cave, it was taken back due to the late Jindan monks losing contact for decades. Hey! When he came to the utility room, he found something wrong. Under his clairvoyance, he saw that several spiritual power lines in the formation in the utility room were deviated. Li Shiming has checked all the formations in the cave. The formation masters, who arrange the formations, are of very high level. They seem to be particularly experienced in the formations in the cave. The formations here are extremely standard, without any errors. With this level of formation master, how could deviations of several spiritual power lines suddenly appear among the debris? It seemed like someone had touched the formation here and deliberately concealed the traces. That is to say, Li Shiming and any other monks. Even if they are formation masters, they will not be able to detect traces of the formation being modified unless the opponent is also a formation master with divine vision. What's hidden here? Li Shiming murmured to himself, stretching out his fingers and gently stroking the wall of the utility room. He used his knowledge of the formation to forcefully open a hole in the protective barrier of the cave in the utility room, revealing the wall itself with the formation map drawn on it. The Shinai magnifies the wall and observes the details on the wall with micron-level vision. Soon he discovered some differences in details. He tapped his fingers lightly in multiple locations. Soon after he tapped once, a rock surface on the wall moved away, revealing a hole. His mind entered the cave entrance and found that there was a 5-meter passage inward from the cave entrance, followed by a small secret room. He had read Wu Qingshan's precautions, which strictly prohibited monks from destroying everything inside the cave. This kind of behavior of digging secret rooms privately would never be allowed. He had no hope as to what treasures would be found in the secret room. To be honest, if a nascent soul ancestor lived here, he might be somewhat interested in the secret room he built. But for a late-stage Jindan cultivator, and also a casual cultivator, his interest is really very little. The cave entrance and passage were only big enough for one person to climb in, and he didn't want to climb in. This didn't bother Li Shiming. White Lotus appeared under his feet, and then he appeared in the secret room. The walls of the secret room are covered with formation patterns. This formation pattern not only has the effect of hiding the aura, but also allows the secret room to integrate with the earth, thus preventing the monks from detecting it from the outside. There was only a wooden box in the secret room, and Li Shiming used his spiritual thoughts to open the wooden box. As soon as the wooden box was opened, dense flying needles flew out. In the small secret room, it was impossible to dodge the flying needle attack. The shadow of the Tai Ching black turtle appeared behind Li Shiming. The flying needle hit him, making a crisp sound, and then rebounded and fell to the ground. His spiritual mind grabbed a flying needle. The flying needle was made of third-grade material. However, because the enchanted runes engraved on it exceeded the maximum endurance of the material, the flying needle could only be used once. But the only time it was used, it was extremely powerful, even reaching the attack power of a third-grade high-level magic weapon. And if the incident happened suddenly, if an ordinary Jindan cultivator was unprepared and subjected to such continuous attacks, he would probably be killed immediately. "You're too careful!" Li Shiming was careless for a moment, and got into the other person's way, shaking his head and saying, in the end, it was a near miss. No matter how well arranged, it would not be effective in the face of absolute strength. The great elder level body refining, the ultimate golden elixir stage, Tai Ching Xian turtle art, cannot be broken by this kind of attack. At least a great elder holding a third-grade high-level magic weapon is needed to break through his defense. The flying needles in the wooden box were shot out, and the preserved items were revealed in the open wooden box. It was a jade sign with the words, "Treading on the clouds," written on it. The jade quality of this jade sign was extremely weird. It looked like a non-grade spiritual jade. He gently squeezed it with his hands, and found that it had a hardness exceeding the third-grade spiritual jade. This was extraordinary. He had never even heard of this kind of jade. The jade plaque he wanted to make was absolutely irreproducible. His spiritual thoughts could not penetrate the surface of the jade tablet, making him unable to perceive the content of the jade tablet. His spirit had reached the peak of the golden elixir stage, and he could not even perceive the inside with his spiritual thoughts, which made him even more curious about the function of this jade tablet, being so carefully preserved by a late-stage golden elixir monk and possessing magical properties. The jade tablet must be extremely important. Li Shiming smiled. Since he discovered it, it belongs to him. When he has free time, he will look up information about the word, "Treading on the clouds." He thought for a while, and took out a piece of jade. Although he could not imitate the material of the cloud-stepping jade tag, he could forge a jade tag that was exactly the same as the cloud-taking jade tag. In order to be more like the cloud-taking jade tag, he also put the jade into the computer room space and engraved nanoscale solid runes on its surface, at least in terms of hardness. The forged jade tag had a similar hardness to the cloud-taking jade tag. The reason why it is said to have similar hardness is that Li Shiming cannot accurately judge the hardness of the Taoyuan jade tablet, because to find out the hardness of the Taoyuan jade tablet, he needs to conduct destructive experiments on it. He would not do this before thoroughly understanding the origin of the cloud-taking jade tablet. The jade token he forged has a hardness exceeding that of third-grade spiritual jade. In this case, the authenticity of the forged jade token is even higher. He put the jade tablet into the wooden box. Unfortunately, the flying needle could no longer be used. But he still restored the flying needle's stimulating circle and rearranged the flying needle back to its place. This operation was easily completed in the hands of him, a formation master. He used step by step to live lotus, again to retreat to the utility room of the cave, and restored the formation on the wall to its original state. After that, he took out some third-grade formation flags and began to strengthen the formation in the cave, at least to the extent that it could not be easily broken from the outside. In Wuqingshan, there is always a nascent soul ancestor under the protection, so it is impossible for the cave to be forcibly broken open. This is the credibility of Wuqingshan. After Li Shiming arranged the formation in the cave, he summoned Li Yuanba and then Venerable Huijing. He has no intention of sending Li Yuanba out to act alone. He is already a great elder and will be promoted to the nascent soul stage at some point. After being promoted to the nascent soul stage, he will take Li Yuanba to Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. In the training room, the fourth-grade pulse-locking plate was placed in the center, and spirit-gathering formations were arranged around the training room, coupled with the spiritual energy supply of the cave itself. The training environment in the cave was much better than his previous training environment. Even better. It is enough for Venerable Huijing, Li Yuanba and his 3 monks to practice together, at least for a short time. There is no need to consider the cultivation environment. He also put the Phantom Dragon into the spiritual pet room. The Phantom Dragon is still in a dormant state. Its body is wrapped around the Dragon Vein Source Crystal. It is not known how long it will take to wake up. After resting for 3 days in the cave, he left Liu and Ba behind, took Venerable Hui Jing into the computer room, and left the cave. For the safety of his true body, he would take Venerable Hui Jing with him whenever he went out. Fellow Taoist, we are neighbors. Please meet me as Wang Fan. Just when Li Shiming came out of the cave and flew into the air, he heard a monk greeting him. I've met fellow Taoist Wang. My name is Li Shizhen. Li Shiming said the pseudonym he had given to move into Wuqing Mountain. He dare not use his real name. Li Shiming. Tianwen Sect and Tianqing Trading Company will be looking for him, so using his real name is not a good choice. Although the world of cultivating immortals is huge, even the Dongqi continent is big enough. But at his level, there are not too many cultivators in the late Golden Core stage, and it is still easy to attract attention. Fellow Taoist Li, let's get together when we have time. Comrades of the same rank who live in Wuqing Mountain will get together regularly to exchange information. Wang Fan said with a smile. Li Shiming sensed that Wang Fan's cultivation was also in the late stage of Jin Dan, and it seemed that he invited him after finding out that he was also in the late stage of Jin Dan. I don't know when the next gathering will be. Should I make preparations in advance? Li Shiming asked with interest. He was thinking about how to get in touch with the world of immortal cultivation in Dongqi continent and have the opportunity to communicate with fellow practitioners of the same level. This was a rare opportunity. Fellow Taoist Li, let's exchange contact information. I will inform you if there is any news. Wang Fan took out the token and said. Li Shiming also took out the token, and the two parties added friends to each other in the token, and they can use the token to send messages to each other in the future. Fellow Taoist Li, what secondary position are you good at? Wang Fan asked curiously after adding a friend. I still have some research on alchemy. Li Shiming thought for a while, and decided to start with alchemy. He replied with a smile. He has already thought about it. Even if his alchemy level is revealed, he will never make the alchemy as flawless as he did in Beishu continent. In the process of refining the elixir, there still have to be some flaws to match his status as a casual cultivator, and also to avoid the risk of his identity being discovered through refining the elixir. Are you an alchemist? Wang Fan said in surprise. After he said this, he immediately looked around and cast a spell, causing a sound barrier to appear around him and Li Shiming. Yes. Li Shiming nodded. Can you refine the third-grade spiritual elixir in the later stage of the golden elixir? Wang Fan asked with eyes full of hope. It can be seen that even in places like Dongqi continent, which has an excellent environment for cultivating immortals, alchemists are a highly valued profession. I can only refine the late-stage third-grade junior and intermediate elixir of the golden elixir, but the chances of it being full are very high, Li Shiming said very modestly. Oh my god! I actually met the alchemy master. Master Li, I don't know when you will be free. I would like to ask you to refine a pot of elixir for me. Wang Fan became even more excited, and his attitude became much more respectful. After the party, I will start the alchemy furnace. Li Shiming did not refuse, but delayed the time a little. Wang Fan didn't have any objection to this at all. This was an alchemy master. Which alchemy master didn't have a temper? Li Shiming's attitude was already very easygoing. Master, what are you thinking of? I am very familiar with Wuqi Shan, and I will guide you, he said enthusiastically. A late-stage Golden Core monk was so enthusiastic, but Li Shiming didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, let alone a late-stage Golden Core monk. Even the Yuan ancestor was not as polite to him in the past. Chapter 478 Fangsher. Li Shiming rejected Wang Fan's kindness because he just looked at the environment. It was only when he came to the streets on the mountainside of Wuqing Mountain and walked on the bustling streets that he truly came into contact with the world of immortal cultivation in the eastern Qi continent. This market not only has shops, but many monks sell the spiritual objects they want to sell on both sides of the street. Considering that everyone who can enter here has a token, and there is also the Yuan ancestor guarding it, it is no wonder that the business here is so good. Li Shiming looked at the things on the street stalls while walking. He naturally didn't like the things on the street stalls, but he also indirectly understood the situation of this continent through the spiritual objects on the street stalls. He stopped in front of a shop called Wanshu Pavilion. Wanshu Pavilion is 4 stories high and is considered a relatively large store on this street. Senior, please go to the 3rd floor for the Golden Elixir Period Classics. When he walked into the store, a clerk immediately came over and said respectfully, since he was in Fangsher, he couldn't use his spiritual thoughts at will. But Li Shiming scanned the 1st floor through his Shen eyes, and found that the books sold here were the classics of monks in the Changqi stage.
The classics of the monks in the Changqi period are mostly made of paper and placed on the shelves like ordinary books. Li Shiming nodded to the clerk and walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor.
Fellow Taoist, what do you need? Do you want me to introduce you?
The receptionist on the 3rd floor was an early-stage Jindan monk. When he saw Li Shiming, he hurriedly bowed forward and asked. The monk in the early stage of the golden elixir sensed the aura of Li Shiming's late golden elixir, which meant that Li Shiming only revealed the aura of the
Jade Pure Thunder Code.
Otherwise, the aura of the great elder Li Shiming's golden elixir would have had a greater impact.
I need some classics about formations. Are there any other classics about travel notes?
Li Shiming asked with a smile.
On the 3rd floor, there are 8 types of formation-related classics and 65 kinds of travel notes.
The early Golden Core monks were very clear about the classics they managed and answered with all their treasures.
How many spirit stones are there in total?
Li Shiming was a little surprised. The number of formation books and travel notes exceeded his estimate. So he asked aloud? This also reflects that the foundation of the immortal cultivation world in the eastern Qi continent is much stronger than that in the northern Shu continent. This is just a casual cultivation city. But there are so many golden elixir level formation books and travel notes. If you could join a large sect somewhere, you would have access to so many classics.
Fellow Taoist, wait a minute. Let me do the math.
The early-stage golden elixir cultivator did not expect that Li Shiming would take all of it. He was slightly startled and said, after finishing speaking, he calculated silently in his mind and then quickly continued.
Fellow Taoist, I will give you 4,500
medium-grade spiritual stones will suffice. But the 8 formation jade slips are more valuable. So the 65 travel notes are just for you.
The travel notes were not worth much. But he did not lower the price of the 8 formation jade slips at all. He also saw that Li Shiming had a rich net worth. And it was rare to see such an imposing Jindan monk. Li Shiming did not bargain. He took out 4,500 medium-grade spiritual stones and handed them to the early-stage Golden Core monk. The early Golden Core monk put a pile of jade slips in a storage bag and handed them to him.
Is this 4th floor a nascent soul period classic?
Li Shiming pointed to it and asked after the transaction.
Yes. If you want to buy Yuaning period classics, I will take you up.
The early Jindan monk heard that Li Shiming was still interested and quickly replied. Under the leadership of the early Jindan monks, Li Shiming climbed to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor was a late-stage Jindan monk. Not the Yuaning ancestor he thought. Think about it. There are only 2 nascent soul ancestors in Wakingshan. And no matter what, it is impossible for one nascent soul ancestor to look after the store here.
Pavilion Master. This fellow Taoist wants to buy the nascent soul stage classics.
The early stage Golden Core monk saluted the late Golden Core monks and winked at the same time.
You go down first. I will receive this distinguished guest,
the master of the pavilion said, waving his hand.
Wakeway has met fellow Taoist, but I don't know his surname. Do I know all the late Jindan Taoist friends in Wakingshan?
Pavilion Master Wei asked Li Shiming with a
monk salute.
Li Shizhen has met Pavilion Master Wei. I have just arrived at Wuqing Mountain and am about to pay a visit to fellow Taoists.
Li Shiming said with a smile in return.
Fellow Taoist Li is a thunder cultivator, and he has a solid thunder element aura. Although Wanshu Pavilion has a lot of treasures, there are no techniques suitable for you.
Pavilion Master Wei complimented with a smile. The combat power of one person, Lei Xiu, who is in the late Golden Core stage, is almost equal to that of several late Golden Core monks. Pavilion Master Wei deliberately made friends, hoping to make friends with Li Shiming.
I'm interested in knowledge about battle techniques and travel notes. By the way, if there are any alchemy books, I would also need them.
Li Shiming expressed his needs.
These are all the jade slips related to formations, travel notes, and alchemy in this pavilion. The jade slips on this floor need to be settled with high-grade spiritual stones.
Pavilion Master Wei sent out his spiritual thoughts, and each jade slip was pulled from all directions and landed on it, on the table in front of him. It seems that there are not many nascent soul-level classics in Wanshu Pavilion. There is only 1 formation jade slip, 6 travel notes jade slips, and 1 alchemy jade slip. Li Shiming was not polite, and stretched out his spiritual thoughts into the jade slip. Although in order to show his attitude, he only stayed in each jade slip for 3 breaths, placed it on the body of an ordinary golden elixir monk, and just read the beginning. But with the life magic weapon Z15, these 3 breaths were enough to absorb all the contents. Copy to Z15.
I want this alchemy jade slip.
Li Shiming didn't know the value of nascent soul stage knowledge.
and he only had more than 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. So he only took the alchemy jade slip. This is the alchemy inheritance acquired by Wanshu Pavilion. If there is a spiritual fire, it will be enough to become an alchemy master. I sincerely reward you with 110 high-grade spiritual stones, Pavilion Master Wei said with a smile on his face. Li Shiming glanced at Pavilion Master Wei. Although this alchemy inheritance was very good, the one in his hand was not the only one, but a copy from Wanshu Pavilion. It can be said that as long as Wanshu Pavilion is sold once, it will be a net profit if it is sold again. Although he didn't know the purchasing power of high-grade spiritual stones, he found less than 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones from Ancestor Han Chao's mustard seed ring, which showed that the value of high-grade spiritual stones was probably not low. Pavilion Master Wei, you can take as much as you say. Li Shiming smiled faintly. He did not counteroffer, but in his mind, he had already thought about it. If Pavilion Master Wei came to him to make alchemy in the future, he would be able to get it back from the reward. Come! When Master Wei Gu saw that Li Shiming agreed, he felt happy. The Jindan monk on the 3rd floor just gave him a code, indicating that Li Shiming was a big fat sheep. So when he quoted, he doubled the price. While he was overjoyed, he felt something was wrong, but he couldn't find what was wrong. Li Shiming handed over the high-grade spiritual stone, took the jade slip, and left Wanshu Pavilion. This alchemy classic has no name. I think there is something wrong with the origin of this alchemy classic, but the content is real, ranging from 1st grade elixirs to 4th grade elixirs. There are also several secret methods of alchemy. Although the secret method of alchemy is not the same as the alchemy inheritance of Shushan sect, the principles are similar. This alchemy inheritance is at the same level as the Shushan sect's alchemy inheritance. In the northern Shu continent, this kind of alchemy inheritance can only be found in large sects, and only alchemists who have been certified by the large sects can have access to it. But in the eastern Qi continent, this kind of alchemy inheritance is sold openly. He believed that the alchemy inheritance of the major sects in the eastern Qi continent must be more advanced, far higher than the alchemy inheritance he purchased. Li Shiming shook his head. If the restrictions on alchemists were not too great, the alchemists in the northern Shu continent would not be able to compare with the alchemists in the eastern Qi continent. The quality of their inheritance was too different. But this has nothing to do with him. In addition to his alchemy ability being limited due to his realm, at the same level, he has almost reached the theoretical extreme. No alchemy master can be stronger than him. Li Shiming read the elixir recipes in the alchemy inheritance and discovered the special features of alchemy in the eastern Qi continent. In addition to traditional elixirs for refining elixirs, demon elixirs are also used to assist elixirs in refining elixirs. There are also demon pills and elixirs for refining in the Beishu continent, but there are very few of them, and they are not like the alchemy inheritance in his hands, which has formed a complete system. The development of demon pills in the eastern Qi continent far exceeded that of the northern Shu continent. Li Shiming asked the natal magic weapon Z15 to analyze and study the inheritance of alchemy, especially the part about demon elixir. If he wants to gain a foothold in the eastern Qi continent, he needs the help of his alchemy ability. And when it comes to alchemy, he needs to consider using demon pills to make alchemy. Z15 listed demon elixir refining as a topic. First built a simulation scene, and used calculations to reduce errors as much as possible. He walked into a shop called Baodan Pavilion, and went directly to the 4th floor. He had observed that Baodan Pavilion was the largest store specializing in elixirs in Wakingshan. The same 4-story shop gave him some expectations for Baodan Pavilion. Yuan has met fellow Taoist. What spiritual elixir does fellow Taoist need? When Li Shiming, a late-stage golden elixir monk, came to the 4th floor, Yuan, who was guarding here, did not look surprised. He asked with a smile, "Is there any 4th grade elixir that can be used to promote nascent soul?" Li Shiming asked directly. "Fellow Taoist, you are kidding. This kind of elixir may not appear until the big auction that happens every 5 years. Yuan had already guessed it, and shook his head with a smile. Li Shiming was slightly disappointed. He also knew that the 4th grade elixir for promotion to nascent soul was extremely precious no matter what kind it was. But after hearing Yuan talk about the big auction held every 5 years, he was no longer disappointed. He planned to take advantage of the alchemy opportunity to save more high-grade spiritual stones for auction. Who would have thought that in the eastern Qi continent, the monetary value of spiritual stones was so important? Of course, even in the northern Shu continent, the number of high-grade spiritual stones is extremely limited. High-grade spiritual stones
are generally used in the large formations of various sections. In the northern Shu continent, the circulation of strategic spiritual objects is prohibited.
You still sell alchemy furnaces here?
Li Shiming couldn't help but ask when he found an alchemy furnace lying nearby. The alchemy furnace has the aura of the 4th grade, and it is still a general-purpose alchemy furnace. The so-called universal alchemy furnace refers to an alchemy furnace that can be used without identifying the owner. This type of alchemy furnace is usually a public property used by various forces and sects for alchemists. It would be very troublesome to identify the owner. So this kind of universal alchemy furnace was specially refined. When using it, you only need to perform temporary refining. Just cancel the refining when you leave. Even if you don't cancel it, when the next alchemist comes, you can easily overwrite the refining of the previous one. What Li Shiming valued was the 4th grade quality. This level of alchemy furnace was also a general-purpose alchemy furnace, so he could use it. Using the 4th grade elixir furnace to refine the 4th grade elixir can shorten the refining time of the 4th grade elixir. The normal 10-day elixir refining time can be shortened by 1 or 2 days, and it can also increase the success rate of the 4th grade elixir.
In addition to selling spiritual elixirs, Baodan Pavilion also sells various alchemy materials and related magical instruments.
Yuan looked at the 4th grade alchemy furnace and replied. He thought of something, turned to Li Shiming and asked,
"Is it possible? Fellow Taoist is an alchemy master?"
The reason why I ask this is because those who can use the 4th grade alchemy furnace must be a master of alchemy.
Yes. My alchemy ability is average.
Li Shiming nodded and said,
"Look at me. I've been talking to my Taoist friend, and I've forgotten his name."
Yuan suddenly became enthusiastic and patted his head.
"My name is Li Shizhen. How can I sell this alchemy furnace?"
Li Shiming asked after giving his name.
"This is the 4th grade Fire Phoenix Cauldron. The soul of a fire phoenix is trapped in the cauldron, which can enhance the power of the spiritual fire. Although it cannot reach the level of leapfrogging elixirs, it can save the time of refining 4th grade elixirs. If Master Li wants to buy the 4th grade Fire Phoenix Baoding, he has 2 options. One is 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones, and the other is to sign a cooperation agreement with Baodan Pavilion. The 4th grade Fire Phoenix Baoding can be rented and lent, used by masters," Yuan said with a smile. Li Shiming suddenly found that he was so poor. This feeling had not occurred for a long time. He has no intention of signing any agreement with this Baodan Pavilion. If this Baodan Pavilion is a big force, he might still be willing. But he really has no interest in a shop like this that is owned by a casual cultivator.
I'm short on money, so I'll wait for a while before I come over to buy it.
Li Shiming glanced at the 4th grade Fire Phoenix Cauldron with some pity. It was not easy to meet the hard-beating Dan furnace. The refining materials required for the alchemy furnace are very special, and cannot be refined just by being able to refine the weapon. Generally, the alchemy furnace is refined only by the refining masters who have studied the matter.
Master Li, don't you consider joining Baodan Pavilion? Behind Baodan Pavilion is the ancestor Yu Songquan of Wuqing Mountain.
Yuan smiled and told the background of Baodan Pavilion. Li Shiming was not surprised at all. Among all the businesses in the world of immortality, selling spiritual pills was the most profitable. How could Wu Qingshan let other forces do the largest elixir shop in Wuqing Mountain? Of course, he made the money himself. To be honest, even though this Baodan Pavilion had the background of a nascent soul ancestor, he still didn't take it seriously. The rogue cultivator force is the rogue cultivator force. So what if there is an ancestor of nascent soul? Under Yuan's pitiful eyes, Li Shiming left Baodan Pavilion and walked around the market again. He deeply felt the importance of spiritual stones. At the same time, he also discovered that although middle-grade spiritual stones and high-grade spiritual stones can be exchanged, and 100 medium-grade spiritual stones can be exchanged for 1 high-grade spiritual stone. In fact, no monk is willing to exchange medium-grade spiritual stones for high-grade spiritual stones. Spiritual stone. Middle-grade spiritual stones are the currency of monks below the Yuaning stage, while high-grade spiritual stones are the currency of monks at the Yuaning stage. Chapter 479 Party. Back in his cave, Li Shiming was sorting out all his travel notes while practicing. The travel notes did not mention the cloud-taking jade tablet, and he could not ask the monks about the cloud-taking jade tablet. If he really wanted to ask, he would be suspected immediately. If the news about the cloud-taking jade tablet that is now closely hidden by a late-stage gene and cultivator really gets out, he will be in big trouble. In this unfamiliar continent, without a solid backer, he did not dare to cause trouble at will. 10 days later, he received news from Wang Fan that the meeting place was chosen in a pavilion near the top of the mountain. Just 3 days later, time passed quickly. 3 days later, Li Shiming came to the pavilion and saw 7 late-stage Jin Dan monks already here.
Master Li. Master Li.
2 greeting voices sounded almost at the same time. One was naturally Wang Fan, and the other was Yuan from Bao Dan Pavilion. As for the 7 late-stage Jin Dan monks, Li Shiming found that he actually knew 3 of them. In addition to Wang Fan and Yuan, there was also Pavilion Master Wei of Wanshu Pavilion.
Li Shizhen has met all fellow Taoists.
But I'm late. Li Shiming first nodded and greeted Wang Fan and Yuan, and then bowed to the late Jin and cultivators. Pavilion Master Wei wanted to say hello, but found that he did not know what Master Li Shiming, Master Li, was, and was stunned for a moment. The title of Master is not given casually. Master is an honorific title for those who have reached a very high level in a certain deputy position. Fellow Taoist Wang and Taoist Yu, why don't you introduce Master Li to us quickly?
A late-stage Jin Dan cultivator said loudly.
Master Li and I are the first to know each other, so let me introduce him,
Wang Fan said with a smile, although he didn't know when Li Shiming met Yuan. Li Shiming had just moved to Wakingshan to settle down when he met Li Shiming. After Li Shiming settled on the cave, he heard the news. Otherwise, it would be such a coincidence that Li Shiming met him right after he left the cave.
Master Li is a master of alchemy. We will be lucky in the future. We can go directly to Master Li to refine elixirs. This will save us a lot of trouble,
he continued.
Lu Yon has met Master Li. Yang Fu has met Master Li. Jiang Nan has met Master Li. Yang Fei has met Master Li.
Several late-stage Jin Dan monks stood up one by one, saluted Li Shiming and introduced themselves. This shows the status of the alchemy master. Although they don't know what Li Shiming's alchemy level is, their status as an alchemy master is enough for them to respect. Li Shiming returned the gifts one by one, keeping a smile on his face.
It's so hard for you to hide it. If I had known you were a master of alchemy, I would have given you an advantage,
Pavilion Master Wei said with a wry smile. His words aroused the interest of all the late-stage Jin Dan cultivators nearby. Pavilion Master Wei had also known Li Shiming for a long time.
I didn't deliberately hide it. Do I still want to tell everyone that I am a master of alchemy?
Li Shiming replied with a smile. Pavilion Master Wei was not at peace in his heart. If Master Li's alchemy skills were good, he would have to go to Master Li if he wanted to make alchemy in the future. But considering the alchemy inheritance he sold to Master Li, Master Li would never show mercy to him. He wished he could pat his head hard. When Li Shiming purchased the alchemy inheritance, he should have thought of Li Shiming's status as an alchemy master.
Master Li, please sit down first. We have just arrived and are exchanging some information.
Wang Fan pointed to the empty seat beside him and said to Li Shiming. At the same time, he also poured a cup of 3-grade spiritual tea for Li Shiming, and pushed the middle plate of spiritual fruit towards Li Shiming.
There is news that the 10,000 Beasts sect is hunting for a spiritual pet. But I don't know what kind of spiritual pet this is, and it can actually escape from the hands of the 10,000 Beasts sect monks.
Lu Yong revealed a piece of news.
There are 4 golden elixir monks from the 10,000 Beasts sect who are operating nearby. They have a very bad temper. Fellow Taoist Wu from Nanshan died because of this. You should be more careful recently.
Yang Fu also knew about this and continued. When Li Shiming heard this, he also understood the meaning of this gathering. Isn't this just for all the late Jin Dan monks to exchange news together? Looking at the 7 late-stage golden elixir monks here, he wondered if these 7 late-stage golden elixir monks were all the late-stage golden elixir monks in Wakingshan. But the 7 late-stage Jin Dan monks here alone are already extraordinary. Wuching Mountain is just a gathering point for casual cultivators. But there are 7 late-stage Jin Dan monks living here. While in the northern Shu continent, there were too few late-stage Jin Dan cultivators among the casual cultivators. So few that they were rare. The rogue cultivators were able to rely on the resources of the rogue cultivators to reach the late stage of Jin Dan, which shows that the resources of the eastern Qi continent are rich enough. Li Shiming listened to the latest news with great interest. These news seemed useless. But if they were to be encountered outside, they would all be key information that could affect the judgment of the matter.
Master Li, there are 3 demon pills here, and I would like to ask the master to help refine the pills,
Wang Fan said to Li Shiming immediately after the monks finished communicating about recent events. He took out a jade box and placed it in front of Li Shiming. Li Shiming sighed in his heart. And sure enough, Wuching Mountain was not far from the seaside.
And there were multiple beast-luring formations designed by the 10,000 Beast sect in this sea, which was perfect for casual cultivators to form a team to kill the big monster. Therefore, when making elixirs here, you are very likely to encounter using demon elixirs as raw materials to make elixirs. He is not too worried. With his level, even if he misses, it won't be too bad. It's just that he needs to lower his alchemy level to a beginner intermediate level, which is a bit difficult to grasp. 3 demon pills, of which only 1 demon pill is enough to complete Wang Fan's commission, at Li Shiming's level. Not to mention other things. Full elixirs are inevitable, coupled with the effect of the 110-point elixir formula. He can refine 6 third-grade elixirs from 1 demon elixir, according to the alchemist's commission. The third-grade elixir refined with 3 demonic elixirs was only 6 in Wang Fan's hands, which put him without any pressure. The 3 demon elixirs in the jade box are all demon elixirs in the late stage of the great demon. Only this kind of demon elixir can refine the third-grade spiritual elixir in the late stage of the golden elixir. Wang Fan handed over all 3 late-stage demon pills to Li Shiming at once. This kind of trust even surprised Li Shiming. Wang Fan had his own plans. The 3 late-stage demon elixirs were indeed precious, but it was equally important to have a good relationship with an alchemy master. He still remembered what Li Shiming said to him at that time, and he was very confident about the elixir. This sentence alone showed how confident Li Shiming was in his ability to make elixirs. The kind of pride that is engraved in the bones cannot be hidden. This is the self-confidence that can only be cultivated through long-term success.
How is the reward for the alchemy master in Wuqingshan calculated?
Li Shiming thought for a while and asked. He really had no idea about the reward for alchemy here. When he was in Beishu continent, he always paid for it with spiritual objects.
There is no alchemy master in Wuqing Mountain. The nearest alchemy master has to wait in line for several years to get one. And the reward is almost 100 high-grade spiritual stones.
Wang Fan answered without any concealment. This matter cannot be concealed at all. As long as Li Shiming stays longer, he can find out. What he didn't say was that the alchemy master was determined to obtain spiritual stones, regardless of whether he succeeded in refining a third-grade spiritual elixir. The 100 high-grade spiritual stones would not be reduced by half. The key is that the alchemy master's elixir-making rate is 60%, which makes many monks who seek elixirs end up losing all their money. Originally, the reward for the golden elixir stage should be the use of medium-grade spiritual stones. Who said that the monks in the late golden elixir stage are close to the Yuaning stage, and their strength has not kept up with the Yuaning stage, but they have kept up with the rewards?
My reward is also 100 high-grade spiritual stones. I will collect the spiritual elixir from my cave in 3 days.
Li Shiming thought for a while and replied. He is not prepared to lower the price. The price has been raised by his peers. His level is only higher than that of his peers. It would be very conscientious not to raise the price.
This is 300 high-grade spiritual stones.
Wang Fan had no intention of bargaining, and obediently took out 300 high-grade spiritual stones, and placed them in front of Li Shiming and said. Li Shiming smiled, and put away the high-grade spiritual stone, and at the same time glanced at Yuan. Yuan understood what he meant. If he could earn high-grade spiritual stones at this speed, he would soon be able to purchase the 4th-grade Fire Phoenix Cauldron. The late Jindan monks present were not in a hurry to talk to Li Shiming about alchemy. They are waiting and watching to see the results of Wang Fan's test. If Li Shiming's alchemy ability is good enough, then they will take action. The gathering ended like this. Before leaving, all the late Jindan monks exchanged contact information with Li Shiming. Li Shiming returned to the cave and immediately put a late-stage demon elixir into the computer room. Fortunately, he purchased the alchemy inheritance of the Eastern Qi continent and asked him to analyze the situation of the demon pill based on the records of the alchemy inheritance. The corresponding elixir recipe was quickly found based on the analysis results and the alchemy inheritance. The next step is to make alchemy. The red yang spirit fire is ignited in the 5 elements and 9 rotators, and the situation in the alchemy furnace is observed with 10 nanometers of control. The demon pill slowly turned into a liquid state under the burning of Ling Yang spiritual fire. This is not over yet. The impurities in the liquid demon pill still need to be removed. This process is the most error-prone, but it is also the easiest for Li Shiming. Under the observation of 10 nanometers, no impurity can escape his observation. Pieces of auxiliary elixirs were put into it, and the liquid demon pill was transforming towards purity. 5 hours have passed, and the liquid demon elixir in the 5 elements 9 revolutions furnace has turned into elixir liquid. The elixir furnace exudes the unique elixir fragrance of the 3rd grade elixir. Points! He shouted loudly and activated the 101 points pill technique in the alchemy furnace. Next to the 3 elixirs that were taking shape, 3 phantoms of the elixirs appeared. After the phantoms of the elixirs appeared, they began to absorb the power of the medicine in the elixir furnace and the spiritual energy in the void. Elixir! Li Shiming shouted when the shadow turned into reality. 6 third-grade elixirs flew out from the 5 elements 9-turn furnace, and a jade bottle flew in at the right time, taking the 6 third-grade elixirs into it. The jade bottle was taken out from the computer room by Li Shiming. He poured out a third-grade elixir and observed it. This third-grade elixir is not much different from the third-grade elixir refined with elixirs. Its medicinal power is a bit more intense, and it is not as gentle as the third-grade elixir refined with elixirs. But this cannot be said to be a shortcoming, because the strong potency of the medicine sometimes produces effects that exceed those of the peaceful third-grade elixir. Refining it again! Li Shiming looked at the third-grade elixir in his hand, then put it away and muttered to himself. The 6 third-grade elixirs are all third-grade high-grade elixirs, which still maintain his usual level. The third-grade high-grade elixirs have reached the theoretical extreme, under the control of 10 nanometers, and with the help of the natal magic weapon Z15. Li Shiming's spirit and the spirit of Z15's 190 brains have been greatly improved, which is beneficial to alchemy. With the help of these conditions, as long as Li Shiming does not fail intentionally, it is almost impossible for him to make any mistakes. Under the control of 10 nanometers, all mistakes will be discovered and solved by him in their infancy. Another demon pill was taken into the 5 elements and 9 rotators in the computer room. This time, he didn't need to pay more attention to it. He only had 1 brain left to refine the pill. The natal magic weapon Z15 has just obtained the practical data of demon elixir refining. After comparing the simulated data is closer to reality. This time in the alchemy, he intentionally added some errors, but these errors were carefully calculated by Z15. Errors will not affect the elixir production and elixir filling. The quality cannot be too high or too low. 5 hours later, with the execution of the 100 points pill Jew, 6 third-grade elixirs flew out of the alchemy furnace and were collected by the jade bottle. Li Shiming held the jade bottle in his hand with a smile on his face. The quality of the 6 third-grade elixirs in the jade bottle has just reached the intermediate level. This is already a very strong alchemy ability. Of course, this is for other alchemy masters. After that, he refined the last demon elixir and obtained 6 more third-grade high-level elixirs. He was going to give these third-grade high-grade elixirs to his clone Li Yuanba. The new varieties of third-grade elixirs could give his clone Li Yuanba better effects and speed up his cultivation. Wang Fan was waiting outside Li Shiming's cave this morning. Not only was he there, but Pavilion Master Wei, Yuan, and all the late Jindan monks that day were also there. There was also a late Jindan monk who had just returned. They were all extremely concerned about Li Shiming's alchemy level, which was related to their future practice. To be honest, although it is difficult to obtain the demon elixir in the late stage of the great demon, it is not impossible. As long as they team up to enter the ocean and risk their lives for a long time in search of prey, they usually gain something. What is more important than obtaining the demon elixir of the late stage of the great demon is to find a good alchemy master to make the elixir. There are too few alchemy masters among casual cultivators, and the ones they can call upon are those who have a large number of alchemy masters among casual cultivators. Such alchemy masters are extremely busy, and at the same time, the level of alchemy masters who practice alchemy is usually very weak, and the chance of failure often makes casual cultivators seeking elixirs feel numb. Why haven't you come out yet? Pavilion Master Wei looked at the sky and said impatiently. While he was talking, there was movement in Li Shiming's cave. He quickly shut up, for fear that Li Shiming would hear his complaints. Chapter 480 Gift. Master Li, thank you for your hard work. Wang Fan stepped forward and greeted with a smile. His eyes were looking at the jade bottle in Li Shiming's hand. It was obvious that his mind was not on communication, but on the third-grade elixir. Wang Daoyu, this is the refined elixir. Li Shiming smiled, handed over the jade bottle in his hand, and said. Wang Fan couldn't wait to open the jade bottle. After seeing 6 third-grade intermediate elixirs inside, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Master Li's good tricks. I have earned it. He repeatedly clasped his fists and thanked him. From Wang Fan's look on the other late-stage golden elixir cultivators, they knew that Li Shiming must be very good at refining the elixir, which was why Wang Fan was so excited. They regretted that they did not ask Li Shiming to make alchemy together with Wang Fan before. Now that Wang Fan is in front of them,
the remuneration for making alchemy will probably increase. There is no need for Li Shiming to say a price increase. They will take the initiative to ask for a price increase. No monk will think about getting any extra benefits from the alchemy master. They will take the initiative to pay corresponding rewards according to the level of the alchemy master. Once the alchemy master is offended, the consequences will be extremely troublesome.
I'm tired and need to rest for a while. I won't turn on the furnace for the time being.
Li Shiming nodded slightly to all the golden elixir monks and prepared to return to the cave.
Master Li, there will be an auction in 2 months. I wonder if Master needs to participate.
Seeing that he was going back to the cave, Yuan asked quickly.
I will participate.
Li Shiming heard about the auction and wanted to see it, so he nodded. After Li Shiming returned to the cave, these late-stage Jin Dan monks asked Wang Fan about the status of the third-grade elixir in the jade bottle. When they heard that there were 6 third-grade intermediate elixirs in the jade bottle, they couldn't hide the envy on their faces. The level of alchemy masters in casual cultivation is usually not very high, let alone full elixirs and intermediate quality. Even if they want to succeed, there is no guarantee. At this time, there was an alchemy master who could fill up the elixir and refine the intermediate elixir. Of course, they were extremely excited. If Li Shiming hadn't said he wanted to rest, they were afraid that contacting Li Shiming now would make Li Shiming angry. And they all wanted to contact Li Shiming immediately about making alchemy. At the same time, they are also recalculating the reward for Li Shiming's alchemy. Of course, this level of alchemy cannot be the same as that of the alchemy master with a 60% success rate. That is an insult to Master Li. Yuan left Li Shiming's cave. Instead of going to Baodan Pavilion, he flew towards the top of the mountain. Outside a cave on the top of the mountain, he cast a spell, and the cave's formation opened up for him to enter.
I've met my father!
Yuan bowed and greeted Patriarch Yu Songquan with an, "Okay, salute." Only a few monks in Witching Mountain knew about Yuan's identity. The monks outside only knew that he and Ancestor Yu were both from the Yu family.
Yuan, your cultivation is a bit slow.
Ancestor Yu glanced at Yuan and said in a deep voice. Yuan looked bitter. He knew it would be like this. His father had high expectations for him, and hoped that he could become a nascent soul monk. However, the cultivation of Jin Dan in the later stage is so slow, due to the problem of cultivation resources. The cultivation speed of casual cultivators cannot be compared with that of the late Jin Dan monks of the big sects.
Father, this is exactly why I came here. An alchemy master came to live in Wuqin Shan and refine 3 furnaces of elixirs for Wang Fan. All of them are full of elixirs, and the quality has reached the intermediate level.
He quickly changed the subject and said,
Where did this master of alchemy come from? To be of such a level?
Ancestor Yu was also startled and asked,
I have never heard of him before. But seeing that he is extremely young, I suspect that he was trained by some sect and became a casual cultivator for some reason.
Yuan shook his head and replied. As for Li Shiming's background, he also conducted investigations during this period, but could not find any previous news about Li Shiming. According to Li Shiming's alchemy level, he cannot be a true casual cultivator, because it is difficult for a casual alchemy master to have such a high level of alchemy. Masters of casual alchemy training generally use a lot of practice to improve their own skills, especially long-term practice of several kinds of alchemy formulas, before they can be recognized as alchemy masters. The casual alchemy master lacks the inheritance of alchemy. This kind of alchemy inheritance cannot be obtained by reading the classics. It also requires the hand-by-hand inheritance of the master. Only sects can have such inheritance and accumulation from generation to generation.
In this case, you will come forward and spend the price to drag him into Wuqing Mountain. If you agree to any conditions, as long as they are not too excessive.
Patriarch Yu said in a deep voice after thinking for a while.
I contacted him, but he didn't agree.
Yuan then recounted the exchange process between him and Li Shiming at Baodan Pavilion.
Confused, you used the Fire Phoenix Cauldron to blackmail a master of alchemy. What do you think?
Patriarch Yu patted the handle of the chair angrily. He quickly realized that the Fire Phoenix Cauldron was a 4th-grade alchemy furnace. And if the alchemy master needed a 4th-grade alchemy furnace, it meant that the alchemy master was able to refine 4th-grade elixirs.
Go and give the Fire Phoenix Cauldron to.
When he said this, he realized that he still didn't know the name of the alchemy master, and then asked,
What is the name of the alchemy master? My name is Li Shizhen.
Yuan replied,
You gave the Fire Phoenix Cauldron to Li Shizhen. And I also have a 4th-grade demon pill here. Send it to him together. Just say that the Fire Phoenix Cauldron was a gift from Wuqin Shan. and the 4th grade demon pill was asked to help me. Refining a furnace of 4th grade elixir. The reward is...
Ancestor Yu paused for a moment as he said this, thinking about what kind of reward he would need to pay. In fact, giving away the Fire Phoenix Cauldron is already a huge price, as can be seen from Yuan's heartbroken look. But Ancestor Yu saw further. The 4th grade Fire Phoenix Cauldron was just a dead object. It was placed in the Baodan Pavilion as a decoration. But when it was delivered to Master Li, it could greatly establish Wu Qingshan's friendship with him. Even if Master Li cannot be dragged into Wuqingshan. As long as Master Li is in Wuqingshan, he can bring huge benefits to Wuqingshan. If we wait for Master Li's reputation to spread before trying to win over him, I'm afraid it will be too late. There are many forces like Wu Qingshan, and even some medium-sized sects will extend an olive branch to Master Li. If we don't establish friendship now, will we regret it later? The 4th grade demon elixir is a test of Master Li's level of refining the 4th grade elixir. If Master Li's level of refining the 4th grade elixir passes, then the price of a 4th grade Fire Phoenix treasure tripod is not enough. Wu Qingshan also we must continue to increase investment in Master Li. Another point is that Patriarch Yu also has a need for 4th grade elixirs. If he wants to refine the 4th grade resources into 4th grade elixirs, the cost is very high. Every exchange is equivalent to cutting off flesh. The ancestor of the rogue cultivator Yuaning asked the alchemy master to refine the 4th grade elixir. It was not just a small reward. Under normal circumstances, 2 4th grade demon pills could be exchanged for 1 4th grade elementary elixir. Even so, Ancestor Yu had to hold his nose to recognize it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take the 4th grade demon pill directly.
Let's take this Qingling fruit as a reward for making alchemy,
Ancestor Yu said as he pulled out a jade box.
Isn't it too much to take out the Qingling fruit without knowing Master Li's ability to refine 4th grade elixirs?
Yuan asked with some reluctance.
Why did I give birth to a short-sighted son like you? Master Li wants to buy a 4th grade Fire Phoenix Cauldron. He is sure to refine a 4th grade elixir. Regardless of his level of refining a 4th grade elixir, he is worthy of our win-over.
Ancestor Yu almost couldn't help but give his son a break. He said angrily. Yuan's reluctance was not without reason. The word, Qing, in Wu Qingshan refers to a 4th grade Qingling tree that can only produce 10 4th grade Qingling fruits every 50 years. Of the 10 Qingling fruits, Wu Qingshan could not use them all for himself, and half of them needed to be handed over to the 10,000 Beast sect. They were able to occupy the spiritual mountain of Wuqing Mountain for a long time. But they were protected by the 10,000 Beast sect. Although the 10,000 Beast sect did almost nothing, and just let them use a name, they needed to occupy half of the 4th grade Qingling fruit. Wu Qingshan had to hand it over. If the planting of the Qingling tree wasn't extremely troublesome, maybe the 10,000 Beast sect would have come by themselves.
I know.
Yuan didn't dare to say anything more and bowed in response. Walking out of Ancestor Yu's cave, he let out a long sigh. He knew that his vision was not as good as his father's. But he still couldn't accept the 2 treasures given away at once. He wanted to think about it. But he went to the Baodan Pavilion first, and took the 4th grade Fire Phoenix Baoding. He used the token to send a message to Li Shiming. And after waiting for a moment for Li Shiming to reply, he headed towards Li Shiming's cave. Li Shiming was also a little curious. After he explained that he wanted to rest, Wei Yuan came over again, and still mentioned to him important things that must be said in person. Thinking that Yuan had the background of Patriarch Yu of Wuqing Mountain, he agreed to meet. Yuan entered Li Shiming's cave, and met Li Shiming in the hall. Li Shiming brought out the 3rd grade spiritual tea as a treat. Of course, this 3rd grade spiritual tea was not the 3rd grade spiritual tea he made. The 3 grade spiritual tea he made was so special that if he really wanted to take it out, his identity would not be concealed. Unless he has a more powerful backer than Tianwen sect and Tianqing Trading Company, it is impossible for him to reveal his identity at this time. Fortunately, the monks he killed were all wealthy, so it was not difficult to come up with other 3rd grade spiritual teas.
Master Li, I came here to give you this.
Yuan had a smile on his face. He would not show any reluctance when giving gifts. As a businessman, although he is a bit petty, there are things he cannot change. He will do his best. When he placed the 4th grade Fire Phoenix tripod in front of Li Shiming, Li Shiming's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Shiming never expected that Yuan actually sent the Fire Phoenix tripod over. You must know that he is still saving high-grade spiritual stones just to buy this 4th grade Fire Phoenix cauldron. He rarely has a desire to obtain a certain spiritual object. But the 4th grade Fire Phoenix cauldron is one of the few spiritual objects that makes his heart move.
Fellow Taoist Yu, what is this?
Li Shiming didn't know why Yuan suddenly sent the 4th grade fire phoenix bounding over. He really didn't want to join Wu Qishan.
I told Patriarch Yu Songquan about your situation. Patriarch scolded me for not knowing how to do things and asked me to send the Fire Phoenix Cauldron. The only request is that I hope Master Li will live in Witching Mountain for a long time,
Yuan said with a wry smile.
Fellow Taoist Yu, first of all, I must say that if I have the opportunity to join a top sect, I will leave Witching Mountain.
Li Shiming expressed his thoughts in advance.
If that's the case, this Fire Phoenix Cauldron should have a good relationship with Master Li,
Yuan said with a smile. He was acting extremely grand at this time. This grandeur was not just fake. The main reason was that Li Shiming said that joining a top sect was impossible in his opinion. Although Li Shiming is a master of alchemy, it is not easy for top sects to join. Top sects rarely allow monks to join halfway. And they are basically trained since childhood. Of course, it's not impossible. But the possibility is too low. The larger the sect, the stricter the rules. It is impossible to break the rules just for the sake of being an alchemy master.
Then I'll accept it.
Hearing what Yuan said, Li Shiming smiled and reached out to take the 4th grade Fire Phoenix Cauldron. For him, there is not much difference between the 4th grade Fire Phoenix Cauldron now and what it will be after a period of time. 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones sounds like a lot. In fact, as long as he builds a reputation, he can accumulate 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones in a few years at most. If everything goes well, he can even accumulate 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones in a few months.
Master Li, this is a 4th grade demon elixir. I would like to ask the master to help refine it. This Jingling fruit is the reward for refining the elixir.
Yuan then took out 2 more jade boxes and placed them in front of Li Shiming and said. Surprise flashed in Li Shiming's eyes. After he came to Witching Mountain, he had been trying to get in touch with the monks in Witching Mountain. In addition to getting in touch with the immortal world of Dongqi continent, there was another reason. To be honest, refining elixirs for late-stage Jindan cultivators has very little effect on him. Apart from accumulating some high-grade spiritual stones, it does not have much effect. As for the 3rd grade high-grade elixir, he no longer needs it. Only his clone Li Yuanba still needs some. That is because the 3rd grade high-grade elixir in the Eastern Qi continent is a completely new variety compared to the 3rd grade elixir in the Beishu continent, which has somewhat promoted Li Yuanba's cultivation effect. With the 3rd grade elixir in his hand, Li Yuanba could practice it all the way to the Great Elder level. Not to mention that the Shanhe Xingquan fan was still producing 3rd grade elixirs. The reason why he took the initiative to contact the late Jindan cultivators was to get in touch with the Yuanying ancestor. Only by accepting the elixir refining task from the Yuanying ancestor could he obtain greater benefits.
It takes a long time to open the furnace to refine the 4th grade elixir. I still need to get familiar with the Fire Phoenix Cauldron. So fellow Taoist Yu, please come back in 20 days.
Li Shiming put away the 2 jade boxes and said.
Then I'll come back in 20 days.
Seeing that Li Shiming had taken over the task of refining the 4th grade elixir, Yuan felt happy because he had finally completed the task assigned by his father. Li Shiming was very satisfied with Yuan's initiative to contact him to refine the 4th grade elixir. So he politely sent Yuan outside the cave.